The Way of Life by Lucy Huffaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Way of Life by Lucy Huffaker. There was a heavy odor in the little house which quite blighted the soft spring air as it blew in through the half-open window. For supper there had been onions and sausage, and the fried potatoes had burned. The smells which had risen from the kitchen stove had mingled with the raw, soapy fumes which gave testimony that Monday was wash day in the Black family. Now the smoking of the kerosene lamp on the center table seemed to seal in hermetical fashion the oppressive room against the gentle breeze of the May evening. The woman, bending over a pair of trousers which she was patching, stuck the needle in the cloth, pulled the thimble from her fat red finger, and rubbed her hands over her eyes. "Bedtime, Billy," she said to the 9-year-old boy who was playing with a picture puzzle on the other side of the table. "Aw, Ma, let me stay up till Pa and the boys get home." The woman shook her head. "I'll get up in plenty of time to feed the chickens anyhow. Honest I will." "You ought to be glad to get to bed," the woman sighed in answer. "Seems to me I'd be tickled to death if I could drop into bed without my supper any night." "All right, if you'll go too. I just hate to go to bed knowing all the rest of you are up." "Me go to bed? Why, these trousers of yours aren't finished yet, and I've got to mend Tom's shirt and your father's coat, and then there's the bread to set. Much chance I have to go to bed for a couple of hours yet. Now you run along. If you go like a good boy, you can have a cookie." She put the thimble on her finger and bent over her mending again. She sewed steadily on until an hour later, when she heard the buggy drive into the yard and one of the boys came running in to ask her if she knew where the barn lantern was. It was in the cellar, and there was barely enough oil to make a dim light while the horse was being unharnessed. The boys were sent to bed immediately, with an injunction to be quiet, so Billy would not be awakened. She heard the heavy tread of her husband in the kitchen as he hunted for the dipper to get a drink of water. Then he came into the sitting room, sat down in a chair, and began pulling off his shoes. He groaned as he did it. "Say, Em," he said, "guess who I saw in town tonight?" "Who?" was the unimaginative response. "You'd never guess in 100 years. You'd never guess what she did, either. She sent you these." He drew from his pocket a package and a sheet of notepaper. The woman looked at them for a moment, but she didn't touch them. "Hurry up, Em," said the man. "They won't bite you." "But what?" she faltered. "The best way to find out about 'em is to open 'em." She opened the package first. It was a cheap colored print of Saint Cecilia at the organ. It was in a bright gilt frame. Then she opened the note. She read it through once, with a little frown puckering her forehead. Then, more slowly, she read it the second time. "Minnie Jackson," she murmured. "I haven't seen her for nearly 10 years. I don't know when I've thought about her, even. You read it, Jake?" "Yes. She didn't seal it." He waited a minute, then said, "I couldn't just make out what it was all about. What day is this?" "It's our birthday, Minnie's and mine. We used to call ourselves twins, but she's a year older than I am. I've been so busy all day I never thought about it. What does Minnie look like?" "Oh, she looks about the same, I guess, as the last time she was home. She's getting fatter, though. Guess the climate out in California must agree with her." "Is she as fat as I am?" "Just about, I guess." "Did she look as if they were well off? What kind of dress did she have on?" "I don't know. Good enough, I guess. I didn't see anything wrong with it. While she ran into the store to get this picture and write this note to you, old Jackson was bragging to me about how well Elmer had done. He said Min had married about as well as any girl round here." "Did he say anything about whether she ever paints any?" "Paints? Whatever are you talking about, Em?" She had bent over her sewing again, and he could not see her face as she answered. "When Minnie and I were little girls, I reckon we never had any secrets from each other at all. I know I talked about things to her I never could have told anybody else. She was that way with me, too. Well, she always said she wanted to paint, and I wanted to play. She was always copying every picture she saw. I remember she did one picture called A Yard of Roses, from a calendar. It was so good you couldn't have told the difference. Don't you remember the time she took the prize at the art exhibit at the country fair, with a picture she had copied, called The Storm? One of the judges said it just made him shiver to look at it, it was so real." "Come to think of it, I believe I do recollect something about men having queer notions. I know us boys used to think she was stuck up. What did she mean about the vow, and about this picture being of you, by her?" For a moment there was only the little click of her thimble against the needle. Then she said, "I guess I can't make it clear to you, Jake. Minnie always did have her own way of putting things. We had lots of fancies, as we used to call them. But I suppose she was thinking about our old dreams. If they'd come true, she might have painted me, sitting like that." "You don't look much like you, even when you was young," was the reply of the man, not given to fancies. "But what is it about the vow?" "I don't know," said his wife shortly. It was one of the few lies she had ever told her husband. Just why, having told him so much, she couldn't tell him that Minnie Jackson and she had promised each other that, no matter what happened, nothing should keep them from realizing their ambitions, and that each year they would give a report to each other on their birthday. She could not have said. But suddenly her throat contracted and she could not see the patch on the coat. "How this lamp does smoke!" she said, as she brushed her hand over her eyes. "Well," yawned her husband, "I guess most folks, leastwise most girls, have silly notions when they're young. Who'd ever think to see you now that you ever had any such ideas? You're a good wife for a farmer, Em. There ain't a better woman anywhere than you." It was one of the few times in all the years of their marriage that he had praised her. Jacob Black had never been one to question life or to marvel at its wonders. For him it held no wonders. The spell of life had caught him when he was young. He had fallen in love with Emmeline Mead, and he had married her. She had borne him 8 children. 5 of them had lived. If Jacob Black had thought about it at all, which he did not, he would have said that that was the way life went. One was young, then one grew old. When one was young, one married, and probably there were children. The wing of romance had brushed him so lightly in its passing that at the time it had brought to him no yearning for an unknown rapture, no wonder at the mystery of life. After 21 years, if he had given it any thought whatsoever, he would have said that their marriage had turned out well. Em had been a good wife. She had risen at daylight and worked until after dark. She wasn't foolish about money. She never went to town unless there was something to take her there. She went to church, of course, and when it was her turn, she entertained the Ladies' Aid. Such recreations were to be expected. Yes, Em had been a good wife. But then, he had been a good husband. He never drank. He was a church member. He always hired a woman to do the housework, for 2 weeks, when there was a new baby. He let Em have the butter and chicken money. The clock struck 9. "I'm going to bed," he said. "There's lots to do to morrow. Nearly through your mending?" "No. Anyhow, I guess I'll wait up for John and Victoria to come home." "Better not if you're tired. John may get in early, but probably Vic will be mooning along." "What?" she cried. "What do you mean by that, Jake Black?" "Say, Em, are you blind? Can't you see there's something between her and Jim? Haven't you noticed that it isn't John he comes to see now? Haven't you seen how Vic spruces up nights when he's coming over?" The woman dropped her sewing in her lap. The needle ran into her thumb. Mechanically she pulled it out. She was so intent looking at him, trying to grasp his meaning, that she did not notice the drops of blood which fell on her mending. When she spoke, it was with difficulty. "Oh, Jake, it can't be. It just can't be." "Why can't it?" "Why, he's not good enough for Victoria." "Not good enough? Why, what's the matter with Jim? I never heard a word against him, and I've known him ever since he was a little shaver. He's steady as can be, and a hard worker." "I know all that. I wasn't thinking about such things. I was thinking about, oh, about other things." "Other things? Well, what on earth is the matter with the other things?" "Foreman's place is as good as any hereabouts, and it's clear, and only 3 children to be divided among. There's money in the bank, too, I'll bet." "But Victoria is so young, Jake. Why, she's just a girl." "She's old as you was when we got married, Em." He went into the kitchen for another drink of water. When he came through the room, he bent over to pick up his shoes. "Say, Em," he said, "you surely don't mean what you've been saying, do you, about Jim not being good enough for Vic? 'Cause it ain't likely that she'll ever get another chance as good." She did not answer. The man looking at her, the man who lived with her for more than 20 years, did not know that a sudden rage against life was in her heart. He did not know that the lost dreams of her youth were crying out in her against the treachery of life. He did not know that the bandage which the years had mercifully bound across her eyes had fallen away, and that she wasn't seeing the everlasting tragedy of the conflict between dreams and life. He did not know that, in that moment, she was facing the supreme sorrow of motherhood, in the knowledge that the beloved child cannot be spared the disillusions of the years. He only knew that she was worried. "Don't you be giving Vic any of your queer notions," he said, in a voice which was almost harsh. Jacob Black was an easy-going man, but he had set his heart on seeing his daughter the wife of Jim Forman. Did not the Forman farm join his on the southeast? Until she heard him walking around in their bedroom overhead, she sewed on. Then she laid down her work. She picked up the picture. It was small, but she held it clutched in both hands as though it were heavy. It would not have mattered to her if she had known that critics of art scoffed at the picture. To her it was more than a masterpiece. It was a miracle. Had she not felt like the pictured saint when she had sat at the organ years ago? She, too, had raised her eyes in just that way, and if actual roses had not fallen on the keys, the mystical ones of hopes too fragile for words and beauties only dreamed of had fallen all about her. There was a time when she had played the little organ in church. How her soul had risen on the chords which she struck for the doxology, which always came just before the benediction. Even after Victoria was born, she had played the organ for a time. Then the babies came fast, and when one has milking to do and dishes to wash and one's fingers are needle pricked, it is hard to find the keys. Also, when one works from daylight till dark, one wants only rest. There is a sleep too deep for dreams. It was years since Emmeline Black had dreamed except in the terms of her motherhood. For herself, the dream had gone. She did not rebel. She accepted. It was the way of life with women like her. She would not have said her life was hard. Jacob Black had been a good husband to her. Only a fool, having married a poor farmer, could expect that the dreams of a romantic girl would ever come true. Once she had expected it, of course. That was when Jacob Black had seemed as a prince to Emmeline Mead. She had felt the wing of romance as it brushed past her. But that was long ago. She did not like the routine of her life. but neither did she hate it. For herself, it had come to seem the natural, the expected thing. But for Victoria, her dreams had not all gone when Victoria was born. That first year of her marriage, it had seemed like playing at being a housekeeper to do the work for Jacob and herself. She had loved her garden, and often, just because she had loved to be with him and because she loved the smell of the earth and the growing things which came from it. She had gone into the fields with her husband. Then, when the year was almost gone, her baby was born. She had loved the other children as they came, and she had grieved for the girls and the boy who had died. But Victoria was the child of her dreams. The other children had been named for aunts and uncles and grandfathers, and so had satisfied family pride. But that first baby had been named for a queen. None of the boys cared for music. They took after the Black family. But Victoria, so Emmeline felt, belonged to her. She had always been able to play by ear, and her voice was sweet and true. The butter and egg money for a long time had gone for music lessons for Victoria. When the girl was 12, her mother had begun a secret fund. Every week she pilfered a few pennies from her own small income and put them away. Some time Victoria was to go to the city and have lessons from the best teacher there. For 5 years she did not purchase a thing for herself to wear, except now and then a dress pattern of calico. That was no real sacrifice to her. The hard thing was to deny pretty clothes to Victoria. Then a year of sickness came. She tried to forget the little sum of money hidden away. Surely their father could pay the bills. If she had spent the butter and egg money as he had thought she had done, he would have had to pay them alone. But when the doctor said that Henry must be taken to the county seat for an operation, there was no thought of questioning her duty. Her husband had been surprised and relieved when she gave him her little hoard. It was another proof that he had a good wife, and one who was not foolish about money. At last her sewing was finished. She went into the kitchen and began to set the bread. But her thoughts were not on it. She was thinking of Emmeline Mead and her dreams, and how they had failed her. She had expected Victoria Black to redeem those dreams, and now Victoria was to marry and go the same hard way toward drab middle age. She heard someone step on the front porch. There was a low murmur of voices for a moment, and a little half-stifled laugh. Then the door opened. "Mother, is that you?" came something which sounded half whisper, half laugh from the door. She raised her eyes from the bread pan. She smiled, but she could not speak. It seemed as if the fingers of some world-large hand had fastened around her heart. To her Victoria had always been the most beautiful, the most wonderful being on earth. But she had never seen this Victoria before. The girl was standing in the door, eyes shining, lips trembling, her slim young body swaying as if to some hidden harmony. Then she leapt across the kitchen and threw her strong arms round her mother. "I'm so glad you're up and alone. Oh, Mother, I had to see you to night. I couldn't have gone to bed without talking to you. I was thinking it was a blessed thing Father always sleeps so hard, for I could tiptoe in and get you and he'd never know the difference." She stifled a little laugh and went on. "Come on, outdoors. It is too lovely to stay inside." She drew her mother, who had not yet spoken, through the door. "I guess, Mother," she said, as if suddenly shy when the confines of the kitchen were left behind for the starlighted night, "that you know what it is, don't you?" For answer, Emmeline Black sobbed. "Don't, Mother, don't. You mustn't mind. Just think how near home I'll be. Isn't that something to be glad about?" Her mother nodded her head as she wiped her eyes on her gingham apron. "I wondered if you saw it coming," the girlish voice went on. "You never let on, and the kids never tease me any. So I thought perhaps you told 'em not to. I haven't felt like being teased about Jim, some way. It's been too wonderful, you know." Not until that moment did Emmeline Black acknowledge the defeat of her dreams. Wonderful! To love and be loved by Jim Forman, of whom the most that could be said was that he was steady and a hard worker, and that there were only two other children to share his father's farm! "Don't cry, Mother," implored Victoria, "though I know why you're doing it. I feel like crying too, only something won't let me cry tonight. I guess I'm just too happy ever to cry again." Still her mother had not spoken. She had stopped crying and stood twisting her apron with nervous fingers. "Mother," said Victoria suddenly, "you like Jim, don't you?" She said it as if the possibility of any one's not liking Jim was preposterous. But, nevertheless, there was anxiety in her voice. Her mother nodded her head. "Then why aren't you really glad? I thought you would be, Mother." There was no resisting that appeal in Victoria's voice. Never in her life had she failed her daughter. Was she to fail her in this hour? "You seem like a little girl to me, Victoria," she found voice to say, at last. "I guess all mothers feel like this when their daughters tell them they are going to leave them. I reckon I never understood until just now why my mother acted just like she did when I told her your father and I were going to be married." Victoria laughed joyously. "I'm not a little girl. I'm a woman. And, Mother, Jim is so good. He wants to be married right away. He says he can't bear to think of waiting. But he said I was to tell you that if you couldn't spare me for a while, it would be all right." There was pride in her lover's generosity, but deeper than that was the woman's pride in the knowledge that he could not bear to think of waiting. "It isn't that I can't spare you, dear," said her mother, "but, oh, Victoria, I'd wanted to have you go off and study to be a fine musician. I've dreamed of it ever since you were born." "But I couldn't go even if it wasn't for Jim. Where would we ever get the money? Anyway, Mother, Jim is going to buy me a piano. What do you think of that?" "A piano?" "Yes. He has been saving money for it for years. He says I play too well for an old fashioned organ. And on our wedding trip we're going to Chicago, and we're going to pick it out there, and we're going to go to a concert, and to a theater, and to some show that has music in it." In spite of herself, Emmeline Black was dazzled. In all her life she had never gone to the city except in her dreams. Until that far off day of magic when Victoria would be a fine musician, she had never hoped to replace the squeaky little organ with a piano. "He says he has planned it ever since he loved me, and that has been nearly always. He says he can just see me sitting at the piano playing to him nights when he comes in from work. I guess, Mother, we all have to have our dreams, and now Jim's and mine are coming true." "Have you always dreamed things, too?" asked her mother. It did not seem strange to her that she and this beloved child of hers had never talked about the things which were in their hearts until this night. Mothers and daughters were like that. But there was a secret jealousy in knowing that they would not have found the way to those hidden things if it had not been for Jim Forman. It was he, and not she, who had unlocked the secrets of Victoria's heart. "Why, yes, of course, Mother. Don't you remember how you used to ask me what was the matter when I was a little girl, and would go off sometimes by myself and sit and look across the fields? I didn't know how to tell you. I didn't know just what it was. And don't you remember asking me sometimes if I was sick or if somebody had hurt my feelings, because you'd see tears in my eyes? I'd tell you no, but some way I couldn't tell you it was because the red of the sunset, or the apple trees in blossom, or the crescent moon, or whatever it happened to be, made me feel so queer inside." She laughed, but there was a hint of a sob in her voice. "Isn't it strange, Mother, that we don't seem able to tell folks any of these things? I couldn't tell you even now, except that I always had an idea you'd felt just the same way yourself. I seem to know I got the dreams from you." "Hush," warned her mother. "There's someone coming. Oh, John, is that you?" "Yes. Why don't you two go to bed?" answered the boy. "It's getting late, and there's lot to do to morrow." "It is bedtime, I guess," said his mother. "Run along, Victoria, and sweet dreams." She cautioned John and his sister not to wake the others, as they prepared for bed. She walked into the house. She tried the clock. Yes, Jake had wound it. She locked the door. She folded her mending neatly and put it away. She placed Minnie Jackson's letter in the drawer of the table. She took the picture of Saint Cecilia and balanced it on the little shelf above the organ, where had been a china vase with dried grasses in it. She stood off and looked at it critically. She decided that was the very place for the picture. She looked around the room for a place to put the vase, and made room for it on top of the little pine bookcase. She walked to the table and hunted in the drawer until she found pen and ink and a piece of ruled paper. "Dear Minnie," she wrote in her cramped, old-fashioned hand. "I was so glad to get your note and the picture. I want to thank you for it. Can't you come out right away and spend the day with me? I have so much to tell you, and I want that you should tell me all about yourself, too. You see, I'm keeping the vow, just as you did, although we had forgotten it for so long. Isn't it strange, Minnie, about things? Here I'd thought for years that my dreams were gone, and now it seems Victoria had them all the time. It's a secret yet, but I want to tell you, and I know she won't mind, that Victoria is going to be married. You know Jim Forman, don't you? Anyway, you knew Cy Forman and Millie Davis, and he's their eldest child. I hope Victoria can keep the dreams for herself better than I did. Perhaps she can. She's going to have things easier than I have, I hope. But if she can't, surely she can keep them until she has a child to give them to, just as I gave mine to her. I never thought of it before, but it seems to me to night that perhaps that is the surest way there is of having our dreams last. I don't see how I'm going to stand it to see my girl growing fat and tired and old from hard work, like I've done. But there is another side to it. You're a mother too, Minnie, so I guess I don't need to tell you that all the music and all the pictures in the world wouldn't make up to me now for my children. We didn't know that when we had our fancies, did we? But we know it now. Come out soon, Minnie. We'll have so much to talk about, and I want that you and Victoria should know each other." She folded the paper and slipped it into an envelope which she addressed and stamped. Then she blew out the light. End of The Way of Life by Lucy Huffaker, from Atlantic Narratives, Book 2. The Yates Pride by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Yates Pride, a Romance by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. Part 1. Opposite Miss Eudora Yates' old colonial mansion was the perky, modern Queen Anne residence of Mrs. Joseph Glynn. Mrs. Glynn had a daughter, Ethel, and an unmarried sister, Mrs. Julia Esterbrook. All three were fond of talking, and had many callers who liked to hear the feebly effervescent news of Wellwood. This afternoon three ladies were there: Miss Abby Simpson, Mrs. John Bates, and Mrs. Edward Lee. They sat in the Glynn sitting room, which shrilled with treble voices as if a flock of sparrows had settled therein. The Glynn sitting room was charming, mainly because of the quantity of flowering plants. Every window was filled with them, until the room seemed like a conservatory. Ivy, too, climbed over the pictures, and the mantel shelf was a cascade of wandering Jew growing in old china vases. "Your plants are really wonderful, Mrs. Glynn," said Mrs. Bates, "but I don't see how you manage to get a glimpse of anything outside the house. Your windows are so full of them." "Maybe she can see and not be seen," said Abby Simson, who had a quick wit and a ready tongue. Mrs. Joseph Glynn flushed a little. "I have not the slightest curiosity about my neighbors," she said, "but it is impossible to live just across the road from any house without knowing something of what is going on, whether one looks or not," said she, with dignity. "Ma and I never look out of the windows from curiosity," said Ethel Glynn, with spirit. Ethel Glynn had a great deal of spirit, which was evinced in her personal appearance as well as her tongue. She had an eye to the fashions. Her sleeves were never out of date, nor was the arrangement of her hair. "For instance," said Ethel, "we never look at the house opposite because we are at all prying, but we do know that that old maid has been doing a mighty queer thing lately." "First thing you know you will be an old maid yourself, and then your stones will break your own glass house," said Abby Simson. "Oh, I don't care," retorted Ethel. "Nowadays an old maid isn't an old maid except from choice, and everybody knows it. But it must have been different in Miss Eudora's time. Why, she is older than you are, Miss Abby." "Just 5 years," replied Abby, unruffled, "and she had chances, and I know it." "Why didn't she take them then?" "Maybe," said Abby. "Girls had choice then as much as now. But I never could make out why she didn't marry Harry Lawton." Ethel gave her head a toss. "Maybe," said she, "once in a while, even so long ago, a girl wasn't so crazy to get married as folks thought. Maybe she didn't want him." "She did want him," said Abby. "A girl doesn't get so pale and peaked looking for nothing as Eudora Yates did, after she had dismissed Harry Lawton and he had gone away, nor haunt the post office as she used to, and when she didn't get a letter, go away looking as if she would die." "Maybe," said Ethel, "her folks were opposed." "Nobody ever opposed Eudora Yates except her own self," replied Abby. "Her father was dead, and Eudora's ma thought the sun rose and set in her. She would never have opposed her if she had wanted to marry a foreign duke or the old Harry himself." "I remember it perfectly," said Mrs. Joseph Glynn. "So do I," said Julia Esterbrook. "Don't see why you shouldn't. You were plenty old enough to have your memory in good working order if it was ever goin' to be," said Abby Simson. "Well," said Ethel, "it is the funniest thing I ever heard of. If a girl wanted a man enough to go all to pieces over him, and he wanted her, why on earth didn't she take him?" "Maybe they quarreled," ventured Mrs. Edward Lee, who was a mild, sickly looking woman and seldom expressed an opinion. "Well, that might have been," agreed Abby, "although Eudora always had the name of having a beautiful disposition." "I have always found," said Mrs. Joseph Glynn, with an air of wisdom, "that it is the beautiful dispositions which are the most set the minute they get a start the wrong way. It is the always flying out people who are the easiest to get on with in the long run." "Well," said Abby, "maybe that is so, but folks might get worn all to a frazzle by the flying out ones before the long run. I'd rather take my chances with a woman like Eudora. She always seems just so, just as calm and sweet. When the Ames barn that was next to hers burned down and the wind was her way, she just walked in and out of her house, carrying the things she valued most, and she looked like a picture. Somehow she had got all dressed fit to make calls, and there wasn't a muscle of her face that seemed to move. Eudora Yates is to my mind the most beautiful woman in this town, old or young. I don't care who she is." "I suppose," said Julia Esterbrook, "that she has a lot of money." "I wonder if she has," said Mrs. John Bates. The others stared at her. "What makes you think she hasn't?" Mrs. Glynn inquired sharply. "Nothing," said Mrs. Bates, and closed her thin lips. She would say no more, but the others had suspicions, because her husband, John Bates, was a wealthy business man. "I can't believe she has lost her money," said Mrs. Glynn. "She wouldn't have been such a fool as to do what she has if she hadn't money." "What has she done?" asked Mrs. Bates, eagerly. "What has she done?" asked Abby, and Mrs. Lee looked up inquiringly. The faces of Mrs. Glynn, her daughter, and her sister became important, full of sly and triumphant knowledge. "Haven't you heard?" asked Mrs. Glynn. "Yes, haven't you?" asked Ethel. "Haven't any of you heard?" asked Julia Esterbrook. "No," admitted Abby, rather feebly. "I don't know as I have." "Do you mean about Eudora's going so often to the Lancaster girls' to tea?" asked Mrs. John Bates, with a slight bridle of possible knowledge. "I heard of that," said Mrs. Lee, not to be outdone. "Land, no," replied Mrs. Glynn. "Didn't she always go there? It isn't that. It is the most unheard of thing she had done. But no woman, unless she had plenty of money to bring it up, would have done it." "To bring what up?" asked Abby, sharply. Her eyes looked as small and bright as needles. Julia regarded her with intense satisfaction. "What do women generally bring up?" said she. "I don't know of anything they bring up, whether they have it or not, except a baby," retorted Abby, sharply. Julia wilted a little, but her sister, Mrs. Glynn, was not perturbed. She launched her thunderbolt of news at once, aware that the critical moment had come, when the quarry of suspicion had left the bushes. "She has adopted a baby," said she, and paused like a woman who had fired a gun, half scared herself and shrinking from the report. Ethel seconded her mother. "Yes," said she, "Miss Eudora has adopted a baby, and she has a baby carriage, and she wheels it out any time she takes a notion." Ethel's speech was of the nature of an after climax. The baby carriage weakened the situation. The other women seized upon the idea of the carriage to cover their surprise and prevent too much gloating on the part of Mrs. Glynn, Ethel, and Julia. "Is it a new carriage?" inquired Mrs. Lee. "No, it looks like one that came over in the Ark," retorted Mrs. Glynn. Then she repeated, "She has adopted a baby." But this time there was no effect of an explosion. However, the treble chorus rose high. "Where did she get the baby? Was it a boy or a girl? Why did she adopt it? Did it cry much?" and other queries, none of which Mrs. Glynn, Ethel, and Julia could answer very decidedly except the last. They all announced that the adopted baby was never heard to cry at all. "Must be a very good child," said Abby. "Must be a very healthy child," said Mrs. Lee, who had had experience with crying babies. "Well, she has it, anyhow," said Mrs. Glynn. Right upon the announcement came proof. The beautiful door of the old colonial mansion opposite was thrown open, and clumsy and cautious motion was evident. Presently a tall, slender woman came down the path between the box borders, pushing a baby carriage. It was undoubtedly a very old carriage. It must have dated back to the fifties, if not the forties. It was made of wood, with a leather buggy top, and was evidently very heavy. Abby eyed it shrewdly. "If I am not mistaken," said she, "that is the very carriage Eudora herself was wheeled around in when she was a baby. I am almost sure I have seen that identical carriage before. When we were girls I used to go to the Yates house sometimes. Of course it was always very formal, a little tea party for Eudora, with her mother on hand, but I feel sure that I saw that carriage there one of those times." "I suppose it cost a lot of money, in the time of it. The Yateses always got the very best for Eudora," said Julia. And maybe Eudora goes about so little she doesn't realize how out of date the carriage is. But I should think it would be very heavy to wheel, especially if the baby is a good sized one." "It looks like a very large baby," said Ethel. "Of course it is so rolled up we can't tell." "Haven't you gone out and asked to see the baby?" said Abby. "Would we dare unless Eudora Yates offered to show it?" said Julia with a surprised air, and the others nodded assent. Then they all crowded to the front windows and watched from behind the screens of green flowering things. It was very early in the spring. Fairly hot days alternated with light frosts. The trees were touched with sprays of rose and gold green, but the wind still blew cold from the northern snows, and the occupant of Eudora's ancient carriage was presumably wrapped well to shelter it from harm. There was, in fact, nothing to be seen in the carriage except a large roll of blue and white as Eudora emerged from the yard and closed the iron gate of the tall fence behind her. Through this fence pricked the evergreen box, and the deep yard was full of soft pastel tints of reluctantly budding trees and bushes. There was one deep splash of color from a yellow bush in full bloom. Eudora paced down the sidewalk with a magnificent, stately gait. There was something rather magnificent in her whole appearance. Her skirts of old, but rich, black fabric swept about her long, advancing limbs. She held her black bonneted head high, as if crowned. She pushed the cumbersome baby carriage with no apparent effort. An ancient India shawl was draped about her sloping shoulders. Eudora, as she passed the Glynn house, turned her face slightly so that the pure oval was evident. She was now a beauty in late middle life. Her hair, of an indeterminate shade, swept in soft shadows over her ears. Her features were regular. Her expression was at once regal and gentle. A charm which was neither of youth nor of age reigned in her face. Her grace had surmounted with triumphant ease the slope of every year. Eudora passed out of sight with the baby carriage, lifting her proud lady head under the soft droop of the spring boughs, and her inspectors, whom she had not seen, moved back from the Glynn windows with exclamations of astonishment. "I wonder," said Abby, "whether she will have that baby call her ma or auntie." Meantime Eudora passed down the village street until she reached the Lancaster house, about half a mile away on the same side. There dwelt the Misses Amelia and Anna Lancaster, who were about Eudora's age, and a widowed sister, Mrs. Sophie Willing, who was much older. The Lancaster house was also a colonial mansion, much after the fashion of Eudora's, but it showed signs of continued opulence. Eudora's, behind her trees and leafing vines, was gray for lack of paint. Some of the colonial ornamental details about porches and roof were sloughing off, or had already disappeared. The Lancaster house gleamed behind its grove of evergreen trees, as white and perfect as in its youth. The windows showed rich slants of draperies behind their green glister of old glass. A gardener with a boy assistant was at work in the grounds when Eudora entered. He touched his cap. He was an old man who had lived with the Lancasters ever since Eudora could remember. He advanced toward her now. "Shan't Tommy push the baby carriage up to the house for you, Miss Eudora?" he said in his cracked old voice. Eudora flushed slightly, and, as if in response, the old man flushed also. "No, I thank you, Wilson," she said, and moved on. The boy, who was raking dry leaves, stood gazing at them with a shrewd, whimsical expression. He was the old man's grandson. "Is that a boy or a girl kid, Grandpa?" he inquired, when the gardener returned. "Hold your tongue," replied the old man, irascibly. Suddenly he seized the boy by his too thin little shoulders with knotted old hands. "Look at here, Tommy, whatever you know you keep your mouth shet, and whatever you don't know you keep your mouth shet if you know what's good for you," he said in a fierce whisper. The boy whistled and shrugged his shoulders loose. "You know I ain't going to tell tales, Grandpa," he said in a curiously manly fashion. The old man nodded. "All right, Tommy. I don't believe you be, nuther. But you may jest as well get it through your head what's going to happen, if you do." "Ain't going to," returned the boy. He whistled charmingly as he raked the leaves. His whistle sounded like the carol of a bird. Eudora pushed the carriage around to the side door, and immediately there was a fluttering rush of a slender woman clad in lavender down the steps. This woman first kissed Eudora with gentle fervor, then, with a sly look around and voice raised intentionally high, she lifted the blue and white roll from the carriage with the tenderest care. "Did the darling come to see his aunties?" she shrilled. The old man and the boy in the front yard heard her distinctly. The old man's face was imperturbable. The boy grinned. Two other women, all clad in lavender, appeared in the doorway. They also bent over the blue and white bundle. They also said something about the darling coming to see his aunties. Then there ensued the softest chorus of lady laughter, as if at some hidden joke. "Come in, Eudora dear," said Amelia Lancaster. "Yes, come in, Eudora dear," said Anna Lancaster. "Yes, come in, Eudora dear," said Sophia Willing. Sophia looked much older than her sisters, but with that exception the resemblance between all three was startling. They always dressed exactly alike, too, in silken fabric of bluish lavender, like myrtle blossoms. Some of the poetical souls in the village called the Lancaster sisters the ladies in lavender. There was an astonishing change in the treatment of the blue and white bundle when the sisters and Eudora were in the stately old sitting room, with its heavy mahogany furniture and its white wainscoted calls. Amelia simply tossed the bundle into a corner of the sofa. Then the sisters all sat in a loving circle around Eudora. "Are you sure you are not utterly worn out, dear?" asked Amelia, tenderly, and the others repeated the question in exactly the same tone. The Lancaster sisters were not pretty, but all had charming expressions of gentleness and a dignified good will and loving kindness. Their blue eyes beamed love at Eudora, and it was as if she sat encircled in a soul ring of affection. She responded, and her beautiful face glowed with tenderness and pleasure, and something besides, which was as the light of victory. "I am not in the least tired, thank you, dears," she replied. "Why should I be tired? I am very strong." Amelia murmured something about such hard work. "I never thought it would be hard work taking care of a baby," replied Eudora, "and especially such a very light baby." Something whimsical crept into Eudora's voice, something whimsical crept into the lovelight of the other women's eyes. Again a soft ripple of mirth swept over them. "Especially a baby who never cries," said Amelia. "No, he never does cry," said Eudora demurely. They laughed again. Then Amelia rose and left the room to get the tea things. The old serving woman who had lived with them for many years was suffering from rheumatism, and was cared for by her daughter in the little cottage across the road from the Lancaster house. Her husband and grandson were the man and boy at work in the grounds. The three sisters took care of themselves and their house with the elegant ease and lack of fluster of gentlewomen born and bred. Miss Amelia, bringing in the tea tray, was an unclassed being, neither maid nor mistress, but outranking either. She had tied on a white apron. She bore the silver tray with an ease which bespoke either nerve or muscle in her lace-draped arms. She poured the tea, holding the silver pot high and letting the amber fluid trickle slowly, and the pearls and diamonds on her thin hands shone dully. Sophia passed little china plates and fringed napkins, and Anna a silver basket with golden squares of sponge cake. The ladies ate and drank, and the blue and white bundle on the sofa remained motionless. Eudora, after she had finished her tea, leaned back gracefully in her chair, and her dark eyes gleamed with its mild stimulus. She remained an hour or more. When she went out, Amelia slipped an envelope into her hand and at the same time embraced and kissed her. Sophia and Anna followed her example. Eudora opened her mouth as if to speak, but smiled instead, a fond, proud smile. During the last 15 minutes of her stay, Amelia had slipped out of the room with a blue and white bundle. Now she brought it out and laid it carefully in the carriage. "We are always so glad to see you, dearest Eudora," said she, "but you understand—" "Yes," said Sophia, "you understand, Eudora dear, that there is not the slightest haste." Eudora nodded, and her long neck seemed to grow longer. When she was stepping regally down the path, Amelia said in a hasty whisper to Sophia, "Did you tell her?" Sophia shook her head. "No, sister." "I didn't know but you might have, while I was out of the room." "I did not," said Sophia. She looked doubtfully at Amelia, then at Anna, and doubt flashed back and forth between the three pairs of blue eyes for a second. Then Sophia spoke with authority, because she was the only one of them all who had entered the estate of matrimony, and had consequently obvious cognizance of such matters. "I think," said she, "that Eudora should be told that Harry Lawton has come back and is boarding at the Wellwood Inn." "You think," faltered Amelia, "that it is possible she might meet him unexpectedly?" "I certainly do think so, and she might show her feelings in a way which she would ever afterward regret." "You think, then, that she—" Sophia gave her sister a look. Amelia fled after Eudora and the baby carriage. She overtook her at the gate. She laid her hand on Eudora's arm and draped with India's shawl. "Eudora!" she gasped. Eudora turned her serene face and regarded her questioningly. "Eudora," said Amelia, "have you heard of anybody's coming to stay at the inn lately?" "No," replied Eudora calmly. "Why, dear?" "Nothing. Only, Eudora, a dear and old friend of yours, of ours, is there, so I hear." Eudora did not inquire who the old friend might be. "Really?" she remarked. Then she said, "Good bye, Amelia dear," and resumed her progress with the baby carriage. II "She never even asked who it was," Amelia reported to her sisters, when she had returned to the house. "Because she knew," replied Sophia, sagely. "There has never been any old friend but that one old friend to come back into Eudora Yates's life." "Has he come back into her life, I wonder?" said Amelia. "What did he return to Wellwood for if he didn't come for that? All his relatives are gone. He never married. Yes, he has come back to see Eudora and marry her, if she will have him. No man who ever loved Eudora would ever get over loving her. And he will not be shocked when he sees her. She is no more changed than a beautiful old statue." "He is changed, though," said Amelia. "I saw him the other day. He didn't see me, and I would hardly have known him. He has grown stout, and his hair is gray." "Eudora's hair is gray," said Sophia. "Yes, but you can see the gold through Eudora's gray. It just looks as if a shadow was thrown over it. It doesn't change her. Harry Lawton's gray hair does change him." "If," said Anna sentimentally, "Eudora thinks Harry's hair turned gray for love of her, you can trust her or any woman to see the gold through it." "Harry's hair was never gold, just an ordinary brown," said Amelia. "Anyway, the Lawtons turned gray young." "She won't think of that at all," said Sophia. "I wonder why Eudora always avoided him so, years ago," said Amelia. "Why doesn't a girl in a field of daisies stop to pick one when she never forgets?" said Sophia. "Eudora had so many chances, and I don't think her heart was fixed when she was very young. At least, I don't think it was fixed so she knew it." "I wonder," said Amelia, "if he will go and call on her." Amelia privately wished that she lived near enough to know if Harry Lawton did call. She, as well as Mrs. Joseph Glynn, would have enjoyed watching out and knowing something of the village happenings, but the Lancaster house was situated so far from the road, behind its grove of trees, that nothing whatever could be seen. "I doubt if Eudora tells if he does call, that is, not unless something definite happens," said Anna. "No," remarked Amelia, sadly. "Eudora is a dear, but she is very silent with regard to her own affairs." "She ought to be," said Sophia with her married authority. She was, to her sisters, as one who had passed within the shrine and was dignifiedly silent with regard to its intimate mysteries. "I suppose so," assented Anna with a soft sigh. Amelia sighed also. Then she took the tea tray out of the room. She had to make some biscuits for supper. Meantime, Eudora was pacing homeward with the baby carriage. Her serene face was a little perturbed. Her oval cheeks were flushed, and her mouth now and then trembled. She had, if she had followed her usual course, to pass the Wellwood Inn, but she could diverge, and, by taking a side street and walking a half-mile farther, reach home without coming in sight of the inn. She did so to day. When she reached the side street, she turned rather swiftly and gave a little sigh of relief. She was afraid that she might meet Harry Lawton. It was a lonely way. There was a brook on one side, bordered thickly with bushy willows which were turning gold green. On the other side were undulating pasture lands on which grazed a few sheep. There were no houses until she reached the turn which would lead back to the main street on which her home was located. Eudora was about midway of this street when she saw a man approaching. He was a large man clad in gray, and he was swinging an umbrella. Somehow the swing of that umbrella, even from a distance, gave an impression of embarrassment and boyish hesitation. Eudora did not know him at first. She had expected to see the same Harry Lawton who had gone away. She did not expect to see a stout, middle-aged man, but a slim youth. However, as they drew nearer each other, she knew. And curiously enough, it was that swing of the tightly furled umbrella which gave her the clue. She knew Harry because of that. It was a little boyish trick which had survived time. It was too late for her to draw back, for he had seen her, and Eudora was keenly alive to the indignity of abruptly turning and scuttling away with the tail of her black silk swishing, her India shawl trailing, and the baby carriage bumping over the furrows. She continued, and Harry Lawton continued, and they met. Harry Lawton had known Eudora at once. She looked the same to him as when she had been a girl, and he looked the same to her when he spoke. "Hello, Eudora," said Harry Lawton in a ludicrously boyish fashion. His face flushed too, like a boy. He extended his hand like a boy. The man, seen near at hand, was a boy. In reality, he himself had not changed. A few layers of flesh and a change of color cells do not make another man. He had always been a simple, sincere, friendly soul, beloved of men and women alike, and he was that now. Eudora held out her hand, and her eyes fell before the eyes of the man, in an absurd fashion for such a stately creature as she. But the man himself acted like a great, happy, overgrown schoolboy. "Hullo, Eudora," he said again. "Hallo," said she, falteringly. It was inconceivable that they should meet in such wise, after the years of separation and longing which they had both undergone. But each took refuge, as it were, in a long past youth, even childhood, from the fierce tension of age. When they were both children they had been accustomed to pass each other on the village street with exactly such salutation, and now both reverted to it. The tall, regal woman in her India shawl and the stout, middle-aged man had both stepped back to their vantage ground of springtime to meet. However, after a moment, Eudora reasserted herself. "I only heard a short time ago that you were here," she said, in her usual even voice. The fair oval of her face was as serene and proud toward the man as the face of the moon. The man swung his umbrella, then began prodding the ground with it. "Hullo, Eudora," he said again. "How are you, anyway? Fine and well?" "I am very well, thank you," said Eudora. "So you have come home to Wellwood after all this time?" The man made an effort and recovered himself, although his handsome face was burning. "Yes," he remarked with considerable ease and dignity, to which he had a right, for Harry Lawton had not made a failure of his life, even though it had not included Eudora and a fulfilled dream. "Yes," he continued, "I had some leisure. In fact, I have this spring retired from business, and I thought I would have a look at the old place. Very little change, I am happy to find it." "Yes, it is very little changed," assented Eudora. "At least, it seems so to me, but it is not for a lifelong dweller in any place to judge of change. It is for the one who goes and returns after many years." There was a faint hint of proud sadness in Eudora's voice as she spoke the last two words. "It has been many years," said Lawton, gravely, "and I wonder if it has seemed so to you." Eudora held her head proudly. "Time passes swiftly," said she, tritely. "But sometimes it may seem long in the passing, however swift," said Lawton. "Though I suppose it has not to you. You look just the same," he added, regarding her admiringly. Eudora flushed a little. "I must be changed," she murmured. "Not a bit. I would have known you anywhere. But I knew you the minute you spoke." "Did you?" he asked eagerly. "I was afraid I had grown so stout you would not remember me at all. Queer how a man will grow stout. I am not such a big eater, either, and I have worked hard, and well, I might have been worse off, but I must say I have seen men who seemed to me happier, though I have made the best of things. I always did despise a flunk. But you, I heard you had adopted a baby," he said, with a sudden glance at the blue and white bundle in the carriage, "and I thought you were mighty sensible. When people grow old they want young people growling around them, staffs for old age, you know, and all that sort of thing. Don't know but I should have adopted a boy myself if I hadn't been for—" The man stopped, and his face was pink. Eudora turned her face slightly away. "By the way," said the man in a suddenly hushed voice, "I suppose the kid you've got there is asleep. Wouldn't do to wake him." "I think I had better not," replied Eudora in a hesitating voice. She began to walk along, and Harry Lawton fell into step beside her. "I suppose it isn't best to wake up babies. Makes them cross, and they cry," he said. "Say, Eudora, is he much trouble?" "Very little," replied Eudora, still in that strange voice. "Doesn't he keep you awake nights?" "Oh, no." "Because if he does, I really think you should have a nurse. I don't think you ought to lose sleep taking care of him." "I do not." "Well, I was mighty glad when I heard you had adopted him. I suppose you made sure about his parentage, where he hailed from and what sort of people?" "Oh, yes." Eudora was very pale. "That's right. Maybe some time you will tell me all about it. I am coming over Thursday to have a look at the youngster. I have to go to the city on business to morrow and can't get back until Thursday. I was coming over to night to call on you, but I have a man coming to the inn this evening. He called me up on the telephone just now. One of the men who have taken my place in the business, and as long as I have met you I will just walk along with you and come Thursday. I suppose the baby won't be likely to wake up just yet, and when he does, you'll have to get his supper and put him to bed. Is that the way the rule goes?" Eudora nodded in a shamed, speechless sort of way. "All right, I'll come Thursday. But say, look here, Eudora, this is a quiet road, not a soul in sight, just like an outdoor room to ourselves. Why shouldn't I know now just as well as wait? Say, Eudora, you know how I used to feel about you. Well, it has lasted all these years. There has never been another woman I even cared to look at. You are alone, except for that baby, and I am alone. Eudora." The man hesitated. His flushed face had paled. Eudora paced silently and waveringly at his side. "Eudora," the man went on, "you know you always used to run away from me, never gave me a chance to really ask. And I thought you didn't care. But somehow I have wondered, perhaps because you never got married, if you didn't quite mean it, if you didn't quite know your own mind. You'll think I'm a conceited ass, but I'm not a bad sort, Eudora. I would be as good to you as I know how, and we could bring him up together." He pointed to the carriage. "I have plenty of money. We could do anything we wanted to do for him, and we should not have to live alone. Say, Eudora, you may not think it's the thing for a man to own up to, but, hang it all, I'm alone, and I don't want to face the rest of my life alone. Eudora, do you think you could make up your mind to marry me after all?" They had reached the turn in the road. Just beyond rose the stately pile of the old Yates mansion. Eudora stood still and gave one desperate look at her lover. "I will let you know Thursday," she gasped. Then she was gone, trundling the baby carriage with incredible speed. "But, Eudora!" "I must go," she called back faintly. The man stood staring after the hurrying figure with its swishing black skirts and its flying points of rich India shawl, and he smiled happily and tenderly. That evening at the inn, his caller, a young fellow just married and beaming with happiness, saw an answering beam in the older man's face. He broke off in the midst of a sentence and stared at him. "Don't give me away until I tell you to, Ned," he said, "but I don't know but I am going to follow your example." "My example?" "Yes, going to get married." The young man gasped. A look of surprise, of amusement, then of generous sympathy came over his face. He grasped Lawton's hand. "Who is she?" "Oh, a woman I wanted more than anything in the world when I was about your age." "Then she isn't young?" "She is better than young." "Well," agreed the young man, "being young and pretty is not everything." "Pretty!" said Harry Lawton, scornfully. "Pretty! She is a great beauty." "And not young?" "She is a great beauty, and better than young, because time has not touched her beauty, and you can see for yourself that it lasts." The young man laughed. "Oh, well," he said, with a tender inflection, "I dare say that my Amy will look like that to me." "If she doesn't, you don't love her," said Lawton. "But my Eudora is that." "That is a queer sounding Greek name." "She is Greek, like her name. Such beauty never grows old. She stands on her pedestal, and time only looks at her to love her." "I thought you were a business man as hard as nails," said the young man, wonderingly. Lawton laughed. When Thursday came, Lawton, carefully dressed and carrying a long tissue paper package, evidently of roses, approached the Yates house. It was late in the afternoon. There had been a warm day, and the trees were clouds of green and more bushes had blossomed. Eudora had put on a green silk dress of her youth. The revolving fashions had made it very passable, and the fabric was as beautiful as ever. When Lawton presented her with the roses, she pinned one in the yellowed lace which draped her bodice, and put the rest in a great china vase on the table. The roses were very fragrant, and immediately the whole room was possessed by them. A tiny insistent cry came from a corner, and Lawton and Eudora turned toward it. There stood the old wooden cradle in which Eudora had been rocked to sleep, but over the clumsy hood Eudora had tacked a fall of rich old lace and a great bow of soft pink satin. "He is waking up," said the man in a hushed, almost reverent voice. Eudora nodded. She went toward the cradle and the man followed. She lifted the curtain of lace, and there became visible little, feebly waving pink arms and hands, like tentacles of love, and a little puckered pink face which was at once ugly and divinely beautiful. "A fine boy," said the man. The baby made a grimace at him, which was hideous but lovely. "I do believe he thinks he knows you," said Eudora, foolishly. The baby made a little nestling motion, and its creasy eyelids dropped. "Looks to me as if he was going to sleep again," said Lawton, in a whisper. Eudora jogged the cradle gently with her foot, and both were still. Then Eudora dropped the lace veil over the cradle again and moved softly away. Lawton followed her. "I haven't had my answer yet, Eudora," he whispered, leaning over her shoulder as she moved. "Come into the other room," she murmured, "or we shall wake the baby." Her voice was softly excited. Eudora led the way into the parlor, upon whose walls hung some really good portraits, and whose furnishings still merited the adjective magnificent. There had been opulence in the Yates family, and in this room, which had been conserved, there was still undimmed and unfaded evidence of it. Eudora drew aside a brocade curtain and sat down on an embroidered satin sofa. Lawton sat beside her. "This room looks every whit as grand as it used to look to me when I was a boy," he said. "It has hardly been opened, except to have it cleaned, since you went away," replied Eudora, "and no wear has come upon it." "And everything was rather splendid to begin with, and has lasted. And so were you, Eudora, and you have lasted. Well, what about my answer, dear girl?" "You have to hear something first." Lawton laughed. "A confession?" Eudora held her head proudly. "No, not exactly," said she. "I am not sure that I have ever had anything to confess." "You never were sure, you proud creature." "I am not now. I never intended to deceive you, but you were deceived. I did intend to deceive others, others who had no right to know. I do not feel that I owe them any explanation. I do owe you one, although I do not feel that I have done anything wrong. Still I cannot allow you to remain deceived." "Well, what is it, dear?" Eudora looked at him. "You remember that afternoon when you met me with the baby carriage?" "Well, I should think so. My memory has not failed me in 3 days." "You thought I had a baby in that carriage?" "Of course I did." "There wasn't a baby in the carriage." "Well, what on earth was that, then? A cat?" Eudora, if possible, looked prouder. "It was a package of soiled linen from the Lancaster girls." "Oh, good heavens, Eudora!" "Yes," said Eudora, proudly. "I lost nearly everything when that railroad failed. I had enough left to pay the taxes, and that was all. After I had used a small sum in the savings bank, there was nothing. One day I went over to the Lancasters, and well, I had not had much to eat for several days. I was a little faint, and—" "Eudora, you poor darling girl!" "And the Lancaster girls found out," continued Eudora, calmly. "They gave me something to eat, and I suppose I ate it as if I were famished. I was." "Eudora!" "And they wanted to give me money, but I would not take it, and they had been trying to find a laundress for their finer linen. Their old serving woman was ill. They could find one for the heavier things, but they are very particular, and I was sure I could manage, and so I begged them to let me have the work, and they did, and overpaid me, I fear. And I knew very well how many spying eyes were about, and I thought of my proud father and my proud mother and grandmother, and perhaps I was proud too. You know they talk about the Yeats pride. It was not so much because I was ashamed of doing honest work as because I did resent those prying eyes and tattling tongues, and so I said nothing. But I did go back and forth in broad daylight with the linen wrapped up in the old blue and white blanket in my old carriage, and they thought what they thought." Eudora laughed faintly. She had a gentle humor. "It was somewhat laughable too," she observed. "The Lancaster girls and I have had our little jests over it, but I felt that I could not deceive you." Lawton looked bewildered. "But that is a real baby in there," he said, jerking an elbow toward the other room. "Oh yes," replied Eudora. "I adopted him yesterday. I went to the Children's Home in Elmfield. Amelia Lancaster went with me. Wilson drove us over. I know a nurse there. She took care of a mother in her last illness, and I adopted this baby. At least, I am going to. He comes of respectable people, and his parents are dead. His mother died when he was born. He is healthy, and I thought him a beautiful baby." "Yes, he is," assented Lawton, but he still looked somewhat perplexed. "But why did you hurry off so and get him, Eudora?" said he. "I thought from what you said that day that you would be disappointed when you found out I had only the Lancaster linen and not a real baby," said Eudora, with her calm, grand air, and with no trace of a smile. "Then that means that you say yes, Eudora?" For the first time Eudora gave a startled glance at him. "Didn't you know?" she gasped. "How should I? You had not said yes, really, dear." "Do you think," said Eudora Yates, "that I am not too proud to allow you to ask me if my answer were not yes?" "So that is the reason you always ran away from me years ago, so that I never had a chance to ask you?" "Of course," said Eudora. "No woman of my family ever allows a declaration which she does not intend to accept. I was always taught that by my mother." Then a small but insistent cry rent the air. "The baby is awake!" cried Eudora, and ran, or rather paced swiftly. Eudora had been taught never to run, and Lawton followed. It was he who finally quieted the child, holding the little thing in his arms. But the baby, before that, cried so long and lustily that all the women in the Glynn house opposite were on alert, and also some of the friends who were calling there. Abby Simson was one. "Harry Lawton has been there over an hour now," said Abby, while the wailing continued, "and I know as well as I want to that there will be a wedding." "I wonder he doesn't object to that adopted baby," said Julia Esterbrook. "I know one thing," said Abby Simson. "It must be a boy baby. It hollers so." End of The Yeats Pride, by Mary Wilkins Freeman.
The Candle by Count Leo Tolstoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claudia Salto. The Candle by Count Leo Tolstoy. Ye have heard that it hath been said, An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil. St. Matthew, verses 38-39. It was in the time of serfdom, many years before Alexander II's liberation of the 60 million serfs in 1862. In those days the people were ruled by different kinds of lords. There were not a few who, remembering God, treated their slaves in a humane manner, and not as beasts of burden, while there were others who were seldom known to perform a kind or generous action. But the most barbarous and tyrannical of all were those former serfs who arose from the dirt and became princes. It was this latter class who made life literally a burden to those who were unfortunate enough to come under their rule. Many of them had arisen from the ranks of the peasantry to become superintendents of noblemen's estates. The peasants were obliged to work for their master a certain number of days each week. There was plenty of land and water, and the soil was rich and fertile, while the meadows and forests were sufficient to supply the needs of both the peasants and their lord. There was a certain nobleman who had chosen a superintendent from the peasantry on one of his other estates. No sooner had the power to govern been vested in this newly made official than he began to practice the most outrageous cruelties upon the poor serfs who had been placed under his control. Although this man had a wife and 2 married daughters, and was making so much money that he could have lived happily without transgressing in any way against either God or man, yet he was filled with envy and jealousy, and deeply sunk in sin. Michael Semyonovitch began his persecutions by compelling the peasants to perform more days of service on the estate every week than the laws obliged them to work. He established a brickyard in which he forced the men and women to do excessive labor, selling the bricks for his own profit. On one occasion the overworked serfs sent a delegation to Moscow to complain of their treatment to their lord, but they obtained no satisfaction. When the poor peasants returned disconsolate from the nobleman, their superintendent determined to have revenge for their boldness in going above him for redress, and their life and that of their fellow victims became worse than before. It happened that among the serfs there were some very treacherous people who would falsely accuse their fellows of wrongdoing and sow seeds of discord among the peasantry, whereupon Michael would become greatly enraged, while his poor subjects began to live in fear of their lives. When the superintendent passed through the village, the people would run and hide themselves as from a wild beast. Seeing thus the terror which he had struck to the hearts of the moujiks, Michael's treatment of them became still more vindictive, so that from overwork and ill usage the lot of the poor serfs was indeed a hard one. There was a time when it was possible for the peasants, when driven to despair, to devise means whereby they could rid themselves of an inhuman monster such as Semyonovitch, and so these unfortunate people began to consider whether something could not be done to relieve them of their intolerable yoke. They would hold little meetings in secret places to bewail their misery and to confer with one another as to which would be the best way to act. Now and then the boldest of the gathering would rise and address his companions in this strain: "How much longer can we tolerate such a villain to rule over us? Let us make an end of it at once, for it were better for us to perish than to suffer. It is surely not a sin to kill such a devil in human form." It happened once, before the Easter holidays, that one of these meetings was held in the woods, where Michael had sent the serfs to make a clearance for their master. At noon they assembled to eat their dinner and to hold a consultation. "Why can't we leave now?" said one. "Very soon we shall be reduced to nothing. Already we are almost worked to death, there being no rest night or day, either for us or our poor women. If anything should be done in a way not exactly to please him, he will find fault and perhaps flog some of us to death, as was the case with poor Simeon, whom he killed not long ago. Only recently Anisim was tortured in irons till he died. We certainly cannot stand this much longer." "Yes," said another, "what is the use of waiting? Let us act at once. Michael will be here this evening, and will be certain to abuse us shamefully. Let us then thrust him from his horse, and with one blow of an axe give him what he deserves, and thus end our misery. We can then dig a big hole and bury him like a dog, and no one will know what became of him. Now let us come to an agreement to stand together as one man and not to betray one another." The last speaker was Vasily Minaev, who, if possible, had more cause to complain of Michael's cruelty than any of his fellow serfs. The superintendent was in the habit of flogging him severely every week, and he took also Vasily's wife to serve him as cook. Accordingly, during the evening that followed this meeting in the woods, Michael arrived on the scene on horseback. He began at once to find fault with the manner in which the work had been done, and to complain because some lime trees had been cut down. "I told you not to cut down any lime trees," shouted the enraged superintendent. "Who did this thing? Tell me at once, or I shall flog every one of you." On investigation, a peasant named Sidor was pointed out as the guilty one, and his face was roundly slapped. Michael also severely punished Vasily, because he had not done sufficient work, after which the master rode safely home. In the evening the serfs again assembled, and poor Vasily said, "Oh, what kind of people are we anyway? We are only sparrows and not men at all. We agree to stand by each other, but as soon as the time for action comes, we all run and hide. Once a lot of sparrows conspired against a hawk, but no sooner did the bird of prey appear than they sneaked off in the grass. Selecting one of the choicest sparrows, the hawk took it away to eat, after which the others came out crying, 'Twee, twee!' and found that one was missing. 'Who is killed?' they asked. 'Vanka. Well, he deserved it. You, my friends, are acting in just the same manner. When Michael attacked Sidor, you should have stood by your promise. Why didn't you arise and with one stroke put an end to him and to our misery?" The effect of this speech was to make the peasants more firm in their determination to kill their superintendent. The latter had already given orders that they should be ready to plough during the Easter holidays, and to sow the field with oats, whereupon the serfs became stricken with grief, and gathered in Vasily's house to hold another indignation meeting. "If he has really forgotten God," they said, "and shall continue to commit such crimes against us, it is truly necessary that we should kill him. If not, let us perish, for it can make no difference to us now." This despairing program, however, met with considerable opposition from a peaceably inclined man named Peter Mikhayev. "Brethren," said he, "you are contemplating a grievous sin. The taking of human life is a very serious matter. Of course it is easy to end the mortal existence of a man, but what will become of the souls of those who commit the deed? If Michael continues to act toward us unjustly, God will surely punish him. But, my friends, we must have patience." This pacific utterance only served to intensify the anger of Vasily. Said he, "Peter is forever repeating the same old story. It is a sin to kill anyone. Certainly it is sinful to murder, but we should consider the kind of man we are dealing with. We all know it is wrong to kill a good man, but even God would take away the life of such a dog as he is. It is our duty, if we have any love for mankind, to shoot a dog that is mad. It is a sin to let him live. If, therefore, we are to suffer it all, let it be in the interests of the people, and they will thank us for it. If we remain quiet any longer, a flogging will be our only reward. You are talking nonsense, Mikhayev. Why don't you think of the sin we shall be committing if we work during the Easter holidays? For you will refuse to work then yourself?" "Well then," replied Peter, "if they shall send me to plough, I will go. But I shall not be going of my own free will, and God will know whose sin it is, and shall punish the offender accordingly. Yet we must not forget him. Brethren, I am not giving you my own views only. The law of God is not to return evil for evil. Indeed, if you try in this way to stamp out wickedness, it will come upon you all the stronger. It is not difficult for you to kill the man, but his blood will surely stain your own soul. You may think you have killed a bad man, that you have gotten rid of evil, but you will soon find out that the seeds of still greater wickedness have been planted within you. If you yield to misfortune, it will surely come to you." As Peter was not without sympathizers among the peasants, the poor serfs were consequently divided into two groups, the followers of Vasily and those who held the views of Mikhayev. On Easter Sunday no work was done. Toward the evening an elder came to the peasants from the nobleman's court and said, "Our superintendent, Michael Semyonovitch, orders you to go tomorrow to plough the field for the oats." Thus the official went through the village and directed the men to prepare for work the next day, some by the river and others by the roadway. The poor people were almost overcome with grief, many of them shedding tears, but none dared to disobey the orders of their master. On the morning of Easter Monday, while the church bells were calling the inhabitants to religious services, and while everyone else was about to enjoy a holiday, the unfortunate serfs started for the field to plough. Michael arose rather late and took a walk about the farm. The domestic servants were through with their work and had dressed themselves for the day, while Michael's wife and their widowed daughter, who was visiting them as was her custom on holidays, had been to church and returned. A steaming samovar awaited them, and they began to drink tea with Michael, who, after lighting his pipe, called the elder to him. "Well," said the superintendent, "have you ordered the moujiks to plough today?" "Yes, sir, I did," was the reply. "Have they all gone to the field?" "Yes, sir, all of them. I directed them myself where to begin." "That is all very well. You gave the orders, but are they ploughing? Go at once and see, and you may tell them that I shall be there after dinner. I shall expect to find 1½ acres done for every 2 ploughs, and the work must be well done, otherwise they shall be severely punished, notwithstanding the holiday." "I hear, sir, and obey." The elder started to go, but Michael called him back. After hesitating for some time, as if he felt very uneasy, he said, "By the way, listen to what those scoundrels say about me. Doubtless some of them will curse me, and I want you to report the exact words. I know what villains they are. They don't find work at all pleasant. They would rather lie down all day and do nothing. They would like to eat and drink and make merry on holidays, but they forget that if the ploughing is not done it will soon be too late. So you go and listen to what is said, and tell it to me in detail. Go at once." "I hear, sir, and obey." Turning his back and mounting his horse, the elder was soon at the field where the serfs were hard at work. It happened that Michael's wife, a very good-hearted woman, overheard the conversation which her husband had just been holding with the elder. Approaching him, she said, "My good friend Mishinka," diminutive of Michael, "I beg of you to consider the importance and solemnity of this holy day. Do not sin, for Christ's sake. Let the poor moujiks go home." Michael laughed, but made no reply to his wife's humane request. Finally he said to her, "You've not been whipped for a very long time, and now you have become bold enough to interfere in affairs that are not your own." "Mishinka," she persisted, "I have had a frightful dream concerning you. You had better let the moujiks go." "Yes," said he, "I perceive that you have gained so much flesh of late that you think you would not feel the whip. Look out!" Rudely thrusting his hot pipe against her cheek, Michael chased his wife from the room, after which he ordered his dinner. After eating a hearty meal consisting of cabbage soup, roast pig, meat cake, pastry with milk, jelly, sweet cakes, and vodka, he called his woman cook to him and ordered her to be seated and sing songs, Semyonovitch accompanying her on the guitar. While the superintendent was thus enjoying himself to the fullest satisfaction in the musical society of his cook, the elder returned, and making a low bow to his superior, proceeded to give the desired information concerning the serfs. "Well," asked Michael, "did they plough?" "Yes," replied the elder, "they have accomplished about half the field." "Is there no fault to be found?" "Not that I could discover. The work seems to be well done. They are evidently afraid of you." "How is the soil?" "Very good. It appears to be quite soft." "Well," said Semyonovitch, after a pause, "what did they say about me? Cursed me, I suppose?" As the elder hesitated somewhat, Michael commanded him to speak and tell him the whole truth. "Tell me all," said he. "I want to know their exact words. If you tell me the truth, I shall reward you, but if you conceal anything from me, you will be punished. See here, Catherine, pour out a glass of vodka to give him courage." After drinking to the health of his superior, the elder said to himself, "It is not my fault if they do not praise him. I shall tell him the truth." Then, turning suddenly to the superintendent, he said, "They complain, Michael Semyonovitch, they complain bitterly." "But what did they say?" demanded Michael. "Tell me." "Well, one thing they said was, 'He does not believe in God.'" Michael laughed. "Who said that?" he asked. "It seemed to be their unanimous opinion. "He has been overcome by the evil one," they said. "Very good," laughed the superintendent. "But tell me what each of them said. What did Vasily say?" The elder did not wish to betray his people, but he had a certain grudge against Vasily, and he said, "He cursed you more than did any of the others." "But what did he say?" "It is awful to repeat it, sir. Vasily said, 'He shall die like a dog, having no chance to repent.'" "Oh, the villain!" exclaimed Michael. "He would kill me if he were not afraid. All right, Vasily, we shall have an accounting with you. And Tishka, he called me a dog, I suppose?" "Well," said the elder, "they all spoke of you in anything but complimentary terms, but it is mean in me to repeat what they said." "Mean or not, you must tell me, I say." "Some of them declared that your back should be broken." Simeonovitch appeared to enjoy this immensely, for he laughed outright. "We shall see whose back will be the first to be broken," said he. "Was that Tishka's opinion? While I did not suppose they would say anything good about me, I did not expect such curses and threats. And Peter Mikhayev, was that fool cursing me too?" "No, he did not curse you at all. He appeared to be the only silent one among them. Mikhayev is a very wise mujik, and he surprises me very much. At his actions all the other peasants seemed amazed." "What did he do?" "He did something remarkable. He was diligently ploughing, and as I approached him I heard some one singing very sweetly. Looking between the ploughshares, I observed a bright object shining." "Well, what was it? Hurry up!" It was a small 5-kopeck wax candle, burning brightly, and the wind was unable to blow it out. Peter, wearing a new shirt, sang beautiful hymns as he ploughed, and no matter how he handled the implement, the candle continued to burn. In my presence he fixed the plough, shaking it violently, but the bright little object between the coulters remained undisturbed. "And what did Mikhayev say?" "He said nothing, except when, on seeing me, he gave me the holy day salutation, after which he went on his way singing and ploughing as before. I did not say anything to him, but on approaching the other mujiks, I found that they were laughing and making sport of their silent companion. "It is a great sin to plough on Easter Monday," they said. "You could not get absolution from your sin if you were to pray all your life." "And did Mikhayev make no reply?" "He stood long enough to say, 'There should be peace on earth and goodwill to men,' after which he resumed his ploughing and singing, the candle burning even more brightly than before." Simeonovitch had now ceased to ridicule, and putting aside his guitar, his head dropped on his breast, and he became lost in thought. Presently he ordered the elder and cook to depart, after which Michael went behind a screen and threw himself upon the bed. He was sighing and moaning as if in great distress, when his wife came in and spoke kindly to him. He refused to listen to her, exclaiming, "He has conquered me, and my end is near." "Mishinka," said the woman, "arise and go to the mujiks in the field. Let them go home and everything will be all right. Heretofore you have run far greater risks without any fear, but now you appear to be very much alarmed. He has conquered me, he repeated. I am lost. What do you mean? Demanded his wife angrily. If you will go and do as I tell you, there will be no danger. Come, Mishinka, she added tenderly, I shall have the saddle horse brought for you at once. When the horse arrived, the woman persuaded her husband to mount the animal and to fulfill her request concerning the serfs. When he reached the village, a woman opened the gate for him to enter, and as he did so, the inhabitants, seeing the brutal superintendent whom everybody feared, ran to hide themselves in their houses, gardens, and other secluded places. At length Michael reached the other gate, which he found closed also, and being unable to open it himself while seated on his horse, he called loudly for assistance. As no one responded to his shouts, he dismounted and opened the gate, but as he was about to remount and had one foot in the stirrup, the horse became frightened at some pigs and sprang suddenly to one side. The superintendent fell across the fence and a very sharp picket pierced his stomach, when Michael fell unconscious to the ground. Toward the evening, when the serfs arrived at the village gate, their horses refused to enter. On looking around, the peasants discovered the dead body of their superintendent lying face downward in a pool of blood, where he had fallen from the fence. Peter Mikhayev alone had sufficient courage to dismount and approach the prostrate form, his companions riding around the village and entering by way of the backyards. Peter closed the dead man's eyes, after which he put the body in a wagon and took it home. When the nobleman learned of the fatal accident which had befallen his superintendent, and of the brutal treatment which he had meted out to those under him, he freed the serfs, exacting a small rent for the use of his land and the other agricultural opportunities, and thus the peasants clearly understood that the power of God is manifested not in evil, but in goodness. End of The Candle by Count Leo Tolstoy.
Part 1 of Hockheimer of Cincinnati by Fannie Hurst. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Hockenheimer of Cincinnati by Fannie Hurst. When Mound City began to experience the growing pains of a Million Club, a Louisiana Exposition, and a block-long public library, she spread westward ho! Like a giant stretching and flinging out his great legs. When rooming houses and shoe factories began to shove and push into richly curtained brownstone front Pine Street, reluctant papas with urgent wives and still more urgent daughters sold at a loss and bought white stone fronts in restricted West End districts. Subdivisions sprang up overnight. Two-story, two-doored flat buildings, whole ranks and files of them, with square patches of front porch cut in two by dividing railings, marched westward and skirted the restricted districts with the formality of an army flanking. Grand Avenue, once the city's limit, now girded its middle like a loincloth. The middle-aged inhabitant, who could remember it when it was a cornfield, now beheld full-blasted breweries, cinematograph theaters, 10-story office buildings, old mansions converted into piano sales rooms and millinery emporiums, business colleges, and more full-blasted breweries up and down its length. At Cook Street, which runs into Grand Avenue like a small tributary, a pall of smoke descended thick as a veil, and every morning, from off her second-story window sills, Mrs. Shongut swept tiny dancing balls of soot, and one day Miss Rena Shongut's neat rim of tenderly tended geraniums died of suffocation. Shortly after, the Adolph Shongut Produce Company signed a heavy note and bought out the Mound City Fancy Sausage and Poultry Company at a low figure. The spring following, large "To Let" signs appeared in the second-story windows of the modest house on Cook Street, and, hard pressed by the approaching first payment of the note and the great iron voice of the Middle West Shoe Company, which backed up against the woodshed, goaded by the no less insistent voice of Mrs. Shongut, whose soot balls increased, and by Rena, who developed large pores, shamed by the scorn of a son who had the fingernails and trousers creases of a bank clerk, Adolph Shongut joined the great Pantechnicon procession westward ho! And moved to a flat out on Wasserman Avenue. A 6-room and bath, sleeping porch, hot and cold water, built-in plate rack, steam heat, hardwood floor, decorated to suit tenant, flat, neatly mounted behind a conservative incline of a front terrace with a square patch of rear lawn that backed imminently into the white stone garages of Kingston Place. Friedrichstrasse, Rue de la Paix, Fifth Avenue, Piccadilly, Princess Street, and Via Nazionale are the highways of the world. Trod in literature, asterisked in guide books, and pictured on postal cards, their habits are celebrated. Who does not know that Fifth Avenue is the most rococo boulevard in the world, and that it drinks its afternoon tea from etched, thin-stemmed glasses? Who does not know that Rue de la Paix runs through more novels than any other paved thoroughfare, and that Piccadilly bobbies have wider chest expansion than the Swiss Guards? Wasserman Avenue has no such renown, but it has its routine, like the history hoary Via Nazionale, which daily closes its souvenir shops to seek siesta from 2 until 4, the hours when American tourists are rattling in sight-seeing automobiles along the Appian Way. At 7:30, 6 mornings in the week, a well-breakfasted procession, morning papers protruding from sack coat pockets, and toothpicks assiduous, hastens down the well-scrubbed front steps of Wasserman Avenue and turns its face toward the sun and the 2 blocks distant street car. At 7:30, 6 days in the week, the wives of Wasserman Avenue hold their wrappers close up about their throats and poke uncoiffed heads out of doors to Godspeed their well-breakfasted spouses. Wasserman Avenue flutters farewell handkerchiefs to its husbands until they turn the corner at Rindley's West End Meat and Vegetable Market. At eventide, Wasserman Avenue greets its husbands with kisses, frankly delivered on its rows of front porches. Do not smile. Gautier wrote about the consolation of the arts. But, after all, he has little enough to say of that cold moment when art leaves off and heart turns to heart. Most of Wasserman Avenue had never read much of Gautier, but it knew the greater truth of the consolation of the hearth. When Mrs. Shongut waved farewell to her husband, that greater truth lay mirrored in her eyes, which followed him until Rindley's West End Meat and Vegetable Market shunted him from view. "Mamma, come in and close the screen door. You look a sight in that wrapper." Mrs. Shongut withdrew herself from the aperture and turned to the sunshine flooded, mahogany and green velours sitting room. "You think that papa seems so well, Renie? At breakfast this morning he looked so bad underneath his eyes." Rena yawned in her rocking chair and rustled the morning paper. The horrific caprice of her pores had long since succumbed to the West End balm of Wasserman Avenue. No Rajah's seventh daughter of a seventh daughter had cheeks more delicately golden, that fine tinge which is like the glory of sunlight. "Now begin, mamma, to find something to worry about. For 2 months he hasn't had a heart spell." Mrs. Shongut drew a thin veined hand across her brow. Her narrow shoulders, which were never held straight, dropped even lower, as though from pressure. "He don't say much, but I know he worries enough about that second payment coming due in July and only a month and a half off. I tell you I knew what I was talking about when I never wanted him to buy out the Mound City. I was the one who said we was doing better in little business." "Now begin, mamma." "I told him he couldn't count on Izzy to stay down in the business with him. I told him Izzy wouldn't spoil his white hands by helping his papa in business." "I suppose, mamma, you think Izzy should have stayed down with papa when he could get that job with Uncle Isadore." "You know why your Uncle Isadore took Izzy? Because to a strange bookkeeper he has to pay more. Your Uncle Isadore is my own brother, Renie, but I tell you he 'ain't never acted like it." "That's what I say. What have we got rich relatives with a banking house for, if Izzy can't start there instead of in papa's little business?" "Yah, yah, what your Uncle Isadore does for Izzy, wait and see. For his own sister he never done nothin', and for his own sister's son he don't do nothin' neither. You seen for yourself, if it was not for Aunt Becky begging him nearly on her knees, how would he have treated us that time with the mortgage? Better, I say, Izzy should stay with his papa in business, or get out West like he wants, and where he can't keep such fine white hands to gamble with." Miss Shongut slanted deeper until her slim body was a direct hypotenuse to the chair. "Honest, mamma, it's a shame the way you look for trouble, and the way you and papa pick on that boy." "Pick! When a boy gambles the roulette and the cards and the horses until—" "When a boy likes cards and horses and roulette, it isn't so nice. I know, mamma. But it don't need to mean he's a born gambler, does it? Boys have got to sow their wild oats." "Yah, yah, wild oats! A boy that gambles away his last cent when he knows just the least bit of excitement his father can't stand. Izzy knows how it goes against his father when he plays. Yah, yah! I don't need to look for trouble. I got it. Your papa, with his heart trouble, is enough by itself." "Well, we're all careful, ain't we, mamma? Didn't I even holler the other night when I thought I heard a burglar in the dining room?" "Yah. How I worry about the things you should know." Mrs. Shongut flung wide the windows and pinned back the lace curtains, so that the spring air, cool as water, flowed in. Her daughter sprang to her feet and drew her flimsy wrapper closer about her. "Mamma, the Solingers don't need to look right in on us from their dining room." "Say, I 'ain't got no time to be stylish for the neighbors. On wash day I got my housework to do. Honest, Renie, do you think, instead of laying round, it would hurt you to go back and make the beds a while? Do you think a girl like you ought to got to be told on wash day, and with Lizzie in the laundry, to help a little with the housework? Do you think, Renie, it's nice? I ask you." "It's early yet, mamma. The housework will keep." "Early yet, she says! On Monday, with my girl in the laundry, and you with 5 shirtwaists in the wash. It's early, she says. Your mother ain't too lazy
to start now, lemme tell you. Get them Kingston Place ideas out of your head, Rennie. Remember, we don't do nothing but look out on their fine white garages. Remember, business ain't so grand with your papa neither. Now begin that, mamma. I know it all by heart." "I ain't beginning nothin', Renie, but believe me, it ain't so nice for a girl to have to be told everything. How that little Jeannie Lissman, next door, helps her mother already, it's a pleasure to see. I "You've told me about her before, mamma." Mrs. Shongut flung a sheet across the upright piano. "Gimme the broom, mamma. I'll sweep." "Sweep I never said you need to do. It's bad enough I got to spoil my hands. Go back and wake Izzy up and make the beds." "Aw, mamma, let him sleep. He don't have to be down until 9." "9 o'clock nowadays young men have got to work. Up to 5 years ago, every morning at dark your papa was down town to see the poultry come in, and now at 8 o'clock my son can't be woke up to go to work. Honest, I tell you times has changed. Mamma, the way you pick on that boy!" Mrs. Shongut folded both hands atop her broom in a solemn and hieratic gesture. Her face was full of lines, as though time had autographed it many times over in a fine hand. "Can you blame me? Can you blame me that I worry about that boy with his wild ways? That a boy like him should gamble away every cent of his salary except when he wins a little and buys us such nonsenses as bracelets? That a boy who learnt bookkeeping in an expensive business school, and knows that with his papa business ain't so good, shouldn't offer to pay out of his salary a little board? I tell you, Rennie, as he goes now, it can't lead to no good. Sometimes I would do almost anything to get him out West. Not a cent does he offer to. He only makes. You know, Renie, how little I want his money, but that he shouldn't offer to help out at home a little, that every cent on cards and clothes he should spend. I ask you, is it any reason him and his papa got scenes together until for the neighbors I'm ashamed, and for papa's heart so afraid, that a fine boy like our Izzy should run so wild?" Tears lay close to the surface of her voice, and she created a sudden flurry of dust, sweeping with short, swift strokes. "Izzy's not so worse. Give me a boy like Izzy any time, to a mollycoddle. He's just throwing off steam now. Just take up with your wild brother against your old parents. Your papa's a young man with no heart trouble and lots of money. He can afford to have a card playing son what has to have second breakfast alone every morning. Just you side with your brother." Miss Shongut sidestepped the furniture, which in the panicky confusion of sweeping was huddled toward the center of the room, and threw a cloud of dust to the door. "Every time I open my mouth in this family I put my foot in it. I should worry about what isn't my business." "Well, one thing I can say, me and papa never need to reproach ourselves that we 'ain't done the right thing by our children." "Clean sheets, mamma?" "Yes, and don't muss up the linen shelves." Her daughter flitted down a narrow aisle of hallway. From the shoulders her thin, flowing sleeves floated backward, filmy, white. Mrs. Shongut flung open the screen door and swept a pile of webby dust to the porch and then off on the patch of grass. Thin spring sunshine lay warm along the neat terraces of Wasserman Avenue. Windows were flung wide to the fresh kiss of spring. Pillows, comforters, and rugs draped across their sills. Across the street a negro, with an old gunny sack tied apron fashion about his loins, turned a garden hose on a stretch of asphalt and swept away the flood with his broom. A woman, whose hair caught the sunlight like copper, avoided the flood and tilted a perambulator on its two rear wheels down the wooden steps of her veranda. Across the dividing rail of the Shonguts' porch a child with a strap of school books flung over one shoulder ran down the soft terrace, and a woman emerged after her to the topmost step of the veranda, holding her checked apron up about her waist and shielding her eyes with one hand. "Jeannie! Jeannie!" "Yes'm." "Watch out for the streetcar crossing, Jeannie." "Yes'm." "Jeannie!" "What?" "Be sure." "Ye." "Good morning, Mrs. Shongut." "Good morning, Mrs. Lissman. Looks like spring." "Ain't it so? I say to Mr. Lissman this morning, before he went down town, that he should bring home some grass seed to night. Yah, yah, before you know it now, we got hot summer after such a late spring. I say to my Roscoe that after school to day he should bring up the rubber plant out of the cellar." "That's right. Use 'em while they're young, Mrs. Lissman. When they grow up, it's different." "Mrs. Shongut, you should talk. Only last night I says to my husband, I says, when I seen Miss Renie pass by, such a pretty girl, I tell you, Mrs. Shongut, such a pretty girl and such a fine looking boy you can be proud of." "Ah, Mrs. Lissman, you think so? There ain't one on the street any prettier than Miss Renie. I tell you, if my Roscoe was 10 years older she could have him," I says to my husband. Mrs. Shongut leaned forward on her broom handle. "If I say so myself, Mrs. Lissman, I got good reasons to have pleasure out of my children. I guess you heard, Mrs. Lissman, what a grand position my Izzy has got with his uncle, of the Isadore Flexner banking house. Bookkeeping in a banking house, Mrs. Lissman, for a boy like Izzy. I tell you, Mrs. Shongut, if you got rich relations, it's a help. How grand my brother has done for himself, Mrs. Lissman. Such a house he has built on Kingston Place, such a home. You can see for yourself, Mrs. Lissman, how his wife and daughters drive up sometimes in their automobile." "I'm surprised they don't come more often, Mrs. Shongut. Your Renie and them girls, I guess, are grand friends." "Yah, and to be in that banking house is a grand start for my boy. I always say it can lead to almost anything, only I tell him he shouldn't let fine company make him wild." "Ah, boys will be boys, Mrs. Shongut. Even now it ain't so easy for me to make my Roscoe to come in off his roller skates at night. My Jeannie I can make mind, but I tell her when she is old enough to have beaux, then our troubles begin with her." Mrs. Shongut's voice dropped into her throat in the guise of a whisper. "Sometimes, Mrs. Lissman, when my Renie ain't home, I want you should come over and read you some of the letters that girl gets from young men. So mad she always gets at me, if she knows I talk about them." "Mrs. Shongut, you'll laugh when I tell you, but already in the school my Jeannie gets little notes what the little boys write to her. Mad it makes me like anything, but what can you do when you got a pretty girl?" "A young man in Peoria, Mrs. Lissman, such beautiful letters he writes, Renie. Never in my life did I read such language, Mrs. Lissman, just like out of a song book. Not a time my Renie goes out that I don't go right to her desk to read 'em. That's how beautiful he writes. In Green Springs she met him. Ain't it a pleasure, Mrs. Shongut, to have grand letters like that? Even with my little Jeannie, though it makes me so mad, still But do you think my Renie will have any of them? Not, she says, if they was lined in gold. I guess she got plenty beaux. Say, I ain't so blind that I don't see Sollie Spitz on your porch every Sollie Spitz! Ach, Mrs. Lissman, believe me, there's nothing to that. My Renie, since a little child, likes reading and writing like he does. I tell her papa we made a mistake not to keep her in school like she wanted." "My Jeannie!" "She loves learning, that girl. Under her pillow yesterday I found a book of verse about flowers. Where she gets such a mind, Mrs. Lissman, I don't know. But Sollie Spitz! Say, we don't want no poets in the family." "I should say not. But I guess she gets all the good chances she wants." "And more. A young man from Cincinnati. If I tell you his name, right away you know him. Twice her papa brought him out to supper after they had business downtown together. Only twice. And now every week he sends her £5. Just think! And such roses, Mrs. Lissman. You seen for yourself when I sent you one the other day. Right in his own hothouse he grows 'em, Mrs. Lissman. Just think! If I tell you his name, Mrs. Lissman, right away you know his firm. In Cincinnati they say he's got the finest house up on the hill. Musical chairs, that play when you sit on 'em. Twice every week he sends her. Grand! I tell you, I says to her papa, her cousins over in Kingston Place got tickets to take the young men to theaters with, and automobiles to ride them round in. But, if I say so myself, not one of them has better chances than my Renie, right here in our little flat." Mrs. Lissman folded her arms in a shelf across her bosom, and leaned her ample, uncorseted figure against the railing. "I give you right, Mrs. Shongut. Look at Jeannette Bamberger over on Kingston. Every night when me and Mr. Lissman used to walk past last summer, right on her grand front porch that girl sat alone, like she was glued." "I know." "Then look at Bertie Schimm across the street, her mother a poor widow who keeps a roomer, and look how her girl did for herself. Down at Renly's this morning nothing was fine enough for that Bertie to buy from her table. I tell you, Mrs. Shongut, money ain't everything in this world." "I always tell Renie she can take her place with the best of them." "Washing?" "An hour already my Lizzie has been down in the laundry." "Half a day I take Addie to help with the ironing." "You should watch her, Mrs. Lissman. She steals soap. They're all alike. Ah, the mailman. Always in my family no one gets letters but my Renie. Look, Mrs. Lissman, what did I tell you? Another one from Cincinnati. Renie! Renie!" Mrs. Shongut bustled indoors, leaving her broom indolent against the porch pillar. "Renie!" "Yes, mamma." "Letter!" Feet hurrying down the hall. "Letter from Cincinnati, Renie." "Mamma, do you have to read the postmarks off my letters? I can read my own mail without any help." "How she sasses her mother! Say, for my part, I should worry if you get letters or not. A girl that is afraid to give her mother a little pleasure." Mrs. Shongut made a great show of dragging the room's furniture back into place, unpinning the lace curtains and draping them carefully in their folds, drawing chairs across the carpet until the casters squealed, uncovering the piano. At the business of dusting the mantelpiece she lingered, stealing furtive glances through its mirror. Miss Shongut ripped open the letter with a hairpin, and curled her supple figure in a roomy curve of the divan. Her hair, unloosened, fell in a thick black cascade down her back. Mrs. Shongut redusted the mantel, raising each piece of bric-a-brac carefully, ran her cloth across the piano keys, giving out a discord, straightened the piano cover, repolished the mantelpiece mirror. Her daughter read, blew the envelope open at its ripped end, and inserted the letter. Her eyes, gray as dawn, met her mother's. "Well, Renie, is he well?" Silence. "You're afraid, I guess. It gives me a little pleasure if I know what he has to say. A girl gets a letter from a man like Max Hochenheimer, of Cincinnati, and sits like a funeral." Rena unfolded herself from the divan and slid to her feet, slim as a sibyl. "I knew it." "Knew what?" "He's coming." "Coming? What?" "He left Cincinnati last night and gets here this morning." "This morning?" "He comes on business, he says, and at 5 o'clock he stops in at the store and comes home to supper with papa." "Supper! And a regular wash day meal I got. Tongue sweet sour and red cabbage. Renie, get on your things and honest, if it wasn't too late I would telegraph him I ain't home. Get on your things, Renie, and go right down to Rindley's for a roast. If you telephone they don't give you weight. This afternoon I go myself for the vegetables." Excitement purred in Mrs. Shongut's voice. "Hurry, Renie." "I'll get Izzy to take me out to supper and to a show." "Get on your things, I say, Renie. I'll call Lizzie upstairs, too. We don't need no wash day with company for supper. Honest, excited like a chicken I get. Hurry, Renie." Miss Shongut stood quiescent, however, gazing through the lace curtains at the sun-lashed terrace, still soft from the ravages of winter and only faintly green. A flush spread to the tips of her delicate ears. "Izzy's got to take me out to supper and a show. I won't stay home." "Renie, you lost your mind? You! A young man like Max Hochenheimer begins to pay you attentions in earnest. A man that could have any girl in this town he snaps his finger for. A young man what your stuck-up cousins over on Kingston would grab at. You! Ach! To a man like Max Hochenheimer of Cincinnati, she wants to say she ain't home yet." "Him? An old fatty like him? Izzy calls him old squash. Izzy says he's the only live cartoon in captivity." "Izzy, always Izzy. Believe me, your brother could do better than laying in bed at 8 o'clock in the morning to copy after Max Hochenheimer. Always running down Izzy. Money ain't everything. I like other things in a man besides money. Always money." "Believe me, he has plenty besides money, has Max Hochenheimer. He ain't got no time maybe for silk socks and pressed pants, but for a fine good man your papa says he ain't got no equal. Your brother Izzy, I tell you, could do well to mock after Max Hochenheimer. A man what made hisself. A man what built up for hisself in Cincinnati a business in country sausages that is known all over the world." "Country sausages!" "No, he ain't got no time for rhymes like that long-haired Sollie Spitz that ain't worth his house room and sits until by the nightshirt I got to hold papa back from going out and telling him we ain't got no hotel. Max Hochenheimer is a man what's in a legitimate business." "Please, mamma, keep quiet about him. I don't care if he I tell you the poultry and the sausage businesses maybe ain't up to your fine ideas, but believe me, the poultry business will keep you in shoes and stockings when in the poetry business you can go barefoot." "All right, mamma, I won't argue. Your papa has had enough business with Max Hochenheimer to know what kind of a man he is, and what kind of a firm. Such a grand man to deal with, papa says. Plain as an old shoe. Just like he was a salesman instead of the president of his firm. A poor boy he started, and now such a house they say he built for his mother in Avondale, on the hill. Squashy! I only wish for a month our Izzy had his income." "I wouldn't marry him if—" "Don't be so quick with yourself, missy. Just because he comes here on a day's business and then comes out to supper with papa don't mean so much." "Don't it? Well, then, if you know more about what's in this letter than I do, I've got no more to say." Mrs. Shongut sat down as though the power to stand had suddenly deserted her limbs. "What do you mean, Renie?" "I'm not so dumb that I don't know what a fellow means by a letter like this." "Renie!" The lines seemed to fade out of Mrs. Shongut's face, softening it. "Renie, my little Renie." "You don't need to 'my little Renie' me, mamma. Renie, I can't believe it, that such luck should come to us. A man like Max Hochenheimer of Cincinnati, who can give her the greatest happiness. comes for our little girl. I always like me and papa had to struggle, Renie. In money matters you won't have to. I tell you, Renie, nothing makes a woman old so soon. Like a queen you can sit back in your automobile. Always a man what's good to his mother, like Max Hochenheimer, makes, too, a grand husband. I want, Renie, to see your Aunt Becky's and your cousins' faces at the reception. Renie, Mamma, you talk like, oh, you make me so mad. Musical chairs they got in the house, Renie. What, as soon as you sit on, begin to play. Mrs. Schwartz herself sat on one, and the harder you sit, she says, the louder it plays. Automobiles, a elevator for his mother. Ach, Renie, I I feel like all our troubles are over. Ach, Renie, you should know how it feels to be a mother." Tears rained frankly down Mrs. Shongut's face, and she smiled through their mist, and her outstretched arms would tremble. "Renie, come to mamma." Miss Shongut, quivering, drew herself beyond their reach. "Such talk! Honest, mamma, you make me ashamed, and mad like anything, too. I wouldn't marry a little old squashy fellow like him if he was worth the mint." "Renie, Renie!" "An old fellow, just because he's got money and—" "Old! Max Hochenheimer ain't more than in his first 30s, and old she calls him. When a man makes hisself by hard work he ain't got time to keep young, with silk socks and creased pants, and hair tonic what smells up my house an hour after Izzy's been gone. It ain't the color of a man's vest, Renie, it's the color of his heart underneath it. When papa was a young man, do you think, if I had looked at the cigar ashes on his vest instead of what was underneath, that talk's no use with me, mamma." "Renie, you wouldn't do it? You wouldn't refuse him?" Her reply leaped out suddenly, full of fire. "It's not me or my feelings you care anything about. Every one but me you think about first. What about me? What about me? I'm the one that's got to do the marrying, and live with him. I'm the one you're trying to sell off like I was cattle. I'm the one. I'm the one. Renie! Yes, sell me off like cattle." Tears, blinding, scalding, searing, rushed down her cheeks, and her smooth bosom, where the wrapper fell away to reveal it, heaved with the storm beneath. "But you can't sell me! You can't! You can't keep nagging to get me married off. I can get out, but I won't be married out. If I wasn't afraid of papa, with his heart, I'd tell him so, too. I'd tell him so now. I won't be married out. I won't be married out. I won't! I won't!" Mrs. Shongut clasped her cheeks in the vise of her two hands. "Married out! She reproaches me yet, a mother that would go through fire for her children's happiness." "Always you're making me uncomfortable that I'm not married yet. Not papa or Izzy, but you. You! Never does one of the girls get engaged that you don't look at me like I was wearing the welcome off the doormat." "Listen to my own child talk to me. No wonder you cry so hard, Renie Shongut, to talk to your mother like that. A girl that I've indulged like you. To sass her mother like that. A man like Max Hochenheimer comes along, a man where the goodness looks out of his face, a man what can give her every comfort, and because he ain't a fine talker like that long-haired Sollie Spitz, you leave him out. Anyways, he's got fine feeling for something besides sausages." "Is it a crime, Renie, that I should want so much your happiness? Your papa's getting a old man now, Renie. I won't always be here, neither." "For the love of Mike, what's the row? Can't a fellow get any beauty sleep round this here shebang? What are you two cutting up about?" The portieres parted to reveal Mr. Isadore Shongut, pressed, manicured, groomed shaved, something young about him, something conceited, his magenta bow tied to a nicety, his plush-like hair brushed up and backward, after the manner of fashion's latest caprice, and smoothing a smooth hand along his smooth jowl. "Morning, Ma. What's the row, Renie? Gee! It's a swell joint round here for a fellow with nerves. What's the row, kid?" Mr. Isadore Shongut made a cigarette and puffed it, curled himself in a deep seated chair, with his head low and his legs flung high. His sister lay on the divan, with her tearful profile buried, basso relievo, against a green velours cushion, her arms limp and dangling in exhaustion. "What's the row, Renie?" "Nothing." "Ah, come out with it. What's the row? What you sitting there for, Ma, like your luck had turned on you?" "Ask your sister, Izzy. She can tell you." "'Smatter, sis?" "Nothing. Only only old old Hochenheimer's coming to supper to night, Izzy, and " "Old Squash? Oh, Willikins!" "Take me out, Izzy. Take me out anywhere. To a show, or supper, or anywhere. But take me out, Izzy. Take me out before he comes." "Sure I will. Old Squash? Willikins!" At 5 o'clock, Wasserman Avenue emerged in dainty dimity and silk sewing bags. Rocking chairs, tip tilted against veranda railings, were swung round front face. Greetings, light as rubber balls, bounded from porch to porch. Fine needles flashed through dainty fabrics stretched like drum parchment across embroidery hoops. Young children, shrilling and shouting in the heat of play, darted beneath maternal eyes. Long-legged girls in knee-high skirts strolled up and down the sidewalks, arms intertwined. At 5:30 the sun had got so low that it found out Mrs. Shem in a shady corner of her porch, dazzled her eyes, and flashed teasingly on her needle, so that she crammed her dainty fabric in her sewing bag and crossed the paved street. "You don't mind, Mrs. Lissman, if I come over on your porch for a while, where it's shady?" "It's a pleasure, Mrs. Shem. Come right up and have a rocker." "Just a few minutes I can stay." "That's a beautiful stitch, Mrs. Shem. When I finish this centerpiece, I start me a dozen doilies, too." "I can learn it to you in 5 minutes, Mrs. Lissman. All my Bertie's trousseau napkins I did with this Battenberg stitch." "Grand." "For a poor widow's daughter, Mrs. Lissman, that girl had a trousseau she don't need to be ashamed of." "Look, will you? Mrs. Shapiro's coming down her front steps all diked out in a summer silk. I guess she goes down to have supper with her husband since he keeps open evenings." "I don't want to say nothing, but I don't think it's so nice. Do you, Mrs. Lissman? The first month what her mourning for her mother is up a yellow bird of paradise as big as a fan she has to have on her hat." "Ain't it so? I wish you could see the bird of paradise my Bertie bought when her and Simon was in Kansas City on their wedding trip. You can believe me or not, a yard long. How that man spends money on that girl, Mrs. Lissman. Say, when you got it to spend I always say it's right. He's in a good business and makes good money." "You should know how good." "The rainy days come to them that save up for them, like us old fashioned ones, Mrs. Shem." "I Look, will you? Ain't that Izzy Shongut crossing the street? He comes home from work this early. I tell you, Mrs. Lissman, I don't want to say nothing, but I hear things ain't so good with the Shonguts." "So?" "Yes, I hear. Since the old man bought out that sausage concern, they got their troubles." "And such a nice woman! That's what she needs yet on top of his heart trouble and her girl running round with Sollie Spitz. And from what she don't say, I can see that boy causes her enough worry with his wild ways. That's what that poor woman needs yet." Look at Izzy, Mrs. Lissman. I bet that boy drinks or something. Look at his face, like a sheet. I tell you that boy ain't walking up this street straight. Look for yourself, Mrs. Lissman. Ah, his poor mother." A current like electricity that sets a wire humming ran in waves along Mrs. Schimm's voice. "Look! Oh, I say, ain't that a trouble for that poor woman? When you see other people's trouble your own ain't so bad." "Ain't that awful? Just look at his face. Ain't that a trouble for you?" "She herself as much as told me not a thing does her swell brother over on Kingston do for them. I guess such a job as that boy has got in his banking house he could get from a stranger, too." "Sh, Mrs. Lissman, here he comes. Don't let on like we been talking about him. Speak to him like always."
End of Part 1 of
Hockheimer of Cincinnati by Fanny Hurst.
Part 2 of Hockenheimer of Cincinnati by Fanny Hurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
"Good evening, Izzy." Isadore Shongut paused in the act of mounting the front steps and turned a blood-driven face toward his neighbor. His underjaw sagged and trembled, and his well-knit body seemed to have lost its power to stand erect, so that his clothes bagged. "Good evening, Mrs. Lissman." "You're home early to night, Izzy?" "Yes." He fitted his key into the front door lock, but his hand trembled so that it would not turn, and for a racking moment he stood there vainly pushing a weak knee against the panel, and his breath came out of his throat in a wheeze. The maid of all work, straggly and down at the heels, answered his fumbling at the lock and opened the door to him. "You, Mr. Izzy?" He sprang in like a catamount, clicking the door quick as a flash behind him. "Sh! Where's Ma?" "Your mamma ain't home. She went up to Rindley's. You ain't sick, are you, Mr. Izzy?" A spasm of relief flashed over his face, and he snapped his dry fingers in an agony of nervousness. "Where's Rennie? Quick!" "She's in her room, layin' down. She ain't got to be home to the supper party to night, Mr. Izzy. What's the matter, Mr. Izzy?" He was down the hallway in 3 running bounds, and, without the preliminary of knocking into his sister's tiny, semi-darkened bedroom, his breathing suddenly filling it. She sprang from her little chintz-covered bed, where she had flung herself across its top, her face and wrapper rumpled with sleep. "Izzy!" "Sh h! Izzy! What? Where? Izzy! What is it?" "Sh h! For God's sake! Sh h! Don't let 'em hear, Rennie! Don't let 'em hear!" Her swimming senses suddenly seemed to clear. "What's happened, Izzy? Quick! What's wrong?" He clicked the key in the lock, and, in the agony of the same dry-fingered nervousness, rubbed his hand back and forth across his dry lips. "Don't let 'em hear. The old man or Ma. Don't." "Quick! What is it, Izzy?" She sat down on the edge of the bed, weak. "Tell me, Izzy. Something terrible is wrong. It isn't Papa, Izzy? Tell me it isn't Papa. For God's sake, Izzy. He ain't " "Sh! No, it ain't it. It ain't Pa. It's me, Renie. It's me." He crumbled at her feet, his palms plastered over his eyes, and his fingers clutched deep in the high nap of his hair. "It's me. It's me." "What? What?" "Shh! For God's sake, Renie, you got to stand by me. You got to stand by me this time if you ever did. Promise me, Renie. It's me, Renie. Oh my God! Oh my God!" She stooped to his side, her voice and hands trembling beyond control. "Izzy, Izzy, tell me, what is it? Oh my God! Why didn't I die? Why didn't I die? Izzy, what is it? Money? Haven't I always stood by you before? Won't I now? Tell me, Izzy. Tell me, I say." She tugged at his hands, prying them away from his eyes, but the terror she saw there set her trembling again, and thrice she opened her lips before she found voice. "Izzy, if you don't tell me, mamma will be back soon, and then pa, and you better tell me quick. Your own sister will stand by you. Get up, dearie." Tears trickled through his fingers, and she could see the curve of his back rise and fall to the retching of suppressed sobs. "Izzy, you got to tell me quick. Do you hear?" He raised his ravaged face at the sharp edged incisiveness in her voice. "I'm in trouble, Renie. Such trouble. Oh, my God, such horrible trouble." "Tell me quick. Do you hear? Quick, or mamma and papa—" "Renie, sh! They mustn't know. The old man mustn't. She mustn't. If I got to kill myself first. His heart. He mustn't. Renie, he mustn't know." "Know what?" "It's all up, Renie. I've done something, the worst thing I ever done in my life. But I didn't know while I was doing it, Renie, what it was. I swear I didn't. It was like borrowing, I thought. I was sure I could pay it back. I thought the system was a great one and I couldn't lose." "Izzy! Roulette again? You've been losing at roulette again?" "No, no. But they found out at the bank. Renie, oh my God, nothing won't save me." "The bank, Izzy?" "They found out, Renie. Yesterday when the bank was closed, Uncle Isadore, put 'em on the books. Nothing won't save me now, Renie. He won't. You know him, hard as nails. Nothing won't save me. It's going to be stripes for me, Renie. Ma, the old man, stripes. I can't let 'em do it. I'll kill myself first. I can't let 'em. Can't I can't let 'em." He burrowed his face in her lap to stifle his voice, which slipped up and away from his control, and her icy hands and knees could feel his entire body trembling. "Sh, dearie. Try to tell me slow, dearie, for pa's and ma's sake. So we can fix it up somehow." "We can't fix it up. The old man ain't got the money and he can't stand it." "For God's sake, Izzy, tell me, or I'll go mad. Slow, dearie, so Renie can think and listen and help you. She's with you, darling, and nothing can hurt you. Now begin, Izzy, and go slow. What did you start to tell me about Uncle Isadore and the books? Slow, darling." Her voice was smooth and flowing, and the hand that stroked his hair was slow and soothing. The great stream of his passion abated, and he huddled quietly at her feet. "Now begin, dearie. Uncle Isadore, what?" "This morning, when I got down to the office, two men had my books." "Yes?" "Oh, God, when I seen 'em, right away my heart just stopped." "Sh, yes, two men had the books." "And Uncle Isadore, he—" "Go on. He was in the cage, too, and you know how he looks when his eyes get little." "Yes, yes, Izzy." "They were expert accountants with him, all day yesterday. Sunday they were on my books. And they had me, Renie. They had me like a rat in a trap." "Had you, Izzy?" He drew himself upward, clutching at her arms, and the sobs began to tear him afresh. "They had me, Renie." "Oh, Izzy, why?" "I could have paid it back. I could have put it back if the old skinflint hadn't got to sniffing round and sicked 'em on my books. I could have won it all back in time, Renie. with my own uncle, my own mother's brother. It wasn't like I was stealing it, was it, Renie? Was it? Oh, my God, Izzy! It wasn't, Renie. My own uncle. I could have won it back if won back what, Izzy? Won back what? I I started with 100, Renie. I had to have it. I had to, I tell you. You remember that night I wanted you to go over and ask Aunt Beck for it? I had to have it. Pa, I couldn't excite him any more about it. And and I had to have it. I tell you, Renie." "Yes, then what?" "And I borrowed it without asking. I fixed it on my books so Uncle Isadore wouldn't couldn't I fixed it on my books." "Oh, oh, Izzy! Oh, oh, oh!" "I was trying out a system, a new one, and it worked, Renie. I tried it out on the new wheel down at Sharkey's, and the 17 system worked like a trick. I won big the first and second nights, Renie. You remember the night I brought you and Ma the bracelets? I paid back the 100 the first week, Renie, and no one knew. No one knew." "Ah!" "The next Friday my luck turned on me. I never ought to have played on Friday. Turned like a toad one unlucky Friday night. I got in deep before I knew it, and deeper and deeper, and then it just seemed there wasn't no holding me, Renie. I got wild, I tell you, and I wrote 'em checks I didn't have no right to write. I went crazy, I tell you. Next day, you remember that morning I left the house so early? I had to fix it with the books and borrow what I needed before the banks opened. I had to make good on them checks, Renie. I fixed it with the books, and from that time on it worked." "Oh, Izzy, Izzy, Izzy!" "I kept losing, Renie, but I knew if my luck just changed from that unlucky Friday night I could pay it back like the first time. All I needed was a little time and a little luck, and I could pay it back like the first 100. So I kept fixing my books, Renie, and borrowing more and more." "How much?" "Oh, God, Renie, I could have paid it back with time. I " "'Sh! How much, Izzy? How much?" "Somebody must have snitched on me. How I was losing every night. The old skinflint, he Oh, my God, they got me, Renie. They got me, and it'll kill the old man." "How much, Izzy? How much?" "Oh, my God, I could have paid it back if How much? Tell me, I say." "4,000." "Oh, Izzy, Izzy, Izzy!" She sprang back from him, blind with scalding tears. "Izzy, 4,000! Oh, my God, 4,000!" "I could have paid it back, Renie. The system was all right, but 4,000! 4,000!" He he was all for detaining me right away, Renie, sending for Pa, and sicking the law right on his own sister's son. On my knees for 3 hours I had to beg, Renie. On my knees, for Ma's sake and your sake and Pa's. Just for a little time I begged. A little time was all I begged. He don't care nothing for blood. I had to beg him, Renie, till I fainted. What shall we do, Izzy? What shall we do?" "I squeezed 2 weeks' time out of him, Renie. 2 weeks to pay it back, or he puts the law on me. 2 weeks! I got it from him like blood from a turnip. Oh, my God, Renie, 4,000 in 2 weeks! 4,000 in 2 weeks!" He fell in a half swoon against her skirts. Out of her arms she made a pillow of mercy and drew his head down to her bosom, and tears, bitter with salt, mingled with his, and her heart's blood buzzed in her brain. "Izzy, Izzy, what have you done?" "I can't pay it back, Renie. Where could I get half that much? I can't pay back $4, much less 4,000. I can't. I can't. 4,000! We gotta keep it from the old man and Ma, Renie. Let 'em kill me if they want to, but we gotta keep it from him and Ma. 4,000! 4,000! In the half light of the room, with the late sunshine pressing warm against the drawn green shades, the remote shouts of children coming to them through the quiet, and the whir of a lawn mower off somewhere, they crouched, these two, as though they would shut their ears to the flapping of vultures' wings. "They can't do anything to you, Izzy." "What'll we do, Renie? What'll we do?" "We got to find a way, Izzy." "They can't send me up for it, Renie. Say they can't." "No, no, dearie." "I ain't crooked like that. It was my own uncle. They can't send me up, Renie. I'll kill myself first. I'll kill myself first." "Izzy, ain't you ashamed?" But it was as though the odor of death found its way to her nostrils, nauseating her. "Let me think. Let me think just a minute. Let me think." She rammed the ends of her fists tight against her eyes until Catherine wheels spun and spun against her lids. "Let me think just a minute." "There's nobody, Renie. Nobody. Nobody. No way." 4,000! Nobody, I tell you, Renie. But I'll kill myself before I—" Renie stood up. "Izzy, I will." He was whimpering faintly against her skirt. After a while she raised her face. Jeanne d'Arc might have looked like that when she beheld the vision. "Squash!" "What?" "Squash! It's like he was sent out of heaven." "He ain't." "He's coming to night to ask me, Izzy. You know what I mean? Don't you see? Don't you see?" "Don't you see, Izzy? He's going to ask me, and I'm going to do it." "Oh, my God, Renie, you can't do that for me. You can't do that for me." "He's got it, Izzy. I can get 10,000 out of him if I got to." "But, Renie—" "I can rush it through and do it before 2 weeks, Izzy. And we got a way out, Izzy. We got a way. We got a way." She threw herself in a passionate hysteria face downward on the bed, and a tornado of weeping swept over her. Rooted, he stood as though face to face with an immense dawn, but with eyes that dared not see the light. "Renie, can't. Renie, I can't let you do that for me if I can't let you marry him for me if you don't." "Sh—h—h." Mrs. Shongut's voice outside the door, querulous. "Renie!" Silence. "Renie!" "Yes, mamma." "What you got your door locked?" Silence. "Huh?" I come right away out in the dining room. If you ain't got no more regards for your parents than not to stay home for supper. Anyways, you got to fix for the table the flowers what I brought home from market." "Yes, mamma." She darted to her feet, drying the tears on her cheeks with the palm of her hand. "Coming, mamma," and she slipped through the door of her room, scarcely opening it. In the dining room, beside the white spread table, Mrs. Shongut unwound a paper toque of pink carnations, but the flavor of her spirit was bitter and her thin, pressed looking lips hung at the corners. "Maybe you can stop pouting long enough to help with things a little, even if you won't be here. I tell you it's a pleasure when papa comes home for supper with company, to have children like mine." "Listen, mamma, sounds like somebody's going out of the house, Renie." "Who?" "No, no one has been here, mamma. It's just the breeze." "I tell you it's a pleasure to have a daughter like mine. What excuses to make to Max Hochenheimer, a young man what comes all the way from Cincinnati to see her." "Listen, mamma, I've only been fooling. Honest, I have." "What?" "I mamma." Miss Shongut's face was suddenly buried in the neat lace yoke of her mother's dimity blouse, and her arms crept up about her neck. "I've been only fooling about tonight, mamma. Don't you think I know it is just like he was sent from heaven? I've only been fooling, mamma, so that you shouldn't know how happy I am." The soul peeped out suddenly in Mrs. Shongut's face, hallowing it. "Renie, my little Renie." On Wasserman Avenue, the hand that rocks the cradle oftener than not carves the roast. Behind her platter, sovereign of all she surveyed, and skilfully, so that beneath her steel the red, oozing slices curled and fell into their pool of gravy, reigned Mrs. Shongut, and her suzerainty rested on her as lightly as a tiara of 7 stars. "Mr. Hochenheimer, you ain't eating a thing." Mrs. Shongut craned her neck round the centerpiece of pink carnations. "Not a thing on your plate? Renie, pass Mr. Hochenheimer some more salad." "No, no, Mrs. Shongut. Just don't you worry about me." "I hope you ain't bashful, Mr. Hochenheimer. We feel toward you just like home folks." "Indeed, what I don't see I ask for, Mrs. Shongut." "Renie, pass Mr. Hochenheimer some more of that red cabbage." "No, no, please, Mrs. Shongut. I got plenty." "Ach, Mr. Hochenheimer, you eat so little you must be in love." "Mamma!" "Ach, Mr. Hochenheimer knows that I only fool. Renie, pass the dumplings." "No, no, please, I—" "Mamma, don't force. You're not bashful, are you, Mr. Hochenheimer?" Miss Shongut inclined her head with a saucy, bird-like motion, and showed him the full gleaming line of her teeth. He took a large mouthful of ice water to wash down the red of confusion that suddenly swam high in his face, tinging even in his ears. "For more dumplings I ain't bashful, Miss Renie. But there's other things I am bashful to ask for." From his place at the far end of the table Mr. Shongut laughed deep, as though a spiral spring was vibrating in the recesses of his throat. "Bashful with girls, eh, Hochenheimer? I ain't much of a ladies' man, Shongut." "Well, I wish you was just so bashful in business. Believe me, I wish you was. Shongut, I never got the best of you yet in a deal." "With my girl he's bashful yet, mamma. But down to the last sausage casing I have to pay his fancy prices. None. Look, mamma, how red she gets. What you get so red for, Renie, eh?" "Ah, papa." "A little teasing from her old father she can't take. Look at her, mamma. Look at both of them. Red like beets. Neither of them can stand a little teasing from an old man." "Adolph, you mustn't. All people don't like it when you make fun. Mr. Hochenheimer, you must excuse my husband, a great one he is to tease and make his little fun." Mr. Shongut's ancient looking face, covered with a short grizzled growth of beard and pale as a prophet's beneath, broke into a smile, and a minute network of lines sprang out from the corners of his eyes. "I was bashful in my life once, too, eh, mamma?" "Papa!" "Please, you must excuse my husband, Mr. Hochenheimer. He likes to have his little jokes." Mr. Hochenheimer pushed away his plate in high embarrassment, nor would his eyes meet Miss Shongut's, except to flash away under cover of exaggerated imperturbability. "My husband's a great one to tease, Mr. Hochenheimer. My Izzy, too, takes after him. I'm sorry that boy ain't home, so you could meet him again. We call him the dude of the family. Renie, pass Mr. Hochenheimer the toothpicks." A pair of deep lined brackets sprang out round Mr. Shongut's mouth. "Why ain't that boy home for supper, where he belongs?" "Ach, now, Adolph, don't get excited right away. Always, Mr. Hochenheimer, my husband gets excited over nothing when he knows how it hurts his heart. Like that boy ain't old enough to stay out to supper when he wants. Adolph, sh—" Mrs. Shongut smiled to conceal that her heart was faint, and the saga of a mother might have been written round that smile. Now, Adolph, don't you begin to worry. I tell you, Shongut, it's a mistake to worry. I save all my excitement for the good things in life. See, Adolph, from a young man like Mr. Hochenheimer, you can get pointers. I tell you, Shongut, over such a nice little home and such a nice little family as you got, I might get excited, but over the little things that don't count for much, I ain't got time. Mrs. Shongut waved a deprecatory hand. It's a nice enough little home for us, Mr. Hochenheimer, but with a grand house like I hear you built for your mother up on the stylish hilltop in Cincinnati, I guess to you it seems right plain. That's where you are wrong, Mrs. Shongut. Like I says to Shongut coming out on the street car with him to night, if it hadn't been that I thought maybe my mother would like a little fanciness after a hard life like hers, for my own part a little house and a big garden is all I ask for. Ah, Mr. Hochenheimer, with such a grand house like that is sunk in baths Mrs. Schwartz says you got. To see a house like that, I tell you, it must be a treat. It's a fine place, Mrs. Shongut, but too big for me and my mother. When I got into the hands of architects, let me tell you, I feel I was lucky to get off with only 25 rooms. Right now, Mrs. Shongut, we got rooms we don't know how to pronounce. 25 rooms. Did you hear that, Adolph? 25 rooms. I bet, Mr. Hochenheimer, your mother is proud of such a son as can give her 25 rooms. We don't say much about it to each other, my mother and me, but, you can believe me or not, in our big stylish house up there on the hill, with her servants to take away from her all the pleasure of work, and her market and old friends down on Richmond Street yet, and nothing but gold furniture around her, she gets lonesome enough. If it wasn't for my garden and the beautiful scenery from my terraces, I would wish myself back in our little downtown house more than once, too. I tell you, Mrs. Shongut, fineness ain't everything. You should bring your mother some time to Mound City with you when you come over on business, Mr. Hochenheimer. We would do our best to make it pleasant for her. She's an old woman, Mrs. Shongut, and in a train or an automobile I can't get her. I guess it would be better, Mrs. Shongut, if I carry off some of your family with me to Cincinnati. And to Bell that his words had any glittering import, he lay back in his chair in a state of silent laughter, which set his soft flesh cheeks aquiver, and his blue eyes, so ready yet so reluctant, disappeared behind a tight squint. Adolph, I guess Mr. Hochenheimer will excuse us, eh? Renie, you can entertain Mr. Hochenheimer while me and papa go and spend the evening over at Aunt Mina's. Mr. Shongut's sister, Mr. Hochenheimer, ain't been so well. Anyways, I always say young folks ain't got no time for old ones. You go right ahead along, Mrs. Shongut. Don't treat me like company. I hope Miss Renie don't mind if I spend the evening. I should say not. Hochenheimer, a cigar? Thanks, I don't smoke. My husband with his heart trouble shouldn't smoke neither, Mr. Hochenheimer. It worries me enough. What me and the doctors tell him goes in one ear and out the other. See, Hochenheimer, when you get a wife, how henpecked you get? A henpeck never drew much blood, Shongut. Come, Adolph, it is a long car ride to Mina's.
They pushed back from the table, the four of them, smiling lipped. With his short fingered, hairy backed hands, Mr. Hochenheimer dusted at his coat lapels, then shook his bulging trousers knees into place. The lamp of inner sanctity burns in strange temples. A carpenter in haircloth shirt first turned men's hearts outward. Who can know, who does not first cross the plane of the guide with gold, that behind the moldy panels at Ara Coeli reigns the jeweled Bambino, robed in the glittering gems of sacrifice? Who could know, as Mr. Hochenheimer stood there in the curtailed dignity of his 5 feet 6, that behind his speckled and slightly rotund waistcoat a choir sang of love, and that the white flame of his spirit burned high. "I tell you, Mrs. Shongut, it is a pleasure to be invited out to your house. You should know how this old bachelor hates hotels." "And you should know how welcome you always are, Mr. Hochenheimer. Tomorrow night you take supper with us too. We don't take no, eh, Adolph, Renie?" "I appreciate that, Mrs. Shongut, but I don't know yet, if I stay over." Mr. Shongut batted a playful hand and shuffled toward the door. "You stay, Hochenheimer. I bet you a good cigar you stay. Ain't I right, Renie, that he stays? Ain't I right?" Against the sideboard, fingering her white dress, Miss Shongut regarded her parents, and her smile was as wan as moonlight. "Ain't I right, Renie?" "Yes, papa." On the bit of porch, the hall light carefully lowered and cushions from within spread at their feet, the dreamy quiet of evening and air as soft as milk flowed round and closed in about Miss Shongut and Mr. Hochenheimer. They drew their rocking chairs arm to arm, so that, behind a bit of climbing moonflower vine, they were as snug as in a bower. Stars shone over the roofs of the houses opposite. The shouts of children had died down. Crickets whirred. "Is the light from that street lamp in your eyes, Renie?" "No, no." The wooden floor reverberated as they rocked. A little thrill of breeze fluttered her filmy shoulder scarf against his hand. To his fermenting fancy it was as though her spirit had flitted out of the flesh. "Ah, Miss Renie, I " "What, Mr. Hochenheimer?" "Nothing. Your little shawl, it tickled my hand so." She leaned her elbow on the arm of her chair and cupped her chin in her palm. Her eyes had a peculiar value, like a mill pond, when the wheel is still, reflects the stars in calm and unchurned quiet. "You look just like a little princess to night, Miss Renie. That pretty shawl, and your eyes so bright." "A princess?" "Yes. If I had a tin suit and a sword to match, I'd ride up on a horse and carry you off to my castle in Cincinnati." "Say, wouldn't it be a treat for Wasserman Avenue to see me go loping off like that?" "This is the first little visit we've ever had together all by ourselves, ain't it, Miss Renie? Seems like, to a bashful fellow like me, you was always slipping away from me." "The flowers and the candies you kept sending me were grand, Mr. Hochenheimer, and the letter to day. You read the letter, Miss Renie?" "Yes, I you shouldn't keep spoiling me with such grand flowers and candy, Mr. Hochenheimer." "If tell you that never in my life I sent flowers or candy or wrote a letter like I wrote you yesterday to another young lady, I guess you laugh at me. Not, Miss Renie?" "You shouldn't begin, Mr. Hochenheimer, by spoiling me." "Ah, Miss Renie, if you knew how I like to spoil you. If you would let me. Ach, what's the use? I can't say it like I want." She could hear him breathing. It's a grand night, Miss Renie." "Yes." "Grand." "And look over those roofs. It seems like there's a million stars shining, don't it?" "You're like me, Miss Renie. So many times I've noticed it. Nothing is so grand to me as nature, neither." "Up at Green Springs in the Ozarks, where we went for 10 days last summer, honest, Mr. Hochenheimer, I used to lie looking out the window all night. The stars up there shone so close it seemed like you could nearly touch them." "Ain't that wonderful, Miss Renie? You should be just like me again." She smiled in the dark. "When I was a boy, always next to the attic window I liked to sleep. When I built my house, Miss Renie, the first thing after I designed my rose garden, I drew up for myself a sleeping garden on my roof. The architects fussed enough about spoiling the roof line, but that's one of the things I wanted, which I stood pat for and got, my sleeping garden." "Sleeping garden!" "Miss Renie, I just wish you could see it, all laid out in roses in summer, and a screened in pergola where I sleep, right under the stars and roses. I sleep so close to heaven I always say I can smell it." She turned her little face, white as a spray of jasmine against a dark background of night, toward him. "Underneath a pergola of roses. I guess it's the roses you must smell. How grand! Sometimes if you come to Cincinnati, I want to show you my place, Miss Renie. If I say so myself, I got a wonderful garden. Flowers I can show you grown from clippings from every part of the world. If I do say so, for a sausage maker who never went to school 2 years in his life, it ain't so bad. I got a lily pond, Miss Renie. They come from all over to see. By myself I designed it." "It must be grand, Mr. Hochenheimer." "On Sunday, Miss Renie, I like for my boys and girls from the factory to come up to my place and make themselves at home. You should see my old mother how she fixes for them. I wish you could see them boys and girls, and old men and women. In a sausage factory they don't get much time to listen to birds and water when it falls into a fountain. I wish, Miss Renie, you could see them with the flowers. Well, I don't know how to say it, but I wish you could see them for yourself." "They like it?" "Like it! I tell you it's the greatest pleasure I get out of my place. I wish, instead of my fine house, the city would let me build my factory for them right in the garden." "On such a stylish street they wouldn't ever let you, Mr. Hochenheimer." "Me and my mother ain't much for style, Miss Renie. Honest, you'd be surprised, but with my fine house I don't even keep an automobile. My mother, she's old, Miss Renie, and won't go in one. Alone it ain't no pleasure, and when I don't walk down to my factory the street cars is good enough." "You should take it easier, Mr. Hochenheimer." "All our lives, Miss Renie, we been so busy, my mother and me. I tell her we got to be learnt, like children got to be learnt to walk, how to enjoy ourselves. We we need somebody young, somebody like you in the house, Miss Renie, young and so pretty, and full of life, and so sweet." She gave a gauzy laugh. "Honest, it must seem like a dream to have a rose garden right on the place you live." "I wish you could see, Miss Renie. A new Killarney my gardener showed me in the hothouse yesterday before I left. White and pink blend. He got the clipping from Jamaica. It's a pale pink in the heart, like the first minute when the sun rises, and then it gets pinker and pinker toward the outside petals, till it just bursts out as red as the sun when it's ready to set." "And those beautiful little tan roses you sent me, Mr. Hochenheimer, I—" "Ah, Miss Renie, the clipping from those sunset roses comes from Italy. But now I call them Renie roses, if you'll excuse me. I tell you, Miss Renie, you look just enough like 'em to be related. Little satiny gold looking roses, with a pink blush on the inside of the petals, and a few little soft thorns on the stem." "Ah, Mr. Hochenheimer, I ain't got thorns." Out from the velvet shadows his face came closer. "It's thorns to me, Miss Renie, because you're so pretty and sweet, and seem so far away from a plain fellow like me." "I I'm a plain man, Miss Renie, and I don't know how to talk much about the things I feel inside of me, but I feel all righty." "Looks ain't everything." "I tell you, Miss Renie, now since I can afford it, I just don't seem to know how to do the things I got the feeling inside of me for. Even in my grand house sometimes I feel like it. It's too late for me to live like I feel." "Nothing's ever too late, Mr. Hochenheimer." "Just since I met you I can feel that way, Miss Renie, if you'll excuse me for saying it. Just since I met you." "Me?" "For the first time in my life, Miss Renie, I got the feeling from a girl that, for me, life, maybe my life, is just beginning. Like a vine, Miss Renie, you got yourself tangled around my feelings." "Oh, Mr. Hochenheimer!" "Like I told your papa to night on the car, I ain't got much to offer a beautiful young girl like you. Money, I can see, don't count for so much with a fine girl like you, and I don't need to be told that my face and my ways ain't my fortune." "It's the heart that counts, Mr. Hochenheimer." "If if you mean that, Miss Renie. If love, just love, can bring happiness, I can make for you a life as beautiful as my rose garden. For the first time in my life, Miss Renie, I got the feeling I can do that for a woman, and that woman is you. I will you be my wife, Miss Renie?" She could feel his breath now, scorching her cheek. "Will you, Miss Renie?" And even as she leaned over to open her lips, a figure, swift as a Greek, dashed to the veranda, up the steps, three at a bound. "Renie! Izzy!" She rose, pushing back her chair, and her hands flew to her breast. "Just a minute. Inside I gotta see you quick, Renie. Howdy, Hochenheimer. You excuse her a minute? I got to see her." His voice was like wine that sings in the pouring. "Yes, yes, Izzy, I'm coming." Hers was a trembling in pizzicato. "Excuse me a minute, Mr. Hochenheimer. A minute." Mr. Hochenheimer rose, mopping his brow. "It's all right, Miss Renie. I wait out here on the porch till it pleases you." In her tiny bedroom, with the light turned up, she faced her brother, and he grasped her shoulders so that, through the sheer texture of her dress, his hands left red prints on the flesh. "Renie, you 'ain't done it, have you?" "No, no, Izzy, I've done nothing. Where you been?" He gave a great laugh and sank into a chair, limp. "You don't have to, Renie. It's all right. I've fixed it. Everything is all right." "What do you mean?" Then, as though the current of his returning vigor could know no bounds, he scooped her in a one-armed embrace that fairly raised her from the floor. "All of a sudden, when you went out, Renie, I remembered Aunt Becky. You remember she was the one who made Uncle Isadore fork over to papa that time about the mortgage?" "Yes, yes." "All of a sudden it came over me that she was the only one who could do anything with him. I ran over to the house. All the way I ran, Renie. She was up in her room, and it's all right, Renie. I told her, and she's fixed it. Fixed it!" "Oh, Izzy!" "She's fixed it. When he came home to supper, we got him right away up in her room before he had his hat off. Like a mother she begged for me, Renie, like a mother. God, I tell you, I couldn't go through it again. But she got him, Renie. She got him." "Go on, Izzy, go on." "She told him I wouldn't face the shame. She told him I'd kill my own father, and that the blood would be on his hands. She told him if he'd let me go to the devil without another chance, me that had been named after him, that a curse would roost on his chest. He didn't want to give in to her. He didn't want to, but she scared him, and she's a woman, and she knew how to get inside of him. She knew how. They're going to send me out to his mines, where I can start over, Renie. Out West, where it'll make a new man of me, where I can begin over. Start right, Renie. Start right." "Oh, Izzy, darling." "I can pay up when I earn the money like a man, Renie. It would have killed me if you had sold yourself to him for me. I'd have gone to the stripes first, but I got a man's chance now, Renie, and I don't have to do that rotten thing to you and Squash. A man's chance, Renie, and I'm going to take it." She sat down on the bed suddenly, as though the blood had flowed out of her heart, weakening her. "A sister like you that would have stuck. And I'm going to make good to a sister like you, Renie. I am this time. Please believe me, Renie. I am. I am." Her hand lay pressed to his cheek, and she could feel the warm course of his tears. "Izzy, I knew you wasn't yellow. I knew you wasn't." Sobs shook him suddenly, and he buried his face in the pillow beside her. "Why, Izzy! Why, Izzy, darling! What is it, Izzy, darling?" "It's nothing. You get out, Renie. I'm all right. Only it's now that it's all over, I, just, just let me alone a minute, Renie. Go, you, please, please." She closed the door behind her and fumbled through the gloom of the hallway, her hand faltering as she groped ahead. From the recesses of the moonflower vine, Mr. Hochenheimer rose to meet her, and, because her limbs would tremble, she slid quickly into her chair. "You must excuse me, Mr. Hochenheimer." "It's all right, Miss Renie. I take up where we left off. It ain't so easy, Miss Renie, to begin all over again to say it, but will you be my—" She was suddenly in his arms, burrowing against the speckled waistcoat a little resting place for her head.
End of Part Two.
End of Hockheimer of Cincinnati by Fanny Hurst. Flint and Fire by Dorothy Canfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Flint and Fire by Dorothy Canfield. My husband's cousin had come up from the city, slightly more fagged and sardonic than usual, and as he stretched himself out in the big porch chair, he was even more caustic than was his wont about the bareness and emotional sterility of the lives of our country people. Perhaps they had, a couple of centuries ago, when the Puritan hallucination was still strong, a certain fierce savor of religious intolerance. But now that that has died out, and no material prosperity has come to let them share in the larger life of their century, there is a flatness, a mean absence of warmth or color, a deadness to all emotions but the pettiest sorts. I pushed the pitcher nearer him, clinking the ice invitingly, and directed his attention to our iris bed as a more cheerful object of contemplation than the degeneracy of the inhabitants of Vermont. The flowers burned on their tall stalks like yellow tongues of flame. The strong, sword-like green leaves thrust themselves boldly up into the spring air like a challenge. The plants vibrated with vigorous life. In the field beyond them, as vigorous as they, strode Adoniram Purdon behind his team, the reins tied together behind his muscular neck, his hands grasping the plow with the masterful sureness of the successful practitioner of an art. The hot, sweet spring sunshine shone down on 'Niram's head, with its thick crest of brown hair. The ineffable odor of newly turned earth steamed up about him like incense. The mountain stream beyond him leapt and shouted. His powerful body answered every call made on it with the precision of a splendid machine. But there was no elation in the grimly set face as 'Niram wrenched the plow around a big stone, or as, in a more favorable furrow, the gleaming share sped steadily along before the plowman, turning over a long, unbroken brown ribbon of earth. My cousin-in-law waved a nervous hand toward the sternly silent figure as it stepped doggedly behind the straining team, the head bent forward, the eyes fixed on the horse's heels. "There," he said, "there is an example of what I mean. Is there another race on earth which could produce a man in such a situation who would not on such a day sing, or whistle, or at least hold up his head and look at all the earthly glories about him?" I was silent, but not for lack of material for speech. 'Niram's reasons for austere self-control were not such as I cared to discuss with a man of my cousin's mental attitude. As we sat looking at him, the noon whistle from the village blew, and the wise old horses stopped in the middle of a furrow. 'Niram unharnessed them, led them to the shade of a tree, and put on their nose bags. Then he turned and came toward the house. "Don't seem to remember," murmured my cousin under his breath, "that even though he is a New Englander, he has been known to make up errands to your kitchen to see your pretty Ev'leen Ann?" I looked at him hard, but he was only gazing down, rather cross-eyed, on his grizzled mustache, with an obvious petulant interest in the increase of white hairs in it. Evidently his had been but a chance shot. 'Niram stepped up on the grass at the edge of the porch. He was so tall that he overtopped the railing easily, and, reaching a long arm over to where I sat, he handed me a small package done up in yellowish tissue paper. Without hat raisings or good mornings or any other of the greetings usual in a more effusive civilization, he explained briefly. "My stepmother wanted I should give you this. She said to thank you for the grape juice." As he spoke, he looked at me gravely out of deep set blue eyes, and when he had delivered his message he held his peace. I expressed myself with the babbling volubility of one whose manners have been corrupted by occasional sojourns in the city. "Oh, 'Niram," I cried protestingly, as I opened the package and took out an exquisitely wrought old fashioned collar. "Oh, 'Niram, how could your stepmother give such a thing away? Why, it must be one of her precious old relics. I don't want her to give me something every time I do some little thing for her. Can't a neighbor send her a few bottles of grape juice without her thinking she must pay it back somehow? It's not kind of her. She has never yet let me do the least thing for her without repaying me with something that is worth ever so much more than my trifling services." When I had finished my prattling, 'Niram repeated, with an accent of finality, "She wanted I should give it to you." The older man stirred in his chair. Without looking at him, I knew that his gaze on the young rustic was quizzical, and that he was recording on the tablets of his merciless memory the ungraceful abruptness of the other's action and manner. "How is your stepmother feeling today, 'Niram?" I asked. "Worse." 'Niram came to a full stop with the word. My cousin covered his satirical mouth with his hand. "Can't the doctor do anything to relieve her?" I asked. 'Niram moved at last from his Indian like immobility. He looked up under the brim of his felt hat at the sky line of the mountain, shimmering iridescent above us. "He says maybe 'lectricity would help her some. I'm going to get her the batteries and things soon's as I get the rubber bandages paid for." There was a long silence. My cousin stood up, yawning, and sauntered away toward the door. "Shall I send Ev'leen Ann out to get the pitcher and glasses?" he asked, in an accent which he evidently thought very humorously significant. The strong face under the felt hat turned white, the jaw muscles set hard, but for all the show of strength there was an instant when the man's eyes looked out with the sick, helpless revelation of pain they might have had when 'Niram was a little boy of 10, a third of his present age, and less than half his present stature. Occasionally it is horrifying to see how a chance shot rings the bell. "No, no, never mind," I said hastily. "I'll take the tray in when I go." Without salutation or farewell, 'Niram Purdon turned and went back to his work. The porch was an enchanted place, walled around with starlit darkness, visited by wisps of breezes shaking down from their wings the breath of lilac and syringa, flowering wild grapes, and plowed fields. Down at the foot of our sloping lawn, the little river, still swollen by the melted snow from the mountains, plunged between its stony banks and shouted its brave song to the stars. We three middle aged people, Paul, his cousin, and I, had disposed our uncomely, useful, middle aged bodies in the big wicker chairs, and left them there while our young souls wandered abroad in the sweet, dark glory of the night. At least Paul and I were doing this, as we sat, hand in hand, thinking of a May night 20 years before. One never knows what Horace is thinking of, but apparently he was not in his usual captious vein, for after a long pause he remarked: "It is a night almost indecorously inviting to the making of love." My answer seemed grotesquely out of key with this, but its sequence was clear in my mind. I got up, saying: "Oh, that reminds me, I must go and see Ev'leen Ann. I'd forgotten to plan tomorrow's dinner." "Oh, everlastingly Ev'leen Ann," mocked Horace from his corner. "Can't you think of anything but Ev'leen Ann and her affairs?" I felt my way through the darkness of the house toward the kitchen, both doors of which were tightly closed. When I stepped into the hot, close room, smelling of food and fire, I saw Ev'leen Ann sitting on the straight kitchen chair, the yellow light of the bracket lamp bearing down on her heavy braids and bringing out the exquisitely subtle modeling of her smooth young face. Her hands were folded in her lap. She was staring at the blank wall, and the expression of her eyes so startled and shocked me that I stopped short and would have retreated if it had not been too late. She had seen me, roused herself, and said quietly, as though continuing a conversation interrupted the moment before: "I had been thinking that there was enough left of the roast to make hash balls for dinner." Hash balls is Ev'leen Ann's decent Anglo Saxon name for croquettes. "And maybe you'd like a rhubarb pie." I knew well enough she had been thinking of no such thing, but I could as easily have slapped a reigning sovereign on the back as broken in on the regal reserve of Ev'leen Ann in her clean gingham. "Well, yes, Ev'leen Ann," I answered, in her own tone of reasonable consideration of the matter, "that would be nice, and your pie crust is so flaky that even Mr. Horace will have to be pleased." Mr. Horace is our title for the sardonic cousin whose carping ways are half a joke and half a menace in our family. Ev'leen Ann could not manage the smile which should have greeted this sally. She looked down soberly at the white pine top of the kitchen table, and said: "I guess there is enough sparrow grass up in the garden for a mess, too, if you'd like that." "That would taste very good," I agreed, my heart aching for her. "And creamed potatoes," she finished bravely, thrusting my unspoken pity from her. "You know I like creamed potatoes better than any other kind," I concurred. There was a silence. It seemed inhuman to go and leave the stricken young thing to fight her trouble alone in the ugly prison, her workplace, though I thought I could guess why Ev'leen Ann had shut the door so tightly. I hung near her, searching my head for something to say, but she helped me by no casual remark. 'Niram is not the only one of our people who possesses to the full the supreme gift of silence.' Finally I mentioned the report of a case of measles in the village, and Ev'leen Ann responded in kind with the news that her Aunt Emma had bought a potato planter. Ev'leen Ann is an orphan, brought up by a well to do spinster aunt, who is strong minded and runs her own farm. After a time we glided by way of similar transitions to the mention of his name. "'Niram Purdon tells me his stepmother is no better,' I said. 'Isn't it too bad?' I thought it well for Ev'leen Ann to be dragged out of her black cave of silence once in a while, even if it could be done only by force. As she made no answer, I went on. 'Everybody who knows 'Niram thinks it splendid of him to do so much for his stepmother.' Ev'leen Ann responded with a detached air, as though speaking of a matter in China. 'Well, it ain't any more than what he should do. She was awful good to him when he was little and his father got so sick. I guess 'Niram wouldn't ha' had much to eat if she hadn't ha' gone out sewing to earn it for him and Mr. Purdon.' She added firmly, after a moment's pause: 'No, ma'am, I don't guess it's any more than what 'Niram had ought to do.' But it's very hard on a young man to feel that he's not able to marry, I continued. Once in a great while we came so near the matter as this. Ev'leen Ann made no answer. Her face took on a pinched look of sickness. She set her lips as though she would never speak again. But I knew that a criticism of 'Niram would always rouse her, and said, "And really, I think 'Niram makes a great mistake to act as he does. A wife would be a help to him. She could take care of Mrs. Purdon and keep the house." Ev'leen Ann rose to the bait, speaking quickly with some heat. "I guess 'Niram knows what's right for him to do. He can't afford to marry when he can't even keep up with the doctor's bills and all. He keeps the house himself, nights and mornings, and Mrs. Purdon is awful handy about taking care of herself, for all she's bedridden. That's her way, you know. She can't bear to have folks do for her. She'd die before she'd let anybody do anything for her that she could anyways do for herself." I sighed acquiescingly. Mrs. Purdon's fierce independence was a rock on which every attempt at sympathy or help shattered itself to atoms. There seemed to be no other emotion left in her poor, old, work-worn shell of a body. As I looked at Ev'leen Ann, it seemed rather a hateful characteristic, and I remarked, "It seems to me it's asking a good deal of 'Niram to spoil his life in order that his stepmother can go on pretending she's independent." Ev'leen Ann explained hastily, "Oh, 'Niram doesn't tell her anything about. She doesn't know he would like to. He don't want she should be worried, and anyhow, as 'tis, he can't earn enough to keep ahead of all the doctor's cost." "But the right kind of wife, a good, competent girl, could help out by earning something too." Ev'leen Ann looked at me forlornly, with no surprise. The idea was evidently not new to her. "Yes, ma'am, she could. But 'Niram says he ain't the kind of man to let his wife go out working." Even while she dropped under the killing verdict of his pride, she was loyal to his standards and uttered no complaint. She went on, "'Niram wants Aunt Em'line to have things the way she wants 'em, as near as he can give 'em to her, and it's right she should." "Aunt Em'line?" I repeated, surprised at her absence of mind. "You mean Mrs. Purdon, don't you?" Ev'leen Ann looked vexed at her slip, but she scorned to attempt any concealment. She explained dryly, with the shy, stiff embarrassment our country people have in speaking of private affairs, "Well, she is my Aunt Em'line. Mrs. Purdon is, though I don't hardly ever call her that. You see, Aunt Emma brought me up, and she and Aunt Em'line don't have anything to do with each other. They were twins, and when they were girls they got edgeways over 'Niram's father when 'Niram was a baby and his father was a young widower and come courting. Then Aunt Em'line married him, and Aunt Emma never spoke to her afterward." Occasionally, in walking unsuspectingly along one of our leafy lanes, some such fiery geyser of ancient heat uprears itself in a boiling column. I never get used to it, and started back now. "Why, I never heard of that before. And I've known your Aunt Emma and Mrs. Purdon for years." "Well, they're pretty old now," said Ev'leen Ann listlessly, with the natural indifference of self-centered youth to the bygone tragedies of the preceding generation. "It happened quite some time ago, and both of them were so touchy, if anybody seemed to speak about it, that folks got in the way of letting it alone. First Aunt Emma wouldn't speak to her sister because she'd married the man she'd wanted, and then when Aunt Emma made out so well farming, and got so well off, why, then Mrs. Purdon wouldn't try to make up because she was so poor. That was after Mr. Purdon had had his stroke of paralysis, and they'd lost their farm, and she'd taken to going out sewing. Not but what she was always perfectly satisfied with her bargain. She always acted as though she'd rather have her husband's old shirt
stuffed with straw than any other man's whole body. He was a real nice man, I guess, Mr. Purdon was. There I had it, the curt, unexpanded chronicle of two passionate lives. And there I had also the key to Mrs. Purdon's fury of independence. It was the only way in which she could defend her husband against the charge, so damning to her world, of not having provided for his wife. It was the only monument she could rear to her husband's memory, and her husband had been all there was in life for her. I stood looking at her young kinswoman's face, noting the granite under the velvet softness of its youth, and divining the flame underlying the granite. I longed to break through her wall and to put my arms about her, and on the impulse of the moment I cast aside the pretense of casualness in our talk. "Oh, my dear," I said, "are you and 'Niram always to go on like this? Can't anybody help you?" Ev'leen Ann looked at me, her face suddenly old and gray. "No, ma'am, we ain't going to go on this way. We've decided, 'Niram and I have, that it ain't no use. We've decided that we'd better not go places together any more or see each other. It's too if 'Niram thinks we can't," she flamed so that I knew she was burning from head to foot, "it's better for us not." She ended in a muffled voice, hiding her face in the crook of her arm. Ah, yes, now I knew why Ev'leen Ann had shut out the passionate breath of the spring night. I stood near her, a lump in my throat, but I divined the anguish of her shame at her involuntary self revelation, and respected it. I dared do no more than to touch her shoulder gently. The door behind us rattled. Ev'leen Ann sprang up and turned her face toward the wall. Paul's cousin came in, shuffling a little, blinking his eyes in the light of the unshaded lamp, and looking very cross and tired. He glanced at us without comment as he went over to the sink. "Nobody offered me anything good to drink," he complained, "so I came in to get some water from the faucet for my nightcap." When he had drunk with ostentation from the tin dipper, he went to the outside door and flung it open. "Don't you people know how hot and smelly it is in here?" he said, with his usual unceremonious abruptness. The night wind burst in, eddying, and puffed out the lamp with a breath. In an instant the room was filled with coolness and perfumes and the rushing sound of the river. Out of the darkness came Ev'leen Ann's young voice. "It seems to me," she said, as though speaking to herself, "that I never heard the Mill Brook sound so loud as it has this spring." I woke up that night with the start one has at a sudden call, but there had been no call. A profound silence spread itself through the sleeping house. Outdoors the wind had died down. Only the loud brawl of the river broke the stillness under the stars. But all through this silence and this vibrant song there rang a soundless menace which brought me out of bed and to my feet before I was awake. I heard Paul say, "What's the matter?" in a sleepy voice, and "Nothing," I answered, reaching for my dressing gown and slippers. I listened for a moment, my head ringing with all the frightened tales of the morbid vein of violence which runs through the character of our reticent people. There was still no sound. I went along the hall and up the stairs to Ev'leen Ann's room, and I opened the door without knocking. The room was empty. Then how I ran! Calling loudly for Paul to join me, I ran down the 2 flights of stairs, out of the open door, and along the hedged path which leads down to the little river. The starlight was clear. I could see everything as plainly as though in early dawn. I saw the river, and I saw Ev'leen Ann. There was a dreadful moment of horror, which I shall never remember very clearly, and then Ev'leen Ann and I, both very wet, stood on the bank, shuddering in each other's arms. Into our hysteria there dropped, like a pungent caustic, the arid voice of Horace, remarking, Well, are you two people crazy, or are you walking in your sleep?" I could feel Ev'leen Ann stiffen in my arms, and I fairly stepped back from her in astonished admiration as I heard her snatch at the straw thus offered and still shuddering horribly from head to foot, force herself to say quite connectedly: "Why, yes, of course. I've always heard about my Grandfather Parkman's walking in his sleep. Folks said 'twould come out in the family sometime." Paul was close behind Horace. I wondered a little at his not being first, and with many astonished and inane ejaculations, such as people always make on startling occasions, we made our way back into the house to hot blankets and toddies, but I slept no more that night. Some time after dawn, however, I did fall into a troubled unconsciousness full of bad dreams, and only woke when the sun was quite high. I opened my eyes to see Ev'leen Ann about to close the door. "Oh, did I wake you up?" she said. "I didn't mean to. That little Harris boy is here with a letter for you." She spoke with a slightly defiant tone of self possession. I tried to play up to her interpretation of her rôle. "The little Harris boy?" I said, sitting up in bed. "What in the world is he bringing me a letter for?" Ev'leen Ann, with her usual clear perception of the superfluous in conversation, vouchsafed no opinion on a matter where she had no information, but went downstairs and brought back the note. It was of 4 lines, and, surprisingly enough, from old Mrs. Purdon, who asked me abruptly if I would have my husband take me to see her. She specified, and underlined the specification, that I was to come right off, and in the automobile. Wondering extremely at this mysterious bidding, I sought out Paul, who obediently cranked up our small car and carried me off. There was no sign of Horace about the house, but some distance on the other side of the village we saw his tall, stooping figure swinging along the road. He carried a cane, and was characteristically occupied in violently switching off the heads from the wayside weeds as he walked. He refused our offer to take him in, alleging that he was out for exercise and to reduce his flesh, an ancient jibe at his bony frame which made him for an instant show a leathery smile. There was, of course, no one at Mrs. Purdon's to let us into the tiny 3-roomed house, since the bedridden invalid spent her days there alone while 'Niram worked his team on other people's fields. Not knowing what we might find, Paul stayed outside in the car, while I stepped inside in answer to Mrs. Purdon's "Come in, why don't you?" which sounded quite as dry as usual. But when I saw her, I knew that things were not as usual. She lay flat on her back, the little emaciated wisp of humanity, hardly raising the piecework quilt enough to make the bed seem occupied, and to account for the thin, worn old face on the pillow. But as I entered the room, her eyes seized on mine, and I was aware of nothing but them and some fury of determination behind them. With a fierce heat of impatience at my first natural but quickly repressed exclamation of surprise, she explained briefly that she wanted Paul to lift her into the automobile and take her into the next township, to the Hewlett farm. "I'm so shrunk away to nothing, I know I can lay on the back seat if I crook myself up," she said, with a cool accent but a rather shaky voice. Seeming to realize that even her intense desire to strike the matter of fact note could not take the place of any and all explanation of her extraordinary request, she added, holding my eyes steady with her own: "Emma Hewlett's my twin sister. I guess it ain't so queer, my wanting to see her." I thought, of course, we were to be used as the medium for some strange, sudden family reconciliation, and went out to ask Paul if he thought he could carry the old invalid to the car. He replied that, so far as that went,
he could carry so thin an old body 10 times around the town, but that he refused absolutely to take such a risk without authorization from her doctor. I remembered the burning eyes of resolution I had left inside, and sent him to present his objections to Mrs. Purdon herself. In a few moments I saw him emerge from the house with the old woman in his arms. He had evidently taken her up just as she lay. The piecework quilt hung down in long folds, flashing its brilliant reds and greens in the sunshine, which shone so strangely upon the pallid old countenance, facing the open sky for the first time in years. We drove in silence through the green and gold lyric of the spring day, an elderly company sadly out of key with the triumphant note of eternal youth, which rang through all the visible world. Mrs. Purdon looked at nothing, said nothing, seemed to be aware of nothing but the purpose in her heart, whatever that might be. Paul and I, taking a leaf from our neighbor's book, held, with a courage like theirs, to their excellent habit of saying nothing when there is nothing to say. We arrived at the fine old Hewlett place without the exchange of a single word. "Now carry me in," said Mrs. Purdon briefly, evidently hoarding her strength. "Wouldn't I better go and see if Miss Hewlett is at home?" I asked. Mrs. Purdon shook her head impatiently and turned her compelling eyes on my husband. I went up the path before them to knock at the door, wondering what the people in the house would possibly be thinking of us. There was no answer to my knock. "Open the door and go in," commanded Mrs. Purdon from out her quilt. There was no one in the spacious, white paneled hall, and no sound in all the big, many roomed house. "Emma's out feeding the hens," conjectured Mrs. Purdon, not, I fancied, without a faint hint of relief in her voice. "Now carry me upstairs to the first room on the right." Half hidden by his burden, Paul rolled wildly inquiring eyes at me, but he obediently staggered up the broad old staircase, and, waiting till I had opened the first door to the right, stepped into the big bedroom. "Put me down on the bed and open them shutters," Mrs. Purdon commanded. She still marshaled her forces with no lack of decision, but with a fainting voice which made me run over to her quickly as Paul laid her down on the four-poster. Her eyes were still indomitable, but her mouth hung open slackly and her color was startling. "Oh, Paul, quick, quick! Haven't you your flask with you?" Mrs. Purdon informed me in a barely audible whisper. "In the corner cupboard at the head of the stairs," and I flew down the hallway. I returned with a bottle, evidently of great age. There was only a little brandy in the bottom, but it whipped up a faint color into the sick woman's lips. As I was bending over her, and Paul was thrusting open the shutters, letting in a flood of sunshine and flecky leaf shadows, a firm, rapid step came down the hall, and a vigorous woman, with a tanned face and a clean, faded gingham dress, stopped short in the doorway with an expression of stupefaction. Mrs. Purdon put me on one side, and although she was physically incapable of moving her body by a hair's breadth, she gave the effect of having risen to meet the newcomer. "Well, Emma, here I am," she said in a queer voice, with involuntary quavers in it. As she went on she had it more under control, although in the course of her extraordinarily succinct speech it broke and failed her occasionally. When it did, she drew in her breath with an audible, painful effort, struggling forward steadily in what she had to say. "You see, Emma, it's this way. My 'Niram and your Evelyn Ann have been keeping company, ever since they went to school together. You know that's well, as I do. For all we let on, we didn't, only I didn't know till just now how hard they took it. They can't get married because 'Niram can't keep even, let alone get ahead any, because I cost so much being sick, and the doctor says I may live for years this way, same's Aunt Hetty did. And 'Niram
is 31, and Evelyn Ann is 28, and they've had 'bout much waiting as is good for folks that set such store by each other. I've thought of every way out of it, and there ain't any. The Lord knows I don't enjoy living any, not so's to notice the enjoyment, and I thought of cutting my throat like Uncle Lish, but that'd make 'Niram and Evelyn Ann feel so. To think why I done it, they'd never take the comfort they ought in being married, so that won't do. There's only one thing to do. I guess you'll have to take care of me till the Lord calls me. Maybe I won't last so long as the doctor thinks." When she finished, I felt my ears ringing in the silence. She had walked to the sacrificial altar with so steady a step, and laid upon it her precious all with so gallant a front of quiet resolution, that for an instant I failed to take in the sublimity of her self-immolation. Mrs. Purdon asking for charity, and asking the one woman who had most reason to refuse it to her. Paul looked at me miserably, the craven desire to escape a scene written all over him. "Wouldn't we better be going, Mrs. Purdon?" I said uneasily. I had not ventured to look at the woman in the doorway. Mrs. Purdon motioned me to remain, with an imperious gesture whose fierceness showed the tumult underlying her brave front. "No, I want you should stay. I want you should hear what I say, so's you can tell folks, if you have to. Now look here, Emma," she went on to the other, still obstinately silent. "You must look at it the way 'tis. We're neither of us any good to anybody, the way we are, and I'm dreadfully in the way of the only two folks we care a pin about, either of us. You've got plenty to do with, and nothing to spend it on. I can't get myself out of their way by dying without going against what's Scripture and proper, but—" Her steely calm broke. She burst out in a screaming, hysterical voice. "You've just got to, Emma Hewlett! You've just got to! If you don't, I won't never go back to 'Niram's house. I'll lie in the ditch by the roadside till the poor master comes to get me, and I'll tell everybody that it's because my own twin sister, with a house and a farm and money in the bank, turned me out to starve." A fearful spasm cut her short. She lay twisted and limp, the whites of her eyes showing between the lids. "Good God, she's gone!" cried Paul, running to the bed. I was aware that the woman in the doorway had relaxed her frozen immobility, and was between Paul and me as we rubbed the thin, icy hands and forced brandy between the placid lips. We all three thought her dead or dying, and labored over her with the frightened thankfulness for one another's living presence which always marks that dreadful moment. But even as we fanned and rubbed and cried out to one another to open the windows and to bring water, the blue lips moved to a ghostly whisper. "Em, listen." The old woman went back to the nickname of their common youth. "Em, your Evelyn Ann tried to drown herself in the Mill Brook last night. That's what decided me to—" And then we were plunged into another desperate struggle with death for the possession of the battered old habitation of the dauntless soul before us. "Isn't there any hot water in the house?" cried Paul, and "Yes, yes, a tea kettle on the stove," answered the woman who labored with us. Paul, divining that she meant the kitchen, fled downstairs. I stole a look at Emma Hewlett's face as she bent over the sister she had not seen in 30 years, and I knew that Mrs. Purdon's battle was won. It even seemed that she had won another skirmish in her never-ending war with death, for a little warmth began to come back into her hands. When Paul returned with a tea kettle and a hot water bottle had been filled, the owner of the house straightened herself, assumed her rightful position as mistress of the situation, and began to issue commands. "You get right in the automobile and go get the doctor," she told Paul. "That'll be the quickest. She's better now, and your wife and I can keep her going till the doctor gets here." As Paul left the room,
She snatched something white from a bureau drawer, stripped the worn, patched, old cotton nightgown from the skeleton-like body, and handling the invalid with a strong, sure touch, slipped on a soft, woolly outing flannel wrapper with a curious trimming of zigzag braid down the front. Mrs. Purdon opened her eyes very slightly, but shut them again at her sister's quick command. "You lay still, Em'line, and drink some of this brandy." She obeyed without comment, but after a pause she opened her eyes again and looked down at the new garment which clad her. She had that moment turned back from the door of death, but her first breath was used to set the scene for a return to a decent decorum. "You're still a great hand for rick-rack work, Em, I see," she murmured in a faint whisper. "Do you remember how surprised Aunt Sue was when you made up a pattern?" "Well, I hadn't thought of it for quite some time," returned Miss Hulett in exactly the same tone of everyday remark. As she spoke, she slipped her arm under the other's head and poked the pillow to a more comfortable shape. "Now you lay perfectly still," she commanded in the hectoring tone of the born nurse. "I'm going to run down and make you up a good hot cup of sassafras tea." I followed her down into the kitchen, and was met by the same refusal to be melodramatic which I had encountered in Ev'leen Ann. I was most anxious to know what version of my extraordinary morning I was to give out to the world, but hung silent, positively abashed by the cool casualness of the other woman as she mixed her brew. Finally, "Shall I tell 'Niram? What shall I say to Ev'leen Ann if anybody asks me?" I brought out with clumsy hesitation. At the realization that her reserve and family pride were wholly at the mercy of any report I might choose to give, even my iron hostess followed. She stopped short in the middle of the floor, looked at me silently, piteously, and found no word. I hastened to assure her that I would attempt no hateful picturesqueness of narration. "Suppose I just say that you were rather lonely here, now that Ev'leen Ann has left you, and that you thought it would be nice to have your sister come to stay with you, so that 'Niram and Ev'leen Ann can be married." Emma Hulett breathed again. She walked toward the stairs with a steaming cup in her hand. Over her shoulder she remarked, "Well, yes, ma'am, that would be as good a way to put it as any, I guess." 'Niram and Ev'leen Ann were standing up to be married. They looked very stiff and self-conscious, and Ev'leen Ann was very pale. 'Niram's big hands, bent in the crook of a man who handles tools, hung down by his new black trousers. Ev'leen Ann's strong fingers stood out stiffly from one another. They looked hard at the minister and repeated after him in low and meaningless tones the solemn and touching words of the marriage service. Back of them stood the wedding company, in freshly washed and ironed white dresses, new straw hats, and black suits smelling of camphor. In the background, among the other elders, stood Paul and Horace and I, my husband and I hand in hand, Horace twiddling the black ribbon which holds his watch, and looking bored. Through the open windows into the stuffiness of the best room came an echo of the deep organ note of midsummer. "Whom God hath joined together," said the minister, and the epitome of humanity which filled the room held its breath. The old with the wonder upon their life-scarred faces, the young half frightened to feel the stir of the great wings soaring so near them. Then it was all over. 'Niram and Ev'leen Ann were married, and the rest of us were bustling about to serve the hot biscuit and coffee and chicken salad, and to dish up the ice cream. Afterward there were no citified refinements of cramming rice down the necks of the departing pair or tying placards to the carriage in which they went away. Some of the men went out to the barn and hitched up for 'Niram, and we all went down to the gate to see them drive off. They might have been going for one of their Sunday afternoon buggy rides, except for the wet eyes of the foolish women and girls who stood waving their hands in answer to the flutter of Evelyn Ann's handkerchief as the carriage went down the hill. We had nothing to say to one another after they left, and began soberly to disperse to our respective vehicles. But as I was getting into our car a new thought suddenly struck me. "Why," I cried, "I never thought of it before. How ever in the world did old Mrs. Purdon know about Evelyn Ann that night?" Horace was pulling at the door, which was badly adjusted and shut hard. He closed it with a vicious slam. "I told her," he said crossly. End of Flint and Fire by Dorothy Canfield.
Accessories After the Fact by E. Temple Thurston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dixon, the butler, was all against these migrations to the country directly the season was over in town. He disliked the neighbourhood of Dartmoor. There were countless reasons he gave for his objections to leaving town, but the real one, to which he never alluded, was that he could not take his wig to the barber every week. Like all his sex, Dixon was vain. The vanity of most men being to conceal their vanity if they can, wherefore a man will go to immense trouble and as much expense as any woman to appear quietly turned out. To achieve that appearance of being a well-dressed gentleman who will attract the attention of none but those who know, a man will exhibit as much vanity as any woman in the world. In some manner of speaking, this was the vanity of Dixon. His master and mistress, Sir Harold and Lady Borthwick, they knew he wore a wig. Her ladyship's maid, she knew. The cook knew. Indeed, the whole household was aware of it. Yet there was his vanity. He had paid, for him, a considerable sum for that wig. It fitted him, as they say, to a T. Every week in London he took it to an expensive barber's, and, while in seclusion in an upper part of the premises, had it carefully combed and one grey hair added to its otherwise chestnut beauty. "One grey hair a week," he said. This was his vanity, in calculation. "That's 52 a year. 260 in 5 years' time. In 20 years I shall be getting white about the head." Yet the only people in a position to observe these increasing signs of age were those who knew it was a wig. That is like vanity all over. In their presence he would often raise his hand to his head, quite genteelly, for there is a proper way of doing these things, and scratch certain different places, as though they caused him temporary discomfort. You may imagine, then, how much Dixon disliked these summer exiles to the country. After 3 months, when they returned to town, it meant the addition of 13 grey hairs at once, which, besides being an unlucky number, took at least 2 days to do, when he was compelled to wear his second best wig, which did not fit him at all. Then the whole world knew, so much of it as saw him, and it was not a great deal. For those 2 days Dixon was as a sick man confined to his room. The whole household had been down on Dartmoor for a month, and Dixon was becoming reconciled to the discomfort of injured vanity injured by the knowledge that his wig had not received all the attention that it required. Sir Harold and his wife dined alone every night, except when there were visitors. The children were always sent to bed. Dixon stood there in the deep shadows of that old dining room while they solemnly pursued the 6 courses of a somewhat elaborate dinner, sometimes almost in silence. Dixon had nothing to say against the dullness of this proceeding. He liked those deep shadows. "Anyone coming into the room now," he would say to himself as he stood there, "would think to themselves, 'What a decent head of hair that chap has.' Vanity in contemplation draws all eyes upon itself." Taking the visitor's regard of him for granted, this most likely would have been true. It is far more likely, however, that the attention of any one entering that old dining room at such a moment would have been attracted to the 4 Queen Anne silver candlesticks, with their soft pink shades, in the centre of the small dining table they used on these occasions. He would have observed the 4 old silver snuff boxes on the centre of that table, placed there for ornamentation alone. And if he were a connoisseur he would have noticed the spoons and forks, shining their reflections in the polished mahogany surface. All Queen Anne silver, every one of them Queen Anne. This was Sir Harold's hobby. It was one evening, on an occasion ever to be remembered by Dickson, that they sat alone at dinner together, and for the first 2 courses never spoke a word. It was, he would have told you, as he was serving the entrée, that a sound in the far distance across the moor fell upon all their ears. Dickson paused as he handed the cutlets in aspic to his master. In the whole course of his experience as a butler this was the first time he had known his attention to be distracted from his work. But the sound reaching them was such that, in the silence of that old house, far away on those lonely moors, the mind of any man would have been arrested. They all raised their heads to listen. The silver entrée dish with the cutlets in aspic was drooping lower and lower in Dickson's hand with this unexpected abstraction of his mind. Another instant and the cutlets would have gracefully dropped to the floor, when Sir Harold said, "What's that, Dickson?" Dickson recovered his equilibrium in time, saving the cutlets, and not a moment too soon. "It was a gun, sir." He had no sooner said it than another sound trembled across the silence, faintly shaking the windows in their sashes. "Is it a convict escaped, Harold?" asked Lady Borthwick. "Must be," said he. "The devil's got off. I don't know how the deuce they do it when you look at that place. Looks impossible to the outsider that any one could ever get clear." "Poor, wretched man," said Lady Borthwick, beginning slowly upon her cutlet. "One can't help feeling sorry for him." "It's safe to feel sorry at this distance," replied her husband. "It can't do you any harm, and doesn't do him much good." "No, but I would help him if I could." "You'd help him?" The whole dignity of citizenship took umbrage at that. "But he's a criminal. You can't help a criminal. That's a criminal offence in itself. You'd be an accessory after the fact." "I don't know what that means," replied Lady Borthwick. "Legal jargon never impresses me. But supposing the man were a friend of one's own, do you mean to say it would be a criminal act to help him when he was in trouble?" "Of course it would," replied Sir Harold, emphatically. "Then I think the law's very silly," said she. "Not nearly so silly, my dear, as your suggestion that he might be a friend. How could a man like that possibly be a friend of ours?" She was ready enough with her answer. She referred him to Lord William Pentland, the second son of one of the oldest families in the country. "He's serving his time now," said she, "for that emerald necklace he stole. Willie can't help it. He's a thief by nature. He has that craving for other people's valuables which we've all got. The only difference is he's more candid about it. He admits it by taking them. You can't call him anything else but a criminal, and he's certainly a friend of ours." If Sir Harold could have brought himself to deny a friendship with the Pentland family he would have done it then and there. Finding that quite impossible, especially before Dickson, he said nothing. This was the most interesting discussion Dickson had listened to at that table for some time. He was of the opinion himself that it all depended upon how dangerous the man was. If he was dangerous, Dickson would have helped him to escape, accessory or no accessory. A whole skin, in Dickson's opinion, was well worth having. "Well, wouldn't you help Lord Willie?" asked Lady Borthwick, pursuing her advantage. "No," replied Sir Harold. "I'm an English citizen, and, as such, am conscious of the duties incumbent upon me. I hope that I should consider my country and the society in which I live before all such personal matters as friendship." These were the sentiments of a man comfortably enjoying his dinner. His cutlet in aspic was extremely tender. The cold peas with it were very tasty indeed. A mood of patriotism was their proper accompaniment. All these little luxuries he owed to the fact that he was an Englishman, a knight, and a successful man of business in the capital of that country to which he belonged. "Then you mean to say," said she, "you wouldn't help him?" "I should do my duty," he replied, evasively. And at that moment the bell at the hall door rang violently through the silence of the house. At such a moment, and with such a discussion in progress, it was scarcely to be wondered at that all their hearts, Dickson's as much as anyone's, trembled in their breasts like weights suspended from a slender wire, and then set off to beating each its liveliest tattoo. "Who can that be?" Sir Harold inquired. "I don't know, sir." It might be anyone, he thought, and preferred to stay where he was. "You'd better go and see," said Sir Harold, and as the bell rang out again Dickson, with some reluctance, left the room. Sir Harold and his wife sat listening for the sounds in the hall. They said nothing. Their heads were turned slightly on one side as they strained to hear the faintest sound which could give them any suggestion of what was taking place outside. For the same thought had come, insistent and importunate, to both their minds. It had something to do with the escape of the convict from Princetown. They felt sure of that. Either it was the warders in pursuit, or, resultant upon their conversation but a few moments before, they imagined it might even be the convict himself. It was known to have happened before. Quiet householders had been disturbed at night by desperate men fleeing from justice. Well, Sir Harold knew what he would do, but he made just such a provision in his mind as Dickson had done. The man must not be too desperate or too dangerous. There were limits to one's sense of duty as a citizen. Neither of them, however, was prepared for what was to follow, for the door opened revealing Dickson's blanched face and frightened eyes, while behind him they could see the close-cropped head of the escaped convict in all his prison clothes. Sir Harold rose with a blustering show of English indignation as the man pushed his way into the room. Then he stood back, leaning for support upon the table. "Lord Willie!" he exclaimed. "He would come in, sir," said Dickson. "I couldn't stop him. Says he knows you." "Quite correct," said Lord William, affably. Then he bowed to Lady Borthwick. "Lady Borthwick," said he, "if there were time to apologize, I would. The self-invited guest ought at least to come to the feast decently dressed. Circumstances would not permit that. I'm in a hurry." "What's happened?" asked Sir Harold. "Well, I've just left my friends at Princetown, and they like my company, apparently. They want to have me back. They're remarkably hospitable in that way, but I've got other business to transact." The lightness of his manner suddenly changed. "What can you do for me, Borthwick? I've got to get out of these clothes. You can lend me a suit. What's it to be? They may be here any minute. They're on my tracks already. They'll have found out I came this way. In a quarter of an hour they may be knocking at the door. Come on, man, come on. You must help me somehow or other. The suit's all right. Give me a dress suit if you've got a spare one by you." "I always keep 2 suits," said Sir Harold. It was not a promise that he would let him have one, but it was an opportunity of showing Lord Willie that he could afford to do himself well. "All right, then. But on second thoughts, it had better be an ordinary lounge suit. I can be having dinner here with you dressed like that, can't I? But it's my cropped head. That's what I'm thinking about. How am I going to get over that?" He looked desperately at them both, and they, as was only natural, the same thought occurring to both their minds, turned round and looked at Dickson. In nervous apprehension Dickson's hand went swiftly to his head. "Can't dine in a hat, can I?" said Lord Willie. "Course I can't. They'd twig that at once. What are you looking at him for? By Jove! You don't mean to say—" He hurried across to Dickson and peered into his head. "It's not a wig, is it?" For Dickson's sake they both kept silent. The situation was becoming painful as well as unpleasant. It was up to Dickson to admit it. "Lord William is waiting for an answer, Dickson," said Sir Harold, and then the wretched man, so prompted by his master, and seeing the look of desperation in Lord William's eyes, confessed the truth. Lord William turned round with a smile of relief. "It's a simple matter, then," said he. "I beg pardon, my lord," Dickson interposed. "I said it's a simple matter," Lord William repeated. "Your wig, a suit of clothes, sitting quietly at dinner here. There's not a single one of them who'd believe it possible. I'd never counted on as much luck as this. But come along, we've got to be sharp about it. Just let's try it on now. It ought to fit, well enough anyhow." Here Lady Borthwick interposed. "But he can't," she exclaimed. "Poor Dickson, it's really—" This was womanly sympathy. She could imagine how he would feel. The best of woman's vanity is that they can sympathise with the vanity of others. The worst of men's vanity, that they can't. Sir Harold pooh-poohed this nonsense about Dickson's feelings. "When the warders come," said Lord Willie, "he'll feel a good deal more comfortable without his wig than I shall with it." "Quite so," said Sir Harold. "For the time being he must put up with the discomfort. Everyone in the house knows you've got a wig, Dickson. Come now, take it off and give it to Lord William at once." Lady Borthwick looked her amazement. "Well, you surprise me, Harold," said she, "especially after what we were saying a few moments ago." Lord Willie regarded her with the most attractive expression in the world. It was everywhere admitted that he was a most fascinating creature when he liked, despite his little failing. "My dear Lady Borthwick," said he, "believe me, I am suffering a greater inconvenience—in these—than the good Dickson." He spread out his arms, the better to expose his prison garb. "They're not becoming, Lady Borthwick. Our tailor over there doesn't make too well." Then again his manner changed. Time was slipping by, and his was a desperate need. A glance from his eye was enough to convince the timid Dickson that this was not a man to be played with. With infinite care he took the wig from his head, revealing that pathetically bald cranium which none of them in that house had ever seen before. "I'm not sure," said Lord Willie, as he put it on, "that Dickson doesn't look better without it. Now, isn't that all right?" He turned for them to see. "Not a bad fit at all," replied Sir Harold. "It makes a tremendous difference. Now you'd better go up with Dickson to my room and get that suit. When you've given it to his lordship, Dickson, just come down here as quick as you can and lay another place." The wretched man was only too glad to disappear from the room. With a graceful bow to Lady Borthwick, begging them to waive ceremony and not wait for him, Lord Willie followed Dickson at once. "Well," said Lady Borthwick, as soon as the door had closed, "after all you've said, your talk about duty and citizenship, and all that nonsense—" "What would you have me do?" asked her husband. "Do? Why, let him find his own way out. You're a what you may call it after the fact now. You've become a criminal yourself." "Upon my soul," retorted Sir Harold, "if anyone's gone back on their word, sure it's yourself. After all your talk about friendship—brave words, I've no doubt, but they don't come to much." "Well, you don't call a man like that a friend, do you?" said she. "He steals everything that takes his fancy." "He's the second son of the Earl of Godstow. You must remember that. One of the oldest families in England," replied Sir Harold. "I have no doubt his father will be very grateful to me when he hears." "Grateful? I should think the old man would much sooner have him out of harm's way in Princetown. It's the right place for him. I think you're acting in a most quixotic and ridiculous way. We may get into most terrible trouble over this." I take it that this is the full value of your friendship," said her husband hotly. "I can only suppose," she retaliated, "that this is what you consider to be the duty of a citizen to the community at large." Here was excellent material for a lively domestic quarrel. There is no knowing what might not have been said, but at that moment Dickson, thoroughly ashamed, thoroughly uncomfortable, entered the room. Their voices fell to silence as he laid another place. "He'll be recognised," said Lady Borthwick presently, "and then we shall be in a nice fix. What's the sentence for being a thingumybob after the fact?" "I don't think he will be recognised, my lady," interposed Dickson. "He's got a moustache with him that he says he's been making—secret, of course. These last few months he's been in—that place over there. He's always contemplated getting off, so he told me." "Probably the warders won't come here at all," said Sir Harold. "Then he can get away to morrow in his disguise, and we shan't hear anything more about it." "He won't get away in my wig, sir," said Dickson, firmly. "He won't get away in that." "Well, Dickson, if it's made worth your while, we shall see. I shall tell the Earl about your generosity myself." Dickson had many more protestations to make. One's own dignity is more valuable than the gratitude of an earl. He was just about to say as much when the door opened and Lord Willie, another creature, entered the room. "Mr. Stevenson," said he, "and very pleased indeed, I may tell you, to accept your generous hospitality." "Upon my soul, it's marvellous!" exclaimed Sir Harold, but said no more. Once again the bell had clanged through the silence of the house. For one instant they all listened to it. Then Lord Willie was the first to act. He took his seat at once at the table. "Go to the door, Dickson," said he. "Let 'em in if they must come in, and come as naturally as you can and tell Sir Harold what it is." Trembling for the issue, Dickson went. He was no good for this sort of play acting, he told himself. In the dining room they would have sat and listened as they did before, but Lord Willie started upon a flow of conversation. "I've been abroad," said he. "India, in the Civil Service. What's Bond Street like these days? I was forgetting. I haven't seen it for 6 months." The door opened. This time it was Dickson who was in the background. His bald head shone out of the darkness. Before him stood one of the Princetown warders in his sombre uniform. "I'm sorry to intrude at your dinner hour, Sir Harold," he said, "but I suppose you've heard the guns. One of the convicts has got away. We're scattering all over the moor. I've been round the garden already, but I think I must ask you to let me have a look through the house. There's no knowing where these fellows will hide. They get desperate once they taste freedom. Can I go through the house now?" Sir Harold rose to his feet. Lord Willie, seated with his back to the door, half turned in his chair, an interested listener. "I'll take you myself," said Sir Harold. "Of course he might have got in by one of the windows, though it's hardly likely. They're all locked up at this time. Will you excuse me, Stevenson?" "Certainly, my dear fellow, certainly," Lord Willie replied, in a deep voice. "Would you like me to come with you?" "No, no. You go on with your dinner." He turned to the warder. "Will you come this way?" So little could the man believe that convict 716 was under his very eyes that he paid no attention to Sir Harold's guest and followed him out of the room. The moment they were gone Lord Willie leant back in his chair and laughed. "Astute fellers," said he. "He'll rummage through all your rooms till he's tired." "He won't go to my bedroom, will he?" said Lady Borthwick. "Oh, won't he? He'll hunt everywhere." She jumped to her feet. "I'm not going to have him rummaging through my bedroom," said she, with righteous indignation. "I'll soon put a stop to that. There is a limit to friendship." She went to put a stop to it without a moment's delay. The instant the door had closed Lord Willie looked across at Dickson, standing there as far in the shadow of the corner as he could. "Dickson," said he, sharply, "how did that warder come? Was he walking?" "No, my lord. He was on a bicycle." "Good." He rose quickly to his feet. "Where did he leave it?" "Just outside the door, my lord." "Good again. He's a thoughtful feller. Now, Dickson, if it's known that your master has been shielding me he may get into trouble. You might get into trouble, Dickson, for lending me your wig." "Wouldn't be no fault of mine, my lord," said Dickson, quickly. "I wasn't allowed to do nothing else—not to say allowed." "Quite so. But the law is peculiar in these matters, Dickson. It has no sentiments. Now I want to save your master from trouble, and I want to save you. First of all, we'll suppose that while they've been upstairs the escaped convict has got into the house—through the window. The hall door is still open, my lord." "Through the hall door, then. Excellent. He's a desperate man, Dickson. He wants money. Yes, he sees this silver on the table." Lord Willie examined it, picked up one of the candles and looked with the eye of one who appreciates at the hall mark. "Beautiful silver this, Dickson." "Queen Anne, sir." "Ah, worth a lot of money. All the better." He takes the silver. "What am I doing all this time, my lord?" inquired Dickson, who, as the case was only supposititious, presumed that he would be displaying some sort of courage. "You are covered by a revolver in the convict's hand. You have no option but to do as he tells you." "How about the other gentleman, my lord?" "Lord, yes, I'd forgotten him. He must have followed Lady Borthwick upstairs. But that warder took so little notice, Dickson, I think he won't even ask about him. Well, as I said, he takes the silver. He puts the room in darkness, he gets the warder's bicycle, and he's off, with the silver in his pocket. Beautiful silver this is, 3-pronged forks." "All Queen Anne, my lord." "Beautiful. Now out with those electric lights. I'll blow out these candles. Then I'll hide the silver under the table. They won't think of looking for it there, or looking for it at all. The warder will be after me. They'll never know the story isn't true, and I shall be out of the country in these clothes by to–morrow morning." He blew out the candles. "Now the electric light." Dickson obeyed. The room was in utter darkness. In that sudden transition of light the butler could see nothing. Lord Willie still continued his flow of conversation. "Now I'm hiding the silver under the table," said he, "but as soon as I go and you hear the hall door bang you switch up the lights and call for help. They can't catch me then. I shall have a disguise. I shall have a bicycle. I shall have 2 minutes' start of 'em." A thought suddenly occurred to him. "Sir Harold hasn't got a car here, has he?" "Well, he has, my lord, but it's gone to Exeter for repairs. It comes back the day after to–morrow." "Well, a bicycle's better than nothing." "But how about my wig, my lord?" "Dickson, you must take my word for it that you shall have it back by post the moment I'm out of the country. I can't do better than that. Now, I've hidden all the silver. I'm off now, and as soon as you hear the door bang, up with the lights and call for help." Dickson waited in the darkness. His mind was so confused, he had no time to reason all these things out. It seemed a good scheme to him. The hall door banged. Even the windows rattled in their sashes. He switched on the lights, calling, "Help! Help!" Then he looked about him, peered under the table to see that the silver was well hidden away, with no likelihood of discovery. There was no silver. With the exception of the candlesticks, it was gone. Snuff–boxes, spoons, and forks—all gone. And his wig! "Help!" he yelled. "Help!" End of Accessories After the Fact, by E. Temple Thurston.
The Hero of the Plague by W.C. Morrow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a sweltering July day, a long and ungainly shadow, stretching 30 feet upon the ground, crept noiselessly up an avenue leading to a fashionable hotel at a great summer resort. The sun was setting, and its slanting rays caused the shadow to assume the appearance of an anamorphosis of ludicrous proportions. It was a timid shadow, perhaps a shadow of strange and unnerving experiences. The original of it was worthy of study. He was a short, stout, stoop-shouldered man. His hair was ragged and dusty, his beard straggling and scant. His visible clothing consisted of a slouch hat, torn around the rim and covered with dust, a woolen shirt, a pair of very badly soiled cotton trousers, suspenders made of rawhide strips fastened to his trousers with wooden pins, and the strangest of old boots, which turned up high at the toes like canoes, being much too long for his feet, and which had a rakish aspect. The man's face was a protest against hilarity. Apparently he had all the appurtenances of natural manhood, yet his whole expression would have at once aroused sympathy, for it was a mixture of childishness, confidence, timidity, humility, and honesty. His look was vague and uncertain, and seemed to be searching hopelessly for a friend, for the guidance of natures that were stronger and minds that were clearer. He could not have been older than 35 years, and yet his hair and beard were gray, and his face was lined with wrinkles. Occasionally he would make a movement as if to ward off a sudden and vicious blow. He carried a knotty stick, and his ample trousers pockets were filled to such an extent that they made him appear very wide in the hips and very narrow in the shoulders. Their contents were a mystery. The pockets at least produced the good effect of toning down the marvelous ellipticity of his legs, and in doing this they performed a valuable service. "Hello, who are you?" gruffly demanded a porter employed in the hotel, as the disreputable-looking man was picking his way with great nicety up the broad interior stairs, afraid that his dusty boots would deface the polished brasses underfoot. "Baker," promptly replied the man in a small, timid voice, coming to a halt and humbly touching his hat. "Baker. Well, what's your other name?" "Mine?" "Yes, yours." The stranger was evidently puzzled by the question. He looked vacantly around the ceiling until his gaze rested upon a glass chandelier above him, but finding no assistance there, his glance wandered to an oriel in which there was a caged mockingbird. "Jess Baker, that's all," he answered at last, in his thin voice and slow, earnest manner. "What? Don't you know your other name?" "No, I reckon not," said Baker after a thoughtful pause. "I reckon it's Jess Baker, that's all." "Didn't they ever call you anything else?" "Me?" "Yes, you." Again Baker looked helplessly around until he found the chandelier, and then his eyes sought the oriel. Then he started as if he had received a blow, and immediately reached down and felt his ankles. "Yes, sir," he answered. "What was it?" "101," he quietly said, looking at his questioner with a shade of fear and suspicion in his face. The porter believed that a lunatic stood before him. He asked, "Where are you from?" "Georgie." "What part of Georgia?" Again was Baker at sea, and again did his glance seek the chandelier and the oriel. "Me?" he asked. "Yes, you. What part of Georgia are you from?" "Just Georgie," he finally said. "What do you want here?" "Well, I'll tell you. I want you to hire me," he replied, with a faint look of expectancy. "What can you do?" "Me?" "Yes, you." "Oh, well, I'll tell you. Most everything." "What salary do you want?" "Me?" "Of course you." "Want?" "Yes." "Oh, well, about $5 a day, I reckon." The porter laughed coarsely. "You needn't talk to me about it," he said. "I'm not the proprietor." "The which?" asked Baker. "The boss." "Oh, ain't you?" And then he looked very much puzzled indeed. The porter had had sufficient amusement, and so he demanded in a brusque and menacing tone: "Now say, you get away from here quick. We don't want no crazy tramps around here, you understand?" Baker did not stir, but stood looking helplessly at the porter, surprised and grieved. "Get out, I say, or I'll set the dogs on you." A look of deep mortification settled on Baker's face, but he was not frightened. He did not move a muscle except to glance quickly around for the dogs. "Ain't you going, you crazy old tramp? If you don't, I'll lock you up and send for the sheriff." And the porter rattled some keys in his pocket. Instantly a great horror overspread the countenance of Baker from Georgia. He looked wildly about and seemed ready to run, and labored with an imaginary weight that clung to his ankles. He took a single step in his agitation, and suddenly realized that no such encumbrance detained him. He shook off the delusion and sprang to the bottom of the stairs. His whole appearance had changed. Humility had given way to the uncontrollable fear, and he had become a fleeing wild beast that was hunted for its life. He sprang through the outer door and reached the ground in another bound, and gathered his strength for immediate flight from terrors without a name. "Stop there!" called a stern, full voice. Baker obeyed instantly. Obeyed as might a man long accustomed to the most servile obedience, as might a dog that has been beaten until his spirit is broken. He bared his head and stood in the warm glow of the fading light, meek and submissive. All signs of fear had disappeared from his face, but he was no longer the Baker from Georgia who, a few minutes ago, had trudged along the graveled walk after the ungainly shadow. He had sought a thing and had not found it, had bitten a rosy apple and was choked with dust. Even the rakish boots looked submissive and showed their brass teeth in solemn acquiescence to an inevitability, and somehow they looked not nearly so rakish as formerly. The voice that had checked Baker had not a kindly tone. It was that of a suspicious man who believed that he had detected a thief in the act of making off with dishonest booty stored in ample pockets. Yet his face had a generous look, though anger made his eyes harsh. The two men surveyed each other, anger disappearing from the face of one to give place to pity, the other regarding him with mild docility. "Come along with me," said the gentleman to Baker. Evidently Baker had heard those words before, for he followed quietly and tamely, with his dusty old hat in his left hand and his head bowed upon his breast. He walked so slowly that the gentleman turned to observe him, and found him moving laboriously with his feet wide apart and his right hand grasping an invisible something that weighted down his ankles. They were now passing near the end of the hotel on their way to the rear, when they came near a hitching post to which rings were affixed with staples. Baker had been looking around for something, and as the gentleman, who was Mr. Clayton, the proprietor of the hotel, stopped near the post, Baker walked straight up to it without having looked to the left or the right. Upon reaching it, he dropped the invisible something that he carried in his right hand, laid his hat on the ground, slipped the rawhide suspenders from his shoulders, unbuttoned his shirt, pulled it over his head, and laid it on the grass alongside his hat. He then humbly embraced the post and crossed his hands over a ring to which a chain was attached. He laid his cheek against the bare right arm and waited patiently without having uttered a protest or made an appeal. The old boots looked up wistfully into his sorrowing face. His naked back glistened white. It was a map on which were traced a record of the bloody cruelties of many years. It was a fine piece of mosaic, human flesh inlaid with the venom of the lash. There were scars and seams and ridges and cuts that crossed and recrossed each other in all possible directions. Thus stood Baker for some time, until Mr. Clayton kindly called to him, "Put on your shirt." He proceeded to obey silently, but was confused and embarrassed at this unexpected turn of events. He hesitated at first, however, for he evidently did not understand how he could put on his shirt until his hands had been released. "Your hands are not chained," explained Mr. Clayton. The revelation was so unexpected that it almost startled the man from Georgia. He pulled out one hand slowly, that a sudden jerk might not lacerate his wrist. Then he pulled out the other, resumed his shirt and hat, picked up the imaginary weight, and shuffled along slowly after his leader. "What is your name?" asked the gentleman. 101. They were soon traversing the corridor in the servants' quarter of the hotel, when Baker halted and ventured to say, "I reckon you're in the wrong curryder." He was examining the ceiling, the floor, and the number on the doors. "No, this is right," said the gentleman. Again Baker hobbled along, never releasing his hold on the invisible weight. They halted at number 13. Said Baker, with a shade of pity in his voice, "'Tain't right. Wrong curryder. Cell 101's mine." "Yes, yes, but we'll put you in this one for the present," replied the gentleman, as he opened the door and ushered Baker within. The room was comfortably furnished, and this perplexed Baker more and more. "Hain't you got it wrong?" he persisted. "Lifer, you know. 101, lifer, plays off crazy. 40 lashes every Monday. Don't you know?" "Yes, yes, I know. But we'll not talk about that now." They brought a good supper to his room, and he ate ravenously. They persuaded him to wash in a basin in the room, though he begged hard to be permitted to go to the pump. Later that night the gentleman went to his room and asked him if he wanted anything. "Well, I'll tell you. You forgot to take it off," Baker replied, pointing to his ankles. The gentleman was perplexed for a moment, and then he stooped and unlocked and removed an imaginary ball and chain. Baker seemed relieved. Said the gentleman, as Baker was preparing for bed, "This is not a penitentiary. It is my house, and I do not whip anybody. I will give you all you want to eat, and good clothes, and you may go wherever you please. Do you understand?" Baker looked at him with vacant eyes and made no reply. He undressed, lay down, sighed wearily, and fell asleep. A stifling southern September sun beat down upon the mountains and valleys. The thrush and the mockingbird had been driven to cool places, and their songs were not heard in the trees. The hotel was crowded with refugees from Memphis. A terrible scourge was sweeping through Tennessee, and its black shadow was creeping down to the Gulf of Mexico, and as it crept it mowed down young and old in its path. "Well, Baker, how are you getting along?" It was the round, cheerful voice of Mr. Clayton. The man from Georgia was stooping over a pail, scouring it with sand and a cloth. Upon hearing the greeting he hung the cloth over the pail and came slowly to the perpendicular, putting his hands during the operation upon the small of his back, as if the hinges in that region were old and rusty and needed care. "Oh, well now, I'll tell you. Nothin' particular to complain on, except—" "Well?" "I don't believe it's quite exactly right." "Tell me about it." "Well, now you see, there ain't nobody a listenin', is there?" "No." I think they ought to give me one more piece, anyway." "Piece of what?" "Maybe two more pieces." "Of what?" "Pie. It was pie I was a-talkin' about all the time." "Don't they give you sufficient?" "Pie?" "Yes." "No, sir, not nigh enough. And come here closter. I'm a-gettin' weak. I'm a-starvin'," he whispered. "You shall not starve. What do you want?" "Well, now, I was just a-thinkin' that one or two more pieces for dinner every day. Every day."
"Pie?"
"Yes, sir, pie. I was a-talkin' about pie."
"You shall certainly have it. But don't they give you any?"
"What, pie?"
"Yes."
"Oh, well, they do give me some."
"Every day?"
"Yes, sir, every day."
"How much do they give you?"
"Pie?"
"Yes."
"Well, I'll tell you. About two pieces, I believe."
"Aren't you afraid that much more than that would make you sick?"
"Oh, well, now, I'm a-goin' to tell you about that, too, 'cause you don't know about it. You see, I'm mostly used to gettin' sick, and I ain't mostly used to eatin' of pie."
He spoke then, as he always spoke, with the utmost impressive earnestness. Baker had undergone a great change within the 2 months that had passed over him at the hotel. Kindness had driven away the vacant look in his eyes, and his mind was stronger. He had found that for which his meager soul had yearned, a sympathizing heart and a friend. He was fat, sleek, and strong. His old boots, the same as of yore, for he would not abandon them, looked less foolish and seemed almost cheerful. Were they not always in an atmosphere of gentleness and refinement, and did they not daily treat the very ground pressed by the bravest and richest boots in the land? It is true that they were often covered with slops and chickens' feathers, but this served only to bring out in bolder relief the elevating influences of a healthy morality and a generous prosperity that environed them. There are many boots that would have been spoiled by so sudden an elevation into a higher sphere of life, but the good traits of Baker's boots were strengthened not only by a rooting up of certain weaknesses, but also by the gaining of many good qualities which proved beneficial. And to the full extent of their limited capability did they appreciate the advantages which their surroundings afforded, and looked up with a humble gratitude whenever they would meet a friend. There were about 600 guests at the hotel, and they all knew Baker and had a kind word to give him. But they could never learn anything about him, other than his name was Baker,
"Just Baker, that's all."
and that he came from Georgia.
"Just Georgy."
Occasionally a stranger would ask him with urgent particularity concerning his past history, but he then would merely look helpless and puzzled, and would say nothing. As to his name, it was
"Just Baker."
but on rare occasions, when pressed with hard cruelty, his lips could be seen to form the words 101, as though wondering how they would sound if he should utter them, and then the old, blank, suffering look would come into his face. It had become quite seldom that he dodged an imaginary blow, and the memory of the ball and chain was buried with other bitter recollections of the past. He had free access to every part of the house, and was discreet, diligent, faithful, and honest. Sometimes the porters would impose upon his unfailing willingness and great strength by making him carry the heaviest trunks up 3 or 4 flights of stairs. One day the shadow of death that was stealing southward passed over the house containing so much life and happiness and wealth and beauty. The train passed as usual, and among the passengers who alighted was a man who walked to the counter in a weary, uncertain manner. 1 or 2 persons were present who knew him, and upon grasping his hand they found that it was cold. This was strange, for the day was very hot. In his eyes was a look of restlessness and anxiety, but he said that he had only a pain across the forehead,
and that after needed rest it would pass away. He was conducted to a room, and there he fell across the bed, quite worn out, he said. He complained of slight cramps in the legs, and thought that they had been caused by climbing the stairs. After a half hour had passed, he rang his bell violently and sent for the resident physician. That gentleman went to see him, and after remaining a few minutes went to the office, looking anxious and pale. He was a tall, quiet man with white hair. He asked for Mr. Clayton, but when he was informed that the gentleman was temporarily absent, he asked for Baker. "Is your patient very ill, doctor?" inquired the cashier privately and with certain dread. "I want Baker," said the doctor somewhat shortly. "Nothing serious, I hope?" "Send me Baker instantly." The physician had a secret of life and death. To treat it wisely he required confidence of courage, sagacity, patience, tact, and prompt action. There were only two to whom he should impart it. One was the proprietor, and the other the man from Georgia. When Baker had come, the physician led him upstairs to the floor which held the patient's room, brought him to the window at the end of the corridor, and turned him so that the light fell full upon his face. "Baker, can you keep a secret?" "Me?" "Yes. Can you keep a secret?" "Well, let me tell you about it. I don't know. Maybe I can." "Have you ever seen people die?" "Oh, yes, sir." "A great many in the same house?" "Yes, sir, yes, sir." "Baker," said the physician, placing his hand gently on the broad shoulder before him, and looking the man earnestly in the eyes and speaking very impressively, "Baker, are you afraid to die?" "Me?" "Yes." "Die?" "Yes." There was no expression whatever upon his patient, gentle face. He gazed past the physician through the window and made no reply. "Are you afraid of death, Baker?" "Who? Me?" "Yes." There was no sign that he would answer the question, or even that he comprehended it. He shifted his gaze to his upturned boot toes and communed with them, but still kept silence. "There is a man here, Baker, who is very ill, and I think that he will die. I want someone to help me take care of him. If you go into his room, perhaps you, too, will die. Are you afraid to go?" "Was you a talkin' about wantin' me to wait on him?" "Yes." A brighter look came into Baker's face, and he said, "Oh, now, I'll tell you. I'll go." They entered the stranger's room and found him suffering terribly. The physician had already put him under vigorous treatment, but he was rapidly growing worse. Baker regarded him attentively a moment, and then felt his pulse and put his hand on the sufferer's forehead. A look of intelligence came into his sad, earnest face, but there was not a trace of pallor or fear. He beckoned the physician to follow him out to the passage, and the two went aside, closing the door. "He's a-goin' to die," said Baker simply and quietly. "Yes, but how did you know?" "Well, I'll tell you about that. I know." "Have you seen it before?" "Hunderds." "Are you afraid of it?"
Me?
"Yes."
Oh, well, they all ought to know it,"
he said with a sweep of his hand towards the corridors. "Hurry and find Mr. Clayton first, and bring him to me." Baker met Mr. Clayton at the main entrance below and beckoned him to follow. He led the way into a dark room stored with boxes, and then into the farther corner of it. There he stood Mr. Clayton with his back against the wall and looked straight into his face. His manner was so mysterious, and there was so strange an expression in his face, a kind of empty exultation it seemed, and his familiarity in touching Mr. Clayton's person was so extraordinary that the gentleman was alarmed for Baker's sanity. Then Baker leaned forward and whispered one terrible word: "Cholery!" Cholera! Great God! No wonder that Mr. Clayton turned deathly pale and leaned heavily against the wall. At midnight the stranger died, and none in the house had heard of the frightful danger which had come to assail them. The physician and Baker had been with him constantly, but their efforts had availed nothing, and after preparing him for the grave they went out and locked the door. Mr. Clayton was waiting for them. The anxious look in the faces of the two gentlemen was intensified. Baker's evinced nothing but calm consciousness of responsibility. The guests were slumbering. "We must alarm the house," whispered Mr. Clayton. The doctor shook his head sadly. "If we do," he said, "there will be a panic, and besides, the night air of these mountains is very cool, and if they go from their warm beds into it, likely without taking time to dress, the danger will be great." They both seemed helpless and undecided, and in need of some one to choose between the two evils for them. They turned to Baker in silence and for his decision. He seemed to have expected it, for without a word, without submitting it for their concurrence, he went to the end of that passage and rapped upon a door. There was an answer. Baker mentioned his name, the door was opened, and the dreadful news was quietly imparted. The guest was terror-stricken, but a word from Baker gave him heart, and he hastily but quietly began preparations to leave the house. Thus went Baker from one door to another, imposing silence and care and careful dressing, and advising the people to take with them such bedding as they could. Mr. Clayton and the physician, observing the remarkable success of Baker's method, adopted it, and soon the three men had the great house swarming. It was done swiftly, quietly, and without panic, and the house became empty. But selfishness appeared without shame or covering. Everyone in the house wanted Baker's assistance, for all the porters had fled, and there was none other than he to work. So he staggered and toiled under the weight of enormous trunks, listened to 100 orders at once, bore frightened children and fainting women in his strong, sure arms, labored until his face was haggard and his knees trembled from exhaustion. He did the work of 50 men, 100 men. The seeds of the plague had been sown. Towards morning the physician retired to his room, stricken down. Baker administered to his needs and discovered a surprising knowledge of the malady and its treatment. A few of those who had scattered about in the surrounding hills were taken down and brought to the house moaning with fear and pain. Baker treated them all. Mr. Clayton and a few other stout hearts provided him with whatever he ordered, and assisted in watching and in administering the simple remedies under his direction. These were such as the resources of the hotel permitted: warm blankets, hot brandy with water and sugar or pepper and salt in hot water, heated bricks at the feet, and rubbing the body with spirits of camphor. Many recovered, others grew worse. The physician was saved. At sunrise, while Baker was working vigorously on a patient, he suddenly straightened himself, looked around somewhat anxiously, and reeled backward to the wall. The strong man had collapsed at last. Leaning against the partition and spreading out his arms against it to keep from falling, he worked his way a few feet to the door, and when he turned to go out, his hand slipped on the door facing, and he fell heavily upon his face in the passage. He lay still for a moment, and then crawled slowly to the end of the passage and lay down. He had not said a word nor uttered a groan. It was there, silent, alone, and uncomplaining, that Mr. Clayton found this last victim of the plague, waiting patiently for death. Others were hastily summoned. They put him upon a bed, and were going to undress him and treat him, but he firmly stopped them with uplifted hands, and his sunken eyes and anxious face implored more eloquently than his words, when he said: "No, no. Now let me tell you, Go and take care of 'em." Mr. Clayton sent them away, he alone remaining. "Here, Baker, take this," he gently urged. But the man from Georgia knew better. "No, no," he said, "it won't do no good." His speech was faint and labored. "I'll tell you, I'm struck too hard. It won't do no good. I'm so tired. I'll go quick, 'cause I'm so tired." His extreme exhaustion made him an easy prey. Death sat upon his face, and was reflected from the hollow, suffering, mournful eyes. In an hour they were dimmer, then he became cold and purple. In another hour his pulse was not perceptible. After 2 more hours his agony had passed. "Baker, do you want anything?" asked Mr. Clayton, trying to rouse him. "Me?" very faintly came the response. "Yes. Do you want anything?" "Oh, I'll tell you. The governor, he found out my brother done it, and he's going to pardon me. 15 years and played off crazy. 40 lashes every Monday morning. Cell 101's mine. Well, I'll tell you, governor's going to pardon me out." He ceased his struggling to speak. A half hour passed in silence, and then he roused himself feebly and whispered, "He'll pardon me." The old boots stared blankly and coldly at the ceiling. Their patient expression no longer bore a trace of life or suffering, and their calm repose was undisturbed by the song of the mockingbird and the oriole. End of The Hero of the Plague by W.C. Morrow. Read by Jeff Chestnut.
The Sphinx Without a Secret by Oscar Wilde. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Alex Lau. One afternoon I was sitting outside the Café de la Paix, watching the splendor and shabbiness of Parisian life, and wondering over my vermouth and the strange panorama of pride and poverty that was passing before me, when I heard someone call my name. I turned round and saw Lord Murchison. We had not met since we had been at college together nearly 10 years before, so I was delighted to come across him again, and we shook hands warmly. At Oxford we had been great friends. I had liked him immensely. He was so handsome, so high-spirited, and so honourable. We used to say of him that he would be the best of fellows if he did not always speak the truth. But I think we really admired him all the same for his frankness. I found him a good deal changed. He looked anxious and puzzled, and seemed to be in doubt about something. I felt it could not be modern scepticism, for Murchison was the stoutest of Tories, and believed in the Pentateuch as firmly as he believed in the House of Peers. So I concluded that it was a woman, and asked him if he was married yet. "I don't understand women well enough," he answered. "My dear Gerald," I said, "women are meant to be loved, not to be understood." "I cannot love where I cannot trust," he replied. "I believe you have a mystery in your life, Gerald," I exclaimed. "Tell me about it." "Let us go for a drive," he answered. "It is too crowded here. No, not a yellow carriage, any other colour. There, that green one will do." And in a few moments we were trotting down the boulevard in the direction of the Madeleine. "Where shall we go to?" I said. "Oh, anywhere you like," he answered. "To the restaurant in the Bois. We will dine there, and you shall tell me all about yourself." "I want to hear about you first," I said. "Tell me your mystery." He took from his pocket a little silver-clasped morocco case, and handed it to me. I opened it. Inside there was the photograph of a woman. She was tall and slight, and strangely picturesque, with her large vague eyes and loosened hair. She looked like a clairvoyante, and was wrapped in rich furs. "What do you think of that face?" he said. "Is it truthful?" I examined it carefully. It seemed to me the face of someone who had a secret, but whether that secret was good or evil, I could not say. Its beauty was a beauty moulded out of many mysteries, the beauty, in fact, which is psychological, not plastic, and the faint smile that just played across the lips was far too subtle to be really sweet. "Well?" he cried impatiently. "What do you say?" "She is the Joconde in sables," I answered. "Let me know all about her." "Not now," he said. "After dinner," and began to talk of other things. When the waiter brought us our coffee and cigarettes, I reminded Gerald of his promise. He rose from his seat, and walked 2 or 3 times up and down the room, and, sinking into an armchair, told me the following story. "One evening," he said, "I was walking down Bond Street about 5 o'clock. There was a terrific crush of carriages, and the traffic was almost stopped. Close to the pavement was standing a little yellow brougham, which for some reason or other attracted my attention. As I passed by, there looked out from it the face I showed you this afternoon. It fascinated me immediately. All that night I kept thinking of it, and all the next day. I wandered up and down the wretched row, peering into every carriage, and waiting for the yellow brougham. But I could not find ma belle inconnue, and at last I began to think she was merely a dream. About a week afterwards I was dining with Madame de Rastail. Dinner was for 8 o'clock, but at 8:30 we were still waiting in the drawing-room. Finally the servant threw open the door and announced Lady Alroy. It was the woman I had been looking for. She came in very slowly, looking like a moonbeam in grey lace, and, to my intense delight, I was asked to take her in to dinner. After we had sat down, I remarked quite innocently, "I think I caught sight of you in Bond Street some time ago, Lady Alroy." She grew very pale, and said to me in a low voice, "Pray do not talk so loud. You may be overheard." I felt miserable at having made such a bad beginning, and plunged recklessly into the subject of the French plays. She spoke very little, always in the same low musical voice, and seemed as if she was afraid of someone listening. I fell passionately, stupidly in love, and the indefinable atmosphere of mystery that surrounded her excited my most ardent curiosity. When she was going away, which she did very soon after dinner, I asked her if I might call and see her. She hesitated for a moment, glanced round to see if anyone was near us, and then said, "Yes, tomorrow at 5:15. I begged Madame de Rastail to tell me about her, but all that I could learn was that she was a widow with a beautiful house in Park Lane, and as some scientific bore began a dissertation on widows as exemplifying the survival of the matrimonially fittest, I left and went home. The next day I arrived in Park Lane punctual to the moment, but was told by the butler that Lady Alroy had just gone out. I went down to the club quite unhappy and very much puzzled, and after long consideration wrote her a letter asking if I might be allowed to try my chance some other afternoon. I had no answer for several days, but at last I got a little note saying she would be at home on Sunday at 4, and with this extraordinary postscript: "Please do not write to me here again. I will explain when I see you." On Sunday she received me, and was perfectly charming, but when I was going away she begged of me, if ever I had occasion to write to her again, to address my letter to Mrs. Knox, care of Whitaker's Library, Green Street. "There are reasons," she said, "why I cannot receive letters in my own house." All through the season I saw a great deal of her, and the atmosphere of mystery never left her. Sometimes I thought that she was in the power of some man, but she looked so unapproachable that I could not believe it. It was really very difficult for me to come to any conclusion, for she was like one of those strange crystals that one sees in museums, which are at one moment clear, and at another clouded. At last I determined to ask her to be my wife. I was sick and tired of the incessant secrecy that she imposed on all my visits, and on a few letters I sent her. I wrote to her at the library, to ask her if she could see me the following Monday at 6. She answered yes, and I was in the seventh heaven of delight. I was infatuated with her, in spite of the mystery. I thought then, in consequence of it. I see now. No, it was the woman herself I loved. The mystery troubled me, maddened me. Why did chance put me in its track? You discovered it, then? I cried. I fear so, he answered. You can judge for yourself. When Monday came round, I went to lunch with my uncle, and about 4 o'clock found myself in the Marylebone Road. My uncle, you know, lives in Regent's Park. I wanted to get to Piccadilly, and took a short cut through a lot of shabby little streets. Suddenly I saw in front of me Lady Alroy, deeply veiled and walking very fast. On coming to the last house in the street, she went up the steps, took out the latchkey, and let herself in. Here is the mystery, I said to myself, and I hurried on and examined the house. It seemed a sort of place for letting lodgings. On the doorstep lay her handkerchief, which she had dropped. I picked it up and put it in my pocket. Then I began to consider what I should do. I came to the conclusion that I had no right to spy on her, and I drove down to the club. At 6 I called to see her. She was lying on a sofa, in a tea gown of silver tissue looped up by some strange moonstones that she always wore. She was looking quite lovely. I am so glad to see you, she said. I have not been out all day. I stared at her in amazement, and pulling the handkerchief out of my pocket, handed it to her. You dropped this in Cumnor Street this afternoon, Lady Alroy, I said very calmly. She looked at me in terror, but made no attempt to take the handkerchief. What were you doing there? I asked. What right have you to question me? She answered. The right of a man who loves you, I replied. I came here to ask you to be my wife. She hid her face in her hands, and burst into floods of tears. You must tell me, I continued. She stood up, and looking me straight in the face, said, Lord Murchison, there is nothing to tell you. You went to meet someone, I cried. This is your mystery. She grew dreadfully white and said, I went to meet no one. Can't you tell the truth? I exclaimed. I have told it, she replied. I was mad, frantic. I don't know what I said, but I said terrible things to her. Finally I rushed out of the house. She wrote me a letter the next day. I sent it back unopened, and started for Norway with Alan Colville. After a month I came back, and the first thing I saw in the Morning Post was the death of Lady Alroy. She had caught a chill at the opera, and had died in 5 days of congestion of the lungs. I shut myself up, and saw no one. I had loved her so much. I had loved her so madly. Good God, how I loved that woman. You went to the street, to the house in it? I said. Yes, he answered. One day I went to Cumnor Street. I could not help it. I was tortured with doubt. I knocked at the door, and a respectable-looking woman opened it to me. I asked her if she had any rooms to let. Well, sir, she replied, the drawing-rooms are supposed to be let, but I have not seen the lady for 3 months, and as rent is owing on them, you can have them. Is this the lady? I said, showing her the photograph. That's her, sure enough, she exclaimed. And when is she coming back, sir? The lady is dead, I replied. Oh, sir, I hope not, said the woman. She was my best lodger. She paid me 3 guineas a week merely to sit in my drawing-room now and then. She met someone here, I said, but the woman assured me that it was not so, that she always came alone, and saw no one. What on earth did she do here? I cried. She simply sat in the drawing-room, sir, reading books, and sometimes had tea. The woman answered. I did not know what to say, so I gave her a sovereign and went away. Now, what do you think it all meant? You don't believe the woman was telling the truth? I do. Then why did Lady Alroy go there? My dear Gerald, I answered, Lady Alroy was simply a woman with a mania for mystery. She took these rooms for the pleasure of going there with her veil down, and imagining she was a heroine. She had a passion for secrecy, but she herself was merely a sphinx without a secret. Do you really think so? I am sure of it, I replied. He took out the morocco case, opened it, and looked at the photograph. I wonder, he said at last. End of The Sphinx Without a Secret. Recording by Alex Lau. www.twitter.com/AlexOfTheDay.
The McDougal Street Affair by Gelett Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The McDougal Street Affair. Entering the room slowly, grave and distinguished in his flowing silken robes, Astro did not glance at his visitor till he had seated himself in a picturesque pose upon the divan. Then, taking up the silver mouthpiece of his water pipe, he gave a long, sober look at the stranger. "It's a pity you are unhappily married," he said, gazing languidly at the red and gold ceiling above him. He seemed to pay little attention to the thick, hairy hand of his client, which lay limp on the velvet cushion. Opposite him, the bull-necked, red-faced man sat staring in amazement, no longer wearing the contemptuous, amused expression with which he had entered the astrological parlors of the slim, romantic-looking young man in the turban. Like many another unbeliever who had come to test Astro in that very room, his look had changed gradually from scorn to interest, until now his eyes were fixed on the palmist with eager curiosity and perplexity. "No doubt it's her fault," Astro continued, "for she is indifferent and selfish. It might be better if you were to let it come to an actual quarrel, and be separated." He reached for his narghile, and took a long, bubbling whiff of perfumed smoke, as if, as far as he was concerned, the matter had been weighed and settled. There came at this moment the sound of a muffled electric bell. His client still gazed stupidly in front of him, but said nothing. He did not seem to notice the signal. Astro, however, rose and went to a pair of black velvet curtains hanging at one side of the wall behind his visitor's back. There was a mirror hung above, which reflected the stocky form of the man at the little table, the bulge of a revolver in his hip pocket, and the round head with its short-cropped hair. The head did not turn. Astro parted the hangings deftly and peered within. On a level with his eyes was a small square window, lighted from behind. Against the glass a sheet of paper was fastened, and on it was written in a feminine scrawl, "Plainclothes man, working on the McDougal Street dynamite case." Valeska smiled at him from the secret cabinet. Astro picked up a magnifying glass, dropped the curtains, and returned to his client. Seating himself, he looked carefully at the lines in the detective's palm, after which he took a small crystal sphere from a drawer in the table, set it on the cushion, and seemed to lose himself in prolonged contemplation of the mysteries hidden within it. His vis-a-vis fidgeted restlessly. "You are a busy man indeed," commented Astro, half aloud. "Not only are you keeping your eye on the crooks around the Rennick Hotel and investigating several pool-room layouts, but you come up here in reality to see if my place is, as you would call it, on the square. How on earth you have time for all this when you are so puzzled about the McDougal Street business is more than I can see. You must be a man of extraordinary resource." The officer stared like a child at the dreamy-eyed Oriental before him. "Gosh," he said, almost plaintively. Then he rose and thrust his big hairy hands into his pockets. "Say, what do you know about that dynamite affair, anyway?" he asked. Astro smiled. "Nothing. I'm too busy to trouble about things that are not any of my business." "But what if it was your business?" continued the policeman eagerly. "What if I made it an object to you?" Astro assumed a dramatic air of omnipotence. "Ah," answered the seer, "no doubt I could tell you anything you wished to know." The man drew out a pocketbook. "See here," he said, tapping it. "I ain't rich by any means, but I'm up against it on this case, and if you can look into them glasses and give me a tip, I'll make it worth your while." Astro laughed. "Oh, it's not quite so simple as that. You must understand, my dear sir, that I can do absolutely nothing without coming into direct personal contact with the vibrations emanating from the scene or from the individual. I can tell about you, because you happen to be before me, but I should have to be present at the place in order to become sensitive to the occult influences that have permeated the vicinity of the crime. Do you understand?" The officer evidently did not understand, but he was in no wise deterred from making use of this power that had so impressed him. "I'll take you up there," he offered. "Very well," said Astro. "I'll help you on this case, Mr. McGraw. Mr. McGraw, with the distinct understanding, however, that I am to be left to do what I like, undisturbed and unwatched. Utter abstraction, my dear sir, the harmony of the Tatvic rhythm, is in all instances absolutely necessary. I see the invisible, I hear the inaudible, I touch the intangible." The detective stood like a cow gazing on an eighth wonder of the world. "All right," he said, lamely. "When'll you come?" "At 3 this afternoon. Meet me in front of the place. Number 950, isn't it?" "That's right. But first I should like to know what you have learned about the matter." "Well, it's just this way. There's a chap at number 950 named Pietro Gallino. He has a wholesale wine and grocery shop, and does a considerable importing business. He also acts as a sort of local banker. 2 weeks ago he got a letter that was made up of words torn out of a newspaper, telling him to leave $1,000 in $10 bills underneath a certain bench by the arch into Washington Square. He was to put it there the next night, or else his place would be blown up. He went dippy about it, of course, and reported it to the police right away. We told him to put up a dummy package and carry out instructions. He did that, and the place was watched. Nobody came, of course. The next day there was an explosion in front of his store, and it smashed up the windows and doors good and plenty. Then he got another letter, something like the first one, only he was to put the money in a certain fire bucket on the 3rd floor of a building at 231 Vestry Street. Somebody came that time, but with 3 exits to the building and us watching every one of them, we couldn't nab our man. The next day there was an explosion on top of Gallino's building, and then came this last letter." He took from his pocketbook a sheet of paper, folded. On it were pasted irregular fragments from the advertising pages of a newspaper. It read as follows: "Have $1,000 with you day and night. We will tell you how to pay before the 12th. If any more tricks, we'll blow you to pieces sure." It was signed with the dread insignia of the Black Hand, a skull and crossbones and a rudely drawn hand. Astro looked at it carelessly, pressed it to his forehead, fingered it sensitively, and then put it in his pocket with composure. "Very well. I get from this letter even now a subtle impression, and when I encounter these vibrations in the flesh, I shall immediately recognize them. The criminal has a violet soul, tending toward purple. Purples are malicious and very dangerous. This aura distresses me." And he foppishly sniffed at a bottle of smelling salts. The effect of this was not lost on McGraw. "I don't know how the mischief you get wise," said the dazed officer, "but it don't matter how you turn the trick, just so you deliver the goods. I'll see you at 3 then, and be mighty careful of that paper." Astro nodded impassively as his visitor left. Then he pressed an electric button, and Valeska Wynne, his young assistant, entered the room with a free and easy, graceful, girlish stride. She smiled quickly and lifted her eyebrows at the departing plainclothesman. "Easy enough to tip you that time," she remarked. "I passed him on the stairs with a policeman and caught a few words. Anything in him? No money, but it's a good advertisement, and it gets me in with the police so that I shall be able to rely on them for help from time to time. Did you notice the chalk on his sleeve?" "Sure, but I didn't have time to tell you, and I knew you'd get that. Billiard cue, I suppose?" "Hardly. Not in this Broadway neighborhood, though it's possible. Billiard cue chalk hereabouts is generally green in color. That white stuff probably means a bucket shop. He's been nosing round illegal racetrack gambling places, I imagine. At least I told him so, and it took. Notice the dab of gilt paint on his vest?" "No," answered the girl. "They're rebronzing the furnishings and decorations in the Rennick lobby today, inasmuch as that is the notorious hotel for crooks of all descriptions. I saw at a glance that he had been there. Did you observe his handkerchief?" "Oh, yes," said she eagerly, glad at last to have caught one point in the train of the master's deduction. "It was a small one, a woman's, of course." "And the top button of his coat?" "No." Valeska's face fell. "Sewed on with fine copper wire instead of thread. What do you make of that?" He surveyed her quizzically. She puckered her pretty face for a moment, then raised her fair blue eyes interrogatively. "They seem contradictory, don't they? The handkerchief would suggest marriage, unless it's a souvenir." "No, he used it too strenuously, I'm afraid, for any sentiment to be attached to it. His only emotion seemed to be disgust at its size, or lack of size. His wife's, of course. She's alive, and with him, or her handkerchiefs wouldn't be where he'd pick one up in a hurry. Probably mixed in with his when the laundry came home." "It might be his sister's," suggested the girl. "Why didn't she sew his button on for him then?" "Oh, it's simple enough. But your tip was what really helped me most with McGraw. That's his name, after all. He wants me to help him solve the McDougal Street mystery." In a few minutes Astro went over the history of the affair, and laid the last threatening letter on the table. Valeska inspected it carefully. "The pieces are all cut from the advertising pages of the Era," she said finally. "Good. Except these two, which, you see, instead of being cut, are torn along the edge. Not much of a clue, but worth remembering." "What do you know about the Black Hand?" Valeska asked. "As much as anyone, and that is, nothing. Even Petrosini, the greatest of metropolitan Italian sleuths, said that there was no such thing. Warburton, on immigration, has some very interesting chapters concerning the bloodthirsty Sicilian and his criminal organization, all of which have been corroborated in the recent Camorra and Mafia trials. But here in America there is really no Black Hand, although the rather melodramatic name is made use of from time to time by individuals bent on extortion. It is a great terrorizer. In this instance, the work is clearly that of one person. The affair looks simple. I'll get my vibrations easily enough. You just see if I don't. It isn't half so difficult as that interior epicycloid I was at work on last night. Be ready at 3 o'clock. Until that time, Astro the Seer was characteristically picturesque. Curious women listened to his talk about them in delight. Men came with ill-disguised scorn and left the studio in admiration. And through it all, he gazed into crystals and intoned cabalistic words. When the last client, however, had disappeared, Astro threw off his turban and robe, yawned prodigiously, and became his real, alert, keen-eyed self. With Valeska Wynne, he walked rapidly down Fifth Avenue, across Washington Square, and along McDougal Street to number 950, where he found McGraw awaiting him in some impatience. At once the mask fell again over Astro's handsome, poetic face. No summer saunterer seemed ever more idle or indifferent. "Ah, here you are, sir," said the detective with evident relief as he tipped his hat to Valeska. "And here's the joint." The house still showed signs of the recent outrage. The broken frames of the front windows were boarded up, and several beams held the tottering lumber in place. The sidewalk was not yet repaired, but had been hastily covered with loose planks. Evidently the bomb thrower had created a terrific disturbance. Every pane of glass in the building was shattered. As a result of the latest attempt upon Gallino's life, the whole top of the store was a mass of broken timber in front. The back part of the roof seemed not to have been disturbed. A small group of silent, wide-eyed Italians hung about the place, eyeing the evidences of destruction in awe. Astro scarcely gave the place a glance, but accompanied by McGraw and Valeska, entered the store and spoke a few commonplaces to the proprietor, who, with hunted face, gazed anxiously at the officer. Valeska's eyes roamed vivaciously about the interior, taking in everything. "Don't you suspect anyone?" she asked Gallino at length. "Yassa, ma'am, I do. I say it is Tony, my old clerk. He's no good, that a boy. I fire him. That is a 1 week ago. I tell a de cop. He say a no. Tony, he live across de street right a now. He blow me uppa for sure. You wait till I catcha him." McGraw laughed easily. "The old man's nutty about it, that's all. We looked up Antonio's record. He had good alibis, too. Nothing to that theory." Astro seemed to come out of his daze and began to take an interest in the chatter about him. "Well, Mr. McGraw," he announced, as he picked his way daintily among the debris, "I've seen what I care to inspect in this part of the building. Now, if you will kindly leave me to wander about the place as I like, I may get those influences and manifestations that will enable me to use my crystals to good advantage." The bulky officer immediately looked disappointed. He had evidently expected the master of mysteries to announce the author of the crime at once, and therefore it was with an unwilling nod that he withdrew. "I'd like to go up on the roof first," said Astro to the Italian merchant. "It was there, I believe, that the latest explosion occurred." Gallino showed the way up to a trap door in the rear, and left Valeska and her companion on the ruined roof. "Ah, this is more like business," he said. "Valeska, see what you can find around here that's interesting." Then he walked directly toward the blank wall of the adjoining building. This rose 3 stories above Gallino's roof, and against it lay a number of pieces of scantling, untouched by the explosion. Over these Astro bent in search, while Valeska, left to herself, inspected the hole that the dynamiter had torn in the middle front of the roof. "Here we are," came his voice enthusiastically, a moment later. She ran over toward him in surprise, to find him gazing across at the buildings on the other side of the street. Between his thumb and forefinger he held a tiny object. "I've got it," he announced, and continued his inspection of the house across the way. "Got what?" she asked. "The whole secret as far as that goes. But specifically, I've got what I came up here for." "What did you come up for?" "Because you did," she confessed. "And, too, on the chance of finding something." "One doesn't solve mysteries that way, Valeska. There is no use looking for something unless you know what that something is. Have you decided how a bomb was exploded on top of this roof in broad daylight with people watching the house? Until you've got that, you are nowhere. It might have been thrown from the top of a building up there, and anybody could have seen it. No. There was only one possible way, besides electric wiring, and here it is." He opened his hand and disclosed a small twisted bullet. "Oh," cried the girl, "they put the bomb there and then shot at it." "Yes, shot at it, and missed the first time. Now, here we find the place where the first bullet, going wild, hit this piece of scantling. This makes it merely a matter of surveying. If you will stand with the back of your head where the indentation of this bullet is, then sight across the approximate middle of the hole in the roof caused by the explosion, you will probably get some idea of where the bullet came from. What do you see?" "Well, it might have been aimed from any one of those 3 windows over there, in the building next to the shirt factory. I should say it came from the second one, where the potted plant is." "One of them, certainly," answered Astro, "but we shall have to investigate them all if we are to be conscientious about it, and for that purpose I suggest we look up McGraw again." As they went downstairs, Valeska asked, "When did the first explosion occur?" "At night." "Then the bomb was merely hurled from the window?" "Presumably. Nothing could be easier, and of course it could not be definitely seen or traced. But here is McGraw, so let us take advantage of his office." The detective, though delighted to accompany Astro, and especially his pretty assistant, into the house across the street, belittled the possibilities of finding anything there. "I've been into every room on the block, and I saw nothing. But I ain't got the second sight, o' course. All I can say is, I hope you track 'em." The party went upstairs into a cheap lodging house, accompanied by a frightened and voluble landlady, until they reached the 3rd floor fronting on the street. McGraw knocked on the first door, but getting no answer, motioned the landlady to unlock. It was a small room, in great disorder, looking as if the tenant had suddenly taken his departure. The bed was unmade, the small bureau was covered with soiled linen, neckties, cigarette stubs, and the like, and a miscellaneous lot of shoes, magazines, newspapers, and rubbish were strewed on the floor. McGraw started to push his way in officiously, but the slim hand of the seer detained him. "Kindly wait outside a moment," he commanded. "My assistant and I would prefer to enter alone. The vibrations, you know," he murmured with a smile. The moment the door was shut behind them, 2 pairs of eyes ransacked the place, hunting for the things they had already decided to find. Astro's were the first to come to rest on a pile of crumpled newspapers hastily thrown beneath the unkempt bed. In a flash he had seized them and was scanning them one by one. Finally he separated an Era from the rest of the sheets, turned it toward Valeska and smiled. She saw that one page had been torn out. The advertising page, he remarked. He drew out the black hand letter and compared the torn scraps silently with the journal in his hand, nodded his head in confirmation, then silently opened the door. "Who lives here?" he asked the woman of the house. "Antonio Saroni." Astro turned to the detective. "Arrest him tonight and bring him to my apartments at 8 o'clock." "Did he really do it?" asked McGraw eagerly. Astro turned away without answering. "Kindly don't put any questions to him," interrupted Valeska, "for he is now getting in touch with the psychic influences of the place. Now for the next room, please," announced the Master of Mysteries, as if suddenly wakening. "Oh, that's vacant," said the landlady with arms akimbo. "A young girl had it until last Friday, but she's left." Valeska turned at once. "When was the last explosion, did you say, Mr. McGraw?" "Thursday." "And when did you search these rooms?" "Friday, miss. The girl was here when I came. Fine looker, too, she was. A sort of laundress or seamstress or clerk or something, out of work, she said." "Well, better look her up too, McGraw," said Astro, "and bring her around with Antonio." He walked into the empty room, and Valeska followed him. The plainclothesman and the proprietress awaited patiently until they came out again some 15 minutes later. Their faces betrayed nothing whatever concerning their search. "Now the third door." Astro's voice was sharp and commanding. The others pricked up their ears in expectation. McGraw knocked, but there was no answer. He knocked again, and the listening party caught the sound of unintelligible cursing, heavy and befuddled. At this the officer took the key in haste, threw open the door, and looked inside, his hand on the butt of his revolver. One glance and he had jumped inside, collaring the man on the bed. "It's Bull O'Kennery, by all that's holy! Think o' meetin' you this way, Bull. Get up now, and come along with us, for I've been huntin' you 2 weeks and more. Where have you been spendin' your vacation, anyway?" The prostrate man rubbed his thick knuckles into his eyes and expostulated brokenly, with a maudlin, drunken accent. In a jiffy, McGraw had dragged him upright and placed him against the wall outside, snapping the bracelets on his wrists as he did so. Then the detective turned to Astro. "This here's Bull, one of the slickest dips in the burg. There's been a warrant out for his arrest for over 2 weeks now. He'll be the man we're after, too, most likely. Anyway, he'll have to go up and give an account." Astro surveyed the disheveled prisoner nonchalantly, took up his hand, examined the palm, the lower lid of his eye, and listened to his heartbeats, his head against the man's chest. "Bah!" he exclaimed with a nauseated shrug of his shoulders. "He's been drunk for 60 hours. Take him away, McGraw. He makes me quite ill. I'll attend to the rest of this alone." After the detective had led the wretch shuffling down the stairs, the palmist and Valeska entered the room and threw up the blinds. It was a sickening enough abode, smelling vilely of whiskey, stale beer, and staler tobacco smoke. A sluggish kerosene lamp still burned weakly on the mantel. Amid the mass of tangled rubbish, a bureau drawer stood half open. Astro strode over to it. With a sudden gesture, he took out a box of .22 caliber cartridges. Then a woman's pocketbook, a $10 bill, a piece of old-fashioned paper fractional currency of 50-cent denomination, and a horn-handled shoe-buttoner. "I think we're getting at it now," he exclaimed, his eyes alight with discovery. "But for heaven's sake, which one of them did it? Antonio, Bull O'Kennery, or the girl? Or all three together?" "Or none of them," smiled Astro. Suddenly his mood changed as he weighed the bullet thoughtfully in his hand. "It's a very pretty piece of business," he went on. "What was it the old Frenchman said in his wisdom? Cherchez la femme. I'm afraid Mr. Gallino across the street is up against it. Unless... Well, we'll see what McGraw gets into his net by nightfall." Valeska never questioned further than the master wished to answer, for she knew that it merely disturbed the marvelous deductive powers of his brain while they were at work. Then, too, he preferred her, as she was, so to speak, still in her student days, to work out her own clues. Later, in case she had erred, he indulgently pointed out her mistakes. It was in some such tacit understanding that they now left the MacDougal Street tenement and made their way back to Astro's cozy studio. Once there, she could see from the way in which he donned his turban and robe, lighted his water pipe, and disposed himself on the cushioned divan in his favorite corner, that he had already solved the problem to his own satisfaction. Above the top shelf, a row of the ancient Toltec, laughing heads grinned down on him. Farther on, brazen implements and slabs of marvelous jade, wrought with hieroglyphics, gleamed dully, adding their touch of mystery to the man beneath. On the table were the sheets of paper, and the dividers and rule with which he had been plotting an intricate curve, and this work he again took up immediately. Valeska withdrew. After an hour's work, heedless of the passage of dinner time, he smiled, carefully laid aside his instruments, and turned to a plaster cast hung against the wall. "It is true, then, as I thought about you, Monsieur Voltaire," he murmured half aloud. "The line of the upper half of the perimeter of that right ear of yours is a logarithmic spiral, of which the equation is x² = 2ab + y." He threw back his head and yawned. Valeska glided in. "McGraw has come with Antonio," she whispered, "and has been waiting half an hour, but I wouldn't interrupt you until you had finished your calculations. Shall I let them in now?" Astro yawned again, luxuriously. "You are too indulgent of me, my dear girl, I'm very much afraid. The delay may cost Signor Gallino $1,000, possibly his life. Yes, you may show them in." In another moment the officer appeared, leading by the sleeve a very badly frightened Italian. The moment the latter perceived the gorgeously picturesque figure of the palmist, he rushed across the room and sank on the floor, clutching Astro by the knees. "I no troa de bomb," he screamed. "I no troa de bomb. Sacrament! I spicka de trut. I no troa bomb, signor. Gallino, he giva me de bounce, see. I shaka de fist in de face, but I no troa de bomb." At that the tears streamed from his wild eyes. Astro waved his hand impatiently, took up Antonio's hand, and began reading the palm, only to let it drop in a few moments. "This young lady who roomed next to you," he said gently. "You liked her, Antonio?" The accused eyes beamed. "Ah, si, signor. She the fina, nicea girl. She speaka to me nice." "Very often?" "Ah, no, signor. She lock herself in de room all at a time. Some eve she coma in, geta de match. Da's all. Reada de pape, maybe, sometime." Astro cast a quick, significant look at Valeska under his dark brows. "When did she come in and tear out a page from the Era, Tony?" Antonio scratched his head, laboring to remember. "Sometime dese a last a wick, early. See. One night she come in, she say, 'Tony, I like a get at de posish. You lemme take a de pape.' I bring her back. I say, 'No, I wanta de pape for reada tonight.' She say, 'All right.' I tear off de one piece." Astro turned to McGraw. "You'd better turn this poor fellow loose, I think. He's innocent enough. I know what I want to know now." "What do you know?" said the detective peevishly. "Seems to me it's time I was put wise to some of this game, ain't it?" "I'll tell you in 10 minutes, if you'll telephone a question to headquarters, or to the proper precinct, and find out if there has been any complaint made of the loss of a pocketbook containing a $10 bill, a 50-cent piece of the old-fashioned paper currency, and a horn-handled shoe-buttoner. If there has, you'll want your friend Bull O'Kennery for that piece of work, too." McGraw rose wonderingly, and went to the telephone. Astro called after him. "Tell them that if anyone does appear with that complaint, to arrest him immediately and disarm him." Valeska waited till the detective had gone into the hall. "It was the girl, then. I see," she cried. "But how in the world did she ever expect to collect the money without being caught?" "That's the cleverest part of it," answered the seer meditatively. "You remember that she sent word to him the last time to have $1,000 with him night and day, and that she'd let him know how to transfer the money." "Yes, but she hasn't let him know so far." "But she will tonight. You forget that tomorrow is the 12th, the last day." Valeska, extremely puzzled even yet as to how a lone girl was to accomplish her design, sat studying the matter over. Before she could reply, however, McGraw came back with an astonished look on his face. The girl called at the Mulberry Street station yesterday and reported that her pocket had been picked. She described the money and the button-hook all right, and I guess if you say so, it must be one of Bull's jobs. But it's too late to catch her, I'm afraid." "What did she look like?" asked Astro. "Why, that's funny. This Galeno happened to be there, talking to the sergeant about his place being blown up, and he recognized her as a girl that used to work in the corner drugstore near him. She spoke to him a few minutes and then left, and Galeno told the sergeant about it." Astro clapped his hands. "Selah!" he exclaimed. "The ether waves have met at last. Wait 5 minutes, I must consult my crystals." The two watched him carefully. Finally he looked up. "We must hurry," he exclaimed sharply. "Tonight a man will come to see Galeno, and as soon as he's alone will demand the $1,000. "A man?" queried Valeska. "I thought it was the girl." "The girl?" said McGraw in bewilderment. "Well, never mind. Whoever it is, we'll get him. Or her. The house is watched." "Watched?" sneered the master of mysteries. "From the outside, I suppose." "Certainly," answered McGraw hotly. "Fools," answered Astro. "Anybody can enter. You can't keep innocent people out of the house. This man may go in, present a pistol at Galeno's head, get the money, and walk out. Who's to suspect a casual visitor?" He paused a moment to don his street coat. "Galeno may even be chloroformed. We've got to get there at once. Hurry." As they hastened along to the cab stand, McGraw grunted in ill temper. "But who's the man that's after it, I'd like to know?" He received no answer, nor was a word spoken all the time that they were being driven to McDougal and Fourth Streets. When they had alighted there, paid their fare, and looked down the dark sidewalk, no one could be observed. Number 950 showed no sign of life. They started to walk briskly toward Galeno's, when suddenly a person emerged from the Italian's doorway and hastened down the steps. Instantly Astro drew his revolver and shouted to McGraw, "That's the one! Get him!" At the exclamation the figure turned on the bottom step, shrank back in surprise, and becoming entangled in the long coat, fell across the balustrade to the stone sidewalk. Instantly, with a frightful roar, a terrific explosion rent the air. Astro and his companions staggered back, and above the crash of falling debris the master of mysteries could be heard shouting, "That's what was meant for Galeno if he hadn't paid tonight." Then the three rushed anxiously forward to where the limp figure lay in a distorted knot on the flagging. The clothing had been torn to shreds, and a pool of blood encircled the prostrate form. The body lay face downward, so that the detective had to turn it over. He struck a match and cried in bewilderment, "Why, it's a girl in man's clothes!" Astro turned slowly away. "There will be no more bombs exploded in McDougal Street for a while," he said. "You'd better telephone to the hospital." End of the McDougal Street affair by Gelett Burgess. Number 13 by Gelett Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Number 13. Reclining on a huge velvet divan, puffing at his water pipe lazily, Astro read to the last page of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and then tossed the paper-covered book on the floor with a grunt. Valeska looked up from her work, ready for his comment. If Stevenson had written that book this year, he'd have known more about dissociated personality, he remarked. Why, it's nothing but a parable, that's all, Valeska offered. Well, it might be more. It might be science as well. The fundamental idea is wrong. We haven't only two souls or personalities apiece, one good, one bad. We have an infinite number, according to modern psychology. Our normal self can break up into any number of combinations of its elements. That is why we are different persons when we're angry, when we dream, when we are drunk or insane. But isn't there a subconscious self that runs the body at such times? Said Valeska. I've been reading about it. Some psychologists call it the subliminal self. Rubbish. Astro rose and walked up and down nervously. They are not psychologists. They are metaphysicians, and not worth considering. They speak as if there were a sort of secret submerged soul coiled up inside us like a chicken in an egg, an oracle in a well. There is no such thing. We are all of a piece. But how about somnambulists who diagnose their own complaints and predict the course of their illness? How about the known cases of multiple personality, Felida X and Miss Beecham in Boston? Their alternate selves were distinct and separate. You should read the Journal of Abnormal Psychology, said Astro. Those selves are fortuitous combinations of the normal self's properties. They are strictly part selves. The subjects are simply not all there. And those post-hypnotic time experiments, too, she persisted. I have read of their suggesting that a subject should, just 1547 minutes afterward, look at his watch and write down the time. He did it, in every such case. And you think he has a subliminal self? A sort of psychic alarm clock that telephones to his waking personality? Nonsense. They managed to tap the mechanical part of his memory, that's all. It's like looking up a book in a library. There are no co-conscious personalities. What happens in automatic writing? A person holds a pencil in his hand, and it seems to write of itself. Spirits? Rubbish. A subliminal self? Poppycock. The hand transcribes merely records of thoughts or memories that have been forgotten or were unnoticed, that's all. We don't think of half we see and hear. We pass myriads of faces in the street, for instance, but everything is recorded as on a phonographic cylinder, and under abnormal conditions the record may be reproduced. Well, said Valeska, it's all uncanny. Normal psychology is difficult enough to understand, but when one is 4 or 5 different persons, I give up. How many am I? She added merrily, tossing a mischievous glance at him as she put on her hat and furs. You're 1,000,000, each nicer than the rest. Then I'm glad. She looked very demure as she walked toward the door, but she stopped there to smile frankly back at him, then threw him a good night and vanished. Astro yawned, went to the bookcase, and returned to the couch with a book by Leonid Keating. For a while he labored with his grandiloquent mysticism, with the secret of Om and the central crystal of the universe. Then suddenly he sat erect. A noise in the outer room had attracted his attention. Another moment told him that Valeska had returned and was speaking to someone. His name was called. He went out to find her with a strange girl, strangely clad. Dark-haired and dark-skinned, handsome, oriental, she was of medium height, with a red shawl drawn over her head, and a short plaid skirt, showing her little feet encased in men's heavy shoes. She had a wild, frightened look in her eyes, as Valeska tried to calm her. Her mouth trembled pitifully, and she crouched in an attitude of fear and self-effacement. She looked quickly round at Astro and ran for the door. Evidently she saw a new terror in him, and trembled all over with excitement. It was all Valeska could do to restrain her. Astro looked the girl over deliberately, noting every detail of countenance and costume. Then he raised his eyebrows. It's the strangest thing, Valeska explained. I was walking along 34th Street when I met her, and as I passed I thought that she was probably some Italian organ grinder's wife. Then she turned back and ran up to me and seized my hand. She was evidently terribly frightened at something, but she wouldn't speak. I haven't been able to get her to speak yet. She seemed to want my protection, so I brought her back here. Who do you suppose she can be?" Astro addressed the girl in Italian, but got no response. The girl eyed him as a dog watches the boy who has been torturing him. A question in Russian was as unsuccessful. Greek, Turkish, Yiddish, she appeared to understand none of these, or else refused to answer. The Master of Mysteries became interested. "Bring her into the studio," he said to Valeska. "We'll have something to eat here. Perhaps she is hungry. If so, that will gain us her confidence." So saying, he went to the telephone and ordered a dinner for 3 sent up from a nearby restaurant. As Valeska gently led the stranger toward the entrance to the studio, The girl suddenly gave a wail, clasped her hands to her bosom, and stared fixedly, in an ecstasy of terror, at the office wall. There was a large one-day calendar there above Valeska's desk, the sheet showing the words Thursday, May 13th. Astro hurried to the girl's side, watching her keenly. Valeska put her arms about her reassuringly, but it was not till she had drawn her softly away from the sight of the calendar that the girl's perturbation was over. She walked doggedly into the great dim studio as if half asleep. Valeska, with friendly insistence, placed her in a comfortable chair. There the girl sat, staring with expressionless face at the light. "Well," said Valeska as they watched her, waiting for the dinner to be brought in, "is she deaf, or dumb, or half-witted, or drugged, or what?" Astro had not taken his eyes from the figure of his mysterious visitor. "She's an Oriental, of course. That is why she's afraid of me. She has been through some terrible nervous ordeal, I think. I believe she hasn't had enough to eat. Wait till we have had dinner, and then I'll see what I can do with her." "Poor thing. I'm glad it was you and not a police officer who found her, Valeska." The girl began to look about timidly, but with little apparent curiosity. Valeska undid her shawl from her head. A wave of black, fine, curly hair fell with the covering and made the face more picturesque. She nestled a little closer to her protector, held Valeska's hand to her own cheek. The two, vividly blonde and brunette, made a striking picture together. On Astro's table was a small desk calendar, with a memorandum sheet for each day. He quietly took it up and placed it in the girl's lap. Instantly she had a new fit of terror, and leaped up in alarm. Standing in the full light of the electric lamp, they could see her mouth working convulsively as she stared at the number 13. She started on a run for the door. Valeska, quicker than Astro, caught and held her, and again attempted to soothe her. "Oh, don't try any more experiments with her yet," she implored. "The poor thing can't stand it. She is suffering so much it makes my heart ache. What can be the matter?" "Aphasia, for one thing," said Astro, seating himself a little way off. She tried to speak hard enough, but she couldn't. "The girl is not deaf or dumb, anyway. It is growing decidedly interesting." By degrees the girl was coaxed back to the chair, and by the time the dinner had been brought in she was more easily persuaded to take a seat at the table beside Valeska. Indeed, it was evident that she was nearly starving. She ate ravenously, with great mouthfuls, picking up the food in her hands. She was not to the manner born, but her prettiness made her solecisms pardonable. Once or twice during the meal she stopped, looked at Valeska, and seemed to be trying to speak, but no words came. Her hunger satisfied, she seemed more tractable and courageous. She looked at Astro without fear. Toward Valeska she showed the devotion of a dog. The table cleared away, Astro took a sheet of paper and wrote down the number 13. The girl trembled, but now not so violently. She looked up at Valeska with a mute appeal. "Don't," said Valeska. Astro wrote a column of 3 figures, 6, 5, and 2. The girl stared at it without intelligence. The Roman numerals 13 did not excite her at all. Next he wrote the word 13. She was still unmoved. He spoke the word. No response. Then he placed the paper in front of her, and put the pencil in her hand. She took it with evident familiarity, and her hand trembled. They saw her bite her lip. She was indubitably attempting to communicate with them, but she was unable to make a mark on the sheet. Said Astro thoughtfully. "Agraphia as well. Now we're getting warmer. I think I shall get it after a while." "Why, to me it seems more impossible than ever," Valeska said. "Strange that we should have just been talking about it," he replied. "It's a case of lost identity, dissociated personality, beyond doubt. I think I can solve the riddle if I can hypnotize her. I'll try." He did try, but without avail. At his first mesmeric gesture she shrank from him in fear. As he persisted, trying with a crystal ball held in front of and above her eyes to send her into a hypnotic sleep by means of a partial paralysis of the optic nerve, she resolutely defended herself. The strangeness of his motions aroused her suspicion, and she refused to concentrate her attention sufficiently to be influenced. Direct verbal suggestion, the simplest and most effective method of inducing hypnosis, was of course out of the question, since she did not appear to understand any language he spoke. There is only one other method. if even that will succeed," Astro said at last. "If we can get her to write automatically, we may learn something. Her agraphia prevents her writing with her conscious mind. We'll try what is called the method of abstraction. It is a common experiment. One holds his patient absorbed in a conversation that compels his utmost mental capacity. In Hebrew, for instance, if he understands Hebrew. And while that is going on, someone places a pencil in his hand and whispers in his ear. What you have called the subconscious self communicates by writing, and the normal conscious personality is unaware that he is writing." "But how can we engage her mind so absorbingly?" Valeska asked hopelessly. "We don't know her language, whatever it may be." Astro paced the room for several minutes, thinking deeply. He stopped occasionally to look at the girl fixedly and resumed his contemplation. Finally he went up to her, examined her palms, and his face lighted up. "I believe she's musical," he said. Valeska stared. "But then—" "We'll see. Have the pencil ready to put in her hand and the paper on the table by it. Watch her closely and see if she is affected by the music. If she seems to be, give her the pencil." With that, he walked to the piano, sat down, and began to play the 10th Rhapsody of Liszt. As he swung into the abandon of its more temperamental passages, he seemed himself to be absorbed, to lose himself in the intricate harmonies. He was a skilled and artistic musician. He swayed to and fro, giving himself up physically and mentally to the passion and beauty of the themes. And it was not till the echoes of the last divine chords had ceased reverberating that he slowly turned on the piano stool and seemed to awaken. "I've got it!" cried Valeska, and springing up she ran over and handed him a sheet of paper. It was partly covered with rude drawings, apparently meaningless, rough sketches mingled with attempts at lettering. He took the sheet eagerly and went to the table under the electric lamp to scrutinize the figures. "It's not very promising material, is it?" said Valeska. "On the contrary, it's a fine beginning, only it will take a bit of doing to make it out. I see the fatal 13 has put in its appearance again." The girl, who had seemed to be in a sort of stupor, now leaned over the table and inspected the sheet. At sight of the figures 13, she gave a moan and threw her arms about Valeska, trembling all over. "Poor girl," said Astro. "I'm afraid there's something big back of all this. She's a Turk, or an Armenian, or a Syrian. See the Turkish flag that she has roughly drawn here? Bobby, wait." He had risen to go to the bookcase, when the girl reached over and would have seized the paper had not Valeska prevented her. Astro continued to ejaculate, "Bobby," and again, "Baha'u'llah." The girl quivered, but did not speak. "She may be a member of the Baha'i sect, followers of the Bab, the incarnation of the Almighty, whose religion is not tolerated by the faithful in Persia. They are all kept to one city, where they live like primitive Christians. Indeed, their faith is a mixture of Christianity and Mohammedanism. We'll see. Valeska, she's had enough for tonight. You must take her home and take care of her, and bring her back tomorrow. Until then, I must stay up and think it out." For hours after Valeska had left with her ward, Astro walked up and down the length of the great dim studio. Occasionally he threw himself at full length on the big couch in concentrated thought. At intervals he stood erect, his eyes fixed in abstraction on some trophy of arms on the wall, or gazing into the lucent transparency of his crystal ball. Once or twice he sat down at the table and gazed long at the hieroglyphic marks made on the paper by the strange girl. At 3 in the morning, he partially undressed and lay down on the couch to sleep. He rose at 7, bathed, and went outdoors for a walk. When he returned an hour later, Valeska was in the studio alone. Her eyes were red. She seemed ashamed and self-reproachful. "The girl has disappeared," she exclaimed the moment Astro appeared. "When I woke up, she wasn't in the room. She must have risen and dressed while I was asleep. But I found this." She held out a short curved dagger in a morocco sheath. Astro, withdrawing the blade, found it was engraved with an Arabic inscription. He read the motto aloud: "For the heart of a dog, the tongue of a serpent." "Ah," he commented, "this may help some. Our little friend apparently isn't so timid as she appeared. But somehow this doesn't look like the property of a Babist." In spite of their many persecutions, I believe they are usually non-resistants. Well, Valeska, we'll have to find the girl now. Come along with me immediately." His green limousine was already at the door in waiting. Both jumped in, and as they drove to the southern end of the city, Astro explained, "There are 2 Syrian quarters in New York. One is in Brooklyn, the other down on Washington Street near the Battery. We'll go to that one first and see what we can find there. The Turkish flag reminds me that that is often hung outside stores where they sell Turkish rugs. We'll try that clue afterward." Reaching Washington Street, the two left the motor car and walked toward the Battery, past rows of squalid houses. At every corner, Astro stopped and gazed about deliberately. Finally, he seized Valeska's arm with a quick gesture. "Look at that sign," he exclaimed. "On West Street, facing the Hudson River, but with its rear abutting on a vacant lot on Washington Street, was a huge soap factory. Painted on the dead wall was a sign whose letters were 8 or 10 feet in height. Valeska read it aloud. "Use Babrock's brown soap." She stopped and looked at Astro in bewilderment. "What about it?" He drew the drawing from his pocket and pointed out the lettering. "Don't you see?" he cried. "BABP. That's a part of the sign, surely. Look at those 2 buildings on each side of the sign. Now look at this row of houses. From some one of those windows the sign must present the appearance she has drawn. Making the drawing subconsciously, she has merely copied something with which she has been familiar, seeing it probably every day. We must find the window from which the sign looks just like her drawing." He looked at the sign again carefully, estimating its height and the relative position of the 2 buildings whose roofs would cut off the first and last group of letters. A rough triangulation led him to a house in the lower part of which was a cobbler's shop. This he entered. "Are there any rooms to let in this house?" he asked of the man at the bench. The man nodded. "Go upstairs and ask at 2nd floor," he replied. "You see Garban Sumisin. He keeps the house." Upstairs went Astro and Valeska, and plunged into a dark, narrow hallway. A doorway opened part way, and a whiskered man looked out. He had an evil face blotched with red spots, and wore a fez. He was smoking a Turkish cigarette. "What you want here?" "I'd like to look at your front room, 3rd floor." A murmur of voices came from inside the room. The man turned and growled some foreign oath. Then he turned and looked at Astro with a vicious inquisition. "All right," he said at last. "You go up, door open, $3 a week." Astro waited for no more, but ran up the stairs, followed by his assistant. Once out of earshot, he stopped for a moment to pull out the paper again, and pointed to the first drawing on the sheet. "Fez," he said, and looked at her meaningly. "The old man with the cigarette?" "Probably. Now we'll find out what they have been up to." The hall bedroom was incredibly dirty, but contained nothing but a cot bed with vile coverings, a chair, and a crazy washstand over which hung a square cracked mirror. Astro first went to the grimy window and looked out. He pointed to the sign, and Valeska followed his eyes. One of the buildings across the street cut off the first word "use," and the other, with a small dormer, obscured all but "bab," with the exception of the upper half of the R. It showed, in fact, precisely as the girl had drawn it. "This is the room, all right. Now let's examine it." He took up the chair first and looked it over carefully. Then he pointed to marks on the side of the back, where the paint was worn smooth. The marks were about an inch wide, and similar ones showed on the legs and on the side rails of the seat. "This is where straps have chafed the paint," he commented. "She was undoubtedly fastened securely." "Did you notice where the marks or bruises were on her?" "Yes. They were bad enough for me to remember. There were red marks on her wrists and on her arms below her shoulders, and her arms were almost covered with bruises, but small ones. Oh, they pinched her, no doubt. Undoubtedly she had a rough time of it, if one may judge the character of the villain with the fez. Well, we must find her. There's no use inquiring here. If they have used this room for a torture chamber, we'll get nothing out of them, and they'll grow suspicious." They went downstairs, and while Valeska waited in the street, Astro drove a bargain with Garban Sumisin. Luckily, the lower hall was dark, and the Turk could not perceive Astro's oriental countenance. But the Master of Mysteries had an important piece of news to tell when he rejoined Valeska. They were talking Arabic, or rather Turkish. I heard one of them quote the motto we saw on the dagger. Now I know what they are. Have you heard of the Hunchakists? The papers had been so full of one of the recent murders of this dreaded Armenian society that Valeska knew roughly what the name implied. Every country seems to have its guerrilla assassins, said Astro as they drove uptown. But the Armenian Hunchakists are more dangerous than any of the others because they are better organized. Their object is usually extortion. Now we must visit the rug merchants. I'm afraid we're on the track of something serious this time. Their route led them directly into the heart of the mystery. On 18th Street, where in front of a Turkish rug store the crescent of Turkey hung out, there was a great crowd gathered, pressing about the entrance. It took Astro little time to discover the cause of the disturbance. The merchant Marco Diorian had been found when his shop was opened by his head bookkeeper lying in a pool of blood in his office, shot in the back. He was not dead, though mortally wounded and unconscious. He was now at the hospital at the point of death. A policeman guarded the door, preventing anyone from entering. Astro and Valeska caught sight of his cap over the heads of the bystanders, and when the crowd eddied, they saw his face. "Why, it's McGraw." "So it is," said Astro. "What luck." They squirmed their way through the crowd to find the burly police officer, who with Astro's assistance had been able to gain considerable reputation in connection with the McDougal Street dynamite outrages. The two were now fast friends. Indeed, McGraw owed his lieutenant's cap to the help of the Master of Mysteries. He therefore welcomed them both with a grin. "What is the straight of this, McGraw?" Astro asked. "Hunchakist murder, sure," responded the lieutenant. "I thought as much. Who did it?" "Oh, we got 'em all right this time. No thanks to you, sir, for once, though I'd always be glad of your help. This one's a girl who done it." Astro and Valeska looked at each other. "A girl?" "Yes, sir. They'll be bringing her down presently. It's only 15 minutes ago we got her. She was hiding out in a back closet where nobody thought to look at first. She was in a dead faint." "What does she look like?" "Faith, I don't know that myself. I've only just got here with the reserves. But if you stand here, you'll see her come down. There's the wagon already. Stand back there." The crowd scattered, and the patrol wagon drove up with a clatter. Several officers jumped out and ran upstairs. Astro turned to Valeska and spoke under his breath. "What time did you see her last?" "I got up about midnight and she was lying on the couch." She put her hand on his arm. "Oh, it couldn't have been she!" she exclaimed. At that moment the officers brought their prisoner downstairs. It was indeed the girl who had been in the studio the night before, and had gone home with Valeska. Just as the group passed, Astro touched McGraw's shoulder. "Let me speak to her a moment. I know this girl." McGraw stared, but his faith in the occult powers of the seer was so great that he delayed the officers. They stopped for a moment. Astro addressed the girl in Turkish. "Let me help you," he said. She looked at him sulkily, but it was not with the blank expressionless face of yesterday. Her brows drew together. "I don't know you," she said at last. Valeska pushed forward and took her hand. "Don't you know this lady?" Astro asked. The girl stared. Some half-forgotten memory seemed to stir within her. Her lips moved silently as she stared hard at Valeska's face. Then she shook her head and said, "I don't know." "I can't keep 'em waiting," McGraw whispered. "Let her go and you can call at the Tombs to see her again. I'll see that you get in. Go on now." The girl was escorted to the wagon and took her seat, facing the crowd stolidly, an officer on each side of her. Once, before they drove away, her eyes turned to where Valeska stood in the doorway, and the same puzzled expression crossed her face. "McGraw," said Astro after the wagon had gone, "how'd you like to get a captain's commission?" McGraw hastily took him aside. "You don't mean to say you know about this job already?" he asked excitedly. "I know one thing. A man you want lives at 101 Washington Street, and I think his name is Garban Sumasin. At any rate, I'd advise you to get right down there immediately and run in everyone you find in the house. Hurry up before they're gone." McGraw's eyes gleamed. "And you'll coach me then what to do?" he asked. Yes. All right. Hastily summoning a police sergeant, he gave him a few orders and then hurried to the station. Where was the wounded man taken? Astro asked the sergeant. To the receiving hospital. We'll go over there first then, and Astro and Valeska made their way to the limousine and ordered the driver to the place. But, said Valeska, how queerly she acted. I'm so disappointed that she didn't recognize me, after all I'd done for her. I don't know what to make of it. Don't you see? She has waked up. Yesterday she was quite another person, a dissociated personality. She had no memory, and had even lost the power to talk or write. That is often the case. Owing to some severe mental shock, her normal personality was broken into parts, so to speak. She had just enough of the functions of her mind synthesized to have volition, and that part self resembled a crazy person. She had been tortured and starved, no doubt in order to force her to commit this crime by Sumasin. Somehow she managed to escape from that house, and then her reason left her. You found her what she was, half-witted, with only sense enough to appeal to your protection. She had forgotten everything, that is, except something concerning the number 13. Now the question is, when did she come to herself and her full rationality? Was it when she got up in your room to leave you? Or was it when she got into the rug store? Valeska added, with a look of horror in her eyes. That's the question. Let's hope that Diorian is conscious by the time we reach the hospital. Everything depends on that. Arrived at the hospital, Astro entered the office and asked for the house physician. A few words only were necessary to explain the palmist's right of inquiry, and his description of the Syrian girl's mental condition was of great professional interest to the doctor. He promised to go to the tombs and see her as soon as possible. Diorian, it seemed, lay at the point of death, but finding how important it was to have the exact time of the shooting determined, the doctor consented to go up to the ward and attempt to revive him sufficiently to answer the question. Astro and Valeska waited for him in the office. It was 15 minutes before he returned. I could just barely make him understand, he said, but I am sure that he did at last. With almost his last breath, he whispered, 10 o'clock, adding that he didn't know who shot him. He died before I left the bedside. Acting on Astro's hint, McGraw not only succeeded in capturing a half-dozen Turks and Armenians in the Washington Street den, but, exercising the third degree in a manner for which he was famous, extorted a confession from one of the prisoners. It was the more easy because the man, who had honestly believed himself to be working for the cause of Armenian freedom, discovered that he had been merely the tool of a band of blackmailers and murderers. He had witnessed the cruel torture of the young Syrian girl, but had been told that she was a Turkish spy who was plotting to betray the Armenian cause to the Sublime Porte. On hearing her alibi sworn to by Valeska, the girl was released. But she was 10 days under the care of the hospital doctor before her nerves were recovered enough for her to be brought to the studio. She had been told of Valeska's kindness, but could remember nothing that had happened since her mind first began to wander under the effects of pain and starvation. But her intuition recognized her protectress without the aid of reason, and she fell on her knees like a slave at Valeska's feet. She could not speak a word of English, but her eyes were sufficiently eloquent to prove her gratitude. She treated Astro as if he were her lord and master, watching him continually. After she had told of her wakening to her full reason in Valeska's room, she described the terror that had come over her at the thought of Diorian. The 13th was the day set for his murder. Her tormentors had in vain tried to force her to do the deed, but when they found she was intractable, they had told her that, whether she did it or not, Diorian should surely die on the 13th. It was with the idea of saving him from his fate that she made more strenuous attempts to escape, and after her memory had gone, the number 13 still inspired her with terror and dread. Waking at Valeska's, this thought had been her first, and she dressed quietly and stole out of the house to warn him. She had found the rug merchant already shot, and the horror of the scene had in her weak state again deprived her of reason. She had run from the body, and that was all she could remember until she was restored to consciousness by 2 policemen. Then her fear of being accused as the murderess had nearly distraught her wits again. She looked curiously now at the pictures she had drawn while in the state of abstraction, and identified the sign, the fez, the Turkish flag, and the number 13. "But what is this one?" Astro asked, pointing to the one drawing she had not identified. The girl shuddered and reached for Valeska's hand. When she could speak, she explained to Astro. "It was awful. You can't know how awful it was till you have tried it. I was 3 days strapped to that chair, and on the wall right opposite my head was a mirror. I had to look at myself all day. It grew more and more horrible, till I couldn't stand it. By turning my head I could see the sign, but always my own face was in front of me, staring, staring, staring. It grew hideous, sinister, diabolic. After a while it wasn't I at all. It was a devil leering at me. And I knew he was inside of me, looking through my own eyes. Oh, God!" She paused and, looking up at Valeska, said simply, "She is lucky. She can look at her face in the glass. I can't ever use a mirror any more. It frightens me." Astro nodded his head slowly. Then he said with a faint smile, "Yes, I can fancy no more exquisite torture for a woman to bear." Then, before he translated the speech to Valeska, he turned to her with a whimsical expression. "What would you do if you were to be deprived of mirrors of any kind for the rest of your life?" "I think I'd commit suicide," she replied, blushing. "There'd be no need for that. I shall always be able to tell you how pretty you are. But now we must cure this little girl. I'm sure that a hypnotic treatment will soon convince her how pretty she is, and she won't be afraid to prove it." Valeska looked up archly and added, "Neither shall I." End of number 13 by Gelett Burgess. The Fanshawe Ghost by Gelett Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fanshawe Ghost. As it was nearly time for his first client of the day to arrive, Astro the palmist ended the little lesson in optical anatomy he had been giving to Valeska. He closed the transparent doors of the huge model of the human eye about which he had been talking, and replaced it on a shelf in his laboratory, where it remained, a large livid ball of glass and porcelain, veined with red. "It's simply wonderful," Valeska said, staring at it hard. Astro laughed, and passed into the great studio for his morning consultations. "And yet," he remarked, "Helmholtz says, nature seems to have packed this organ with mistakes. I'll explain that sometime. Most people do think that the body of man is the consummation of the Maker's skill and wisdom. In point of fact, it is far from being perfect. Think of the ants and bees," he went on thoughtfully. "Think of their strength and adaptability. By a mere change of diet, a neuter can become a perfect female." "Do you mean to say that men's bodies are not so good as some of the animals' bodies?" Valeska asked. "I mean to say that the human machine is imperfect. It contains much that is unnecessary, much that is not well adapted to the struggle for existence." Astro, now assuming his red silken robe and turban in preparation for his astral readings, seated himself cross-legged on the divan, and took up the stem of his narghile. "Wiedersheim," he continued, "has counted 107 so-called vestigial organs, the remains, that is, of similar but more developed organs that fulfilled a useful function in our simian ancestors. Some of them are still able to perform their physiological functions in a more or less incomplete manner. Some survive merely as ancestral relics, and some are actually harmful to the body. Take, for instance, superfluous hairs. They are no longer capable of protecting the body from cold, and often do serious harm. Wisdom teeth are unnecessary to man. Their powers of mastication are feeble, and they often cause tumors and diffused suppuration and dental caries. We all know how unnecessary and how dangerous to health the vermiform appendix is. Then there are other organs whose powers are almost completely lost. The little tail disappears from the embryo before birth, but there remain the useless muscles of the ear, the unnecessary 13th pair of ribs, the weak and imperfect 11th and 12th pairs of ribs, which serve no useful purpose, the muscles of the toes, and so on. Why, the colon or large intestine, the seat of most diseases of the alimentary tract, and the nursery of arterial sclerosis, has been pronounced practically useless by Metchnikoff, and in London hospitals the entire colon is often removed. Valeska stared. "But what are they all there for?" she inquired. "I suppose their chief use is to shame our vanity. They are undoubted proof of our animal origin, our descent from the anthropoid apes." Valeska frowned. "I never like to be reminded of that." "Well then, of our descent from birds or reptiles. You have beautiful eyes, my dear, but you can't conceal that little part near the nose which is called the semilunar fold. That is but the remains of the third eyelid you possessed as a bird, the transparent membrane that eagles draw over the cornea." The bell rang outside. Astro the philosopher became on the instant Astro the seer, and dropped into his professional poise, calm, inert, picturesque, oriental. Valeska retired to another room and began her work of looking carefully over the papers for news of anything that might be of use to the seer in his conferences. It was her duty to keep in touch with the doings of the day. For some time she read without interest, making notes occasionally, and from time to time consulting her card catalogue to look up the condensed biographies of persons prominent in society, politics, or finance, adding to the data there collected. She cut clippings too, and pasted them in a blank book for Astro to look over at his leisure. In the last of the morning papers her eyes fell on the following paragraph, and she read it with attention. "No small amount of gossip has been occasioned during the last week or so in the little village of Van Dyke by the rumors of supernatural visitations at the well-known Fanshawe farm, now the residence of Miss Mildred Fanshawe, the last living representative of a prominent old family in the county. While all the servants at the farm deny the sensational reports, and Miss Fanshawe absolutely refuses to be interviewed, the stories afloat make the place famous in the vicinity. According to what can be learned, at least 3 of the servants at the farm have seen the Fanshawe ghost, purported to be the spirit of Sally Towers, who was a well-known belle of New York in the 1830s. Sally appears, so it is said, in the walled garden side of the old house, usually with a baby in her arms. Occasionally she is seen on the roof of the dwelling. The Society for Psychical Research is said to be interested, and has asked the privilege of investigating the apparition, but Miss Fanshawe has persistently refused them admittance to the premises, which are now well guarded from intrusion. Of Miss Fanshawe, Valeska could find no information in her catalogue, but as soon as Astro was free, she gave him the clipping, and was not disappointed in his interest. "It's a case I'd like to handle," he said, when he had read the story. "If Miss Fanshawe does not apply to me for a solution to the mystery, I shall certainly volunteer my services. Perhaps you had better send her a note anyway." This Valeska did forthwith, with the result that Miss Fanshawe appeared a few days later at the studio. She confessed herself worried about the stories that had been circulated, because of the unpleasant notoriety she had gained, and the fact that they might depreciate the value of the property, which she wished to sell as soon as possible. The rumors were, she confessed, based on tales which some of her servants had been indiscreet enough to relate. There seemed to be something at the bottom of the affair, and she would be much relieved to have the mystery cleared up. Miss Mildred Fanshawe was an aristocratic but anemic-looking woman of perhaps 30 years. She was a brunette, with dark hair and eyes, with a lean, narrow face, full of nervous energy. Her hands were long and slim. Her upper lip was nearly covered with fine hair, almost a mustache, which gave her a distinctly Italian aspect. She talked freely with Astro and Valeska, using gestures like a foreigner. When she had gone, Astro turned to his assistant. "Well," he said, "I'm curious to know just what you noticed about that woman." "There is something strange about her. I hardly know what it is," said Valeska. "I noticed, though, for one thing, that she wiggled her ears. I knew a boy once who could do that. I've often tried to, but I can't. Then her mustache was a great blemish, wasn't it? It's a pity for a woman to have to suffer that. Then her eyes were queer. What was the matter with them? Astro smiled. And I have been lecturing you upon the eye for a fortnight. It was the semilunar fold I spoke to you about a while ago. It was extraordinarily large. So it was, now I recall it. That was funny about her being able to pick up a fork with her toes, like Stevenson at Velima, wasn't it? I always wanted to live in a country where I could go barefooted. We don't half use our feet, do we? Well, and the ghost? Have you no theory? Astro asked. Already? Of course not. How can we tell anything till we investigate the premises and see the apparition? Oh, we'll go down, of course, but it's scarcely necessary, I consider. Valeska's hands fell into her lap with a hopeless gesture. Oh dear, she exclaimed. I'll never learn anything. How in the world could you learn the secret of the ghost story just by talking to her? And watching her, he hinted. But take her talk even. What did she say that might be significant? Do you mean about that operation she had for appendicitis? Valeska considered it thoughtfully. Let's see. She mentioned the fact that she had her vermiform appendix removed, and it proved to be abnormally large. But that doesn't prove anything to me. Think it over. See if you can't put it with what I have told you, and more important still, read Metchnikoff. I recommend to you his Prolongation of Life, but I won't tell you what chapter especially. There you'll find the missing link in the argument. You have already half of my theory, in the doctrine of vestigial organs, which you can apply to Miss Fanshawe's case. The other half I prefer you to work out for yourself. It's the simplest kind of deduction, and needs only corroboration at Fanshawe Farm. Let's see. She asked us to come down next Friday. That gives you 3 days in which to think it over. He rose and yawned. I wish you'd buy me some blue paint and a brush, he added. Now I must put in a little time on that new somniform experiment. I think I'm getting at it. But Valeska had no time to read Metchnikoff that week. Astro's absences from the studio were long and often, and Valeska, who had been preparing herself in palmistry, gave readings to all those clients who did not insist on a personal interview with the Master of Mysteries. It need scarcely be said that most such clients were men. Every moment of her time was occupied until Friday afternoon. On that day, at 4 o'clock, she met Astro at the Grand Central Station, and together they took the train for Vandyke Village to keep their appointment with Miss Fanshawe. How little I know of you, Valeska, Astro said on the journey down. Do you realize that it is almost nothing? You applied in answer to my advertisement for an assistant, and you know that it is not my habit to ask personal questions unless it is absolutely necessary. But to me, you are as mysterious as this Fanshawe ghost we are hunting down. I have always had a queer feeling about you, that I didn't want to know too much about your history, that it was a prettier situation to be ignorant of everything except this very happy present when we are working together. Oh, let's be sure of that and enjoy it, she breathed, turning her eyes away. I am perfectly happy. I only hope that we shall both remain so. If Astro had intended by his remarks to give her an opening for a confession, she did not accept it, and he did not insist. Their talk changed to the business that occupied their immediate attention. Astro carefully reread the newspaper clipping. The first thing is, of course, to get the accounts of the servants, and then to see the ghost for ourselves. Finally, we must lay the spectre forever. I have thought that the phantom might have been impersonated by one of the servants, Valeska suggested. With that hypothesis, we should seek a motive, he replied. I admit that's what has baffled me. Well, we must follow every clue, that's all. Miss Fanshawe's man met them at the station with an open carriage, and Astro, seating himself beside the driver, immediately began to draw him out on the subject of the ghost. The man was Irish and willing to talk. He himself, however, had not seen the spirit, though he believed implicitly in its existence. John, the stableman, had seen it, however, and Genevieve, Miss Fanshawe's maid. The third witness, an old woman who had been cook, had left the place, refusing to remain in a haunted house. Miss Fanshawe greeted them hospitably, and had them shown to their rooms by Genevieve. Before dressing for dinner, Astro and Valeska had the story from her. She took them herself into the garden and pointed out the scene of the visitation. A high brick wall screened the place from the street and enclosed it on 3 sides. The garden was laid out formally, with brick walls along the 2 axes of the rectangular space, and a circular pool with a fountain in the middle. The 4th side was shut off by the brick wall of the house itself, which there rose 2 stories in height. Along the south wall was planted a thicket of high bushes, interspersed with trees. This wall ran into the side of the house just below Miss Fanshawe's own chamber, whose window showed some 9 feet above. The maid's room was next. The northern wall was flush with the front of the house, which was decorated with a portico 2 stories in height. Above that was the sloping roof. "I've seen it walking up and down many a time, from my window over there," said Genevieve. "It always disappears in the bushes over there," and she pointed to the southern wall. "Once I saw it on the very top of the roof, waving its arms. Yes, it almost always carries a baby, and it's always in white, shroud-like. It always scares me stiff, but I won't leave Miss Fanshawe for it nor anything like it." "It's a queer thing that you and John are the only ones here who have ever seen it," said Valeska, looking at her fixedly. "Oh, the cook has seen it many's the time," said Genevieve. "But the cook left." "Yes, and good reason why, too. It came at her with a run once, and liked to scratch her eyes out." "It's queer that Miss Fanshawe has never seen it." "Ah, and I hope she never will, the poor dear. It'll be for no good if she does. It comes to warn her, I'm thinking." John the stableman's tale was almost the same. He too had seen the ghost on the roof of the house, and running swiftly along the garden walk, and often with the baby. In the year he had been employed at Fanshawe Farm, he had seen it, he thought, at least a dozen times. He appeared to share Genevieve's superstitious terrors, and had never dared to pursue the spectre. All this, of course, Miss Fanshawe had heard before, and with Astro and Valeska she discussed the probability of her servants possibly having conspired to give the house a bad name. But no motive for that was apparent, and Genevieve's devotion seemed sincere. The talk had already begun to wear on her. She showed many signs of nervousness, becoming at times almost hysterical. Seeing this, Astro changed the subject, and nothing more was said of his purpose there. That night he took his place with Valeska at the end of the garden, away from the house, to watch. He had come prepared to spend several days, for the chances were against their seeing anything the first time, though the appearances had, according to John, become much more frequent of late. So bundled in wraps, the 2 took their seats on a bench at the end of the path. From here, most of the house windows were screened from them, but a clear vista up the center of the garden was illuminated by a moon beyond its first quarter. Miss Fanshawe, pleading indisposition, had retired to her room early. Beyond the seat there was a small door in the wall, opening on a path leading to the stable. Directly in front of where they sat was an old-fashioned sundial. It was altogether a romantic spot, one well fitted for a tryst, natural or supernatural. Perhaps Valeska thought it too romantic, for after sitting with Astro for a while, she rose and paced impatiently up and down. He did not try to keep her with him. Her nearness seemed dangerous to his concentration of mind, to his watchfulness. At 10 o'clock a sound behind him attracted his attention. Valeska was some distance away, and he did not call her, but stole to the small door in the wall and looked out. What he saw made him smile. He returned and, with a low whistle, called his assistant. "We might learn some things from Genevieve and John," he said a little sadly, "even if we don't learn much about the ghost from them." "Have you seen them?" she exclaimed. "They are bidding each other good night at the stable door." "Then," said Valeska, "it's my opinion that we'll see the ghost within a quarter of an hour. Let's sit down now and watch." They took their places on the bench again, and her hand stole into his. Was it the suggestion she had received from the servant's love-making, or did she begin to fear the spectre? With all his cleverness, Astro could not decide. But suddenly she sprang up, and now there was no doubt of her alarm. "There it is!" she exclaimed in a harsh whisper, pointing toward the shrubbery at the south wall. There it was at last, indeed, a seemingly sheeted form, bearing something that looked like a little child in its arms, stealing down the path. It approached them noiselessly. In the shadow of the trees it showed too indistinct for identification at that distance. Astro rose abruptly and took a step toward the house, when immediately the thing sped rapidly away. Astro broke into a run, but when he came to the house, nothing was to be seen. He went back to reassure Valeska, who stood staring, trembling with excitement, but without fear. Hardly had he reached her, however, when her voice rang out again. "There, on the roof!" she cried. Astro looked and beheld the figure gliding swiftly along the top of the building. The vision lasted only a moment, then disappeared. He spoke sharply. "Valeska, run up to Miss Fanshawe's room and awaken her. Tell her I want her to see this." Valeska ran up the brick walk, passed through a door in the middle of the south wall, and entered the house. The halls had been left lighted, and she found her way easily to Miss Fanshawe's room. Here she knocked on the door, at first softly, then with increasing vehemence. Trying the door, she found it locked. No one answered. She flew downstairs again, and was about to go for Astro when a sound attracted her attention. Down the hall, toward the back stairs, she saw something or someone pass and disappear. Her thoughts flew to Genevieve, and with a new desire to awaken Miss Fanshawe, she went upstairs again and knocked. This time there was a noise inside the chamber, a rattle, a chair being moved, and in a few moments the door was partly opened, and Miss Fanshawe looked out. At the same moment Genevieve appeared in the upper hall. For a moment Valeska could not decide what to say. If, as she suspected, Genevieve had been in some strange way impersonating the phantom, she dared not tell of it before her. She slipped inside Miss Fanshawe's room, which was not lighted. "We have seen the ghost, and Astro wished you to come out, but it is undoubtedly too late now. I wish your door had been unlocked, so I might have awakened you without making so much noise." Miss Fanshawe wrung her hands. Her long black hair streamed over her white nightdress. The costume and her aspect of extreme disarray made her figure almost grotesque. "It's terrible, terrible," she moaned. "I don't see why I should be tortured so. I don't want to see it. I couldn't bear it." She broke into a violent fit of sobbing. Genevieve knocked at the door and entered. "I'll attend to her, miss," she said to Valeska. "I'm used to her when she has the hysterics, and I can calm her down if you'll only leave us." There seemed nothing better to do, and Valeska went downstairs and passed into the garden again. Astro strode up to her, a lighted cigar in his mouth. "Well?" Valeska narrated what had happened. "We mustn't be caught that way again. I'll ask her to leave the door unlocked tomorrow night. Well, there's nothing further to do tonight. I propose that we turn in." "But have you found out who or what it is?" Valeska asked, still trembling with the excitement. Astro smiled. "I'll have a trap for the ghost tomorrow, and if she appears, you'll see. It's only a question of how to do it delicately and safely. But it's most amusing. I think I was never so entertained." "Why, did you see it after I left?" she asked. "I should say I did. It was as good as a circus. But you must go to bed. Good night." As they went out into the garden the next night, Astro showed Valeska a nickeled brass cylinder he had concealed in his inside pocket. "Here's what an automobilist calls an oil gun," he explained. "It works like a large syringe, and is loaded with blue paint. I might also mention that the lightning rod running up and down the house wall side of those windows is already painted bright blue. If I don't succeed in shooting our extremely lively little friend, the spook, with this gun, I'd expect the lightning rod to streak her up with blue stripes sufficient for identification." Valeska gazed at the moonlit house in wonder. "The lightning rod!" she exclaimed. "It isn't possible for anyone to climb up there. Do you mean to say—" "Wait, and you'll see some of the prettiest ground and lofty tumbling outside of vaudeville," was his reply. "But it runs up beside Genevieve's window. It isn't possible for that girl to climb down from there into the garden. It also runs beside Miss Fanshawe's window. It may be possible for her. I assure you, she's an athlete. But how could any human being get on the roof so quickly? If you'll go round there, you'll see. Once you climb the north wall, you can almost reach the first balcony. Up the column to the second is easy enough. On the other side there's a stout ivy vine that makes a practical ladder to the very top." "But why? Why?" Valeska almost wailed the words. "Ah, you haven't read Metchnikoff." Then suddenly he cried, "Look!" and seized her arm. They were standing beside the central pool now, and he pointed to Miss Fanshawe's window, clearly visible from this part of the garden. The moonlight struck the glass as the sash was raised. A form looked out, climbed rapidly across the sill, lowered itself till it hung by the hands, and then dropped lightly to the top of the garden wall. Quick as had been its appearance and disappearance, something was visible, tucked under one arm. While they stood fascinated, a white object appeared on the grass of the garden plot, the figure of a woman with hair streaming about her shoulders, apparently carrying a child. She came a few steps toward them, then retreated swiftly and made for the bushes by the north wall. In another instant she appeared atop the wall, and swung up to the first balcony of the portico, still bearing her burden. A few minutes more, and she reappeared on the roof. "Quick now," cried Astro. "Run up to Miss Fanshawe's room and go in and wait for her to return. I'll hide in the bushes by the south wall and pop her full of blue paint. If I miss, there's the lightning rod, her only way to enter the room. But what shall I say? How can I accuse her of it?" Astro stopped suddenly and looked at her. "Why, my dear, I forgot. Is it possible you haven't guessed it yet? Miss Fanshawe is asleep. It's somnambulism, that's all. But hurry. Make any excuse if she's awake. If she's not, don't awaken her. Let her go to bed herself." Valeska flew into the house and upstairs. Miss Fanshawe had kept her promise and had left her door unlocked. Valeska entered. The window was still up. There was no one in the bed. One pillow was missing. On the instant, Valeska understood the secret of the baby that the spectre was supposed to carry. She slipped into the corner and waited. In a few moments a form appeared in the window, blocking out the light. A wriggle and a twist, and it sprang lightly in, and Miss Fanshawe stood revealed in the moonlight, in her nightdress, now streaked and spattered with blue stains. In her arms she still held the pillow, as a mother holds her babe. Her eyes stared straight before her without power of sight. Valeska, more moved by this uncanny vision than if it had been a supernatural visitation, stole silently away and rejoined the master. "I don't see how it was possible, even though I saw it with my own eyes," she said, as they sat down on the bench to talk it over before sleeping. "A frail woman like that to climb to the second story up a rod, to the roof even. I've heard stories of somnambulists before, but this is miraculous." "If you had read Metchnikoff," said Astro, smoking calmly, "you would have found that such a case as this is not rare, and you would have discovered the explanation. The fact is, that in somnambulism and in hysteria, persons often revert atavistically to the characteristics of their simian ancestors. They are often able to jump and run and climb and even chatter like apes while in this abnormal condition. Miss Fanshawe, as we had already observed, possesses many still active functions of her monkey ancestry, which in most men and women have become atrophied with disuse. Her appendix was large, like those of the apes. She bore traces of this also in the hair on her lip, in her ability to use her ears, in the development of the muscles of her toes. It was evident to me at my first glance at her that she was, if not abnormal, at least peculiar. In her waking state, of course, she is a highly refined and cultured lady. Under the influence of hysteria, or in this strange somnambulistic condition, she merely reverts to type. You know that newborn babies can hang from their hands like monkeys, but soon lose that power. Miss Fanshawe loses her extraordinary agility in her waking moments, and regains it while asleep." "But why the blue paint?" said Valeska. "If you knew the secret of the Fanshawe ghost, why didn't you tell her at first?" "Would you have believed it possible?" he asked, smiling. Valeska confessed she would not. Neither would Miss Fanshawe. "And besides, it would have been necessary to explain the origin of my suspicions. No woman would care to be told that she resembled an ape, and I don't intend to explain Metchnikoff's theory to her, or to point out her vestigial organs, which are not quite vestigial. No, I'll merely tell her she walks in her sleep, as is proved by the blue paint on her nightdress, and advise her either to lock the window when she retires or to have a companion to watch her. I don't think anyone will see the ghost again. I wonder," he added thoughtfully, as they walked toward the house, "if after all I hadn't better begin to investigate the ghost of your past, little girl." He took her hand affectionately. "Well, you won't find any vestigial signs in that, anyway," she answered, gently drawing away her hand. "And," she said, "I'm glad I can't wiggle my ears or pick things up with my toes. I'd rather be a lady even while asleep. I'm quite satisfied with my body, thank you, just as it is." End of The Fanshawe Ghost by Gelett Burgess. The Middlebury Murder by Gelett Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Middlebury Murder. Returning late one night from an investigation which had carried them down to the Battery, Astro the Seer and Valeska were suddenly nearly thrown from their seats by a sudden stop of the green limousine. They were driving along Canal Street, and as the vicinity was apparently deserted, the Seer of Secrets looked in surprise from the window to see what was the matter. A police officer was speaking in tones of command to the chauffeur. Astro, recognizing him as Lieutenant McGraw, smiled in relief. The police officer came to the window with his hat in his hand. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I recognized your car, so I just ordered your man to stop. I wanted to speak to you a moment." "Ah, Miss Wynne, it's glad I am to see you." Valeska gave him her hand and a smile. "I've just been called from the office," said McGraw, "on a case that may be interesting. As I know how you like mysteries, perhaps you might help me out even." And Officer McGraw winked elaborately. "When it comes to giving a crook the third degree, or raiding a joint, I'm there with the goods. But this looks like a murder, and murders are sometimes—" "I see," said Astro suavely. "Well, if you can get in here, we'll go with you." "Where is it?" "Just around the corner, here at the Aspinwall building on Grand Street." And after Astro had given the order to the driver, McGraw went on. "You see, the night watchman has just telephoned for an officer, as something suspicious has happened. He seemed excited, and it may turn out something doing, or it may not." "Well, I'll be glad to be first on the ground at any rate," said Astro. "That ought to make it easier to solve, if it should happen to be a mystery." He had scarcely finished when the car drew up at the entrance of the Aspinwall building. A full bearded man in jumper and overalls was waiting scowling in the doorway. He came immediately forward. "There's a murder or a suicide been committed here, I'm afraid," he began. "But I didn't want to do anything till I had the police, to be on the safe side. It's up on the 10th story, in Mr. Middlebury's office. Has anyone left the building since you telephoned?" "No, I made sure of that. The elevator boy thought he heard a shot fired, and I went around to all the lighted offices. They were all right except at Middlebury's office, where there was no answer when I knocked. The door was locked." "How many tenants are in the building now?" "There have only been 2 or 3 here tonight, and some went before this thing happened. There's only one I know of, Mr. Moffett, on the 9th. I think he's there yet. I spoke to him a little while ago." "Better ring for a couple more men, McGraw," said Astro. After the party had entered the corridor, McGraw rang up the office, then returned to the elevator. The boy had just come out and was standing with white, scared face in the corridor. He was a thin, anemic youth of 18, with red hair and roving, pale blue eyes with dilated pupils. "Now, young fellow," said McGraw, "what do you know about this?" "Nothing, sir. Only I thought I heard a shot fired, and I called Thompson." "You didn't go up yourself?" "No, only to take Thompson. I waited in the car while he knocked on the door." "Where did you find Thompson?" "On the 5th floor. I went down to the boiler room at first, thinking he was there. Then I tried each floor till I found him." "What time did you hear the report?" "About 11:30 o'clock." "How many people have you taken up on the elevator this evening?" "Only 1 or 2. Mr. Moffett went up to his office on the 9th at 8 o'clock or so." "He must be there now." "Mr. Smythe on the 4th, but he left at 10 o'clock about. I don't remember the others." Astro now turned to the night watchman Thompson. a heavy-set, hairy man who stood with his mouth open, listening as if fascinated. "What have you been doing this evening, Thompson?" "Why, I had a bite of lunch in the boiler room at about 8 o'clock. Then at 9 I made my rounds to see if everything was all right. I have to look for signs of fire or burglars or anything wrong, you know." "How many offices were lighted up?" "Smythe's and Moffat's and Mr. Middlebury's. That's all I remember, sir." "Where were you when this boy called you?" "On the stairs going up to the 6th floor. This is the only elevator running at night?" "Yes, sir. I'm supposed to keep run of this boy and see that he stays till midnight." At this moment 2 officers appeared at the entrance. Astro turned to McGraw. "Tell them to keep hidden outside," he said, "and nab anyone leaving the building. Now we'll go up and see what has happened." As the 5 entered the car, Astro, whose look had fallen on the rubber matting on the floor, moved over nearer the elevator boy, and pushing him a little aside, picked up a slip of paper on which he had been standing. It proved to be blank, but the seer, after scrutinizing it, put it away in his pocketbook. The boy slammed the door and the car started up the shaft. Astro touched the boy's arm. "Stop at the 9th floor," he commanded. The elevator boy looked up in surprise, but pulled the lever and threw open the hall door. "You wait here," said Astro to Thompson and the lad. "Come on, McGraw. We'll see Moffett first." They walked down the hall and around a corner till they came to a lighted door. Astro, without knocking, threw the door wide open. It was a small room, and at a roll-top desk a man jumped up quickly, in consternation. In one hand he held a revolver, in the other a cleaning instrument. A box of cartridges was open beside him. He stared at his unexpected visitors. "Good evening, Mr. Moffett," said Astro. "What are you doing with that pistol?" "Why, I'm cleaning it," said Moffett. The pistol dropped from his hand as he spoke, and he turned white at the scrutiny of his interlocutor. The seer gazed for a moment without speaking at the small, smooth-shaven, anxious-looking man who confronted him. He wore iron spectacles and was shabbily dressed. His thin, bony hands trembled visibly. "Did you fire that pistol this evening?" "Why, no, of course not." "What are you cleaning it for?" "Why, I always carry it when I go home. I live out at Kingsbridge, and there have been so many hold-ups." "Did you hear a shot fired in this building tonight?" "Good God, no!" Moffett's alarm increased. He put his hand to his head. "You don't mean there's anything happened?" he faltered. Instead of answering, Astro walked over, picked up the revolver from the floor, and examined it. The chambers were empty. Next he looked at the box of cartridges. 5 were missing. Of these, 4 were scattered on the desk. "When did you fire this gun last?" he demanded. "Last night, at a cat," said Moffett. McGraw laughed aloud. Astro went to the window, threw up the sash, and looked out. The roof of the adjoining building was only 2 stories below. He gave it a glance, then lowered the window and walked to the door. "Will I bring him along, sir?" said McGraw. "No, leave him alone. Mr. Moffett, remain here till we come for you, please." And with that Astro went out. In the hall he turned to McGraw. "You don't mind my taking charge of this?" he asked. "You bet I don't," McGraw exclaimed. "But I don't see why you want Moffett to make a getaway. He can't get past the men downstairs, can he?" "That's right. But did you see any empty cartridge shells on the roof below?" "No, we'll have to examine the roof later. Now we'll go up to Middlebury's office. We've lost too much time already." "Have you a key to Middlebury's office, Thompson?" he asked, on re-entering the elevator. "No, sir. Mr. Middlebury lost one of his office keys this week, and was given the duplicate the superintendent had till another one could be made for him." "What did he need 2 for?" "One was for his stenographer, I believe." "Oh, he had a typewriter then?" said Astro. The elevator boy interrupted. "He had one, but she left today." "How do you know that?" Astro turned to the youth with a keen gaze. The elevator boy cowered under his inspection. "Why, she told me so, that's all." The elevator had reached the 10th floor and stopped. The boy threw open the door, and the party stepped out. Almost opposite the elevator, across a narrow hall, appeared a lighted door on which was painted the legend, "John Middlebury, Architect and Landscape Gardener." Above it was a transom tilted half open. "Give me a leg up," said Astro, and placing his foot in Thompson's big hand, he raised himself to the height of the lintel and looked in. He stayed there for a few minutes, then dropped to the floor again. "Well, it's a murder fast enough," he said to McGraw. "We'll have to bust down the door then," said the officer. "Unless the boy can crawl through the transom." "No, I can't," exclaimed the boy. "It's too narrow." "You try it," said Astro. "I don't dare to," the lad whimpered. McGraw laid a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Now then, my son, go to it, and no talk." With that he lifted the lad bodily to a handhold on the lintel. "Hurry up now, Dennis," said Thompson gruffly, and the boy struggled through the opening, pulled his legs inside, and dropped to the floor. In a moment he opened the door and stood as white as paper, trembling in horror. Beyond a counter that shut off the front part of the office, below a large drafting table in the center of the room, the body of a man lay on its back, the arms outstretched on the floor. The eyes were shut, and one hand still held a small black rubber drawing triangle. The counter shut off a view of his feet. He was a man of some 30 years, with black mustache and sparse beard, a handsome, picturesque type of slightly foreign appearance. Astro passed through the little door in the counter with McGraw, and together they bent over the body. "There's no blood at all," said the officer in amazement. "What is it, anyway? He can't be shot." Astro made no reply for some moments, but examined every detail of the body with care. At last he rose. "Thompson," he said, "have you a gun?" "Why, no, sir," Thompson spoke anxiously. "At least I ain't got any with me. I got one down in the boiler room, though. I don't carry it all the time, sir." "Go down and get it." Astro spoke sharply. "Bring it to me. No, Dennis, you stay right here. Thompson, take the elevator down yourself. Tell the officers to telephone for a doctor." The watchman left without a word, shaking his head. The elevator boy sat down on a chair outside the counter and gazed dismally into the corridor. Astro stood for several minutes silently looking about the room. His eyes went from the drawing board, where the perspective view of a country residence had been roughly sketched in pencil, past the ground glass windows which admitted light from a side hall opposite the elevator, to the doors of an inner room. Valeska's eyes followed his in careful search of the room. McGraw still stared in amazement at the body, looking for some sign of a bullet wound, but without success. At last he rose and gazed long at Astro. "He's dead, all right," he said finally, "but hanged if I can see what killed him. Could it be suicide? Perhaps we can find some poison somewhere. Look in his dressing room." "He's shot," said Astro, without looking at the corpse. "Valeska, see what you can find in the private office in there." He pointed to the inner door. As she started to go in through the door in the counter, her foot struck a strip of cardboard that shot in along the floor. Astro glanced at it, then stooped and picked up an advertising calendar. He walked to the waiting space outside and began to examine the wall carefully. The elevator boy's eyes followed him listlessly. The seer stopped near the hall door and fixed his eyes on a small hole in the woodwork. Then he went back to the drawing board and examined it attentively. There was a large black blot on it, where evidently a bottle of India ink had been spilled. The paper was fastened down with thumbtacks in the form of wire spirals. He drew one out and put it into his pocket. Suddenly Valeska called out, "There has been a woman in here tonight." Astro and McGraw hurried into the private office. Valeska was standing by a small set bowl in the corner and held up a tiny gold ring. "Do you see?" she exclaimed. "The bowl is full of soapsuds and dirty water. She must have left in a hurry without stopping for her ring." "Ah, it was a woman shot him," said McGraw. Astro examined it, took a long look about the room, tried the private door that led to the branch hall, and then went back to the architect's office. "What was Mr. Middlebury's stenographer's name?" he asked of the elevator boy. "Miss Wilson." Dennis looked up with a look of alarm. "What time did you take her up in the elevator?" "I didn't take her up at all tonight," was the response, but his eye wandered away from his examiner. "I took her down, though, when she left here at 5 o'clock. It's queer she should leave her ring here, then, and dirty water in the bowl." "Perhaps it was another woman," the boy ventured. "Perhaps it was. Did you carry up any other?" "Why, I think I did, but I can't quite remember. I think she went out again, though." "You have a remarkably poor memory," said Astro acidly. The door was now flung open, and Thompson appeared. He showed signs of the greatest distress, his eyes staring and his mouth lax. "The gun has gone," he exclaimed, and stood gazing helplessly at McGraw. "It has? Then I'll have to arrest you," said the officer, and he took a pair of handcuffs from his pocket. "Hold out your hands, my man." Astro apparently paid no attention to this scene, and walked again into the office and stood looking at the body. "You'd better get Moffett and take them both downstairs. I'll look about a bit. When the doctor comes, send him up. Send someone to look at the roof under Moffett's window to see if he can find an empty cartridge. Keep a watch out yourself for anyone going downstairs." When McGraw had gone with his prisoner, Valeska approached the seer and gazed timidly at the body of Middlebury. "Look at his left eye," said Astro soberly. Valeska shudderingly did so. "There's the tiniest drop of blood there," she exclaimed. "It's a strange case and would puzzle anyone who hadn't brains. I wonder what poor old McGraw would have done alone." Astro smiled grimly. "Do you know who did it?" Valeska asked breathlessly. "Of course." "What, already? It seems impossible. There are 3 persons to suspect, aren't there?" "Who are they?" "Why, Moffett, and the watchman, and the mysterious woman who was undoubtedly here tonight. That woman is still in the building. I saw her hiding by a corner of the stairway as we came up, but I didn't mention it, as I knew the men below would get her if she attempted to escape." "Which one did it, then?" "That's what I shall have to prove before I leave the building. I'm sure enough, but I need evidence. Just at present, what worries me is, how did that calendar happen to fall down from the wall where it was fastened with one of these spiral thumbtacks?" He pointed to those on the drawing board. At this moment they heard the bell of the elevator, which now was standing at the floor below while McGraw made his second arrest, begin to ring furiously. Astro ran out into the hall and listened. In a moment McGraw entered the car with his 2 men, and the car descended. The dial in the front of the shaft showed its descent to the 5th floor. Then the marker stopped. Astro pointed to it. "They've captured the girl," he said. "We'll wait for Miss Wilson in the office. I'm not through with my investigation yet." He walked rapidly back, past the body, and re-entered the private office. Sitting down at the desk in the corner, he began a rapid investigation of the pigeonholes. Suddenly he held up an envelope on which was printed, "James Moffett, Aspinwall Building, New York City." Opening this, he took out a letter and read it aloud. "My dear Middlebury, I can't wait any longer for that money. You'll positively have to pay it by the 15th or there'll be trouble for you, sure. I'd like an immediate answer. J. Moffett." "Looks bad for Moffett, doesn't it?" said the seer, putting the note into his pocket. "But look at this. Here's something worse." He had just opened a small drawer and looked in. As he spoke, he held up a revolver, 1 cartridge used. "I'm sorry for Miss Wilson." "And the night watchman's pistol yet to be accounted for," said Valeska. "Oh, I think I can account for that all right," said Astro. "I'll locate that as soon as I get the time. Here comes the latest suspect. See what you make of her. You know women." The elevator door opened with a snap, and McGraw, holding a young woman by the wrist, entered the outer office. She was a pretty blonde, her eyes now red with weeping. She wore a neat blue tailor-made suit and stylish hat. The elevator boy came in behind her and gazed at her hungrily. "We found her on the 5th floor trying to get down," said McGraw. "She has acknowledged that she was up in Middlebury's office this evening." Astro turned swiftly to the elevator boy. "What did you say you hadn't taken her up for?" he demanded. "Oh, God, I knew she was up there, but I didn't take her up. She walked upstairs. I hoped she'd get away and nobody'd know. I thought she'd gone already." "And you wanted to shield her? Why?" Dennis hung his head. Then he muttered shamefully, "Because I'm in love with her, sir, that's why. And I didn't want her to get into trouble. She didn't do it, sir. I'll swear she didn't shoot him." He looked down at the body in horror, then turned his eyes away and began to sob hysterically. "Well then, Miss Wilson, what have you to say for yourself?" She had taken one look at the corpse also, and had turned away, her tears breaking forth afresh. Between her gasps she told her story. "Mr. Middlebury was too attentive to me, I thought, and then yesterday he kissed me. He said he wanted to marry me, but I didn't believe it. So I told him I was going to leave. I did leave today, and never expected to come back here. Mr. Middlebury had paid me and everything, only I found I had forgotten my house keys. So I had dinner downtown and then came back here, because I knew Mr. Middlebury would be working late alone in the office on a rush job he had. I didn't want Dennis to know I went up, because I had told him about Mr. Middlebury's kissing me. So I waited till he went up in the elevator, and then I ran upstairs, trying to keep out of his sight. Only he caught me halfway up. Besides, I had to hide from the night watchman, because he had had a quarrel with Mr. Middlebury and he thought I had complained of him. Oh, Thompson had quarreled with Middlebury, had he? Said McGraw meaningly. Yes, sir. Middlebury had Thompson discharged. He has to leave at the end of the week, and he was pretty angry about it. But I didn't have anything to do with that at all. It was on account of Thompson's refusing to let Mr. Middlebury have an extra key to the door. Where is Thompson? Astro asked. Oh, he's safe enough with my men down on the first floor. Well, go ahead with your story, Miss Wilson. Why, Mr. Middlebury was awfully nice and apologized for kissing me and proposed to me again. I didn't know what to say to him, but I was afraid he didn't mean it and was up to some game with me. He tried to hold my hand, and I snatched it away so quick I upset a bottle of India ink he was using. So I went into his private office to wash my hands. While I was in there, she covered her face with her hands. You took a revolver from the desk drawer? Said Astro. She looked at him in amazement, with widely opened eyes. A revolver? No, of course not. I washed my hands at the bowl, and just as I was finishing I heard a pistol shot. And then I heard Mr. Middlebury fall. Did you look into this office? Oh no, I was so frightened I didn't dare to. I waited a minute till I heard the door slam. Then I opened the door to the side hall and ran downstairs. You saw nobody? Not a soul. Was the elevator there? Oh, I didn't look. I only wanted to get away as fast as I could. I was afraid that I was going to be suspected and arrested. You see, I knew there was a pistol in the private office, for Mr. Middlebury had shown it to me one day. I thought that if he threatened me I might use it to protect myself with. Yes, and that's exactly what you did do, I'm thinking, said McGraw gruffly. Valeska took Miss Wilson's hand affectionately and pressed it. Don't be afraid, my dear, she said. With this friendly help the girl became more calm. Astro, calm and picturesque, the cape of his Inverness thrown negligently across his shoulder, scrutinized the girl keenly for a few moments. His eyes passed over every detail of her costume, analyzed every feature. He was standing so, mysterious, potent, inscrutable, when his face changed suddenly. Do you remember, Miss Wilson, whether there was a small calendar pinned to the wall by the door there when you came in? She looked up, her eyes still streaming. Why, yes, I'm sure there was. That is, I stuck it to the wall with a thumbtack yesterday, and I don't remember its having been taken down. She looked at him in surprise at his question. The door opened again, and the doctor, who had obtained a key to another of the elevators, coming up alone, entered the room and gave a curious look around. I'm Dr. Flynn, he announced. What's the trouble? There's your man, said Astro, pointing gravely to the body of Middlebury. He's been dead an hour or so. You'll find he was shot through the eye. The bullet pierced the brain, and the man bled only internally. Lift his left eyelid and you'll see. That's more than I could find out, cried McGraw. So he was shot then for sure. Now then, who done it? We'll leave the doctor here to make his examination, said the seer. We'll take Miss Wilson downstairs. I'm about through now. I promise you the criminal will confess before you can get the coroner and the patrol wagon here. Leaving the doctor to his examination of the body, Astro and Valeska walked into the elevator, followed by McGraw, who still held Miss Wilson in his heavy grip. The elevator boy stepped in, shut the door, and the car descended. In the hall of the ground floor, an officer was standing with Moffett, and another with Thompson, each of the prisoners being handcuffed. As Astro came in, another policeman hurried in from the front entrance. I found the cartridge, he said, holding up the small copper cylinder. It was not 20 feet away from Moffett's window, on the roof of the next building. Yes, I threw it out of the window. It was just before I cleaned the gun. I told you I shot a cat last night with it. McGraw laughed in derision. Astro looked Moffat over quietly and said, "I believe, Mr. Moffat, that Mr. Middlebury owed you some money, did he not?" "Yes. Why?" Then Moffat's face changed to terror. "And you threatened that he would have trouble if he didn't pay up, did you not?" "By George, we got the man all right now," said McGraw. "I got my pay, though, only yesterday," exclaimed Moffat. "You'll probably find the receipt in Middlebury's pocket, or with his papers." "Which shows how dangerous it is to judge a man on circumstantial evidence," remarked Astro. "Well, it's more than we got against the others," McGraw grumbled. "My dear old chap, I'll show you circumstantial evidence enough to convince you before I'm through. Besides that, I'll let you listen to an outright confession. Now you had better let Mr. Moffat depart in peace. He's had a narrow escape. It's lucky someone with psychic perceptions was here to rescue him from the web of circumstance." "It was the night watchman, then, I'll bet on that," said McGraw. "Well, we'll take up his case next. Let's see. He owed Middlebury a grudge for having him discharged. He had a pistol, but he can't produce it. What has he done with it?" They had approached Thompson by this time. The night watchman was listening, trembling in his turn. His face had the color of clay. "I kept it down cellar in my table drawer, near the foot of the elevator shaft. I have no idea what has become of it," he pleaded. Astro touched the officer who had been holding Moffat. "Take the elevator and go down to the cellar. Open the door of the nearest furnace and look in, and see if you can find a gun." "Is it there?" said McGraw. "How in blazes did you know that, you wizard?" "Where would you hide a gun better?" said Astro, smiling. "If it isn't there, you'll find it in some corner, or in one of the ash barrels. It doesn't matter much anyway." Valeska, meanwhile, was trying to comfort Miss Wilson, who was crying and talking intermittently. The two blondes made a pretty picture together. McGraw, who since his first visit to the Sears studio had always admired Valeska, looked on, apparently touched. Finally he could endure his curiosity no longer. "For God's sake, sir, it ain't the girl, is it?" he asked in a whisper. Astro laughed and waited. The elevator boy sat on a bench, a picture of dejection, waiting for the outcome. It was 10 minutes before the officer reappeared from the basement. As he threw open the elevator door, he showed, hanging from a bent wire, the distorted metal work of a revolver still glowing a dull red. "It was just where you said, sir," he explained. Astro gave a glance at it, then turned to Thompson. "What have you to say?" he asked. "I don't know how it got there," said Thompson dully. "I believe this is your last week as watchman here." "Yes, sir." "And it was Mr. Middlebury who caused your discharge?" "Yes, sir." Thompson stared stupidly at his large feet. "Then you had good reason to hate him. He is shot, and your revolver thrown into the furnace. It looks bad, my man." "I swear to God I'm innocent." Thompson looked wildly into the impassive face of the seer. And as he did so, Astro's face softened. "I believe you. I think you can take the handcuffs off him, McGraw." "Take 'em off? Why, he must be the one who done it. Any fool could see that." "You're fool enough to, no doubt," said Astro, shrugging his shoulders. "But if you want the credit of detecting the murderer, you'd better free this man and listen to me." Astro had proved his marvelous powers of deduction, or intuition, too many times, and too much to McGraw's own advantage, for the officer to refuse. "It's sure too much for me," he muttered to himself as he unlocked the handcuffs. "Well, now we'll have an interview with the real criminal," said Astro, walking over to the two girls. Miss Wilson, hearing this, looked terrified at him, but there was no expression there that could reassure her. She opened her lips to speak, but could not. Astro began deliberately, speaking so that his words echoed through the corridor. "Miss Wilson, by your own confession you were in the office of Mr. Middlebury at the time he was shot." "In the inner office I was," she ejaculated. "In the inner office, where there was found a revolver with one cartridge used," added Astro. The girl nodded, her face pale. "You have confessed to Dennis here that Mr. Middlebury had kissed you, and that you were offended. You have confessed that he made a proposal of marriage tonight that you suspected was false and only a game to fool with you." "Oh, but I'm sure now he was sincere," Miss Wilson cried. "I am sure he loved me. I'm sorry I suspected him of anything ungentlemanly." Nevertheless, there was a scuffle. He attempted to take your hand. You escaped to the inner room where the revolver was kept. Only to wash my hands," she wailed. "Your story is too flimsy," said Astro, his voice suddenly grown harsh, as he turned to McGraw. "Officers, I charge Miss Wilson with the crime of murder. Arrest her and handcuff her." Valeska, who had sprung up in surprise and indignation, opened her lips to protest. McGraw, instead of moving forward, had taken a step backward, when Dennis, the elevator boy, jumped up and seized Astro's arm. "Don't arrest her, don't!" he shrieked. "I done it myself." "You done it," McGraw echoed. "Yes, arrest me!" And the boy held out his wrists imploringly. Astro coolly took out his cigarette case and lighted a cigarette. "Well, McGraw," he said, smiling, "didn't I promise you a confession?" McGraw, stupefied, clasped the handcuffs on Dennis's wrists. Miss Wilson fell, almost fainting, on the bench, where Valeska put her arm tenderly about her. "Well, Dennis, you're fairly caught," said Astro. "I've known for some time that you were guilty, but it's so much more satisfactory to have an out-and-out confession. Now I'll trouble you for the key to Middlebury's door." And so saying, he reached into the boy's trousers pocket and brought forth a small Yale key. "When did you find it, Dennis?" "I found it last week, sir, on the floor of my car." "And you kept it, thinking it might come in handy, and perhaps get the night watchman into trouble, eh? So you were jealous of Mr. Middlebury on Miss Wilson's account, were you?" "Oh, it made me wild, sir. I just couldn't stand it when she told me he had kissed her, and when I saw her going up there tonight, I went crazy." "So you stole Thompson's gun from the cellar, went up when Thompson was on his rounds, opened the door with your key, and shot Mr. Middlebury?" "Yes, sir." Dennis's voice was faint. "Then you ran your car to the cellar, threw the gun into the furnace, then went up and found Thompson and told him you had heard a shot?" "Yes, sir. Oh, I was crazy. I was crazy about her." "And you thought if you said nothing about her, she would escape?" "Yes, sir. For God's sake, take me away. I don't ever want to see her again." "Patrol wagon's come, sir," said one of the officers, walking up to McGraw. He laid his hand on Dennis's arm. "1 minute, please," said Astro. "Dennis, my boy, will you please hold up your left foot? Thank you." And as the boy did so, Astro removed a spiral wire thumbtack that was embedded in the rubber heel of the boot. "What's that for?" McGraw inquired. "The law doesn't permit a defendant to plead guilty to a charge of murder. You may need this for evidence when the case is tried." As the elevator boy was led away, he looked at him pityingly. "Cocaine," he remarked to McGraw. "Sure. Dope done it all right. He was worked up to it. It may do for an insanity defense. He's a matoid. You'll find his parents or grandparents were criminals, poor devil." The seer turned to Miss Wilson. "You've had a lucky escape too, my dear. It's fortunate that I was here." "Oh, I don't know how to say how grateful I am," she exclaimed. "We'll drive you home," Valeska volunteered. "I know this shock has been terrible for you. Do come with us." She drew the girl toward the doorway, and they bade good night to McGraw. As Astro and the officer waited, talking for a moment, the girls entered the green limousine. But hardly in, Valeska returned to the doorway hurriedly. McGraw had gone inside. "I can't wait till we've left Miss Wilson," she said. "Do please let me see that paper you picked up in the elevator. I think I see where you got your first clue now. Dennis, the elevator boy, had stepped on it, hadn't he?" Astro took the paper from his pocketbook and handed it to his assistant. Faintly indented on its surface was a small spiral. "Yes, I'll have to confess, Valeska," he said, "that if it hadn't been for that small scrap of paper, McGraw would have had 3 prisoners instead of 1 in custody tonight." End of The Middlebury Murder by Gelett Burgess. Miss Dalrymple's Locket by Gelett Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Dalrymple's Locket. "Oh dear, she's come to see you again," said Valeska, making a very pretty picture as she stood in the doorway, framed by the black velvet portieres. Astro the Seer followed his first indulgent look by a second questioning, curious glance. "Who is it?" She put her head on one side and looked at him coquettishly. "A lady," she said, tossing her head archly, "whom among all your fashionable clients I believe you consider the most charming, most delicious, the prettiest, the sweetest, the most—" Astro laughed and nodded. "Miss Dalrymple?" "The same. She was here only last week. It is very suspicious. Beware!" She shook a saucy finger at him and disappeared. The young woman who next entered assuredly justified Valeska's adjectives. Indeed, many more might have been applied to her, though the smile that appeared on Astro's own handsome face best testified to her witchery. She was scarcely 20 years old, and of that dark, winning, dimpled, innocent type that few know how to resist. To this there was an appealing look that flattered men's vanity. Were her brown eyes or her delectable smiling mouth the more lovely to look upon? Astro himself could not tell. Was it her easy, well-bred grace or her ingenuous, girlish candor that most delighted him? He remembered her dainty hands, perhaps the most exquisite he had ever seen. Now they were hidden in her sable muff. Her little rosy face shone like a flower under her picturesque veiled hat. Her figure, slim and charmingly curved, was only partly modified by the smart lines of her black cloth suit. She looked at him with big eyes and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Astro. I hope you haven't forgotten me." "Scarcely," was his reply. His tone was flattering. She smiled with innocent roguery, her eyes exploring the curious decorations of the great studio. She sniffed daintily at the pleasant smell of myrrh that filled the air as she took the seat he offered her. "I have come for help," she said. "I'm awfully puzzled about something, and you told me such wonderful things last time I came that I thought I'd ask you." She showed a line of snow-white little teeth. The master rested his head negligently on one slender hand and nodded gravely. "It's about a locket," she continued. "Ah, have you lost one?" "No, not at all. I have found one." Astro raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you're partly right, too, for it was lost a long time ago, and I have just got it back in a rather remarkable way. You see, it used to belong to my mother. She died last year. I returned only in time to see her for 2 hours before the end." "When did you see this locket last?" "Long before mother died. It disappeared mysteriously when I was abroad. Only yesterday it was returned to me by mail, addressed to me at my house in Yonkers, in a handwriting that I can't recognize." "Well, I don't see what you are troubled about then, if you have got it back." Miss Dalrymple looked thoughtfully at him for a moment, her cheek resting on her white-gloved hand, as if not quite sure how to express what she meant. Finally she said impulsively, "Well, it's something so vague and silly it seems absurd to speak to you about it. But Fanny and I have been talking it over and wondering where it came from, and everything, and we both have a sort of queer feeling that it has something to do perhaps with a certain letter my mother once had." "Wait a moment. Who is Fanny?" "Oh, she's my maid, and she's a treasure. Indeed, she is more like a friend to me than a maid." "How long have you had her?" "Oh, ever since mother died." The seer frowned slightly. "Go on, about the letter." "You've heard about my father's will, and the lawsuit, haven't you? The papers have had a lot about it." "Oh yes, the Dalrymple will case. Let's see, your father was divorced from your mother, wasn't he?" "Yes, but he wasn't at all happy with the woman he married afterward. She's a vixen. And he always regretted that he had left my mother. This Mrs. Dalrymple is contesting the will that father made in favor of my mother. She isn't satisfied with her widow's third." "And by that will you are the legal heir to the rest of the estate?" "Of course. But the other side has claimed that it was a forgery, and as he left all his property to his divorced wife, they have a fair case, unless we can prove that the will was genuine. Unfortunately, though the will is in our possession, having been given to mother, both the witnesses to it are dead." "I see," said Astro. "And the letter you mentioned?" "Was from my father to my mother, telling her that he had left her all his property. You see how important it would be to our case. But I haven't been able to find it anywhere. Yes, but how does the locket come into it? That's what I don't know myself. That's why I came to you," Miss Dalrymple exclaimed eagerly. "I can't describe why, but I do feel that the locket has something to do with it. For my mother was delirious just before she died and talked about the letter and the locket. She kept saying that she had been robbed, or perhaps she only feared it. Then the locket was restored so providentially, just in time, for the case is to come to court next week. Then I remember that before I went away, mother was very careful of it and kept it locked up." "Let me see it," said the Master of Mysteries. She unbuttoned her coat and took it from a gold chain about her neck, a small oval gold locket such as was commonly worn in the 60s. The cover, being opened, disclosed a small photograph of a beautiful woman in an old-fashioned round bonnet with roses framing the calm, serious face. Astro inspected it admiringly. "That's my mother," said Miss Dalrymple, looking over his shoulder. "It is hardly necessary to explain that. I see now where you get your beauty." With a deft movement of his thumbnail, Astro opened the inner rim and removed the photograph. The back of the paper was covered with Greek letters written microscopically in ink, as follows: Delta Alpha Nu, Sigma Lambda Epsilon Gamma, Alpha Rho, Theta Epsilon Nu Alpha, Upsilon Delta Epsilon, Sigma Sigma Omicron Upsilon, Sigma Lambda Epsilon Rho Omicron Sigma, Epsilon Beta Upsilon Chi, Lambda Epsilon Pi, Lambda Upsilon Sigma Nu Epsilon, Alpha Rho Lambda Epsilon, Pi, Omicron Mu, Mu Iota Epsilon Rho. "Oh," the girl cried excitedly, "I knew it. I knew there was something to be found out. It's Greek, isn't it? Oh, I hope you read Greek. Do you?" Astro smiled. "I read Greek as well as I do English, but this, unfortunately, isn't Greek at all." "Why, isn't it? I know some of the letters myself. Look there, isn't that a delta? And that alpha? And pi?" "Yes, the letters are Greek characters, but they are not Greek words. It's a cipher, Miss Dalrymple." The girl's face fell. "Oh," she breathed. In her excitement, she was almost leaning on his shoulder. She clasped his arm unconsciously as she added, "Surely you can read it. You have solved so many mysteries. You have such wonderful occult power. I've heard that any cipher ever invented could be solved. And so it can. I have solved harder ones than this, I'm sure. Yes, your locket is certainly getting interesting. I'm sorry that I am too busy now to work on it, though. I have several appointments that can't be postponed. Suppose I wire you as soon as I have read it, or better, I'll send you the solution direct by a messenger." "All right. I'll be dying of impatience, so I hope you'll hurry. I'll promise it sometime tomorrow. But another question. Did your mother read Greek?" "Oh, yes. She had a magnificent education." "And how about the second Mrs. Dalrymple?" The girl's lips curled. "I should say not. Why, she was an ordinary chorus girl when father married her." "Well," said the seer, rising to assume a poetic attitude, "I shall consult my crystals and see what I can find out. If I am not mistaken, though, the will be probated and you will come into your inheritance. And I shall be the first to congratulate you." After a quick friendly handshake, like a boy's, Miss Dalrymple walked gracefully out of the room. As soon as she had left, Astro called his assistant and showed her the cipher. Valeska pored over it without speaking for some time. Finally she sighed and said pathetically, "What a pity I don't know Greek." "Cheer up," said the master, with a whimsical grimace. "You probably know as much about it as the one who composed this childish little cryptogram did. It has the mark of the tyro upon it." "Why, how could you tell that?" "Suppose a Fiji Islander attempted to copy a lot of English, that is, the so-called Latin alphabet. Wouldn't you be able to tell instantly that he was ignorant of the English language? It's the same here. Anyone who is used to writing Greek would form the letters easily and swiftly, would write, in short, a pure cursive hand. These Greek letters here are all laboriously copied from some schoolbook or dictionary." "Well, who wrote it?" "My dear Valeska," said Astro soberly, The infinitesimal vibrations from this locket will, if I absorb myself in contemplation, set up sympathetic waves in my own aura. I am not yet ready to go into a psychic trance. Let us first read the message. It is ridiculously simple. I will first separate the message into words. For what here appears to be a set of words is merely letters run together with a few false spaces between them in order to baffle the first glance. He took a pad of paper and wrote out the following in Greek characters: Delta Alpha Nu Sigma Lambda Epsilon Gamma Alpha Rho Theta Epsilon Nu Alpha Upsilon Delta Epsilon Sigma Sigma Omicron Upsilon Sigma Lambda Epsilon Rho Omicron Sigma Epsilon Beta Upsilon Chi Lambda Epsilon Pi Lambda Upsilon Sigma Nu Epsilon Alpha Rho Lambda Epsilon Pi Omicron Mu Mu Iota Epsilon Rho. When he had finished, he looked up at her. You surely know the Greek alphabet at least. Of course I know that much. We used to use it in boarding school to write secret messages in. What girl that's ever had a frat boy for a beau doesn't know the Greek alphabet? Then this should read easily. Kindly write it out, letter for letter. Valeska studied a minute and then scribbled out, Dans le garden au-dessous la rose bouc, le plus near la pommier. Partly in English, partly in French, you see, said Astro. One word, bouc, looks like German, but it's not. In the garden under the rose bush nearest to the apple tree. The Greek character chi was the nearest the writer could get to the English sh, you see. And note the use of the sigmas, too. How childish to consider this a hard puzzle. It is the location of Mrs. Dalrymple's missing letter, I suppose, ventured Valeska. I suppose she was afraid it would be stolen and so buried it there. You forget, however, that if Mrs. Dalrymple was a good Greek scholar, she wouldn't have written this so laboriously. Valeska looked quickly up at him. Could someone have found the letter and buried it there for his own purpose? It is possible, but it seems an unnecessary thing to do. The most suspicious thing about the cipher is that it is so easy. Then I give up. Valeska shook her head sadly. Don't give up, little girl. Simply keep your mind on the fact that there are clever brains at work upon this unsuspecting young woman. He edged his chair over closer and tapped with his finger on the table. Look here. Who stole this locket in the first place? Why was it stolen? Was the person who took it the one who returned it? Or was the person who returned it a friend of Miss Dalrymple's? If he or she were, why should the action be done anonymously? Did this person know about the cipher? If so, why leave the cipher there where she could find it and dig up the letter? Several things look suspicious to me. I must go over every point and analyze it. We must, in beginning any case of this sort, cast about immediately and find out who are the actors in the drama, who are the ones who will suffer or be benefited by this chain of circumstances. Now, he straightened up abruptly, we must know more about Miss Dalrymple's household. Tomorrow morning you shall make the trip to Yonkers, ostensibly to return her this locket with our solution of the cipher, but actually to enable you to inspect the house, grounds, servants, family history, and the like. At once Valeska became businesslike. Anything else? Yes, he said emphatically. Tell her that on no account whatsoever is she to dig beneath the rosebush until she hears from me. Understand? Valeska returned next noon with the information that Miss Dalrymple was in high spirits over the solution of the secret message. Did you tell her not to dig up the place until I came? Yes, and she promised to wait. Well, what else? Valeska sniffed. I certainly do not like that maid of hers. I may be only a woman without any more analytical brain than a sand snipe, but I can tell a sniveling hypocrite of my own sex as far as I can see her. There's too much goody-goody talk to suit me. It was, yes, dear Miss Dalrymple, and oh, certainly, Miss Dalrymple. And behind her back, isn't Miss Dalrymple the sweetest thing? When I hear that kind of talk, I look out for a cat. You think she's two-faced? Oh, she's a snake in the grass. Tall, lantern-jawed, skinny, smirking thing. As luck would have it, she caught the same train back to town that I did, or rather she came down on the trolley car just behind mine. and I sat about 3 seats behind her when we got the subway at Kingsbridge. I thought I'd see where she went. It was an express, and she got off at Brooklyn Bridge. That's what kept me so long. I followed her over to Brooklyn." Astro started. "Brooklyn?" he ejaculated. "Yes." Valeska was evidently pleased that at last she had made some sort of sensation. "I shadowed her to number 1435 Fulton Avenue, waited half an hour, and when she didn't come out, hurried back to report." "Well," Astro spoke with a curious expression, "did you find out who lives there?" The girl was crestfallen. "No, I entirely forgot that." He threw it at her point blank. "Mrs. Myra Dalrymple." For a moment she could only gaze at him in astonishment. Then, "Oh!" she cried. "Oh!" Her eyes blazed. "Didn't I say she was a snake? Why, then Fanny is undoubtedly in the pay of the second wife. Think of it. She's been spying on that sweet innocent girl ever since her mother died, and has carried the news to Mrs. Dalrymple number 2. It's outrageous." "Oh, but—" Valeska sprang up in consternation and faced her master with a look of horror. "I forgot. Why, I translated the cipher to Miss Dalrymple while the maid was in the room. What will happen?" Astro took up his water pipe with perfect equanimity. "My dear, you seem to have made several very lucky blunders today." She put her hands to her eyes. "Oh, I don't understand. What about this cipher message? Where did it come from?" "Let us go at it analytically," he replied calmly. "For the sake of the argument, grant first that the cipher discloses the hiding place of the lost letter secreted by the first Mrs. Dalrymple. Very good. Let us suppose also, as a second hypothesis, that the locket was sent by the second Mrs. Dalrymple, knowing of the cipher. Very good again. Now examine the two theories. Is it likely that such a person as this second wife would place a rival claimant to the estate in possession of the secret? No. Something is wrong. The first hypothesis or the second? Take your pick. I say the first is wrong. The cipher does not disclose the place of the letter. But the second is right. Mrs. Dalrymple sent it. We know that probably she knew Miss Dalrymple visited me, and believed in my power. She therefore intended Miss Dalrymple to dig in that spot, cleverly concealing her instrumentality in the matter. That's why the cipher was made so absurdly easy. Do you think it will be well for Miss Dalrymple to dig there? I don't." He paused. "Now suppose the second hypothesis to be wrong, that Mrs. Dalrymple did not send the locket. If anyone else did, what reason could he have for making such a mystery of it? It would be absurd." "I follow all that," said Valeska, "but I can't think why Mrs. Dalrymple would have any motive for inducing Miss Dalrymple to dig in the garden." "I think you forget the second Mrs. Dalrymple's character. But you can study it out. What I intend to do is to call on Mrs. Dalrymple this evening and find out. I have a very good case against her, I think, and I intend to make her give up that letter if she has it. Of course it may have been destroyed, but I don't quite believe it. It is common for criminals, especially women, to refrain from actually destroying the very evidence that may convict them. From some scruple or fear they seldom do it. At any rate, I shall frighten her with what I suspect of her actions in the past, and use my positive knowledge of Fanny's services." "But what is hidden in the garden? Anything? And if so, how did it get there? Was there no one besides Miss Dalrymple and Fanny living in the house? No other servants?" Valeska shook her head, then reflected for an instant. "I did hear something about a gardener." She stopped and stared at him. He nodded. "I think that probably completes the last link of the chain. At any rate, I'm willing to risk it. Well, I'll go right over to Brooklyn and have it out. Meet me at the Grand Central Station tonight in time for the 11:36 train for Yonkers, and we'll see the whole thing through this very night." Valeska's eyes danced. "I'll be there, with my own little revolver. I hope it will be exciting." She was at the station at 11:30 and waited until the train had pulled out without seeing the master. A half hour and then a full hour passed without his appearance. She had begun to be alarmed seriously when at 1:15 she saw him walking rapidly across the great waiting room toward her. She gave an exclamation of relief, but at once he took her arm and ran her toward the subway. "Hurry," he cried in a tense voice. "We can't wait for the 1:30, so we'll have to make it by the subway and change to the trolley. We have no time to lose. It's serious." They caught the train with less than a minute's margin, and once settled in the car, Valeska turned to him anxiously. "I was a fool to let Miss Dalrymple have the translation," he said. "It was the only serious error I have made in a year. I hope to heaven I may save her yet. But it's a toss-up now." "What is it?" Valeska shouted above the shriek of the wheels. Astro said nothing. Seeing that he was too deeply moved to explain, she pressed him no further, covertly watching his restless, nervous gestures and his drawn expression all through the ride until the trolley slowed down at Yonkers and stopped on the main street. A solitary cab was standing beside the curb, its driver dozing on the box. A fat man was waddling hurriedly ahead of them, signaling with his umbrella to the driver, but Astro with a rough gesture threw him aside, ran to the cab and pushed Valeska quickly inside. "To Miss Dalrymple's, out on Broadway, and drive like lightning," he ordered. Then he jumped in himself and slammed the door in the face of the enraged fat man who was in quick pursuit. The cab drove off at headlong speed. Still Valeska kept silent. But now she shared the excitement of the master, who bit his knuckles nervously as the horse galloped along the avenue high above the river. All she could hear besides the pounding of hoofs was the muttering of the dark man by her side. It seemed an hour's drive, so had the suspense wrought upon her. Tree by tree, lamp by lamp, house by house, they advanced. She was now prepared for anything save what happened. At last the carriage slowed down and came to a stop. Before the driver had a chance to dismount, Astro had dashed out without paying the least attention to his assistant. She hurried after him. The Dalrymple house stood on the side of the hill overlooking the quiet moonlit Hudson. It was surrounded by a high wall, over the tops of which showed the thick limbs of a few apple trees. The house loomed beyond, a brick edifice of 2 stories. The iron gate in the wall was locked, and Astro jerked viciously at the bell. At this moment, as if he himself had set it off, a loud explosion reverberated through the night. A woman's scream was next heard, rising in a piercing staccato. Then all was silence again. At length a shutter was thrown open at one of the front windows of the house, and a shaft of light made a brilliant path through the deep shadow. A woman's head appeared. "What is it?" cried Valeska in terror. "Is Miss Dalrymple shot?" "God knows," Astro muttered grimly. "Help me over the wall. Give me a foot up, Valeska. We're too late, as I feared. But I must find out what has happened. Driver," he yelled back over his shoulder, "go for a doctor as quick as you can." In an instant he had mounted the top of the wall and dropped to the other side. Valeska heard his footsteps running up the gravel walk. After that she waited some time in silence. The cab had driven off with a clatter. When after a wait that seemed interminable, Astro returned, Valeska's eyes stared to see him with Miss Dalrymple, who was apparently unharmed. She wore a long mackintosh cape covering her nightdress, and her hair was disordered. A look of horror on her pretty face made her seem a woman almost for the first time. She unlocked the gate and put her slender white arms about Valeska. "What has happened?" exclaimed the latter. "What I feared, only, thank heaven, not to Miss Dalrymple," was Astro's solemn response. "Come this way, and you'll see." He led the way past an apple tree at the side of the house. A few paces beyond this a great hole was torn in the earth, and by its jagged appearance and slanting sides, it was evident that it had been made by some explosive. Behind a rose bush lay a woman's body. "Fanny," said Astro. Miss Dalrymple sank beside her maid and began to weep silently. "Do you understand now?" said Astro to his assistant. "What a fiend!" she cried. Her stepmother meant this trap for Miss Dalrymple. She buried an infernal machine here. But how was it exploded? Astro pointed to the motionless body. "The reason why I did not caution Miss Dalrymple not to show her maid the translation of the cipher was because I wanted the second Mrs. Dalrymple to believe that her hellish trick was going to be successful. I was afraid Miss Dalrymple's curiosity would induce her to dig under the rosebush before I came. Tonight I wrung a confession from her stepmother, revealing this whole frightful business. That's why I hurried. But I had no idea of Fanny's duplicity. Evidently, though she was a spy for the Brooklyn woman, she did not have her complete confidence. Fanny thought she would get the letter before Miss Dalrymple dug it up, and use it to extort money. You see how well she has succeeded." "Oh, is she dead?" whispered Valeska. "Luckily, no. Only stunned. Mrs. Myra Dalrymple probably won't have to go to the electric chair for it, though she deserves it richly. But at least there will be no more contest over the will. In the first place, I got the letter from her tonight. In the second, if I hadn't, we could prevent her opposition by our knowledge of this crime. She'll leave the country tomorrow." The cab was now heard. It stopped, and the driver, with a physician, came running up the walk. "There has been a little accident here," said Astro suavely. "A buried gasoline tank exploded, and this woman was injured, Doctor. Carry her into the house and do what you can for her." Miss Dalrymple, who had been listening wide-eyed to the conversation, a ravishing figure in the moonlight in her charmingly disheveled state, now put her hand on Astro's arm. "But I don't understand at all," she said, "except that Fanny has been deceiving me for a year. Do you mean to say that Mrs. Dalrymple put that cipher in the locket herself and sent it to me?" "Certainly," said Astro, "and a very clever trick it was." "But why did she do it that way?" the young girl inquired, still baffled. "Why was she so elaborate about it?" "Because," replied the master of mysteries, with a lurking smile, "she knew a great deal more about human nature than you do, and a good deal less than I. That's all." End of Miss Dalrymple's Locket, by Gelett Burgess.
In a Crooked Way by Henry Seton Merriman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. In a Crooked Way by Henry Seton Merriman. And let the counsel of thine own heart stand. It was almost dark, and the Walkham River is much overhung in the parts that lie between Horrabridge and the old brickworks. In the bed of the river a man stumbled heavily along, trusting more to his knowledge of the river than to his eyesight. He was fishing dexterously with flies that were almost white, flies which seemed to suit admirably the taste of those small brown trout which never have the sense to leave alone the fare provided for their larger white brethren. Suddenly he hooked a larger fish, and, not daring to step back beneath the overhanging oak, he proceeded to tire his fish out in the deep water. In 10 minutes he brought it to the landing net, and as he turned to open his creel his heart leapt in his breast. A man was standing in the water, not 2 feet behind him. "Hallo!" he gasped. "I won't insult you by telling you not to be frightened," said the voice of a gentleman. There was no mistake in it. The speaker stood quite still, with the water bubbling round his legs. He was hatless, and his hair was cut quite short. A thought flashed across the fisherman's slow brain. Like the rest of his craft, he was slower of mind than of hand. "Yes," said the other, divining his thoughts, "I'm from Dartmoor. You probably heard of my escape 2 days ago." "Yes," replied the other quietly, while he wound in his line. "I heard of it." "And where do they say I am?" "Oh, the police have got a clue, as usual," replied the fisherman. The escaped convict laughed bitterly, but the laugh broke off into a sickening cackle. "I've been in those brickworks," he said, "all the time, meditating murder. I stole a loaf from a baker's cart, but man cannot live by bread alone. Ah, ha, ha!" The fisherman held out his flask, which the other took, and opened the somewhat uncommon silver top with ease bred of knowledge. He poured himself out a full glass and drank it off. "I haven't had that taste in my mouth for 4 years," he said, returning the flask, "and you are guilty of felony." The fisherman probably knew this, for he merely laughed. "Do you know Princetown?" the convict asked abruptly. The other nodded, glancing in the direction of the rising moor. "And you've read the rules on the gate? Parcere subjectis, cut in the stone over the top? Good God!" The fisherman nodded again. "The question is," said the convict, after a pause, during which they had waded back to the bank, "whether you are going to help me or not. Heavens! I nearly killed you while you were playing that fish." "Yas," drawled the fisherman. "I take it that you must have been tempted. I never heard you owing to the rush of the water." They were both big men, and the convict stared curiously into the long, clean‐shaven face of this calm speaker. A smile actually flickered for a moment in his desperate eyes. "What I want," he said, "is your mackintosh, your waders, and your hat. Also your rod case with a long stick in it. The handle of your landing net will do. Where do you come from?" "Plymouth. I'm going back by the 7:30 from Horrabridge." "With a return ticket?" "Yes." "I should like that also." The fisherman was slowly disjointing his rod. "Suppose I told you to come and take 'em?" he said, with a drawl again. The convict looked him up and down with a certain air of competent criticism. "Then there would be a very pretty fight," he said, with a laugh, which he checked when he detected the savour of the prison yard that was in it. "We haven't time for the fight," said the fisherman. And there came a hot gasp of excitement from the convict's lips. His stake was a very large one. In the same slow, reflective manner the fisherman unbuttoned the straps of his waders at the thigh and sat down to unlace his brogues. "Here," he said, "pull them off for me. They're so damnable sopped." He held up his leg, and the convict pulled off the wet fishing stockings with some technical skill. He drew them on over his own stockinged legs, and the fisherman kicked the brogues towards him. In exchange the convict handed him his own shoes. "Am I to wear these?" the fisherman asked, with something in his voice that might have been amusement. "Yes, they're a little out of shape, I'm afraid. The Queen is no judge of a shoe." "I guess not," answered the other, lacing. There was a little silence. "I suppose," said the convict, with a curious eagerness, "that you've seen a bit of the world?" "Here and there," answered the other, searching for the return half of his ticket. "Should you think now that a girl would wait 4 years for a chap who, in the eyes of the world, was not worth waiting for?" The fisherman, not being an absolute fool, knew that there was only one answer to give. But he was a kind‐hearted man, so he told a lie. There was something about this convict that made him do it. "Yes, I should think she would. Girls are not always rational, I guess." The other said nothing. He took the mackintosh coat and the creel and the rod case without a word, even of thanks. His manners were brisker, as if the angler's lie had done him good. The change of costume was now complete, and the convict would pass anywhere for an innocent disciple of Isaac Walton. For a moment they stood thus, looking at each other. Then the convict spoke. "Can you lend me a fiver?" he asked. "Oh, yes." Carelessly opening his purse and displaying a good number of banknotes, he passed one to the unsteady hand held out. "Want any more?" he asked, with a queer laugh. "I'll take another if you can spare it." A second note passed from hand to hand. "Thanks," said the convict. "Now tell me your name and address. I shall want to send these things back to you, if I have any luck." And the effort to steady his voice was quite apparent. "Caleb S. Harkness, United States frigate Bruiser, now laying at Plymouth," replied the other tersely. "Ah, you're an American. That is why I don't care a damn for your laws." "Mr. Harkness, or what?" "I'm her captain," he replied modestly. They shook hands and parted. It was only as he plodded along the Tavistock Road, limping in the regulation shoes, that the American remembered that he had quite omitted to ask the convict any questions. He had parted with his mackintosh, and it was pouring. Tavistock was 2 miles off, and he had no notion what trains there were to Plymouth. Yet he regretted nothing, and at times a queer smile flitted over his countenance. He was a man holding very decided views of his own upon most subjects, and no one suspected him of it because he never sought to force them upon others. What he loved above all in men was that species of audacious and gentlemanly coolness which is found in greater perfection in the ranks of the British aristocracy than anywhere else in the world. He was not the sort of man to be afraid of any one, or two or three men. He had never for a moment thought of fearing the fellow who had gone off with his mackintosh, his waders, and his 2 5-pound notes. We all try to be our ideal, and Caleb S. Harkness prided himself on being the coolest man in the two hemispheres. He had met a cooler, and rather than acknowledge his inferiority, he had parted with the valuables above mentioned, with no other guarantee of their safe return than a gentlemanly inflection of voice. 2 days later he received his waders, mackintosh, and brogues, also a new fishing rod of the very best quality made in England, and 2 5-pound notes. America loves to show her appreciation of her great sons, but she does not always do it wisely when she begins to cast honors about. If England showed the same appreciation, some of us would not be so cruelly industrious with our pens, but that is the affair of the British public, who suffer most. Caleb S. Harkness was bound to get on, firstly because his audacity was unrivalled, and secondly he knew it was wise to be audacious. In due course he rose as high as he conveniently could in the Navy Active, and turned his attention to the Navy Passive, which latter means a nice little house in Washington, and the open arms of the best society in that enlightened city. Here also he got on, because men were even more impressed by his audacity than the sea had been. Also he developed a new talent. He found within himself an immense capacity for making others appear ridiculous, and there is no man in the world so sensitive as your American senator. Thus, in 6 years' time, we find Caleb S. Harkness moving, not in the bed of an English trout stream, but in the lap of Washingtonian luxury. It was a great night in the government city, for England had sent one of her brightest stars to meet the luminaries of the United States in peaceful arbitration. The British plenipotentiary had not yet been seen of the multitude, but he was the eldest son of a British earl, and had a title of his own. That was enough for Washington, with some to spare for Boston and New York. Also he had proved himself equal to two American statesmen and their respective secretaries. He was therefore held in the highest esteem by all the political parties except that to which the worsted statesman belonged. The president's levee was better attended than usual. That is to say, there was not even room on the stairs, and America's firstborn, as per election, had long ago lost all feeling in the digits of his right hand. Calaves Harkness was moving about in the quieter rooms, awaiting the great crush, when a lady and a man entered and looked around them with some amusement. "Lord!" ejaculated Admiral Harkness, when his slow and mournful eyes rested on the lady. The exclamation, if profane, was justified, for it is probable that the American had never before set eyes on such a masterpiece of the Creator's power. There was in this woman's being, in her eyes, her face, her every movement, that combination of nonchalance and dignity which comes to beautiful and bright-minded girls when they are beginning to leave girlhood behind them. She was moderately tall, with hair of living brown, and deep blue eyes full of life and sweetness. She was not slim, but held herself like a boy with the strength that comes of perfect proportion. She was one of those women who set a soldier or a sailor thinking what manner of men her brothers must be. Caleb Harkness observed all this with the unobtrusive scrutiny of his nation. He was standing near a curtained doorway, buttoning his glove, and some one coming behind him pushed against him. "Beg pardon, Harkness," said a voice, and the chief secretary of the English legation patted him on the shoulder. "Didn't see you. Looking for someone. By George, what a heat! Ah, there he is, thank goodness!" And he went towards the lady and man who had just entered. "Here, Monty, you're wanted at once," Harkness heard him say to the youth, who appeared to be a few years younger than his beautiful companion. He spoke a few words to the lady, who replied laughingly, and the British attaché came towards Harkness. "Harkness," he said, "want to introduce you to Lady Storrel." The American followed with a smile on his lean face. He knew that he was being introduced to Lady Storrel merely because there happened to be no one else at hand, and her cavalier was wanted elsewhere. "Lady Storrel, let me present you to Admiral Harkness. The man," he added over his shoulder, "who is going to make the United States the first naval power in the world." And with a good-natured laugh the two men went off, speaking hurriedly together. "Is that true?" asked the lady, smiling with that mixture of girlishness and English grand ladyism which was so new to Calaves Harkness. "Quite," he answered, "but I'm not going to tell you how." "No, please don't. Of course you are an American." "Yes, but you need not mind that." "What do you mean?" she asked, looking at him frankly. "I take it," he answered, with a twinkle in his grave eyes, which she saw and liked him for, "that you want some one to listen to your impressions of all this. It is rum, is it not?" She laughed. "Yes," she admitted, "it is rum." In a few minutes they had found a seat beneath a marvellous stand of flowers, and she was chattering away like a schoolgirl, while he listened and added here and there a keen comment or a humorous suggestion. Presently she began talking of herself, and in natural sequence of her husband, of their home in England, of his career, and her hatred of politics. "And," she said suddenly at the end of it, "here is my husband." Harkness followed the direction of her glance, and looked upon a man in English court dress coming towards them. "Ah," he said in a peculiar, dull voice, "that is your husband?" She was smiling upon the man who approached, beckoning to him to come, with her eyes, as women sometimes do. She turned sharply upon Harkness, her attention caught by something in his voice. "Yes," she answered. Harkness had risen with the clatter of his sword on the polished floor, and stood awaiting the introduction. "My husband, Admiral Harkness." The men bowed, and before they could exchange a banal conversation, the fair young man who had been called away came up. "Phew, this is worse than Simla," he said. Then offering his arm to Lady Storrel, "Alice, he continued, I have discovered some ices, the most lovely ices. They moved away, the lady favoring Harkness with a little nod, leaving the two tallest men in that assembly facing each other. When they were gone, Calaves, Harkness, and Lord Storrel looked into each other's eyes. So, said Harkness, lapsing suddenly into a twang, she waited. The other nodded. He raised his perfectly gloved hand to his moustache, which he tugged pensively to either side. Yes, he answered, she waited. Then he looked round the room, and seeing that they were almost alone, he moved towards the seat just vacated by his wife. Come and sit down, he said, and I will tell you a little story. Does she know it? Inquired Harkness, when they were seated. No. Then I don't want to hear it. You'd better keep it to yourself, I reckon. The Englishman gave a little laugh and lapsed into silence, thinking abstractedly. I should like to tell you some of it, for my own sake. I don't want you to go away thinking something that is not the fact. I would rather not have the story, persisted Harkness. This American had some strange notions of a bygone virtue called chivalry. Give me a few facts. I will string them together. Lord Storrel was sitting forward on his low chair, with his hands clasped between his knees. They were rather large hands, suggestive of manual labor. Suppose, he said, without looking round, that a man is in a street row in Dublin, when no one knows he is even in the town. Suppose the English side of the question is getting battered, and he hits out and kills a drunken beast of an Irish agitator. Suppose an innocent man is accused of it, and the right chap is forced to come forward and show up under a false name, and gets 5 years. Suppose he escapes after 3½ and goes home saying that he has been in America cattle ranching, having always been a scapegrace and a ne'er-do-well, who never wrote home when he had gone off in a huff. Suppose he had tried all this for the sake of a girl, and had carried it through. Caleb Harkness had discovered that the identity of the British plenipotentiary had become known to some of the more curious of the President's guests, who were now mooning innocently around them as they sat. He moved in his chair as if to rise. "Yes, I suppose all that," he said. The Englishman's nerve was marvellous. He saw what Harkness had seen a moment before, and over his face came the bland smile of an intelligent Englishman talking naval matters with an American admiral. "Of course," he said, "I'm at your mercy. I was at yours once, so now we are quits, I take it." And the two big men rose and passed out of the room together. End of In a Crooked Way by Henry Seton Merriman. Read by Lars Rolander. The Trimmed Lamp by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Trimmed Lamp by O. Henry. Of course, there are two sides to the question. Let us look at the other. We often hear shop girls spoken of. No such persons exist. There are girls who work in shops. They make their living that way. But why turn their occupation into an adjective? Let us be fair. We do not refer to the girls who live on Fifth Avenue as marriage girls. Lou and Nancy were chums. They came to the big city to find work because there was not enough to eat at their homes to go around. Nancy was 19, Lou was 20. Both were pretty, active country girls who had no ambition to go on the stage. The little cherub that sits aloft guided them to a cheap and respectable boarding house. Both found position, and became wage earners. They remain chums. It is at the end of 6 months that I would beg you to step forward and be introduced to them. Meddlesome reader, my lady friends, Miss Nancy and Miss Lou. While you are shaking hands, please take notice, cautiously, of their attire. Yes, cautiously, for they are as quick to resent a stare as a lady in a box at the horse show is. Lou is a piecework ironer in a hand laundry. She is clothed in a badly fitting purple dress, and her hat plume is 4 inches too long, but her ermine muff and scarf costs $25, and its fellow beasts will be ticketed in the windows at $7.98 before the season is over. Her cheeks are pink and her light blue eyes bright. Contentment radiates from her. Nancy, you would call a shop girl, because you have the habit. There is no type, but a perverse generation is always seeking a type, so this is what the type should be. She has the high-ratted pompadour and the exaggerated straight front. Her skirt is shoddy, but has the correct flare. No furs protect her against the bitter spring air, but she wears her short broadcloth jacket as jauntily as though it were a Persian lamb. On her face and in her eyes, remorseless type seeker, is the typical shop girl expression. It is a look of silent but contemptuous revolt against cheated womanhood, of sad prophecy of the vengeance to come. When she laughs her loudest, the look is still there. The same look can be seen in the eyes of Russian peasants, and those of us left will see it some day on Gabriel's face when he comes to blow us up. It is a look that should wither and abash man, but he has been known to smirk at it and offer flowers with a string tied to them. Now lift your hat and come away while you receive Lou's cheery "See you again," and the sardonic sweet smile of Nancy that seems somehow to miss you and go fluttering like a white moth up over the housetops to the stars. The two waited on the corner for Dan. Dan was Lou's steady company. Faithful? Well, he was on hand when Mary would have had to hire a dozen subpoena servers to find her lamb. "Ain't you cold, Nance?" said Lou. "Say, what a chump you are for working in that old store for $8 a week. I made 18.50 last week. Of course ironing ain't as swell work as selling lace behind a counter, but it pays. None of us ironers make less than $10, and I don't know that it's any less respectful work either." "You can have it," said Nancy, with uplifted nose. "I'll take my 8 a week and hall bedroom. I like to be among nice things and swell people, and look what a chance I've got. Why, one of our glove girls married a Pittsburgh steel maker or blacksmith or something the other day worth $1 million. I'll catch a swell myself sometime. I ain't bragging on my looks or anything, but I'll take my chances where there's big prizes offered. What show would a girl have in a laundry?" "Why, that's where I met Dan," said Lou triumphantly. "He came in for his Sunday shirt and collars, and saw me at the first board ironing. We all try to get to work at the first board. Ella Manginis was sick that day, and I had her place. He said he noticed my arms first, how round and white they was. I had my sleeves rolled up. Some nice fellows come into laundries. You can tell 'em by their bringing their clothes in suit cases, and turning in the door sharp and sudden." "How can you wear a waist like that, Lou?" said Nancy, gazing down at the offending article with sweet scorn in her heavy‐lidded eyes. "It shows fierce taste." "This waist?" cried Lou, with wide‐eyed indignation. "Why, I paid $16 for this waist. It's worth 25. A woman left it to be laundered and never called for it. The boss sold it to me. It's got yards and yards of hand embroidery on it. Better talk about that ugly plain thing you've got on." "This ugly plain thing," said Nancy calmly, "was copied from one that Mrs. Van Alstyne Fisher was wearing. The girls say her bill in the store last year was $12,000. I made mine myself. It cost me $1.50. 10 feet away you couldn't tell it from hers." "Oh, well," said Lou good naturedly, "if you want to starve and put on airs, go ahead. But I'll take my job and good wages, and after hours give me something as fancy and attractive to wear as I'm able to buy." But just then Dan came, a serious young man with a ready-made necktie, who had escaped the city's brand of frivolity, an electrician earning $30 a week, who looked upon Lou with the sad eyes of Romeo, and thought her embroidered waist a web in which any fly should delight to be caught. "My friend, Mr. Owens. Shake hands with Miss Danforth," said Lou. "I'm mighty glad to know you, Miss Danforth," said Dan, with outstretched hand. "I've heard Lou speak of you so often." "Thanks," said Nancy, touching his fingers with the tips of her cool ones. "I've heard her mention you a few times." Lou giggled. "Did you get that handshake from Mrs. Van Alstyne Fisher, Nance?" she asked. "If I did, you can feel safe in copying it," said Nancy. "Oh, I couldn't use it at all. It's too stylish for me. It's intended to set off diamond rings, that high shake is. Wait till I get a few and then I'll try it." "Learn it first," said Nancy wisely, "and you'll be more likely to get the rings." "Now to settle this argument," said Dan, with his ready, cheerful smile, "let me make a proposition. As I can't take both of you up to Tiffany's and do the right thing, what do you say to a little vaudeville? I've got the tickets. How about looking at stage diamonds, since we can't shake hands with the real sparklers?" The faithful squire took his place close to the curb, Lou next, a little peacocky in her bright and pretty clothes, Nancy on the inside, slender and soberly clothed as the sparrow, but with a true Van Alstyne Fisher walk. Thus they set out for their evening's moderate diversion. I do not suppose that many look upon a great department store as an educational institution, but the one in which Nancy worked was something like that to her. She was surrounded by beautiful things that breathed of taste and refinement. If you live in an atmosphere of luxury, luxury is yours whether your money pays for it or another's. The people she served were mostly women, whose dress, manners, and position in the social world were quoted as criterions. From them Nancy began to take toll, the best from each according to her view. From one she would copy and practice a gesture, from another an eloquent lifting of an eyebrow, from others a manner of walking, of carrying a purse, of smiling, of greeting a friend, of addressing inferiors in station. From her best beloved model, Mrs. Van Alstyne Fisher, she made requisition for that excellent thing, a soft, low voice, as clear as silver, and as perfect in articulation as the notes of a thrush. Suffused in the aura of this high social refinement and good breeding, it was impossible for her to escape a deeper effect of it. As good habits are said to be better than good principles, so perhaps good manners are better than good habits. The teachings of your parents may not keep alive your New England conscience, but if you sit on a straight backed chair and repeat the words prisms and pilgrims 40 times, the devil will flee from you. And when Nancy spoke in the Van Alstyne Fisher tones, she felt the thrill of noblesse oblige to her very bones. There was another source of learning in the great departmental school. Whenever you see 3 or 4 shop girls gather in a bunch and jingle their wire bracelets as an accompaniment to apparently frivolous conversation, do not think that they are there for the purpose of criticizing the way Ethel does her back hair. The meeting may lack the dignity of the deliberative bodies of man, but it has all the importance of the occasion on which Eve and her first daughter first put their heads together to make Adam understand his proper place in the household. It is a woman's conference for common defense and exchange of strategical theories of attack and repulse, upon and against the world which is a stage, and man, its audience, who persists in throwing bouquets thereupon. Woman, the most helpless of the young of any animal, with the fawn's grace but without its fleetness, with the bird's beauty but without its power of flight, with the honey bee's burden of sweetness but without its, let's drop that simile. Some of us may have been stung. During this council of war they pass weapons one to another, and exchange stratagems that each has devised and formulated out of the tactics of life. "I says to 'im," says Sadie, "'Ain't you the fresh thing? Who do you suppose I am, to be addressing such a remark to me? And what do you think he says back to me?" The heads, brown, black, flaxen, red, and yellow, bob together. The answer is given, and the parry to the thrust is decided upon, to be used by each thereafter in passages at arms with the common enemy, man. Thus Nancy learned the art of defense, and to women successful defense means victory. The curriculum of a department store is a wide one. Perhaps no other college could have fitted her as well for her life's ambition, the drawing of a matrimonial prize. Her station in the store was a favored one. The music room was near enough for her to hear and become familiar with the works of the best composers, at least to acquire the familiarity that passed for appreciation in the social world in which she was vaguely trying to set a tentative and aspiring foot. She absorbed the educating influence of art wares, of costly and dainty fabrics, of adornments that are almost culture to women. The other girls soon became aware of Nancy's ambition. "Here comes your millionaire, Nancy," they would call to her whenever any man who looked the rôle approached her counter. It got to be a habit of men who were hanging about while their women folk were shopping to stroll over to the handkerchief counter and dawdle over the cambric squares. Nancy's imitation high-bred air and genuine dainty beauty was what attracted. Many men thus came to display their graces before her. Some of them may have been millionaires, others were certainly no more than their sedulous apes. Nancy learned to discriminate. There was a window at the end of the handkerchief counter, and she could see the rows of vehicles waiting for the shoppers in the street below. She looked and perceived that automobiles differ as well as do their owners. Once a fascinating gentleman bought 4 dozen handkerchiefs and wooed her across the counter with a King Cophetua air. When he had gone, one of the girls said, "What's wrong, Nance, that you didn't warm up to that fellow? He looks the swell article all right to me." "Him," said Nancy, with her coolest, sweetest, and most impersonal Van Alstyne Fisher smile. "Not for mine. I saw him drive up outside, a 12 horsepower machine and an Irish chauffeur. And you saw what kind of handkerchiefs he bought? Silk. And he's got dactylis on him. Give me the real thing or nothing, if you please." Two of the most refined women in the store, a forelady and a cashier, had a few swell gentlemen friends with whom they now and then dined. Once they included Nancy in an invitation. The dinner took place in a spectacular café whose tables are engaged for New Year's Eve a year in advance. There were two gentlemen friends, one without any hair on his head. I living ungrew it, and we can prove it. The other, a young man whose worth and sophistication he impressed upon you in two convincing ways. He swore that all the wine was corked, and he wore diamond cuff buttons. This young man perceived irresistible excellencies in Nancy. His taste ran to shop girls, and here was one that added the voice and manners of his high social world to the franker charms of her own caste. So on the following day he appeared in the store and made her a serious proposal of marriage over a box of hem-stitched, grass-bleached Irish linens. Nancy declined. A brown pompadour 10 feet away had been using her eyes and ears. When the rejected suitor had gone, she heaped carboys of upbraidings and horror upon Nancy's head. "What a terrible little fool you are! That fellow's a millionaire. He's a nephew of old Van Skittles himself, and he was talking on the level, too. Have you gone crazy, Nance?" "Have I?" said Nancy. "I didn't take him, did I? He isn't a millionaire so hard that you could notice it, anyhow. His family only allows him $20,000 a year to spend. The bald-headed fellow was guying him about it the other night at supper." The brown pompadour came nearer and narrowed her eyes. "Say, what do you want?" she inquired in a voice hoarse for lack of chewing gum. "Ain't that enough for you? Do you want to be Mormon and marry Rockefeller and Gladstone Dovey and the King of Spain and the whole bunch? Ain't 20,000 a year good enough for you?" Nancy flushed a little under the level gaze of the black, shallow eyes. "It wasn't altogether the money, Carrie," she explained. "His friend caught him in a rank lie the other night at dinner. It was about some girl he said he hadn't been to the theatre with. Well, I can't stand a liar. Put everything together, I don't like him, and that settles it. When I sell out, it's not going to be on any bargain day. I've got to have something that sits up in a chair like a man, anyhow. Yes, I'm looking out for a catch, but it's got to be able to do something more than make a noise like a toy bank." "The physiopathic ward for yours," said the brown pompadour, walking away. These high ideas, if not ideals, Nancy continued to cultivate on $8 per week. She bivouacked on the trail of the great unknown catch, eating her dry bread and tightening her belt day by day. On her face was the faint, soldierly, sweet, grim smile of the preordained man-hunter. The store was her forest, and many times she raised her rifle at game that seemed broad-antlered and big, but always some deep, unerring instinct, perhaps of the huntress, perhaps of the woman, made her hold her fire and take up the trail again. Lou flourished in the laundry. Out of her $18.50 per week, she paid $6 for her room and board. The rest went mainly for clothes. Her opportunities for bettering her taste and manners were few compared with Nancy's. In the steaming laundry there was nothing but work, work and her thoughts of the evening pleasures to come. Many costly and showy fabrics passed under her iron, and it may be that her growing fondness for dress was thus transmitted to her through the conducting metal. When the day's work was over, Dan awaited her outside, her faithful shadow in whatever light she stood. Sometimes he cast an honest and troubled glance at Lou's clothes that increased in conspicuity rather than in style, but this was no disloyalty. He deprecated the attention they called to her in the streets. And Lou was no less faithful to her chum. There was a law that Nancy should go with them on whatsoever outing they might take. Dan bore the extra burden heartily and in good cheer. It might be said that Lou furnished the color, Nancy the tone, and Dan the weight of the distraction-seeking trio. The escort, in his neat but obviously ready-made suit, his ready-made tie, and unfailing, genial, ready-made wit, never startled or clashed. He was of that good kind that you are likely to forget while they are present, but remember distinctly after they are gone. To Nancy's superior taste, the flavor of these ready‐made pleasures was sometimes a little bitter, but she was young, and youth is a gourmand when it cannot be a gourmet. "Danny's always wanting me to marry him right away," Lou told her once. "But why should I? I'm independent. I can do as I please with the money I earn, and he never would agree for me to keep on working afterward. And say, Nance, what do you want to stick to that old store for, and half starve and half dress yourself? I could get you a place in the laundry right now if you'd come. It seems to me that you could afford to be a little less stuck up if you could make a good deal more money." "I don't think I'm stuck up, Lou," said Nancy, "but I'd rather live on half rations and stay where I am. I suppose I've got the habit. It's the chance that I want. I don't expect to be always behind a counter. I'm learning something new every day. I'm right up against refined and rich people all the time, even if I do only wait on them. And I'm not missing any pointers that I see passing around."
Caught your millionaire yet?
asked Lou with her teasing laugh. "I haven't selected one yet," answered Nancy. "I've been looking them over. Goodness, the idea of picking over them! Don't you ever let one get by you, Nance, even if he's a few dollars shy. But of course you're joking. Millionaires don't think about working girls like us." "It might be better for them if they did," said Nancy with cool wisdom. "Some of us could teach them how to take care of their money." "If one was to speak to me," laughed Lou, "I know I'd have a duck fit. That's because you don't know any. The only difference between swells and other people is you have to watch them closer. Don't you think that red silk lining is just a little bit too bright for that coat, Lou?" Lou looked at the plain, dull olive jacket of her friend. "Well, no, I don't, but it may seem so beside that faded looking thing you've got on." "This jacket," said Nancy complacently, "has exactly the cut and fit of one that Mrs. Van Alstyne Fisher was wearing the other day. The material cost me $3.98. I suppose hers cost about $100 more." "Oh, well," said Lou lightly, "it don't strike me as a millionaire bait. Shouldn't wonder if I catch one before you do, anyway." Truly, it would have taken a philosopher to decide upon the values of the theories held by the two friends. Lou, lacking that certain pride and fastidiousness that keeps stores and desks filled with girls working for the barest living, thumped away gaily with her iron in the noisy and stifling laundry. Her wages supported her even beyond the point of comfort, so that her dress profited, until sometimes she cast a sidelong glance of impatience at the neat but inelegant apparel of Dan the constant, the immutable, the undeviating. As for Nancy, her case was one of tens of thousands. Silk and jewels and laces and ornaments and the perfume and music of the fine world of good breeding and taste. These were made for woman. They are
Her
the equitable portion. Let her keep near them if they are part of life to her. And if she will, she is no traitor to herself, as Esau was, for she keeps her birthright, and the pottage she earns is often very scant. In this atmosphere Nancy belonged, and she throve in it, and ate her frugal meals, and schemed over her cheap dresses with a determined and contented mind. She already knew woman, and she was studying man, the animal, both as to his habits and eligibility. Some day she would bring down the game that she wanted, but she promised herself it would be what seemed to her the biggest and the best, and nothing smaller. Thus she kept her lamp trimmed and burning to receive the bridegroom when he should come. But another lesson she learned, perhaps unconsciously. Her standard of values began to shift and change. Sometimes the dollar mark grew blurred in her mind's eye, and shaped itself into letters that spelled such words as truth and honor, and now and then just kindness. Let us make a likeness of one who hunts the moose or elk in some mighty wood. He sees a little dell, mossy and embowered, where a rill trickles, babbling to him of rest and comfort. At these times the spear of Nimrod himself grows blunt. So Nancy wondered sometimes if Persian lamb was always quoted at its market value by the hearts that it covered. One Thursday evening Nancy left the store and turned across Sixth Avenue westward to the laundry. She was expected to go with Lou and Dan to a musical comedy. Dan was just coming out of the laundry when she arrived. There was a queer, strained look on his face. "I thought I would drop around to see if they had heard from her," he said. "Heard from who?" asked Nancy. "Isn't Lou there?" "I thought you knew," said Dan. "She hasn't been here or at the house where she lived since Monday. She moved all her things from there. She told one of the girls in the laundry she might be going to Europe." "Hasn't anybody seen her anywhere?" asked Nancy. Dan looked at her with his jaws set grimly, and a steely gleam in his steady gray eyes. "They told me in the laundry," he said harshly, "that they saw her pass yesterday in an automobile with one of the millionaires. I suppose that you and Lou were forever busying your brains about." For the first time Nancy quailed before a man. She laid her hand, that trembled slightly, on Dan's sleeve. "You've no right to say such a thing to me, Dan, as if I had anything to do with it." "I didn't mean it that way," said Dan, softening. He fumbled in his vest pocket. "I've got the tickets for the show to night," he said, with a gallant show of lightness. "If you—" Nancy admired pluck whenever she saw it. "I'll go with you, Dan," she said. 3 months went by before Nancy saw Lou again. At twilight one evening the shop girl was hurrying home along the border of a little quiet park. She heard her name called, and wheeled about in time to catch Lou rushing into her arms. After the first embrace they drew their heads back as serpents do, ready to attack or to charm, with 1,000 questions trembling on their swift tongues. And then Nancy noticed that prosperity had descended upon Lou, manifesting itself in costly furs, flashing gems, and creations of the tailor's art. "You little fool!" cried Lou loudly and affectionately. "I see you are still working in that store, and as shabby as ever. And how about that big catch you were going to make? Nothing doing yet, I suppose?" And then Lou looked and saw that something better than prosperity had descended upon Nancy, something that shone brighter than gems in her eyes, and redder than a rose in her cheeks, and that danced like electricity anxious to be loosed from the tip of her tongue. "Yes, I'm still in the store," said Nancy, "but I'm going to leave it next week. I've made my catch. The biggest catch in the world. You won't mind now, Lou, will you? I'm going to be married to Dan. To Dan. He's my Dan now. Why, Lou?" Around the corner of the park strolled one of those new-cropped, smooth-faced young policemen that are making the force more endurable, at least to the eye. He saw a woman with an expensive fur coat and diamond-ringed hands crouching down against the iron fence of the park, sobbing turbulently, while a slender, plainly dressed working girl leaned close, trying to console her. But the Gibsonian cop, being of the new order, passed on, pretending not to notice, for he was wise enough to know that these matters are beyond help so far as the power he represents is concerned, though he rapped the pavement with his nightstick till the sun goes up to the furthermost stars. End of The Trimmed Lamp by O. Henry. Read by Lars Rolander.
The Golden Honeymoon by Ring Lardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mother says that when I start talking, I never know when to stop. But I tell her the only time I get a chance is when she ain't around, so I have to make the most of it. I guess the fact is neither one of us would be welcome in a Quaker meeting. But as I tell Mother, what did God give us tongues for if he didn't want we should use them? Only she says he didn't give them to us to say the same thing over and over again, like I do, and repeat myself. But I say, well, Mother, I say, when people is like you and I been married 50 years, do you expect everything I say will be something you ain't heard me say before? But it may be new to others, as they ain't nobody else lived with me as long as you have. So she says, you can bet they ain't, as they couldn't nobody else stand you that long. Well, I tell her, you look pretty healthy. Maybe I do, she will say, but I looked even healthier before I married you. You can't get ahead of Mother. Yes, sir, we was married just 50 years ago, the 17th day of last December, and my daughter and son-in-law was over from Trenton to help us celebrate the golden wedding. My son-in-law is John H. Kramer, the real estate man. He made $12,000 one year and is pretty well thought of around Trenton. A good, steady, hard worker. The Rotarians was after him a long time to join, but he kept telling him his home was his club. But Edie finally made him join. That's my daughter. Anyway, they come over to help us celebrate the golden wedding, and it was pretty crimpy weather, and the furnace don't seem to heat up no more like it used to, and Mother made the remark that she hoped this winter wouldn't be as cold as the last, referring to the winter previous. So Edie said if she was us and nothing to keep us home, she certainly wouldn't spend no more winters up here, and why didn't we just shut off the water and close up the house and go down to Tampa, Florida? You know, we was there just 4 winters ago and stayed 5 weeks, but it cost us over $350 for hotel bill alone. So Mother said we wasn't going no place to be robbed. So my son-in-law spoke up and said that Tampa wasn't the only place in the South, and besides, we didn't have to stop at no high-price hotel, but could rent us a couple of rooms and board out somewheres. And he had heard that St. Petersburg, Florida was the spot, and if we said the word, he would write down there and make inquiries. Well, to make a long story short, we decided to do it, and Edie said it would be our golden honeymoon, and for a present my son-in-law paid the difference between a section and a compartment so as we could have a compartment and have more privacy. In a compartment you have an upper and lower berth just like the regular sleeper, but it is a shut-in room by itself and got a washbowl. The car we went in was all compartments and no regular berths at all. It was all compartments. We went to Trenton the night before and stayed at my daughter and son-in-law, and we left Trenton the next afternoon at 3:23 p.m. This was the 12th day of January. Mother sat facing the front of the train, as it makes her giddy to ride backwards. I sat facing her, which does not affect me. We reached North Philadelphia at 4:03 p.m., and we reached West Philadelphia at 4:14, but did not go into Broad Street. We reached Baltimore at 6:30 and Washington, D.C. at 7:25. Our train laid over in Washington 2 hours till another train come along to pick us up, and I got out and strolled up the platform and into the Union Station. When I come back, our car had been switched onto another track, but I remembered the name of it, the La Belle, as I had once visited my aunt out in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, where there was a lake of that name, so I had no difficulty in getting located. But Mother had nearly fretted herself sick for fear I would be left. Well, I said, I would have followed you on the next train. You could have, said Mother, and she pointed out that she had the money. Well, I said, we are in Washington, and I could have borrowed from the United States Treasury. I would have pretended I was an Englishman. Mother caught the point and laughed heartily. Our train pulled out of Washington at 9:40 p.m., and Mother and I turned in early, I taking the upper. During the night we passed through the green fields of old Virginia, though it was too dark to tell if they was green or what color. When we got up in the morning it was at Fayetteville, North Carolina. We had breakfast in the dining car, and after breakfast I got in conversation with the man in the next compartment to ours. He was from Lebanon, New Hampshire, and a man about 80 years of age. His wife was with him and 2 unmarried daughters, and I made the remark that I should think the 4 of them would be crowded in one compartment, but he said they had made the special trip every winter for 15 years and knowed how to keep out of each other's way. He said they was bound for Tarpon Springs. We reached Charleston, South Carolina at 12:50 p.m. and arrived at Savannah, Georgia at 4:20. We reached Jacksonville, Florida at 8:45 p.m. and had an hour and a quarter to lay over there, but Mother made a fuss about me getting off the train, so we had the darky make up our berths and retired before we left Jacksonville. I didn't sleep good as the train done a lot of hemming and hawing, and Mother never sleeps good on a train, as she says she is always worrying that I will fall out. She says she would rather have the upper herself, as then she would not have to worry about me. But I tell her I can't take the risk of having it get out that I allowed my wife to sleep in an upper berth. It would make talk. We was up in the morning in time to see our friends from New Hampshire get off at Tarpon Springs, which we reached at 6:53 a.m. Some of our fellow passengers got off at Clearwater and some at Bel Air, where the train backs right up to the door of the Mammoth Hotel. Bel Air is the winter headquarters for the golf dudes, and everybody that got off there had their bag of sticks, as many as 10 and 12 in a bag, women and all. When I was a young man we called it shinny and only needed 1 club to play with, and about 1 game of it would have been a plenty for some of these dudes, the way we played it. The train pulled into St. Petersburg at 8:20, and when we got off the train you would think they was a riot, what with all the darkies barking for the different hotels. I said to Mother, I said, it is a good thing we have got a place picked out to go to and don't have to choose a hotel, as it would be hard to choose amongst them if every one of them is the best. She laughed. We found a jitney, and I give him the address of the room my son-in-law had got for us, and soon we was there and introduced ourselves to the lady that owns the house, a young widow about 48 years of age. She showed us our room, which was light and airy, with a comfortable bed and bureau and washstand. It was $12 a week, but the location was good, only 3 blocks from Williams Park. St. Pete is what folks calls the town, though they also call it the Sunshine City, as they claim they's no other place in the country where they's fewer days when Old Sol don't smile down on Mother Earth, and one of the newspapers gives away all their copies free every day when the sun don't shine. They claim to have only give them away some 60-odd times in the last 11 years. Another nickname they have got for the town is the Poor Man's Palm Beach, but I guess they's men that comes there that could borrow as much from the bank as some of the Willie boys over to the other Palm Beach. During our stay we paid a visit to the Lewis Tent City, which is the headquarters for the Tin Can Tourists. But maybe you ain't heard about them. Well, they are an organization that takes their vacation trips by auto and carries everything with them. That is, they bring along their tents to sleep in and cook in, and they don't patronize no hotels or cafeterias, but they have got to be bona fide auto campers or they can't belong to the organization. They tell me there's over 200,000 members to it, and they call themselves the Tin Canners on account of most of their food being put up in tin cans. One couple we seen in the tent city was a couple from Brady, Texas, named Mr. and Mrs. Pence, which the old man is over 80 years of age, and they had come in their auto all the way from home, a distance of 1,641 miles. They took 5 weeks for the trip, Mr. Pence driving the entire distance. The Tin Canners hails from every state in the Union, and in the summer they visit places like New England and the Great Lakes region, but in the winter the most of them comes to Florida and scatters all over the state. While we was down there was a national convention of them at Gainesville, Florida, and they elected a Fredonia, New York man as their president. His title is Royal Tin Can Opener of the World. They have got a song wrote up, which everybody has got to learn it before they are a member. The tin can forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah! Up with the tin can, down with the foe. We will rally round the campfire, we'll rally once again, singing we auto camp forever. That is something like it. And the members has also got to have a tin can fastened onto the front of their machine. I asked Mother how she would like to travel around that way, and she said,
"Fine, but not with an old rattlebrain like you driving."
"Well," I said, "I am 8 years younger than this Mr. Pence who drove here from Texas."
"Yes,"
she said,
"but he is old enough to not be skittish."
You can't get ahead of Mother. Well, one of the first things we done in St. Petersburg was to go to the Chamber of Commerce and register our names and where we was from, as they's great rivalry amongst the different states in regards to the number of their citizens visiting in town, and of course our little state don't stand much of a show, but still every little bit helps, as the fella says. All in all, the man told us they was 11,000 names registered, Ohio leading with some 1,500 odd, and New York State next with 1,200. Then come Michigan, Pennsylvania, and so on down, with one man each from Cuba and Nevada. The first night we was there was a meeting of the New York, New Jersey Society at the Congregational Church, and the man from Ogdensburg, New York State, made the talk. His subject was rainbow chasing. He is a Rotarian and a very convicting speaker, though I forget his name. Our first business, of course, was to find a place to eat, and after trying several places, we run on to a cafeteria on Central Avenue that suited us up and down. We eat pretty near all our meals there, and it averaged about $2 per day for the two of us, but the food was well cooked and everything nice and clean. A man don't mind paying the price if things is clean and well cooked. On the 3rd day of February, which is Mother's birthday, we spread ourselves and eat supper at the Poinsettia Hotel, and they charged us 75 cents for a sirloin steak that wasn't hardly big enough for one. I said to Mother, "Well," I said, "I guess it's a good thing every day ain't your birthday, or we would be in the poorhouse."
"No," says Mother, "because if every day was my birthday, I would be old enough by this time to have been in my grave long ago."
You can't get ahead of Mother. In the hotel they had a card room where they was several men and ladies playing 500 and this newfangled whist bridge. We also seen a place where they was dancing, so I asked Mother would she like to trip the light fantastic toe, and she said no. She was too old to squirm like you have got to do nowadays. We watched some of the young folks at it a while till Mother got disgusted and said we would have to see a good movie to take the taste out of our mouth. Mother is a great movie heroine, and we go twice a week here at home. But I want to tell you about the park. The second day we was there, we visited the park, which is a good deal like the one in Tampa, only bigger, and they's more fun goes on here every day than you could shake a stick at. In the middle, there's a big bandstand and chairs for the folks to sit and listen to the concerts, which they give you music for all tastes, from Dixie up to classical pieces like Hearts and Flowers. Then all around they's places marked off for different sports and games. Chess and checkers and dominoes for folks that enjoys those kinds of games, and roque and horseshoes for the nimbler ones. I used to pitch a pretty fair shoe myself, but ain't done much of it in the last 20 years. Well, anyway, we bought a membership ticket in the club, which costs $1 for the season, and they tell me that up to a couple of years ago it was 50 cents, but they had to raise it to keep out the riffraff. Well, Mother and I put in a great day watching the pitchers, and she wanted I should get in the game, but I told her I was all out of practice and would make a fool of myself, though I seen several men pitching who I guess I could take their measure without no practice. However, they was some good pitchers too, and one boy from Akron, Ohio, who could certainly throw a pretty shoe. They told me it looked like he would win them championship of the United States in the February tournament. We come away a few days before they held that, and I never did hear if he win. I forget his name, but he was a clean-cut young fella, and he has got a brother in Cleveland that's a Rotarian. Well, we just stood around and watched the different games for 2 or 3 days, And finally I sit down in a checker game with a man named Weaver from Danville, Illinois. He was a pretty fair checker player, but he wasn't no match for me, and I hope that don't sound like bragging. But I could always hold my own on a checkerboard, and the folks around here will tell you the same thing. I played with this Weaver pretty near all morning for 2 or 3 mornings, and he beat me one game, and the only other time it looked like he had a chance, the noon whistle blowed and we had to quit and go to dinner. While I was playing checkers, Mother would sit and listen to the band, as she loves music, classical or no matter what kind. But anyway, she was sitting there one day, and between selections the woman next to her opened up a conversation. She was a woman about Mother's own age, 70 or 71, and finally she asked Mother's name, and Mother told her name and where she was from, and Mother asked her the same question. And who do you think the woman was? Well, sir, it was the wife of Frank M. Hartzell, the man who was engaged to Mother till I stepped in and cut him out 52 years ago. Yes, sir. You can imagine Mother's surprise. And Mrs. Hartzell was surprised, too, when Mother told her she had once been friends with her husband, though Mother didn't say how close friends they had been, or that Mother and I was the cause of Hartzell going out west. But that's what we was. Hartzell left his town a month after the engagement was broke off and ain't never been back since. He had went out to Michigan and become a veterinary, and that is where he had settled down, in Hillsdale, Michigan, and finally married his wife. Well, Mother screwed up her courage to ask if Frank was still living, and Mrs. Hartzell took her over to where they was pitching horseshoes, and there was old Frank waiting his turn. And he knowed Mother as soon as he see her, though it was over 50 years. He said he knowed her by her eyes.
Why, it's Lucy Frost,
he says, and he throwed down his shoes and quit the game. Then they come over and hunted me up, and I will confess I wouldn't have knowed him. Him and I is the same age to the month, but he seems to show it more some way. He is balder for one thing, and his beard is all white, where mine is still got a streak of brown in it. The very first thing I said to him, I said, "Well, Frank, that beard of yours makes me feel like I was back north. It looks like a regular blizzard."
"Well," he said, "I guess yourn would be just as white if you had it dry cleaned."
But Mother wouldn't stand that.
"Is that so?"
she said to Frank.
"Well, Chansey ain't had no tobacco in his mouth for over 10 years.
And I ain't. Well, I excused myself from the checker game, and it was pretty close to noon, so we decided to all have dinner together, and there was nothing for it only we must try their cafeteria on 3rd Avenue. It was a little more expensive than ours and not near as good, I thought. I and Mother had about the same dinner we had been having every day, and our bill was $1.10. Frank's check was $1.20 for he and his wife. The same meal wouldn't have cost them more than $1 at our place. After dinner we made them come up to our house, and we all sat in the parlor, which the young woman had give us the use of to entertain company. We begun talking over old times, and Mother said she was a-scared Mrs. Hartzell would find it tiresome listening to we three talk over old times. But as it turned out, they wasn't much chance for nobody else to talk with Mrs. Hartzell in the company. I have heard lots of women that could go it, but Hartzell's wife takes the cake of all the women I ever seen. She told us the family history of everybody in the state of Michigan, and bragged for a half hour about her son, who she said is in the drug business in Grand Rapids and a Rotarian. When I and Hartzell could get a word in edgewise, we joked one another back and forth, and I chaffed him about being a horse doctor. "Well, Frank," I said, "you look pretty prosperous, so I suppose there's been plenty of glanders around Hillsdale."
"Well," he said, "I've managed to make more than a fair living, but I've worked pretty hard."
"Yes," I said, "and I suppose you get called out all hours of the night to attend births and so on." Mother made me shut up. Well, I thought they wouldn't never go home, and I and Mother was in misery trying to keep awake, as the both of us generally always takes a nap after dinner. Finally they went, after we had made an engagement to meet them in the park the next morning, and Mrs. Hartzell also invited us to come to their place the next night and play 500. But she had forgot that there was a meeting of the Michigan Society that evening, so it was not till 2 evenings later that we had our first card game. Hartzell and his wife lived in a house on 3rd Avenue North and had a private setting room besides their bedroom. Mrs. Hartzell couldn't quit talking about their private setting room like it was something wonderful. We played cards with them, with Mother and Hartzell partners against his wife and I. Mrs. Hartzell is a miserable card player, and we certainly got the worst of it. After the game, she brought out a dish of oranges, and we had to pretend it was just what we wanted, though oranges down there is like a young man's whiskers. You enjoyed them at first, but they get to be a pesky nuisance. We played cards again the next night at our place with the same partners, and I and Mrs. Hartzell was beat again. Mother and Hartzell was full of compliments for each other on what a good team they made, but the both of them knowed well enough where the secret of their success laid. I guess all in all we must have played 10 different evenings, and there was only one night when Mrs. Hartzell and I come out ahead, and that one night wasn't no fault of hern. When we had been down there about 2 weeks, we spent one evening as their guest in the Congregational Church at a social give by the Michigan Society. A talk was made by a man named Bidding of Detroit, Michigan, on how I was cured of storytelling. He is a big man in the Rotarians and give a witty talk. A woman named Mrs. Oxford rendered some selections which Mrs. Hartzell said was grand opera music, but whatever they was, my daughter Edie could have give her cards and spades and not made such a hullabaloo about it neither. Then they was a ventriloquist from Grand Rapids and a young woman about 45 years of age that mimicked different kinds of birds. I whispered to Mother that they all sounded like a chicken, but she nudged me to shut up. After the show we stopped in a drugstore and I set up the refreshments, and it was pretty close to 10 o'clock before we finally turned in. Mother and I would have preferred tending the movies, but Mother said we mustn't offend Mrs. Hartzell, though I asked her had we come to Florida to enjoy ourselves or to just not offend an old chatterbox from Michigan. I felt sorry for Hartzell one morning. The women folks both had an engagement down to the chiropodists, and I run across Hartzell in the park, and he foolishly offered to play me checkers. It was him that suggested it, not me, and I guess he repented himself before we had played one game. But he was too stubborn to give up, and set there while I beat him game after game, and the worst part of it was that the crowd of folks had got in the habit of watching me play, and there they all was, hooking on, and finally they seen what a fool Frank was making of himself, and they began to chaff him and pass remarks. Like one of them said, "Whoever told you you was a checker player?" And, "You might be good for tiddlywinks, but not checkers." I almost felt like letting him beat me a couple of times, but the crowd would have knowed it was a put-up job. Well, the women folks joined us in the park, and I wasn't going to mention our little game, but Hartzell told about it himself and admitted he wasn't no match for me.
"Well," said Mrs. Hartzell, "checkers ain't much of a game, anyway, is it?"
She said,
"It's more of a children's game, ain't it? At least, I know my boys' children used to play it a good deal."
"Yes, ma'am," I said. "It's a children's game the way your husband plays it, too." Mother wanted to smooth things over, so she said,
"Maybe there's other games where Frank can beat you."
"Yes," said Mrs. Hartzell,
"and I bet he could beat you pitching horseshoes."
Well, I said I would give him a chance to try, only I ain't pitched a shoe in over 16 years.
"Well," said Hartzell, "I ain't played checkers in 20 years.
"You ain't never played it," I said.
"Anyway," says Frank, "Lucy and I is your master at 500.
Well, I could have told him why that was, but had decency enough to hold my tongue. It had got so now that he wanted to play cards every night, and when I or Mother wanted to go to a movie, any one of us would have to pretend we had a headache and then trust to goodness that they wouldn't see us sneak into the theater. I don't mind playing cards when my partner keeps their mind on the game, but you take a woman like Hartzell's wife, and how can they play cards when they have got to stop every couple of seconds and brag about their son in Grand Rapids? Well, the New York, New Jersey Society announced that they was going to give a social evening too, and I said to Mother, well, that is one evening when we will have an excuse not to play 500.
Yes, she said, but we will have to ask Frank and his wife to go to the social with us, as they asked us to go to the Michigan social.
Well, I said, I had rather stay home than drag that chatterbox everywhere as we go. So Mother said,
You are getting too cranky. Maybe she does talk a little too much, but she is good-hearted. And Frank is always good company.
So I said, I suppose if he is such good company, you wished you had have married him. Mother laughed and said I sounded like I was jealous. Jealous of a cow doctor. Anyway, we had to drag them along to the social, and I will say that we give them a much better entertainment than they had given us. Judge Lane of Paterson made a fine talk on business conditions, and the Mrs. Newell of Westfield imitated birds, only you could really tell what they was the way she done it. Two young women from Red Bank sung a choral selection, and we clapped them back, and they gave us Home to Our Mountains, and Mother and Mrs. Hartzell both had tears in their eyes, and Hartzell too. Well, some way or another, the chairman got wind that I was there, and asked me to make a talk, and I wasn't even going to get up, but Mother made me, so I got up and said, Ladies and gentlemen, I said, I didn't expect to be called on for a speech on an occasion like this, or no other occasion, as I do not set myself up as a speechmaker, so will have to do the best I can, which I often say is the best anybody can do. Then I told them the story about patting the motorcycle, using the brogue, and it seemed to tickle them, and I told them one or two other stories. Together I wasn't on my feet more than 20 or 25 minutes, and you ought to have heard the clapping and hollering when I sat down. Even Mrs. Hartzell admitted that I am quite a speechifier, and said if I ever went to Grand Rapids, Michigan, her son would make me talk to the Rotarians. When it was over, Hartzell wanted we should go to their house and play cards, but his wife reminded him that it was after 9:30 p.m., rather a late hour to start a card game. But he had went crazy on the subject of cards, probably because he didn't have to play partners with his wife. Anyway, we got rid of them and went home to bed. It was the next morning, when we met over to the park, that Mrs. Hartzell made the remark that she wasn't getting no exercise, so I suggested that why didn't she take part in the roque game. She said she had not played a game of roque in 20 years, but if Mother would play, she would play. Well, at first Mother wouldn't hear of it, but finally consented, more to please Mrs. Hartzell than anything else. Well, they had a game with a Mrs. Ryan from Eagle, Nebraska, and a young Mrs. Morse from Rutland, Vermont, who Mother had met down to the chiropodists. Well, Mother couldn't hit a flea, and they all laughed at her, and I couldn't help from laughing at her myself, and finally she quit and said her back was too lame to stoop over. So they got another lady and kept on playing, and soon Mrs. Hartzell was the one everybody was laughing at, as she had a long shot to hit the black ball, and as she made the effort her teeth fell out on the cord. I never seen a woman so flustered in my life. And I never heard so much laughing, only Mrs. Hartzell didn't join in, and she was madder than a hornet and wouldn't play no more, so the game broke up. Mrs. Hartzell went home without speaking to nobody, but Hartzell stayed around, and finally he said to me,
Well, I played you checkers the other day, and you beat me bad. And now what do you say if you and me play a game of horseshoes?
I told him I hadn't pitched a shoe in 16 years, but Mother said,
Go ahead and play. You used to be good at it, and maybe it will come back to you.
Well, to make a long story short, I give in. I oughtn't to have never tried it, as I hadn't pitched a shoe in 16 years, and I only done it to humor Hartzell. Before we started, Mother patted me on the back and told me to do my best. So we started in, and I seen right off that I was in for it, as I hadn't pitched a shoe in 16 years and didn't have my distance. And besides, the plating had wore off the shoes so that they was points right where they stuck into my thumb. And I hadn't throwed more than 2 or 3 times when my thumb was raw, and it pretty near killed me to hang on to the shoe, let alone pitch it. Well, Hartzell throws the awkwardest shoe I ever seen pitched, and to see him pitch you wouldn't think he would ever come nowhere near. But he is also the luckiest pitcher I ever seen, and he made some pitches where the shoe lit 5 and 6 feet short and then schoonered up and was a ringer. There's no use trying to beat that kind of luck. They was a pretty fair-sized crowd watching us, and 4 or 5 other ladies besides Mother, and it seems like when Hartzell pitches he has got to chew, and it kept the ladies on the anxious seat, as he don't seem to care which way he is facing when he leaves go. You would think a man as old as him would have learnt more manners. Well, to make a long story short, I was just beginning to get my distance when I had to give up on account of my thumb, which I showed it to Hartzell, and he could see I couldn't go on, as it was raw and bleeding. Even if I could have stood it to go on myself, Mother wouldn't have allowed it after she seen my thumb. So anyway, I quit, and Hartzell said the score was 19-6, but I don't know what it was, or don't care neither. Well, Mother and I went home, and I said I hoped we was through with the Hartzells, as I was sick and tired of them. But it seemed like she had promised we would go over to their house that evening for another game of their everlasting cards. Well, my thumb was giving me considerable pain, and I felt kind of out of sorts, and I guess maybe I forgot myself. But anyway, when we was about through playing, Hartzell made the remark that he wouldn't never lose a game of cards if he could always have Mother for a partner. So I said, well, you had a chance 50 years ago to always have her for a partner, but you wasn't man enough to keep her. I was sorry the minute I had said it, and Hartzell didn't know what to say, and for once his wife couldn't say nothing. Mother tried to smooth things over by making the remark that I must have had something stronger than tea or I wouldn't talk so silly. But Mrs. Hartzell had froze up like an iceberg and hardly said good night to us. And I bet her and Frank put in a pleasant hour after we was gone. As we was leaving, Mother said to him,
"Never mind Charlie's nonsense, Frank. He is just mad because you beat him all hollow pitching horseshoes and playing cards."
She said that to make up for my slip, but at the same time she certainly riled me. I tried to keep a hold of myself, but as soon as we was out of the house she had to open up the subject and began to scold me for the break I had made. Well, I wasn't in no mood to be scolded, so I said, I guess he is such a wonderful pitcher and card player that you wished you had married him.
"Well," she said, "at least he ain't a baby to give up pitching because his thumb has got a few scratches."
"And how about you," I said, "making a fool of yourself on the roque court, and then pretending that your back is lame and you can't play no more?"
"Yes," she said, "but when you hurt your thumb I didn't laugh at you. And why did you laugh at me when I sprained my back?"
"Who could help from laughing?" I said.
"Well," she said, "Frank Hartzell didn't laugh."
"Well," I said, "why didn't you marry him?"
"Well," said Mother, "I almost wished I had."
"And I wish so too," I said.
"I'll remember that,"
said Mother, and that's the last word she said to me for 2 days. We seen the Hartzells the next day in the park, and I was willing to apologize, but they just nodded to us. And a couple days later we heard they had left for Orlando, where they have got relatives. I wish they had went there in the first place. Mother and I made it up sitting on a bench.
"Listen, Charlie," she said, "this is our golden honeymoon, and we don't want the whole thing spoilt with a silly old quarrel."
"Well," I said, "did you mean that about wishing you had married Hartzell?"
"Of course not,"
she said.
"That is, if you didn't mean that you wished I had, too."
So I said, "I was just tired and all wrought up. I thank God you chose me instead of him, as there's no other woman in the world who I could have lived with all these years." "How about Mrs. Hartzell?" says Mother. "Good gracious," I said. "Imagine being married to a woman that plays 500 like she does and drops her teeth on the roque court." "Well," said Mother, "it wouldn't be no worse than being married to a man that expectorates towards ladies and is such a fool in a checker game." So I put my arm around her shoulder, and she stroked my hand, and I guess we got kind of spoony. They was 2 days left of our stay in St. Petersburg, and the next to the last day Mother introduced me to a Mrs. Kendall from Kingston, Rhode Island, who she had met at the chiropodist's. Mrs. Kendall made us acquainted with her husband, who is in the grocery business. They have got 2 sons and 5 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. One of their sons lives in Providence and is way up in the Elks, as well as a Rotarian. We found them very congenial people, and we played cards with them the last 2 nights we was there. They was both experts, and I only wished we had met them sooner instead of running into the Hartzels. But the Kendalls will be there again next winter, and we will see more of them. That is, if we decide to make the trip again. We left the Sunshine City on the 11th day of February at 11 a.m. This give us a day trip through Florida, and we seen all the country we had passed through at night on the way down. We reached Jacksonville at 7 p.m. and pulled out of there at 8:10 p.m. We reached Fayetteville, North Carolina at 9 o'clock the following morning, and reached Washington, D.C. at 6:30 p.m., laying over there half an hour. We reached Trenton at 11:01 p.m. and had wired ahead to my daughter and son-in-law, and they had met us at the train, and we went to their house, and they put us up for the night. John would have made us stay up all night telling about our trip, but Edie said we must be tired and made us go to bed. That's my daughter. The next day we took our train for home and arrived safe and sound, having been gone just 1 month and a day. Here comes Mother, so I guess I better shut up. End of The Golden Honeymoon, read by Rick Rodstrom.
The Lighthouse Keeper of Aspinwall by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Chapter 1. On a time it happened that the lighthouse keeper in Aspinwall, not far from Panama, disappeared without a trace. Since he disappeared during a storm, it was supposed that the ill-fated man went to the very edge of the small rocky island on which the lighthouse is situated, and was swept out by a wave. This supposition seemed the more likely as his boat was not found in its rocky niche the next day. The position of lighthouse keeper had become vacant. It was necessary to fill this position at the earliest, since the lighthouse had no small significance for the local movement as well as for vessels going from New York to Panama. Mosquito Bay abounds in banks and sandbars. Among these navigation even in the daytime is difficult, but at night, especially with the fogs, which are so frequent on those waters warmed by the sun of the tropics, it is almost impossible. The only guide at that time for the numerous vessels is the lighthouse. The task of finding a new keeper fell to the United States consul in Panama, and this task was no small one. First, because it was absolutely necessary to find the man within 12 hours. Second, the man must be unusually conscientious. It was not possible, of course, to take the first comer at random. Finally, there was an utter lack of candidates. Life on a tower is uncommonly difficult, and by no means enticing to people of the South, who love idleness and the freedom of a vagrant life. That lighthouse keeper is almost a prisoner. He cannot leave his rocky island except on Sundays. A boat from Aspinwall brings him provisions and water once a day, and returns immediately. On the whole island, 1 acre in area, there is no inhabitant. The keeper lives in the lighthouse. He keeps it in order. During the day he gives signals by displaying flags of various colors to indicate changes of the barometer. In the evening he lights the lantern. This would be no great labor, were it not that to reach the lantern at the top of the tower he must pass over more than 400 steep and very high steps. Sometimes he must make this journey repeatedly during the day. In general, it is the life of a monk, and indeed more than that, the life of a hermit. It was not wonderful, therefore, that Mr. Isaac Falconbridge was in no small anxiety as to where he should find a permanent successor to the recent keeper, and it is easy to understand his joy when a successor announced himself most unexpectedly on that very day. He was a man already old, 70 years or more, but fresh, erect, and with the movements and bearing of a soldier. His hair was perfectly white, his face as dark as that of a Creole, but judging from his blue eyes he did not belong to a southern people. His face was somewhat downcast and sad, but honest. At the first glance he pleased Falconbridge. It remained only to examine him. Therefore the following conversation began. "Where are you from?" "I'm a Pole." "Where have you worked up to this time?" "In one place and another." "A lighthouse keeper should like to stay in one place." "I need rest." "Have you served?" "Have you testimonials of honorable government service?" The old man drew from his bosom a piece of faded silk resembling a strip of an old flag, unwound it, and said, "Here are the testimonials. I received this cross in 1830. This second one is Spanish from the Carlist War. The third is the French Legion. The fourth I received in Hungary. Afterward I fought in the States against the South. There they do not give crosses." Falconbridge took the paper and began to read. Skavinsky, is that your name? 2 flags captured in a bayonet attack. You were a gallant soldier." "I'm able to be a conscientious lighthouse keeper." "It is necessary to ascend the tower a number of times daily. Have you sound legs?" "I crossed the plains on foot." The immense prairies between the East and California are called the plains. "Do you know sea service?" "I served 3 years on a whaler." "You have tried various occupations." "The only one I have not known is quiet." "Why is that?" The old man shrugged his shoulders. "Such is my fate." "Still you seem to me too old for a lighthouse keeper." "Sir," exclaimed the candidate suddenly, in a voice of emotion, "I am greatly wearied, knocked about. I have passed through much, as you see. This place is one of those which I have wished for most ardently. I am old. I need rest. I need to say to myself, 'Here you will remain. This is your port.' Ah, sir, this depends now on you alone. Another time perhaps such a place will not offer itself. What luck that I was in Panama. I entreat you, as God is dear to me, I am like a ship which if it misses the harbor will be lost. If you wish to make an old man happy, I swear to you that I am honest, but I have enough of this wandering." The blue eyes of the old man expressed such earnest entreaty that Falconbridge, who had a good, simple heart, was touched. "Well," said he, "I take you. You're lighthouse keeper." The old man's face gleamed with inexpressible joy. "I thank you. Can you go to the tower today?" "I can." "Then good bye. Another word. For any failure in service you will be dismissed." "All right." That same evening, when the sun had descended on the other side of the isthmus, and a day of sunshine was followed by a night without twilight, the new keeper was in his place evidently, for the lighthouse was casting its bright rays on the water as usual. The night was perfectly calm, silent, genuinely tropical, filled with a transparent haze, forming around the moon a great colored rainbow with soft unbroken edges. The sea was moving only because the tide raised it. Skavinsky on the balcony seemed from below like a small black point. He tried to collect his thoughts and take in his new position, but his mind was too much under pressure to move with regularity. He felt somewhat as a hunted beast feels when at last it has found refuge from pursuit on some inaccessible rock or in a cave. An hour of quiet had come to him finally. The feeling of safety filled his soul with a certain unspeakable bliss. Now, on that rock, he can simply laugh at his previous wanderings, his misfortunes and failures. He was in truth like a ship whose masts, ropes, and sails had been broken and rent by a tempest, and cast from the clouds to the bottom of the sea; a ship on which the tempest had hurled waves and spat foam, but which had still wound its way to the harbor. The pictures of that storm passed through his mind quickly as he compared it with the calm future now beginning. A part of his wonderful adventures he had related to Falconbridge. He had not mentioned, however, thousands of other incidents. It had been his misfortune that as often as he pitched his tent and fixed his fireplace to settle down permanently, some wind tore out his tent stakes, whirled away the fire, and bore him on towards destruction. Looking now from the balcony of the tower at the illuminated waves, he remembered everything through which he had passed. He had campaigned in the 4 parts of the world, and in wandering had tried almost every occupation. Labor loving and honest, he had earned money more than once, but had always lost it in spite of every provision and the utmost caution. He had been a gold miner in Australia, a diamond digger in Africa, a rifleman in public service in the East Indies. He had established a ranch in California. The drought ruined him. He had tried trading with wild tribes in the interior of Brazil. His raft was wrecked on the Amazon. He himself alone, weaponless and nearly naked, wandered in the forest for many weeks, living on wild fruits, exposed every moment to death from the jaws of wild beasts. He established a forge in Helena, Arkansas, and that was burned in a great fire which consumed the whole town. Next he fell into the hands of Indians in the Rocky Mountains, and only through a miracle he was saved by Canadian trappers. Then he served as a sailor on a vessel running between Bahia and Bordeaux, and as a harpooner on a whaling ship. Both vessels were wrecked. He had a cigar factory in Havana, and was robbed by his partner while he himself was lying sick with the vomito. At last he came to Aspinwall, and there was to be the end of his failures. For what could reach him now on that rocky island? Neither water, nor fire, nor men. But from men Skavinsky had not suffered much. He had met good men oftener than bad ones. But it seemed to him that all the 4 elements were persecuting him. Those who knew him said that he had no luck, and with that they explained everything. He himself became somewhat of a monomaniac. He believed that some mighty and vengeful hand was pursuing him everywhere, on all lands and waters. He did not like, however, to speak of this. Only at times, when some one asked him whose hand that could be, he pointed mysteriously to the Polar Star and said, "It comes from that place." In reality, his failures were so continuous that they were wonderful, and might easily drive a nail into the head, especially of the man who had experienced them. But Skavinsky had the patience of an Indian, and that great calm power of resistance which comes from truth of heart. He had received once in Hungary a number of bayonet thrusts, because he would not grasp at a stirrup which was shown as means of salvation to him, and implore quarter. In like manner he did not bend to misfortune. He crept up against the mountain as industriously as an ant. Pushed down 100 times, he began his journey calmly for the 101st time. He was in his way a most peculiar original. This old soldier, tempered God knows in how many fires, hardened in suffering, hammered and forged, had the heart of a child. In time of the epidemic in Cuba, the vomito attacked him because he had given to the sick all his quinine, of which he had a considerable supply, and left not a grain to himself. There had been in him also this wonderful quality, that after so many disappointments he was ever full of confidence, and did not lose hope that all would be well yet. In winter he grew lively, and foretold great events. He waited for these events with impatience, and lived through whole summers with the thought of them. But the winters passed one after another, and Skavinsky lived only to this, that they whitened his head. At last he grew old, began to lose his energy, his endurance was becoming more and more like resignation. His former calmness was tending towards supersensitiveness, and that tempered soldier was degenerating into a man ready to shed tears for any cause. Besides this, from time to time he was weighted down by a terrible homesickness which was roused by any circumstance: the sight of swallows, grey birds like sparrows, snow on the mountains, or melancholy music like that heard on a time. Finally there was one idea which mastered him, the idea of rest. It mastered the old man thoroughly, and swallowed all other hopes and desires. This ceaseless wanderer could not imagine anything more to be longed for, anything more precious than a quiet corner in which to rest and wait for the end in silence. Perhaps, specially because some whim of fate had so harried him over all seas and lands that he could hardly catch breath, did he imagine that the highest human happiness was simply not to wander. It is true that such modest happiness was due to him, but he was so accustomed to disappointments that he thought of rest as people in general think of a thing which surpasses attainment. He dared not hope for it. Meanwhile, unexpectedly, in the course of 12 hours, he had gained a position which was as if chosen for him out of all in the world. We are not to wonder, then, that when he lighted his lantern in the evening he was as if dazed, that he asked himself if that was reality, and dared not answer that it was. But at the same time reality convinced him with incontrovertible proofs. Hence hours one after another passed while he was on the balcony. He gazed and convinced himself. It might seem that he was looking at a sea for the first time in his life. The lens of the lantern cast into the darkness an enormous triangle of light, beyond which the eye of the old man was lost in the black distance completely, in a distance mysterious and awful. But that distance seemed to run towards the light. The long waves following one another rolled out of the darkness and went bellowing toward the base of the island. And then their foaming backs were visible, shining rose-colored in the light of the lantern. The incoming tide swelled more and more, and covered the sandy bars. The mysterious speech of the ocean came with a fullness more powerful and louder, at one time like the thunder of cannon, at another like the roar of great forests, at another like the distant dull sound of the voices of people. At moments it was quiet. Then to the ears of the old man came with great sigh, then a kind of sobbing, and again threatening outbursts. At last the wind bore away the haze, and brought black, broken clouds, which hid the moon. From the west it began to blow more and more. The waves sprang with rage against the rock of the lighthouse, licking with foam the foundation walls. In the distance a storm was beginning to bellow. On the dark, disturbed expanse certain green lanterns gleamed from the masts of ships. These green points rose high and then sank. Now they swayed to the right, and now to the left. Skavinsky descended to his room. The storm began to howl. Outside people on those ships were struggling with night, with darkness, with waves, but inside the tower it was still and calm. Even the sounds of the storm hardly came through the thick walls, and only the measured tick-tack of the clock lulled the wearied old man to his slumber. Chapter 2. Hours, days, and weeks passed. Sailors assert that at times, when the sea is greatly roused, something from out the midst of night and darkness calls them by name. If the infinity of the sea may call out thus, perhaps when a man is growing old, calls come to him too from another infinity still darker and more deeply mysterious. And the more he is wearied by life, the dearer become those calls to him. But to hear them, quiet is needed. Besides, old age loves to seclude itself as if with a foreknowledge of the grave. The lighthouse had become for Skavinsky such a half-grave. Nothing is more monotonous than life on a beacon tower. If young people consent to take up this service, they leave it soon after. Lighthouse keepers are generally men not young, gloomy, and confined to themselves. If by chance one of them leaves his lighthouse and goes among men, he walks in the midst of them like a person roused from deep slumber. On the tower there is a lack of minute impressions which in ordinary life teach men to adapt themselves to everything. All that a lighthouse keeper comes in contact with is gigantic, and devoid of forms sharply outlined. The sky is one whole, the water another, and between those two infinites the soul of man is in loneliness. That is a life in which thought is continual meditation, and out of that meditation nothing rouses the keeper, not even his work. Day is like day, as two beads in a rosary, unless changes of weather form the only variety. But Skavinsky felt more happiness than ever in his life before. He rose with the dawn, took his breakfast, polished the lens, and then, sitting on the balcony, gazed into the distance of the water, and his eyes were never sated with the pictures which he saw before him. On the enormous turquoise ground of the ocean were to be seen generally flocks of swollen sails gleaming in the rays of the sun with such brightness that the eyes blinked before the excess of light. Sometimes ships, favored by the so-called trade winds, went in an extended line one after another, like a chain of sea mews or albatrosses. The red casks indicating the channel swayed on the light wave with gentle movement. Among the sails appeared every afternoon gigantic greyish feather-light plumes of smoke. That was a steamer from New York which brought passengers and goods to Aspinwall, drawing behind it a frothy puff of foam. On the other side of the balcony Skavinsky saw as if on his palm Aspinwall and its bushy harbour, and in it a forest of masts, boats, and craft. A little farther white houses and the steeples of the town. From the height of his tower the small houses were like the masts of sea mews, the boats were like beetles, and the people moved around like small points on the white stone boulevard. From early morning a light eastern breeze brought a confused hum of human life, above which predominated the whistle of steamers. In the afternoon 6 o'clock came. The movement in the harbour began to cease. The mews hid themselves in the rents of the cliffs. The waves grew feeble and became in some sort lazy, and then on the land, on the sea, and on the tower came a time of stillness unbroken by anything. The yellow sands from which the waves had fallen back glittered like golden spots on the expanse of waters. The body of the tower was outlined definitely in blue. Floods of sunbeams were poured from the sky on the water and the sands and the cliff. At that time a certain lassitude full of sweetness seized the old man. He felt that the rest which he was enjoying was excellent, and when he thought that it would be continuous, nothing was lacking him. Skavinsky was intoxicated with his own happiness, and since a man adapts himself easily to improved conditions, he gained faith and confidence gradually. For he thought that if men built houses for invalids, why should not God gather up at last his own invalid? Time passed and confirmed him in this conviction. The old man grew accustomed to his tower, to the lantern, to the rock, to the sandbars, to solitude. He grew accustomed also to the sea mews, which hatched in the crevices of the rock, and in the evening held meetings on the roof of the lighthouse. Skavinsky threw to them generally the remnants of his food, and soon they grew tame, and afterward, when he fed them, a real storm of white wings encircled him, and the old man went among the birds like a shepherd among sheep. When the tide ebbed, he went to the low sandbanks, on which he collected savoury periwinkles and beautiful pearl shells of the Nautilus, which receding waves had left on the sand. In the night, by the moonlight and the tower, he went to catch fish, which frequented the windings of the cliffs in myriads. At last he was in love with his rocks and his treeless little island, grown over only with small thick plants exuding sticky resin. The distant views repaid him for the poverty of the island, however. During afternoon hours, when the air became very clear, he could see the whole isthmus covered with the richest vegetation. It seemed to Skavinsky at such times that he saw one gigantic garden, bunches of cocoa and enormous musa, combined as it were in luxurious tufted bouquets, right there behind the houses of Aspinwall. Further on, between Aspinwall and Panama, over which every morning and evening hung a reddish haze of exhalation, a real tropical forest with its feet in stagnant water, interlaced with lianas and filled with the sound of one sea of gigantic orchids, palm milk trees, iron trees, gum trees. Through his field glass the old man could see not only trees and the broad leaves of bananas, but even legions of monkeys and great marabouts and flock of parrots rising at times like a rainbow cloud over the forest. Skavinsky knew such forests well, for after being wrecked on the Amazon he had wandered whole weeks among similar arches and thickets. He had seen how many dangers and deaths lie concealed under those marvellous and smiling exteriors. During the nights which he had spent in them he heard close at hand the sepulchral voices of howling monkeys and the roaring of the jaguars. He saw gigantic serpents coiled like lianas on trees. He knew those slumbering forest lakes, full of torpedo fish and swarming with crocodiles. He knew under what a yoke man lives in those unexplored wildernesses in which are single leaves tenfold greater in size than a man, wildernesses swarming with blood-drinking mosquitoes, tree leeches, and immense poisonous spiders. He had experienced that forest life himself, had witnessed it, had passed through it, therefore it gave him the greatest enjoyment to look from his height and gaze on those Matos, admire their beauty, and be guarded from their treachery. His tower preserved him from every evil. He left it only for a few hours on Sunday. He put on then his blue keeper's coat with silver buttons, and hung his crosses on his breast. His milk-white head was raised with a certain pride when he heard at the door, while entering the church, the Creoles saying among themselves, "We have an honorable lighthouse keeper, and not a heretic, though he is a Yankee." But he returned straightway after mass to his island, and returned happy, for still he distrusted the mainland. On Sunday also he read the Spanish newspaper, which he bought in the town, or the New York Herald, which he borrowed from Falconbridge, and he sought in it European news eagerly. The poor old heart on this lighthouse tower and in another hemisphere was beating yet for its birthplace. At times, too, when the boat brought his daily supplies and water to the island, he went down from the tower to talk with Johnson, the guard. But after a while he seemed to grow shy. He ceased to go to the town to read the papers, and to go down to talk politics with Johnson. Whole weeks passed in this way, so that no one saw him and he saw no one. The only signs that the old man was living were the disappearance of the provisions left on the shore, and the light of the lantern kindled every evening with the same regularity with which the sun rose in the morning from the waters of those regions. Evidently the old man had become indifferent to the world. Homesickness was not the cause, but just this, that even homesickness had passed into resignation. The whole world began now and ended for Skavinsky on his island. He had grown accustomed to the thought that he would not leave the tower till death, and he simply forgot that there was anything else in the world aside from him. Moreover, he had become a mystic. His mild blue eyes began to stare like the eyes of a child, and were as if fixed on something at a distance. In presence of a surrounding uncommonly simple and great, the old man was losing the feeling of personality. He was ceasing to exist as an individual, was becoming merged more and more into that which enclosed him. He did not understand anything beyond his environment, he felt only unconsciously. At last it seems to him that the heavens, the water, his rocks, the tower, the golden side-banks, and the swollen sails, the sea mews, the ebb and flow of the tide, all form one mighty unity, one enormous mysterious sail, that he is sinking in that mystery, and feels that soul which lives and lulls itself. He sinks and is rocked, forgets himself, and in that narrowing of his individual existence, in that half waking, half sleeping, he has discovered a rest so great that it almost resembled half death. Chapter 3. But the awakening came. On a certain day, when the boat brought water and a supply of provisions, Skavinsky came down an hour later from the tower, and saw that besides the usual cargo there was an additional package. On the outside of this package was postage stamps of the United States, and the address Skavinsky, Esquire, written on coarse canvas. The old man with aroused curiosity cut the canvas, and saw books. He took one in his hand, looked at it, and put it back. Thereupon his hands began to tremble greatly. He covered his eyes as if he did not believe them. It seemed to him as if he were dreaming. The book was Polish. What did that mean? Who could have sent the book? Clearly he did not remember at the first moment that in the beginning of his lighthouse career he had read in the Herald borrowed from the consul of the formation of a Polish society in New York, and had sent at once to that society half his month's salary, for which he had, moreover, no use on the tower. The society had sent him the books with thanks. The books came in the natural way, but at the first moment the old man could not seize these thoughts. Polish books in Aspinwall, on his tower, amid his solitude, that was for him something uncommon, a certain breath from past times, a species of miracle. Now it seemed to him, as to those sailors in the night, that something was calling him by name with a voice greatly beloved and nearly forgotten. He sat for a while with closed eyes, and was almost certain that, when he opened them, the dream would be gone. The package, cut open, lay before him, shone upon clearly by the afternoon sun, and on it was an open book. When the old man stretched his hand toward it again, he heard in the stillness the beating of his own heart. He looked. It was poetry. On the outside stood printed in great letters the title, underneath the name of the author. The name was not strange to Skavinsky. He saw that it belonged to the famous poet, whose productions he had read in 1830 in Paris. Afterward, when campaigning in Algiers and Spain, he had heard from his countrymen of the growing fame of the great seer, but he was so accustomed to the masquet at that time that he took no book in hand. In 1849 he went to America, and in the adventurous life which he led he hardly ever met a Pole, and never a Polish book. With the greater eagerness, therefore, and with a livelier beating of the heart, did he turn to the title page. It seemed to him then that on his lonely rock some solemnity was about to take place. Indeed, it was a moment of great calm and silence. The clocks of Aspinwall were striking 5 in the afternoon. Not a cloud darkened the clear sky, only a few sea mews were sailing through the air. The ocean was as if cradled to sleep. The waves on the shore stammered quietly, spreading softly on the sand. In the distance, the white house of Aspinwall and the wonderful groups of palms were smiling. In truth, there was something there solemn, calm, and full of dignity. Suddenly, in the midst of that calm of nature, was heard the trembling voice of the old man, who read aloud as if to understand himself better. Thou art like health, O Litva, my birthland. How much we should prize thee, he only can know who has lost thee. Thy beauty in perfect adornment this day I see and describe, because I yearn for thee. His voice failed Skavinsky. The letters began to dance before his eyes. Something broke in his breast and went like a wave from his heart higher and higher, choking his voice and pressing his throat. A moment more he controlled himself and read further. O holy lady, who guardest bright Częstochowa, who shinest in the Ostra Brama and preservest the castle town Novogródek with its trusty people, as thou didst give me back to health in childhood, when by my weeping mother placed beneath thy care, I raised my lifeless eyelids upward, and straightway walked unto thy holy threshold to thank God for the life restored me, so by a wonder now restore us to the bosom of our birthplace. The swollen wave broke through the restraint of his will. The old man sobbed and threw himself on the ground. His milk-white hair was mingled with the sand of the sea. 40 years had passed since he had seen his country, and God knows how many since he heard his native speech. And now that speech had come to him itself. It had sailed to him over the ocean and found him in solitude on another hemisphere. It, so loved, so dear, so beautiful. In the sobbing which shook him there was no pain, only a suddenly aroused immense love, in the presence of which other things are as nothing. With that great weeping he had simply implored forgiveness of his beloved one, set aside because he had grown so old, had become so accustomed to his solitary rock, and had so forgotten it that in him every longing had begun to disappear. But now it returned as if by a miracle, therefore the heart leaped in him. Moments vanished one after another. He lay there continually. The mews flew over the lighthouse, crying as if alarmed for their old friend. The hour in which he fed them with the remnants of his food had come. Therefore some of them flew down from the lighthouse to him. Then more and more came, and began to pick and to shake their wings over his head. The sound of the wings roused him. He had wept his fill, and had now a certain calm and brightness, but his eyes were as if inspired. He gave unwittingly all his provisions to the birds, which rushed at him with an uproar, and he himself took the book again. The sun had gone already behind the gardens and the forest of Panama, and was going slowly beyond the isthmus to the other ocean. But the Atlantic was full of light yet. In the open air there was still perfect vision. Therefore he read further. Now bear my longing soul to those forest slopes, to those green meadows. At last the dusk obliterated the letters on the white paper, the dusk short as a twinkle. The old man rested his head on the rock, and closed his eyes. Then she who defends bright Częstochowa took his soul and transported it to those fields colored by various grain. In the sky were burning yet those long stripes, red and golden, and on those brightnesses he was flying to beloved regions. The pine woods were sounding in his ears. The streams of his native place were murmuring. He saw everything as it was. Everything asked him, "Dost remember?" He remembers. He sees broad fields, between the fields, woods, and villages. It is night now. At this hour his lantern usually illuminates the darkness of the sea, but now he is in his native village. His old head has dropped on his breast, and he is dreaming. Pictures are passing before his eyes quickly and a little disorderly. He does not see the house in which he was born, for war had destroyed it. He does not see his father and mother, for they died when he was a child. But still the village is as if he had left it yesterday. The line of cottages with light in the windows, the mound, the mill, the two ponds opposite each other, and thundering the whole night with a chorus of frogs. Once he had been on guard in that village all night. Now that past stood before him at once in a series of views. He was on Uwan again, and he stands there on guard. At a distance is the public house. He looks with swimming eyes. There is thundering and singing and shouting amid the silence of the night, with voices of fiddles and bass viols. Uha, uha. Then the Uwans knock out fire with their horseshoes, and it is wearisome for him there on his horse. The hours drag on slowly. At last the lights are quenched. Now as far as the eye reaches there is mist, and mist impenetrable. Now the fog rises, evidently from the fields, and embraces the whole world with a whitish cloud. You would say a perfect ocean. But that is fields. Soon the landrail will be heard in the darkness, and bitterns will call from the reeds. The night is calm and cool, a true Polish night. In the distance the pine wood is sounding without wind, like the roll of the sea. Soon dawn will whiten the east. In fact, the cocks are beginning to crow behind the hedges. One answers another from cottage to cottage. The storks are screaming somewhere on high. The Uwan feels well and bright. Someone had spoken of a battle tomorrow. Hey, that will go on like all others, with shouting, with fluttering of pennants. The young blood is playing like a trumpet, though the night cools it. But day is dawning. Already night is growing pale. Out of the shadows come forests, the thicket, a row of cottages, the mill, the poplars. The well is squeaking like a metal banner on a tower. What a beloved land, beautiful in the rosy gleams of the morning. Oh, the one land, the one land. Quiet! The watchful picket hears that someone is approaching. Of course, they are coming to relieve the guard. Suddenly some voice is heard above Skavinsky. "Here, old man, get up. What's the matter?" The old man opens his eyes and looks with wonder at the person standing before him. The remnants of the dream visions struggle in his head with reality. At last the visions pale and vanish. Before him stands Johnson, the harbor guard. "What's this?" asked Johnson. "Are you sick?" "No." "You didn't light the lantern. You must leave your place. The vessel from St. Jerome was wrecked on the bar. It is lucky that no one was drowned, or you would go to trial. Get into the boat with me. You'll hear the rest at the consulate." The old man grew pale. In fact, he had not lighted the lantern that night. A few days later Skavinsky was seen on the deck of a steamer which was going from Aspinwall to New York. The poor man had lost his place. There opened before him new roads of wandering. The wind had torn that leaf away again to whirl it over lands and seas, to sport with it till satisfied. The old man had failed greatly during those few days, and his body was bent, but his eyes were gleaming. On his new road of life he held at his breast a book, which from time to time he pressed with his hand, as if fearing that it too might go from him. End of The Lighthouse Keeper of Aspinwall, by Henryk Sienkiewicz.
My Roomie by Ring Lardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. No, I ain't signed for next year, but there won't be no trouble about that. The dough part of it is all fixed up. John and me talked it over, and I'll sign as soon as they send me a contract. All I told him was that he'd have to let me pick my own roommate after this and not sick no wild man onto me. You know, I didn't hit much the last 2 months of the season. Some of the boys, I noticed, wrote some stuff about me getting old and losing my batting eye, and that's all bunk. The reason I didn't hit was because I wasn't getting enough sleep. and the reason for that was Mr. Elliott. He wasn't with us after the last part of May, but I roomed with him long enough to get the insomny. I was the only guy in the club game enough to stand for him, but I was sorry afterward that I'd done it, because it sure did put a crimp in my little old average. And do you know where he is now? I got a letter today, and I'll read it to you. No, I guess I better tell you something about him first. You fellas never got acquainted with him, and you ought to hear the dope to understand the letter. I'll make it as short as I can. He didn't play in no league last year. He was with some semi-pros over in Michigan, and somebody writes John about him. So John sends Needham over to look at him. Tom stayed there Saturday and Sunday, and seen him work twice. He was playing the outfield, but as luck would have it, they wasn't a fly ball hit in his direction in both games. A base hit was made out his way, and he booted it, and that's the only reward Tom could get on his fielding. But he wallops 2 over the wall in one day, and they catch 2 line drives off him. The next day he gets 4 blows, and 2 of them is triples. So Tom comes back and tells John the guy is a whale of a hitter and as fast as Cobb, but he don't know nothing about his fielding. Then John signs him to a contract, $1,200 or something like that. We'd been in Tampa a week before he showed up. Then he comes to the hotel and just sits round all day without telling nobody who he was. Finally the bellhops was going to chase him out, and he says he's one of the ball players. Then the clerk gets John to go over and talk to him. He tells John his name and says he hasn't had nothing to eat for 3 days because he was broke. John told me afterward that he drew about $300 advance last winter sometime. Well, they took him in the dining room, and they tell me he inhaled about 4 meals at once. That night they roomed him with Heine. Next morning Heine and me walks out to the grounds together, and Heine tells me about him. He says, "Don't never call me a bug again. They got me rooming with the champion of the world." "Who is he?" I says. "I don't know, and I don't want to know," says Heine. "But if they stick him in there with me again, I'll jump to the Federals. To start with, he ain't got no baggage. I asked him where his trunk was, and he says he didn't have none. Then I asked him if he didn't have no suitcase, and he says, no, what do you care? I was going to lend him some pajamas, but he put on the shirt of the uniform John gave him last night and slept in that. He was asleep when I got up this morning. I seen his collar laying on the dresser, and it looked like he had wore it in Pittsburgh every day for a year. So I throwed it out the window, and he comes down to breakfast with no collar. I asked him what size collar he wore, and he says he didn't want none because he wasn't going out nowheres. After breakfast, he beat it up to the room again and put on his uniform. When I got up there, he was looking in the glass at himself, and he done it all the time I was dressing. When we got out to the park, I got my first look at him. Pretty good-looking guy, too, in his uni. Big shoulders and well put together. Built something like Heine himself. He was talking to John when I come up. "What position do you play?" John was asking him. "I play anywheres," says Elliott. "You're the kind I'm looking for," says John. Then he says, "You was an outfielder up there in Michigan, wasn't you?" "I don't care where I play," says Elliott. John sends him to the outfield and forgets all about him for a while. Pretty soon Miller comes in and says, "I ain't going to shag for no bush outfielder." John asked him what was the matter, and Miller tells him that Elliott ain't doing nothing but just standing out there, that he ain't making no attempt to catch the fungos, and that he won't even chase 'em. Then John starts watching him, and it was just like Miller said. Larry hit one pretty near in his lap, and he stepped out of the way. John calls him in and asked him, "Why don't you go after them fly balls?" "Because I don't want 'em," says Elliott. John gets sarcastic and says, "What do you want? Of course we'll see that you get anything you want." "Give me a ticket back home," says Elliott. "Don't you want to stick with the club?" says John. And the busher tells him, no, he certainly did not. Then John tells him he'll have to pay his own fare home, and Elliot don't get sore at all. He just says, "Well, I'll have to stick then because I'm broke." We was having batting practice, and John tells him to go up and hit a few. And you ought to have seen him bust 'em. Lavender was in there working, and he'd been pitching a little all winter, so he was in pretty good shape. He lobbed one up to Elliot, and he hit it way up in some trees outside the fence, about a mile, I guess. Then John tells Jimmy to put something on the ball. Jim comes through with one of his fast ones, and the kid slams it agin the right field wall on a line. "Give him your spinner," yells John, and Jim handed him one. He pulled it over first base so fast that Bert, who was standing down there, couldn't hardly duck in time. If it had hit him, it had killed him. Well, he kept on hitting everything Jim give him. And Jim had something, too. Finally, John gets Pierce warmed up and sends him out to pitch, telling him to hand Elliot a flock of curveballs. He wanted to see if left-handers was going to bother him. But he slammed them right along, and I don't believe he hit more'n 2 the whole morning that wouldn't have been base hits in a game. They sent him out to the outfield again in the afternoon, and after a lot of coaxing, Leach got him to go after fly balls. But that's all he did do, just go after 'em. One hit him on the bean, and another on the shoulder. He run back after the short ones, and way in after the ones that went over his head. He catched just one, a line drive that he couldn't get out of the way of, and then he acted like it hurt his hands. I come back to the hotel with John. He asked me what I thought of Elliot. Well, I says, he'd be the greatest ball player in the world if he could just play ball. He sure can bust 'em. John says he was afraid he couldn't never make an outfielder out of him. He says, "I'll try him on the infield tomorrow. There must be some place he can play. I never seen a left-hand hitter that looks so good agin left-hand pitching, and he's got a great arm. But he acts like he'd never saw a fly ball." Well, he was just as bad on the infield. They put him at short, and he was like a sieve. You could have drove a hearse between him and second base without him getting near it. He'd stoop over for a ground ball about the time it was bouncing up agin the fence, and when he'd try to cover the bag in a peg, he'd trip over it. They tried him at first base, and sometimes he'd run way over in the coacher's box, and sometimes out in right field looking for the bag. Once Heine shot one across at him on a line, and he never touched it with his hands. It went bam right in the pit of his stomach, and the lunch he'd ate didn't do him no good. Finally, John just give up and says he'd have to keep him on the bench and let him earn his pay by busting him a couple of times a week or so. We all agreed with John that this bird would be a whale of a pinch hitter, and we was right, too. He was hitting way over 500 when the blow-off come, along about the last of May. Before the training trip was over, Elliot had roomed with pretty near everybody in the club. Heine raised an awful holler after the second night down there, and John put the bug in with Needham. Tom stood him for 3 nights. Then he doubled up with Archer and Schulte and Miller and Leach and Sire and the whole bunch in turn, averaging about 2 nights with each one before they put up a kick. Then John tried him with some of the youngsters, but they wouldn't stand for him no more than the others. They all said he was crazy, and they was afraid he'd get violent some night and stick a knife in him. He always insisted on having the water run in the bathtub all night, because he said it reminded him of the sound of the dam near his home. The fellers might get up 4 or 5 times a night and shut off the faucet, but he'd get right up after 'em and turn it on again. Carter, a big bush pitcher from Georgia, started a fight with him about it one night, and Elliot pretty near killed him. So the rest of the bunch, when they saw Carter's map next morning, didn't have the nerve to do nothin' when it come their turn. Another of his habits was the thing that scared him, though. He'd brought a razor with him, in his pocket, I guess, and he used to do his shaving in the middle of the night. Instead of doing it in the bathroom, he'd lather his face and then come out and stand in front of the looking-glass on the dresser. Of course, he'd have all the lights turned on, and that was bad enough when a feller wanted to sleep. But the worst of it was that he'd stop shaving every little while and turn round and stare at the guy who was making a failure of trying to sleep. Then he'd wave his razor around in the air and laugh and begin shaving again. You can imagine how comfortable his roomies felt. John had bought him a suitcase and some clothes and things and charged them up to him. He drew so much dough in advance that he didn't have nothing coming till about June. He never thanked John, and he'd wear one shirt and one collar till someone throwed him away. Well, we finally gets to Indianapolis, and we was going from there to Cincy to open. The last day in Indianapolis, John come and asked me how I'd like to change roomies. I says I was perfectly satisfied with Larry. Then John says, "I wish you'd try Elliot. The other boys all kicks on him, but he seems to hang around you a lot, and I believe you can get along all right." "Why don't you room him alone?" I asked. "The boss or the hotels won't stand for us rooming alone," says John. "You go ahead and try it, and see how you make out. If he's too much for you, let me know. But he likes you, and I think he'll be different with a guy who can talk to him like you can." So I says I'd tackle it, because I didn't want to throw John down. When we got to Cincy, they stuck Elliot and me in one room, and we was together till he quit us. I went to the room early that night, because we was going to open next day, and I wanted to feel like something. First thing I done when I got undressed was turn on both faucets in the bathtub. They was making an awful racket when Elliot finally come in about midnight. I was laying awake, and I opened right up on him. I says, "Don't shut off that water, because I like to hear it run." Then I turned over and pretended to be asleep. The bug got his clothes off, and then what did he do but go in the bathroom and shut off the water. Then he come back in the room and says, "I guess no one's going to tell me what to do in here." But I kept right on pretending to sleep and didn't pay no attention. When he'd got into his bed, I jumped out of mine and turned on all the lights and began stropping my razor. He says, "What's coming off?" "Some of my whiskers," I says. "I always shave along about this time." "No, you don't," he says. "I was in your room one morning down in Louisville, and I seen you shaving then." "Well," I says, "the boys tell me you shave in the middle of the night, and I thought if I done all the things you do, maybe I'd get so's I could hit like you." "You must be superstitious," he says, and I told him I was. "I'm a good hitter," he says, "and I'd be a good hitter if I never shaved at all. That don't make no difference." "Yes, it does," I says. "You probably hit good because you shave at night, but you'd be a better fielder if you shaved in the morning." You see, I was trying to be just as crazy as him, though that wasn't hardly possible. "If that's right," says he, "I'll do my shaving in the morning. Because I seen in the papers where the boys says that if I could play the outfield like I can hit, I'd be as good as Cobb. They tell me Cobb gets $20,000 a year." "No," I says, "he don't get that much, but he gets about 10 times as much as you do." "Well," he says, "I'm going to be as good as him because I need the money." "What do you want with money?" I says. He just laughed and didn't say nothing, but from that time on the water didn't run in the bathtub nights, and he done his shaving after breakfast. I didn't notice, though, that he looked any better in fielding practice. It rained one day in Cincy, and they trimmed us 2 out of the other 3, but it wasn't Elliott's fault. They had Larry beat 4-1 in the 9th inning of the first game. Archer gets on with 2 out, and John sends my roomie up to hit, though Benton, a left-hander, is working for them. The first thing Benton serves up there, Elliott cracks it a mile over Hobby's head. It would have been good for 3 easy, only Archer, playing safe, of course, pulls up at third base. Tommy couldn't do nothing, and we was licked. The next day he hits 1 out of the park off the Indian. But we was way behind, and they was nobody on at the time. We copped the last one without using no pinch hitters. I didn't have no trouble with him nights during the whole series. He come to bed pretty late while we was there, and I told him he'd better not let John catch him at it. "What would he do?" he says. "Fine you 50, I says. "He can't fine me a dime," he says, "because I ain't got it." Then I told him he'd be fined all he had coming if he didn't get in the hotel before midnight. But he just laughed and says he didn't think John had a kick coming so long as he kept busting the ball. Some day you'll go up there and you won't bust it, I says. That'll be an accident, he says. That stopped me, and I didn't say nothing. What could you say to a guy who hated himself like that? The accident happened in St. Louis the first day. We needed 2 runs in the 8th, and Sire and Bread was on, with 2 out. John tells Elliott to go up in Pierce's place. The Bug goes up, and Greiner gives him 2 bad balls, way outside. I thought they was going to walk him, and it looked like good judgment, because they'd heard what he done in Cincy. But no, Greiner comes back with a fast one right over, and Elliott pulls it down the right foul line, about 2 foot foul. He hit it so hard you'd have thought they'd sure walk him then. But Greiner gives him another fast one. He slammed it again just as hard, but foul. Then Greiner gives him one way outside, and it's 2 and 3. John says on the bench, "If they don't walk him now, he'll bust that fence down." I thought the same, and I was sure Greiner wouldn't give him nothing to hit. But he come with a curve, and Wriggler calls Elliott out. From where we sat, the last one looked low, and I thought Elliott'd make a kick. He come back to the bench smilin'. John starts for his position, but stopped and asked the Bug what was the matter with that one. Any busher I ever knowed would have said it was too low, or it was outside, or it was inside. Elliott says, "Nothing at all. It was right over the middle." "Why didn't you bust it then?" says John. "I was afraid I'd kill somebody," says Elliott, and laughed like a big boob. John was pretty near choking. "What are you laughing at?" he says. "I was thinking of a nickel show I seen in Cincinnati," says the Bug. "Well," says John, so mad he couldn't hardly see, "that show and that laugh will cost you 50." We got beat, and I wouldn't have blamed John if he'd fined him his whole season's pay. Up in the room that night, I told him he'd better cut out that laughin' stuff when he was getting trimmed, or he never would have no payday. Then he got confidential. "Payday wouldn't do me no good," he says. "When I'm all squared up with a club and begin to have a payday, I'll only get $100 at a time, and I owe that to some of you fellers. I wished we could win the pennant and get in on that World Series dough. Then I'd have a bunch at once." "What would you do with a bunch of dough?" I asked him. "Don't tell nobody, sport," he says. "But if I ever get 500 at once, I'm going to get married." "Oh," I says, "and who's the lucky girl?" "She's a girl up in Muskegon," says Elliott, "and you're right when you call her lucky." "You don't like yourself much, do you?" I says. "I got reason to like myself," says he. "You'd like yourself, too, if you could hit 'em like me." "Well," I says, "you didn't show me no hittin' today." "I couldn't hit because I was laughin' too hard," says Elliott. "What was it you was laughin' at?" I says. "I was laughin' at that pitcher," he says. "He thought he had something, and he didn't have nothing." "He had enough to whiff you with," I says. "He didn't have nothing," says he again. "I was afraid if I busted one off him they'd can him, and I couldn't never hit agin him no more." Naturally, I didn't have no comeback to that. I just sort of gasped and got ready to go to sleep, but he wasn't through. "I wisht you could see this bird," he says. "What bird?" I says. "This dame that's nuts about me," he says. "Good looker?" I asked. "No," he says. "She ain't no bear for looks. They ain't nothing about her for a guy to rave over till you hear her sing. She sure can holler some." "What kind of voice has she got?" I asked. "A bear," says he. "No," I says, "I mean, is she a baritone or an air?" "I don't know," he says, "but she's got the loudest voice I ever hear on a woman. She's pretty near got me beat." "Can you sing?" I says, and I was sorry right afterward that I asked him that question. I guess it must have been bad enough to have the water running night after night and to have him waving that razor round, but that couldn't have been nothing to his singing. Just as soon as I'd pulled that boner, he says, "Listen to me," and starts in on silver threads among the gold. Mind you, it was after midnight, and they was guests all around us trying to sleep. There used to be noise enough in our club when we had Hoffman and Sheckard and Ritchie harmonizin', but this bug's voice was louder 'n all of theirn combined. We once had a pitcher named Martin Walsh, brother of Big Ed's, and I thought he could have drowned out the subway, but this guy made a boiler factory sound like Dummy Taylor. If the whole hotel wasn't awake when he'd howled the first line, it's a pipe they was when he cut loose, which he done when he come to "Always young and fair to me." Them words could have been heard easy in East St. Louis. He didn't get no encore from me, but he goes right through it again, or starts to. I knowed something was going to happen before he finished, and something did. The night clerk and the house detective come banging at the door. I let 'em in, and they had plenty to say. If we made another sound, the whole club would be canned out of the hotel. I tried to salve 'em, and I says, "He won't sing no more." But Elliott swelled up like a poisoned pup. "Won't I?" he says. "I'll sing all I want to." "You won't sing in here," says the clerk. "They ain't room for my voice in here anyways," he says. "I'll go outdoors and sing." And he puts his clothes on and ducks out. I didn't make no attempt to stop him. I heard him bellowing silver threads down the corridor and down the stairs, with the clerk and the dick chasing him all the way and telling him to shut up. Well, the guests make a holler the next morning, and the hotel people tells Charlie Williams that he'll either have to let Elliott stay somewheres else or the whole club will have to move. Charlie tells John, and John was thinking of settling the question by releasing Elliott. I guess he'd about made up his mind to do it. But that afternoon they had us 3-1 in the ninth, and we got the bases full, with 2 down and Larry's turn to hit. Elliott had been sitting on the bench saying nothing. "You think you can hit one today?" says John. "I can hit one any day," says Elliott. "Go up and hit that left-hander then," says John. "And remember, there's nothing to laugh at." Sally was working, and working good. But that didn't bother the bug. He cut into one, and it went between Oaks and whitted like a shot. He come into third standing up, and we was a run to the good. Sally was so sore he kind of forgot himself and took pretty near his full wind-up pitching to Tommy. And what did Elliott do but steal home and get away with it clean? Well, you couldn't can him after that, could you? Charlie gets him a room somewheres, and I was relieved of his company that night. The next evening we beat it for Shy to play about 2 weeks at home. He didn't tell nobody where he roomed there, and I didn't see nothing of him except out to the park. I asked him what he did with himself nights, and he says, "Same as I do on the road. Borrow some dough someplace and go to the nickel shows." "You must be stuck on 'em," I says. "Yes," he says. "I like the ones where they kill people, because I want to learn how to do it. I may have that job some day." "Don't pick on me," I says. "Oh," says the bug, "you can never tell who I'll pick on." It seemed as if he just couldn't learn nothing about fielding, and finally John told him to keep out of the practice. "A ball might hit him in the temple and croak him," says John. But he busted up a couple of games for us at home, beating Pittsburgh once and Cincy once. They give me a great big room at the hotel in Pittsburgh, so the fellers picked it out for the poker game. We was playing along about 10 o'clock one night when in come Elliott, the earliest he'd showed up since we'd been rooming together. They was only 5 of us playing, and Tom asked him to sit in. "I'm busted," he says. "Can you play poker?" I asked him. "They's nothing I can't do," he says. "Slip me a couple of bucks and I'll show you." So I slipped him a couple of bucks and honestly hoped he'd win, because I knowed he'd never had no dough. Well, Tom dealt him a hand, and he picks it up and says, "I only got 5 cards." "How many do you want?" I says. "Oh," he says, "if that's all I get, I'll try to make 'em do." The pot was cracked and raised, and he stood to raise. I says to myself, there goes my $2. But no, he comes out with 3 queens and won the dough. It was only about $7, but you'd have thought it was $1,000,000 to see him grab it. He laughed like a kid. Guess I can't play this game, he says. And he had me fooled for a minute. I thought he must have been kidding when he complained of only having 5 cards. He copped another pot right afterward and was sitting there with about $11 in front of him when Jim opens a roodle pot for $1. I stays and so does Elliot. Him and Jim both drawed 1 card and I took 3. I had kings or queens, I forget which. I didn't help him none, so when Jim bets $1, I throws my hand away. How much can I bet? Says the bug. You can raise Jim $1 if you want to, I says. So he bets $2. Jim comes back at him. He comes right back at Jim. Jim raises him again, and he tilts Jim right back. Well, when he'd boosted Jim with the last $1 he had, Jim says, I'm ready to call. I guess you got me beat. What have you got? I know what I've got, all right, says Elliot. I've got a straight. And he throws his hand down. Sure enough, it was a straight, 8 high. Jim pretty near fainted, and so did I. The bug had started pulling in the dough when Jim stops him. Yeah, wait a minute, says Jim. I thought you had something. I filled up. Then Jim lays down his 9 full. You beat me, I guess, says Elliot, and he looked like he'd lost his last friend. Beat you? Says Jim. Of course I beat you. What do you think I had? Well, says the bug, I thought you might have a small flush or something. When I regained consciousness, he was begging for 2 more bucks. What for, I says. To play poker with? You're barred from the game for life. Well, he says, if I can't play no more, I want to go to sleep. And you fellers will have to get out of this room. Did you ever hear a nerve like that? This was the first night he'd come in before 12, and he orders the bunch out so's he can sleep. We politely suggested to him to go to Brooklyn. Without saying a word, he starts in on his silver threads, and it wasn't 2 minutes till the game was busted up and the bunch, all but me, was out of there. I'd have beat it too, only he stopped yelling as soon as they'd went. You're some buster, I says. You bust up ball games in the afternoon and poker games at night. Yes, he says. That's my business, bustin' things. And before I knowed what he was about, he picked up the pitcher of ice water that was on the floor and throwed it out the window, through the glass and all. Right then I give him a plain talking to. I tells him how near he come to getting canned down in St. Louis because he raised so much cane singing in the hotel. But I had to keep my voice in shape, he says. If I ever get dough enough to get married, the girl and me'll go out singing together. Out where? I asked. Out on the vaudeville circuit, says Elliot. Well, I says, if her voice is like yours, you'll be wasting money if you travel round. Just stay up in Muskegon and we'll hear you all right. I told him he wouldn't never get no dough if he didn't behave himself. That even if we got in the World Series, he wouldn't be with us unless he cut out the foolishness. We ain't going to get in no World Series, he says, and I won't never get a bunch of money at once, so it looks like I couldn't get married this fall. And I told him we played a city series every fall. He never thought of that, and it tickled him to death. I told him the losers always got about $500 apiece, and that we were about due to win it and get about $800. But, I says, we still got a good chance for the old pennant, and if I was you, I wouldn't give up hope of that yet. Not where John can hear you, anyway. No, he says, we won't win no pennant, because he won't let me play regular. But I don't care so long as we're sure of that city series dough. You ain't sure of it if you don't behave, I says. Well, says he, very serious, I guess I'll behave. And he did, till we made our first Eastern trip. Went to Boston first, and that crazy bunch goes out and piles up a 3-run lead on us in 7 innings the first day. It was the pitcher's turn to lead off in the 8th, so up goes Elliott to bat for him. He kisses the first thing they hands him for 3 bases, and we says on the bench, now we'll get him, because, you know, a 3-run lead wasn't nothing in Boston. Stay right on that bag, John hollers to Elliott. Maybe if John hadn't said nothing to him, everything would have been all right. But when Perdue starts to pitch the first ball to Tommy, Elliott starts to steal home. He's out as far as from here to Seattle. If I'd have been carrying a gun, I'd have shot him right through the heart. As it was, I thought John'd kill him with a bat, because he was standing there with a couple of 'em, waiting for his turn. But I guess John was too stunned to move. He didn't even seem to see Elliott when he went to the bench. After I'd cooled off a little, I says, beat it and get into your clothes before John comes in. Then go to the hotel and keep out of sight. When I got up in the room afterward, there was Elliott, looking as innocent and happy as if he'd won $50 with a pair of trays. I thought you might have killed yourself, I says. What for? He says. For that swell play you made, says I. What was the matter within the play? Asked Elliott, surprised. It was all right when I done it in St. Louis. Yes, I says, but they was 2 out in St. Louis and we wasn't no 3 runs behind. Well, he says, if it was all right in St. Louis, I don't see why it was wrong here. It's a different climate here, I says, too disgusted to argue with him. I wonder if they'd let me sing in this climate, says Elliott. Nah, I says, don't sing in this hotel, because we don't want to get fired out of here. The eat's too good. All right, he says, I won't sing. But when I starts down to supper, he says, I'm liable to do something worse than sing. He didn't show up in the dining room, and John went to the boxing show after supper, so it looked like him and Elliott wouldn't run into each other till the murder had left John's heart. I was glad of that, because a Massachusetts jury might consider it justifiable homicide if one guy croaked another for giving the Boston Club a game. I went down to the corner and had a couple of beers, and then came straight back, intending to hit the hay. The elevator boy had went for a drink or something, and they was 2 old ladies already waiting in the car when I stepped in. Right along after me comes Elliott. Where's the boy that's supposed to run this car? He says. I told him the boy'd be right back, but he says, I can't wait. I'm much too sleepy. And before I could stop him, he'd slammed the door, and him and I and the poor old ladies was shooting up. Let us off at the 3rd floor, please, says one of the ladies, her voice kind of shaking. Sorry, madam, says the bug, but this is a express and we don't stop at no 3rd floor. I grabbed his arm and tried to get him away from the machinery, but he was as strong as an ox, and he throwed me again the side of the car like I was a baby. We went to the top faster than I ever rode in an elevator before, and then we shot down to the bottom, hitting the bumper down there so hard I thought we'd be smashed to splinters. The ladies was too scared to make a sound during the first trip, but while we was going up and down the second time, even faster than the first, they begun to scream. I was hollering my head off at him to quit, and he was making more noise than the 3 of us, pretending he was the locomotive and the whole crew of the train. Don't never ask me how many times we went up and down. The women fainted on the 3rd trip, and I guess I was about as near it as I'll ever get. The elevator boy and the bellhops and the waiters and the night clerk and everybody was jumping around the lobby screaming, but nobody seemed to know how to stop us. Finally, on about the 10th trip, I guess, he slowed down and stopped at the 5th floor where we was rooming. He opened the door and beat it for the room, while I, though I was trembling like a leaf, run the car down to the bottom. The night clerk knowed me pretty well and knowed I wouldn't do nothing like that. So him and I didn't argue, but just got to work together to bring the old women to. While we was doing that, Elliot must have run down the stairs and slipped out of the hotel, because when they sent the officers up to the room after him, he'd blowed. They was going to fire the club out, but Charlie had a good stand-in with Amos, the proprietor, and he fixed it up to let us stay, providin' Elliot kept away. The bug didn't show up at the ballpark next day, and we didn't see no more of him till we got off on the Rattler for New York. Charlie and John both balled him, but they gave him a berth, an upper, and we pulled into the Grand Central Station without him having made no effort to wreck the train. I'd studied the thing pretty careful, but hadn't come to no conclusion. I was sure he wasn't no stew, because none of the boys had ever saw him even take a glass of beer, and I could never detect the odor of booze on him. And if he'd been a dope, I'd have knew about it, roomin' with him. There wouldn't have been no mystery about it if he'd been a left-hand pitcher, but he wasn't. He wasn't nothing but a whale of a hitter, and he throwed with his right arm. He hit left-handed, of course, but so did Sire and Brid and Schulte and me and John himself, and none of us was violent. I guess he must have been just a plain nut and liable to break out any time. They was a letter waitin' for him at New York, and I took it, intendin' to give it to him at the park, because I didn't think they'd let him room at the hotel. But after breakfast he come up to the room with his suitcase. It seems he'd promised John and Charlie to be good, and made it so strong they believed him. I give him his letter, which was addressed in a girl's writin' and came from Muskegon. "From the girl?" I says. "Yes," he says, and without openin' it, he tore it up and throwed it out the window. "Had a quarrel?" I asked. "No, no," he says, "but she can't tell me nothin' I don't know already. Girls always writes the same junk. I got one from her in Pittsburgh, but I didn't read it." "I guess you ain't so stuck on her," I says. He swells up and says, "Of course I'm stuck on her. If I wasn't, do you think I'd be going round with this bunch and getting insulted all the time? I'm sticking here because of that series dough, so's I can get hooked." "Do you think you'd settle down if you was married?" I asked him. "Settle down?" he says. "Sure, I'd settle down. I'd be so happy that I wouldn't have to look for no excitement." Nothing special happened that night, 'cept he come in the room about 1 o'clock and wake me up by picking up the foot of the bed and dropping it on the floor sudden-like. "Give me a key to the room," he says. "You must have had a key," I says, "or you couldn't have got in." "That's right," he says, and beat it to bed. One of the reporters must have told Elliot that John had asked for waivers on him, and New York had refused to waive, because next morning he come to me with that dope. "New York's going to win this pennant," he says. "Well," I says, "they will if someone else don't, but what of it?" "I'm going to play with New York," he says, "so's I can get the World Series dough." "How you going to get away from this club?" I asked. "Just watch me," he says. "I'll be with New York before this series is over." Well, the way he goes after the job was original, anyway. Rube had one of his good days the day before, and we'd got a trimmin'. But this second day the score was tied up at 2 runs apiece in the 10th, and Big Jeff had been wobblin' for 2 or 3 innings. Well, he walks Sire and me with 1 out, and Mac sends for Matty, who was warmed up and ready. John sticks Elliot in Brid's place, and the bug pulls one into the right field stand. It's a cinch McGraw thinks well of him then, and might have went after him if he hadn't went crazy the next afternoon. We're tied up in the 9th, and Matty's working. John sends Elliot up with the bases choked, but he doesn't go right up to the plate. He walks over to their bench and calls McGraw out. Mac tells us about it afterward. "I can bust up this game right here," says Elliot.
"Go ahead," says Mac, "but be careful he don't whiff you."
Then the bug pulls it, If I whiff, he says, will you get me on your club? Sure, says Mac, just as anybody would. By this time, Bill Clem was hollerin' about the delay. So up goes Elliot and gives the worst burlesque on trying to hit that you ever see. Matty throws one a mile outside and high, and the bug swings like it was right over the heart. Then Matty throws one at him, and he ducks out of the way, but swings just the same. Matty must have been wise by this time, for he pitches one so far outside that the chief almost has to go to the coacher's box after it. Elliot takes his third healthy and runs through the field down to the clubhouse. We got beaten the 11th, and when we went in to dress, he has his street clothes on. Soon as he seen John comin', he says, I gotta see McGraw, and he beat it. John was goin' to the fights that night, but before he leaves the hotel, he had waivers on Elliot from everybody and had sold them to Atlanta.
And,
says John,
I don't care if they pay for him or not.
My roomie blows in about 9 and got the letter from John out of his box. He was going to tear it up, but I told him there was news in it. He opens it and reads where he's sold. I was still sore at him, so I says, thought you was going to get on the New York club.
No,
he says,
I got turned down cold. McGraw says he wouldn't have me in his club. He says he'd had Charlie Faust, and that was enough for him.
He had a kind of crazy look in his eyes, so when he starts up to the room, I follows him. What are you going to do now? I says.
I'm going to sell this ticket to Atlanta, he says, and go back to Muskegon where I belong.
I'll help you pack, I says.
No,
says the bug.
I come into this league with this suit of clothes and a collar. They can have the rest of it.
Then he sits down on the bed and begins to cry like a baby.
No series, no for me,
he blubbers.
And no wedding bells. My girl will die when she hears about it.
Of course, that made me feel kind of rotten, and I says, brace up, boy. The best thing you can do is go to Atlanta and try hard. You'll be up here again next year.
You can't tell me where to go,
he says, and he wasn't crying no more.
I'll go where I please, and I'm liable to take you with me.
I didn't want no argument, so I kept still. Pretty soon he goes up to the looking-glass and stares at himself for 5 minutes. Then all of a sudden he hauls off and takes a wallop at his reflection in the glass. Naturally, he smashed the glass all to pieces, and he cut his hand something awful. Without looking at it, he come over to me and says,
Well, goodbye, sport,
and holds out his other hand to shake. When I starts to shake with him, he smears his bloody hand all over my map. And he laughed like a wild man and run out of the room and out of the hotel. Well, boys, my sleep was broke up for the rest of the season. It might have been because I was used to sleeping in all kinds of racket and excitement and couldn't stand for the quiet after he'd went. Or it might have been because I kept thinking about him and feeling sorry for him. I often wondered if he'd settle down and be something if he could get married, and finally I got to believing he would. So when we was dividing the city series dough, I was thinking of him and the girl. Our share of the money, the losers as usual, was $12,760 or something like that. They was 21 of us, and that meant $607 apiece. We was just going to cut it up that way when I says, why not give a divvy to poor old Elliot? About 15 of 'em at once told me that I was crazy. You see, when he got canned, he owed everybody in the club. I guess he'd stuck me for the most, about $70, but I didn't care nothing about that. I knowed he hadn't never reported to Atlanta, and I thought he was probably busted, and a bunch of money might make things all right for him and the other songbird. I made quite a speech to the fellers, telling 'em how he'd cried when he left us, and how his heart had been set on getting married on the series dough. I made it so strong that they finally fell for it. Our shares was cut to $580 apiece, and John sent 'em a check for a full share. For a while I was kind of worried about what I did. I didn't know if I was doing right by the girl to give him the chance to marry her. He told me she was stuck on him, and that's the only excuse I had for trying to fix it up between 'em. But believe me, if she was my sister or a friend of mine, I'd just as soon have had her manage the Cincinnati Club as marry that bird. I thought to myself, if she's all right, she'll take acid in a month, and it'll be my fault. But if she's really stuck on him, they must be something wrong with her, too. So what's the difference? Then along comes this letter that I told you about. It's from some friend of his'n up there, and they's a note from him. I'll read 'em to you, and then I gotta beat it for the station. Dear Sir, they have got poor Elliot locked up, and they are going to take him to the asylum at Kalamazoo. He thanks you for the check, and we will use the money to see that he is made comfortable. When the poor boy came back here, he found that his girl was married to Joe Bishop, who runs a soda fountain. She had wrote to him about it, but he did not read her letters. The news drove him crazy, poor boy, and he went to the place where they was livin' with a baseball bat and very near killed 'em both. Then he marched down the street singin' Silver Threads Among the Gold at the top of his voice. They was going to send him to prison for assault with intent to kill, but the jury decided he was crazy. He wants to thank you again for the money. Yours truly, Jim. I can't make out his last name, but it don't make no difference. Now I'll read you his note. Old Roomy, I was at bat twice and made 2 hits, but I guess I did not meet 'em square. They tell me they are both alive yet, which I did not mean 'em to be. I hope they got good curve ball pitchers where I am going. I sure can bust them curves, can I, sport? Yours, B. Elliot. P.S. The B stands for Buster. That's all of it, fellers. And you can see I had some excuse for not hittin'. You can also see why I ain't never gonna room with no bug again. Not for John or nobody else. End of My Roomie by Ring Lardner. Read by Rick Rodstrom. Christmas Afternoon by Robert Benchley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Done in the manner, if not the spirit, of Dickens. What an afternoon! Mr. Gummidge said that, in his estimation, there never had been such an afternoon since the world began, a sentiment which was heartily endorsed by Mrs. Gummidge and all the little Gummidges, not to mention the relatives who had come over from Jersey for the day. In the first place, there was the ennui, and such ennui it was, a heavy, overpowering ennui, such as results from a participation in 8 courses of steaming, gravied food, which the little old spinster Gummidge from Oak Hill said she never knew when to stop eating, and true enough she didn't. A dragging, devitalizing ennui, which left its victims strewn about the living room in various attitudes of prostration, suggestive of those of the petrified occupants in a newly unearthed Pompeian dwelling. An ennui which carried with it a retinue of yawns, snarls, and thinly veiled insults, and which ended in ruptures in the clan spirit serious enough to last throughout the glad New Year. Then there were the toys, 3 1/4 dozen toys to be divided among 7 children. Surely enough, you or I might say, to satisfy the little tots. But that would be because we didn't know the tots. In came baby Lester Gummidge, Lillian's boy, dragging an electric grain elevator, which happened to be the only toy in the entire collection which appealed to little Norman, 5-year-old son of Luther, who lived in Rahway. In came curly-headed Effie in frantic and throaty disputation with Arthur Jr. over the possession of an articulated zebra. In came Everett, bearing a mechanical negro which would no longer dance, owing to a previous forcible feeding by the baby of a marshmallow into its only available aperture. In came Fonlansbee, teeth buried in the hand of little Ormond, which bore a popular but battered remnant of what had once been the proud false bosom of a hussar's uniform. In they all came, one after another, some crying, some snapping, some pulling, some pushing, all appealing to their respective parents for aid in their intramural warfare. And the cigar smoke! Mrs. Gummidge said that she didn't mind the smoke from a good cigarette, but would they mind if she opened the windows for just a minute in order to clear the room of the heavy aroma of used cigars? Mr. Gummidge stoutly maintained that they were good cigars. His brother, George Gummidge, said that he likewise would say that they were. At which colloquial sally both the Gummidge brothers laughed testily, thereby breaking the laughter record for the afternoon. Aunt Libby, who lived with George, remarked from the dark corner of the room that it seemed just like Sunday to her. An amendment was offered to this statement by the cousin, who was in the insurance business, stating that it was worse than Sunday. Murmurings indicative of as hearty agreement with this sentiment as their lethargy would allow came from the other members of the family circle, causing Mr. Gummidge to suggest a walk in the air to settle their dinner. And then arose such a chorus of protestations as has seldom been heard. It was too cloudy to walk. It was too raw. It looked like snow. It looked like rain. Luther Gummidge said that he must be starting along home soon anyway, bringing forth the acid query from Mrs. Gummidge as to whether or not he was bored. Lillian said that she felt a cold coming on, and added that something they had for dinner must have been undercooked. And so it went, back and forth, forth and back, up and down, and in and out, until Mr. Gummidge's suggestion of a walk in the air was reduced to a tattered impossibility, and the entire company glowed with ill feeling. In the meantime, we must not forget the children. No one else could. Aunt Libby said that she didn't think there was anything like children to make a Christmas, to which Uncle Ray, the one with the Masonic fob, said, "No, thank God. Although Christmas is supposed to be the season of good cheer, you, or I for that matter, couldn't have told, from listening to the little ones, but what it was the children's Armageddon season, when nature had decreed that only the fittest should survive, in order that the race might be carried on by the strongest, the most predatory, and those possessing the best protective coloring. Although there were constant admonitions to Fonlansbee to "let Ormond have that whistle now, it's his," and to Arthur Jr. not to be selfish, but to "give the kiddie car to Effie, she's smaller than you are," the net result was always that Fonlansbee kept the whistle, and Arthur Jr. rode in permanent, albeit disputed, possession of the kiddie car. Oh, that we mortals should set ourselves up against the inscrutable workings of nature. Hello! A great deal of commotion. That was Uncle George stumbling over the electric train, which had early in the afternoon ceased to function, and which had been left directly across the threshold. A great deal of crying. That was Arthur Jr., bewailing the destruction of his already useless train, about which he had forgotten until the present moment. A great deal of recrimination. That was Arthur Sr. and George fixing it up. And finally a great crashing. That was baby Lester pulling over the tree on top of himself, necessitating the bringing to bear of all of Uncle Ray's knowledge of forestry to extricate him from the wreckage. And finally Mrs. Gummidge passed the Christmas candy around. Mr. Gummidge afterward admitted that this was a tactical error on the part of his spouse. I no more believe that Mrs. Gummidge thought they wanted that Christmas candy than I believe that she thought they wanted the cold turkey which she later suggested. My opinion is that she wanted to drive them home. At any rate, that is what she succeeded in doing. Such cries as there were of "Ugh! Don't let me see another thing to eat!" and "Take it away!" Then came hurried scramblings in the coat closet for overshoes. There were the rasping sounds made by cross parents when putting wraps on children. There were insincere exhortations to "come and see us soon" and to "get together for lunch sometime." And finally there were slammings of doors and the silence of utter exhaustion, while Mrs. Gummidge went about picking up stray sheets of wrapping paper. And, as Tiny Tim might say, in speaking of Christmas afternoon as an institution, God help us, everyone. End of Christmas Afternoon, read by Rick Rodstrom.